Shout out to the early NoCal crew. It is Scream Yard Saturday. I appreciate you.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Oh yeah.
Spacey got this sauce on.
If you're watching the replay, you can always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the dollar sign in it. Right below the video. Let's go. Make sure y'all share the live stream. It's gonna be a long one. And hit that like button. Why don't you? I appreciate you.
Spacey got this sauce on. Spacey got this sauce on. Spacey got this sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got this sauce on.
Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if my mic sounds okay. Put a one in the chat if my mic sounds okay.
Spacey got this sauce on.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Spacey got this sauce on.
Share the live stream. Thank you to everybody that shares the live stream, man. I really appreciate it. It's about to be
Hey,
lit.
bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Southpaw shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Southpaw shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care. She need a lap game. She need people to come. Ah.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're right with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is, if you're right with your boy, Freezy. What's going on, y'all? Woo. What's going on?
Cap-tivity.
It is Scream Yard Saturday, and we're going to be discussing Black fatigue for the first time on this channel. It looks like that topic has become a very important and popular topic. But we're going to do it no cap style tonight.
No captivity.
Oh, yeah. So, are you ready? Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to all of the introspective, intellectual folk that's ready to have a mature, respectful conversation. I'm pretty sure at one point in time, this conversation is going to get a little bit high blood pressure and heated, but we're going to try our best to maintain a level of decorum, you know, in a proper state so that we will be on our best behavior, because we don't want to come off as offensive to our racial counterparts. So we must pronounce our words very proper and carefully, and do our lips like this, and keep our lips close together. And when we talk, we keep our eyes closed. I'm just joking, y'all. Listen, what's going on, y'all? What's going on with y'all, man? Johnny said my mic is good. My mic sound nice. Check one. Listen, let's go ahead and do a roll call. Psst. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. He said, "What up, though, Freezy in chat? Smash that like button hard right now." Listen.
No captivity.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor's Gaming channel, man. All right. Make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor's Gaming channel and hit that notification bell. All right, because that's my dog. That's my dog, man. Also, shout out to Justin Wade, longtime supporter of the No Cap.
No captivity.
Shout out to Justin Wade in the building. Great to see you, bro. Always, man. Shout out to my sister Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to you, sis. She said, her, that's her. That's her. That's her. OHB Israel in the building. She said, peace and blessings, everyone. Shout out to my sister, her, that's her in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Most definitely. Shout out to my brother who told me my mic sounds good. Shout out to Johnny P. DeRosa, Johnny P. DeRosa in the building. How are you doing, Johnny? Great to see you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all. It's going to be a wonderful Saturday. Wonderful Saturday. Wonderful StreamYard Saturday. Shout out to my brother, Lord ADS in the building. He said, what up, Freezy? Lord ADS, what's going on with you, bro?
Cap-tivity.
What's up with you? Great to see you, man. There you go, King Rooster, ready to kick it off. He said, Freezy, it's Saturday. That's what we're not going to do. Shout out to Crown Vic in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Salute to the Black House, man. You know we got to represent. Shout out to also Distant Lights. Distant Lights in the building. He said, salute, Freezy, and chat. What's going on, Distant Light? Great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
Wonderful. Another wonderful StreamYard Saturday. You feel me? Shout out to Noble M. Hotep in the building. He said, what up, Freezy? Peace to the chat. What's going on? What's going on, Noble? Great to see you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Great to see you, man. Pretty sure Noble gonna want to be a part of this discussion. Shout out to HT Ball. What's going on, HT? He said, hey, Freezy. Chilla.
No Cap-tivity.
What's up, 18? Great to see y'all, man. My brother's in the building. I don't see no sisters. Did I see a sister yet? Any sister? Oh, her, that's her. Her, that's her. Her, that's her. Occupational Forces in the building. What's going on, Occupational Forces? How are you? How are you? I see y'all already with the bullshit.
No Cap-tivity.
I see y'all already with the bullshit. Listen, this StreamYard Saturday, man, okay? And we about to take off. Black fatigue. Are you guys familiar with black fatigue and the terminology that's been going around? Now, apparently there's been different meanings of black fatigue. The original meaning we're going to discuss, and the latter. The latter has been actually the most popular meaning and subject matter that people have been willingly discussing. For some reason, a lot of people is tired of black folk. I wonder if some people tired of Freezy. Y'all think some people tired of Freezy? Y'all ain't tired of me, is it? Y'all got Freezy fatigue? Anybody got Freezy fatigue? Black fatigue, right? Apparently, black folk is just making people go fucking crazy around this bitch, right? I mean, black folk is making people restless. They can't sleep at night, you know? Black folk, man. Black folk doing all of that, you know? Yeah. We're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about it. Shout out to Sid in the building. Sid say, peace, blessings, and good health to everyone out there. Shout out to Sid. Also, shout out to Music Man in the building. He said, no cap, freeze it. What's up? Let me give y'all a big no cap, man. Big no cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Taylor Bell. What's going on, my dog? Taylor Bell, he said, yo. What's going on, Taylor Bell in the building? Let's get it.
Tivity. No Cap-tivity.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Music Man. See how Music Man already on point, man. So let's examine this black fatigue right here. Am I supposed to say right here or right here? Is it okay for me to say right here? Or should I say right here? Are y'all tired of right here? Black fatigue is a term popularized by Mary Frances Winters, a diversity and inclusion expert, in her 2020 book titled, let me keep going, Black fatigue refers to the long-term physical and psychological toll that systemic racism and generational trauma have on Black people. Winters uses the term to describe. So that was the original meaning. Shout out to Mary Frances Winters. That was the original meaning. But if you guys been paying attention online, they done took that meaning and butchered it like a bitch. We're gonna discuss it, man. Shout out to Killer Swag in the building. What's up, Killer? What's going on? Carl Anderson, he said, Freezy, after this video, you should do a black coon fatigue vid. Don't worry about it. We're going to talk about all that, y'all. Shout out to Carl Anderson in the building. Already ready. Miss Jennifer say, it should be called ghetto fatigue. Great synopsis. We're going to talk about it. Shout out to my sister, Conversations with MJ in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Conversations with MJ channel and hit that notification bell. You know we're going to represent. She said, hey, Freezy, share the stream like she always do. Very exciting topic. Have a great show. Thank you, sis. Thank you. Let's get it, man. And shout out to MJ for sharing the stream. Shout out to MJ for sharing the stream, man. Shout out to my sister El Cheapo in real life. She said, yeah, titty. Make sure y'all subscribe to El Cheapo's channel and hit that notification bell. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Shout out to It's D-Walk to you in the building. He say, what up, gang? I don't know. Can you say what up? Is y'all tired of gang? What up, gang? Shout out to It's D-Walk to you. Shout out to Scam Likely Show in the building. He say black fatigue equals a fat black man or a woman trying to walk up a flight of stairs. Why? Why, Scam? Why? Shout out to everybody that's in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. A music man coming with him back to back. He say, the chronic exhaustion black individuals experience due to daily racism, microaggressions, and structural iniquities. Thank you, music man. Shout out to Black Lexicon, always showing up and showing out. He say, black people should be educated with the truth, not a narrative that allows the messenger to manipulate them. Facts. Shout out to Unhinged Made Event Fro, aka Dr. Frizzle Frost said, what it do, Freezer and the No Cap crew? Is this StreamYard Saturday or StreamYard weekend? Let's get it. It's StreamYard. We done changed the name, Frizzle Frost. It's StreamYard. You know, that's the ghetto way. Man. We gonna put that black fatigue on their ass. You feel what I'm saying? Huh?
No Cap-tivity.
StreamYard Saturday. StreamYard, y'all. Listen. I want to remind you guys to share the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat. If y'all hype, come on, man, get hype. Put a 1 in the chat if you plan on sharing this live stream. Like my sister, MJ, put a 1 in the chat if you plan on sharing this live stream. Huh? If you know somebody that's tired of black folk, share it to them. If you know people that's tired of black folk and black folk talking, share it to them. Put a 1 in the chat if you plan on sharing this live stream. Huh? Put a 1 in the chat. All right. Shout out to everybody that's a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. Shout out to everybody that's a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. If you shared the live stream, you are a part of the No Cap campaign, believe it or not, right? It's very easy to share the live stream. The share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Right next to the like and the dislike button. It gives you an option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or copy the link to share it to any one of your close friends or family. Either or. Thank you for sharing out the live stream and being a part of the No Cap campaign. And I wish you $11 million in your life.
No captivity.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. Okay. My sister, her that's her, she shared the live stream. Miss Jennifer shared the live stream. All my brothers and sisters. Hey, Main Event Fro shared the live stream. My sister, Dr. Quantum Love in the building. How you doing, Quantum Love? She said salute and hugs, Freezy. Thank you for sharing the live stream, sis. I appreciate you. Seahorse said, I'm super hyped. I'm well tired of black folk. There you go. There goes Seahorse. Say he tired of black folk. Seahorse also says, salute Lieutenant Freezy. Freezel, my Neasel. There you go. There you go. Shout out to Seahorse, man. I appreciate you, man. Sid said he's going to share the live stream, or he shared the live stream. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. So, listen, I'm probably going to put the link in the chat early, but I think I'm going to play a couple of Black Fatigue videos, whatever that is. I'm going to play a couple of Black Fatigue videos because I want to have a talk about this Black Fatigue concern that's going around, this major concern about black folk going around. You know, we're going to talk about this because, apparently it's a very, very important topic to people, and it's very alarming. Black folk are invading America, essentially. You know, shout out to Rush Enterprise Stocks in the building. What's up, Rush? Make sure y'all subscribe to the Labuto Network in the building. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Raw Hotel in the building. He said, what's all this Black Fatigue madness, Freezy? We're going to talk about it, man. You know, listen, I'm really just kind of looking into it today, but I've been seeing hints of it all throughout the week. People have been talking about it, you know. I just learned how to do my hand like this. You know, that's like proper. That's conservative. You know, I just learned when I talk, I just learned how to do my hand like that. You know, very effective. Let me see. So let's look up some Black Fatigue videos. How about we do that? I'm pretty sure they got a lot of them. Let me see. Okay, let me see. I think this might be the original video. I don't know, y'all. I'm just trying. Y'all bear with me, man. Bear with me, please. Here we go. Let me mute my mic, man. Let's look at this Black Fatigue stuff. I said black fatigue. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to be less black today. You know what I'm saying? So I can be appropriate. Here we go.
Black fatigue. It's all over my FYP page. Thank you.
Hi, Steve. I watched your whole video. I think we have to have a talk. Wait.
Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. She'll be watching her back for the rest of her life. Yeah, because that's not thuggery. Hood rat.
Let me find a good video. Let me see. Black fatigue, black fatigue. Should I go to Twitter? Black, is this it right here? Let me see.
Because black fatigue is real.
No, that's not it. Let me see. Black fatigue, black fatigue. Maybe this is it.
Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there.
What the fuck is black fatigue?
I'm trying to find a good one, man. Hold on, y'all. Maybe I need to go to Twitter and find black fatigue. What is going on with this black fatigue stuff, man? I thought people was black fatiguing. Okay, let's do this. Here we go. Let me get rid of this and bring up Twitter. Here we go. Black fatigue. This guy got to know something. This got to be black fatigue. Here we go. This got to be it.
Black fatigue is a thing. Newsflash. White people don't want to live around ratchet black people, and black people don't want to live around ratchet black people. I mean, it's nothing like going to the Walmart on a Sunday morning, and then you see the Bonnet Crew walk in. Loud, obnoxious, the kids are everywhere, in every aisle, unattended, and that's anywhere you go. No matter what, they're highly emotional, highly sensitive. You can't say nothing. You can't even smile and hold the door for them because they'll look at you like you're crazy. And always the victim of something. Either you stepped on a shoe, you looked at them wrong, you told them good morning. They're never happy, they're never satisfied. And you wonder why normal, good black people move out of the hood as soon as they start getting successful. I was one of those black people that said, man, if I made some money, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna buy up this, buy up that. I'm gonna support the community. As soon as I got my money, I got the fuck up out of there because they don't know how to appreciate good shit. And my suburban kids don't need to be dealing with that bullshit. Crab in a barrel mentality. Never take accountability for nothing. So yeah, black fatigue is a thing. And I'll tell you, a lot of people are fucking tired. They're tired of dealing with these kind of people on a daily basis. I mean, I get anxiety when I walk inside of a mall nowadays. I mean, because you got these YNs running around and they don't respect nothing. So I don't care what anybody says. White America is tired of you, and we are too.
So, okay, that was a total different take than the original meaning that Music Man put in the chat. That was a totally different take. Let me look up Music Man's, let me see. Here we go. Where's Music Man's, where you at, Music Man? So this says, black fatigue is a term popularized by Mary Frances Winters, a diversity and inclusion expert, in her 2020 book titled Black Fatigue, refers to the long-term physical and psychological toll that systemic racism and generational trauma have on black people. Hold on. Wait, that don't sound like the same thing. Did that guy just... Wait, hold on. Is it two definitions of black fatigue? Is it two definitions? Cause the one that the black dude that's fed up about black people, that don't sound like the same definition. Hold on, we got to get to the bottom of this. Wait. Did they misrepresent Miss Mary
No
Frances?
captivity.
Did they misrepresent Miss Mary Frances Winters? I'm about to drop the link in 1 second. Hold on. Let me get one. Hold on. Let me get one more video on this black fatigue stuff. Let me get one more video on this black fatigue stuff. Hold on. Cause this can't be right. This can't be right. Hold on. Okay, let's do this right here. Maybe this guy knows what black. Maybe. Okay, this is closer to Mary Frances Winters. Let me see. Here we go.
Black fatigue. This video might make you uncomfortable, but it needs to be made. There's a growing sentiment, most recently, of individuals who are proclaiming they do have black fatigue. And you don't have to be a non-black person to have black fatigue. What does that phrase actually mean? Essentially, black fatigue is a growing weariness of the actions of the quote unquote black community. But it goes deeper than that because we are in 2025 now, and we are being judged based on the content of our character and not the color of our skin. But the interesting part is the lie that's been sold to the black community in particular is that the color of our skin dictates the content of our character. That's why in the black community, sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, you are acting white when they're talking to someone like myself who doesn't act the way most people would expect a conventional black person to act. In their minds, there is a correct way to act black. And the people in your ethnic group who fulfill those very negative stereotypes, those are the ones who are going to essentially drag down the collective whole. And that's why there's individuals who are black.
Wait, hold on. Did they read the book? This don't sound like Mary Frances Winters' book. What the hell going? Shout out to the Wildest Wake Up Show. Shout out to Sharon Bracy in the building. What's up, Sharon?
No captivity.
Sharon said, yeah, it's a book. However, people been flipping the definition. I see.
No cap.
I see. The hell going on? Black folk can't keep nothing. We can't keep nothing. They take everything. Why y'all do this?
Who do and can have black fatigue because they see how damaging it is to see the worst of us attract all this negative attention that then unfortunately gets ascribed to the entire race all too often. But what's unfortunate is here in 2025, now we have to contend with the fact that there's people who are so sick and tired of seeing those negative aspects, those negative individuals in the black community attracting all this attention. That's what is spurring this black fatigue. I think it's something that needs to be talked about. And until we turn inward and address the issues in our own communities, I fear that this is only going to continue and get worse. And that's exactly what the powers that be want. They want to have us against each other instead of us against those who are really pulling the strings in the background.
Wow. 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 This black thing is really, has really gotten people up in arms. So it's really ruffling some feathers. Like black fatigue, this shit is like an epidemic. This shit is like C-19. It make you want to stay away from black people, don't it? God damn, shit. When you see a black folk, when you see a black person in the grocery store, make you just want to go the opposite way. This shit, can you catch it? Can you catch black fatigue? God damn. I need to make me a damn doctor's appointment. See if I got black fatigue, if I get diagnosed with it. This shit sounds serious. Black fatigue ain't no joke. God damn. Shout out to my sister. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals in the building. She's had her VIP pass for 9 months. Let me get her a big no cap.
Captivity.
Shout out to Fear No Mortals. She's had her VIP pass for 9 months, maintaining her VIP pass. She say, Freezy, salute, hugs, love, prayers up, and to the No Cap crew. Support the show. $20 or more gets the Big Light sponsorship. You already know. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Motors. Make sure y'all subscribe and hit that notification bell. Oh, yeah. Also, shout out to my sister, Mel in the building. What's up? She said, hey, Freezy and No Cap crew. Shout out to my sister, Miss Bella. What's going on, Miss Bella? She said, hey, Freezy and chat. Happy birthday to my sister, Jack Cora. She said, Freezy, bro. Man, could y'all do me a favor and wish my sister, Jack Cora, a happy birthday? Y'all wish Jack Cora a happy birthday in the chat, man. It's her birthday. It's her birthday weekend. She, you know, she lit. She lit. You know, shout out to my dog, my brother, Chicago Real in the bit. He say, no captivity. Peace, family. What's going on, Rilla? Artifacts, what's up? You ready? You ready? He say, salute, No Cap crew. You ready? Kuma, what's up? He say, some people are probably sick of highlighting black achievement. That what it is? That what it is? Shout out to El Cheapo. She say, let's go, Shalom. No Cap crew. She's maintained her VIP pass for 9 months, been a member for 9 months. Thank y'all to all the members. All the members, thank y'all, man. The VIP crew is special. The VIP crew is special. Yo. This black fatigue stuff is real. This black fatigue stuff is really, really real, man. Let's see. Okay, we got one more. Let's listen to one more. Let's see. Here we go, y'all. This guy, he say he has black fatigue. What kind of hair he got? You tired of black folk? I'm tired of your hair.
So my wealthy friend was telling me about a crime in his neighborhood, and I asked if he saw what the person looked like, and he looked me directly in the eye and said, typical profile. The fact that I immediately knew exactly what that person looks like tells me that we have a problem with crime in a certain community. And then when we talk about mass incarceration of a certain community, people are like, oh, that's racist. But I just find that funny because the only way to be incarcerated is to commit a crime. But then people try to hit me with, well, there's over-policing and there's so many police officers in that community. That's what happens when you commit a disproportionate amount of crime. And the thing is I don't even need to say the typical profile that I'm talking about because y'all already know who I'm talking about, niggas. So my wealthy friend was telling me about a crime in his neighborhood.
Black people, that black fatigue is real. Everybody is tired of black people, but it's two specific types of black people that everyone is tired of. Number one, everybody is tired of loud, ghetto, and ratchet, and violent, and mean, and angry all the time.
Can I tell y'all something? I'm loud. Y'all. I ain't gonna lie, man. He might be talking about me. Shit.
Everybody is tired of them. Nobody wants to deal with them. Even other black people do not want to deal with these people. You know when you see them in public, you know when they're going to give you attitude at the CVS. Everybody knows it and they want to avoid it. The second group of black people that everybody is tired of is this sort of like fake black bougie intelligentsia who kind of like walks around telling everybody how they're supposed to think or speak or act. When it comes to anything black. These are the most privileged black people in the world. These people have built enormous platforms and have so much money, and yet they are still perpetual victims all the time. And all they ever do is lecture white people about how to talk to or about black people, and then they lecture other black people if they don't talk or think or speak in ways in which they approve. Black fatigue is real. Everybody is so tired of both of these groups of black people that they don't know what to do. So yeah, Black fatigue is real, and I got it.
Yo, this shit real, man. Let me put the link in the chat, man, because this shit is like an epidemic. Before I put the link in the chat, listen, shout out to everybody that actually hit the like button, man. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. How many people hit the like button so far? Let's see. How many people hit the like button so far? 48 people hit the like button so far. Shout out to the 48 people that hit that like button. I wish you $4 million in your life. Believe it and receive it. If you don't like black folk, if you don't like Freezy, if you don't like this show, right? If you're tired of black fatigue, hit that dislike button. Don't just sit there. Hit the dislike button and be productive, you know, like conservative people. Hit that damn dislike button, huh? Shout out to the White School Podcast in the building. She say, salute to Freezy and chat. What's going on, sis? Great to see you. Shout out to Lady Naveau in the building. What's going on, sis? Travel One made it on in. Let's get it. She said, people who are not black see black people as black. Also, shout out to Jerome. He said, this the token niggas time to shine. Shout out to Jerome in the house. What's going on, Jerome? Yo, I'm about to put the link in the chat, man, because I need y'all help with this. Chocolate Bunny, thank you for being here, Chocolate Bunny. Chocolate Bunny say, it's really nigga fatigue. Hope y'all are having a good night. Shout out to Chocolate Bunny. Thank you for being here, Chocolate Bunny. Shalom, King Swarthy. Shabbat Shalom. He said, okay, who have black people enslaved? I'll wait. That's a good question. That's a good question. Who else came in the building while I was talking? While I was talking my black talk. Lante, what's going on, Lante? Great to see you, Lante. What's going on? Chief Santana, what's up, bro? He said, Freezy. What's going on? Great to see you, bro. Great to see you. I'm about to put the link in the chat, y'all. I'm about to put the link in the chat. We just gonna cross our legs and talk about, you know, the black fatigue. We're gonna talk about this terrible thing that's this black fatigue. Is it a real thing? Is it a real thing? Shout out to the neighborhood sweetheart. She said, hey, Freezy. Shout out to the neighborhood sweetheart, Cassandra B in the building. We're going to talk about this catastrophe, this epidemic called black fatigue. I feel like it's high time that we discuss this. Okay. Here we go. I'm about to put the link in the chat. How y'all feeling anyway? Oh, before I do that, listen. To support this channel and to support stories of this magnitude, especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted, I need y'all to remember this. Especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat. Shout out to everybody that plan on getting their comments read, right? I usually read the comments without doing the super chat in the beginning, but once the show get going, I'm just being honest with y'all, I'll hardly even look in the chat because I like to stay focused on the show. I like to give y'all a good show. So I hardly even stay focused on the chat, right? So if you want your comments read and highlighted while we get into the show, please either send a super cap, right? That's the rectangle box. That's the rectangle box in the chat, right where you type your comments. That's the rectangle box with the $sign in it, right? I hope it's still there. Or you can send a cash cap too. That's right, a cash cap too, $, no cap Freezy. That's $, no cap Freezy. Hold on, let me bring it. Let me pull it down. Yeah, right there. $, no cap Freezy. Who's going to be the first one to send a super cap? And who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap? Huh? Thank you. Shout out to the World Class in the building. He said, "What's up, World Class in the building? What's up?" He's make sure y'all subscribe to World Class and hit that notification bell. What's going on, World Class? Greg Calloway, great to see you. I appreciate you for being here. He said we can finally tell white people to go back to Africa. Oh man, Trav, what's going on, Travis Allen? You snuck in on me, didn't you? Shout out to Travis Allen in the building. What's up, Trav? Great to see you, bro. Great to see y'all, man. Okay, y'all about to put the link in the chat, y'all. Here we go. Oh. Before that, I'm sorry. To become a sponsor of tonight's show, is very easy. It only takes $20 or more. $20 or more, and you will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show, right? You will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Trucker Yale. He was our last night's sponsor. Whoever will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show, who will it be? Their name will be placed on the legendary sponsorship banner below. The legendary sponsorship banner below. Right? Whoever will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show.
No Cap-tivity.
Only $20 or more. $20 or more, and you will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Okay, that's it, y'all. That's it. We about to start the show. Scream Yard Saturday. Are y'all ready? Let's get it. And listen. I'm about to put the link in the chat, but listen. You just never know who's going to come through on Scream Yard Saturday. You just never know who's going to come through on Scream Yard Saturday. We've had some wonderful folk came through on Scream Yard Saturday. We've had Flacco from No Jumper, Adam 22, come through to Scream Yard Saturday. You just never know who's going to come through, who's going to bless our presence. All right, I got a feeling it's gonna be a special one. So I'm about to put the link in the chat, man. I'm for real this time. Y'all look out for the link. You're more than welcome to come up and chop it up with your brother Freezy. All races are invited. All races are invited. All races. I repeat, all races are invited. All nationalities are invited. All cultures are invited. I repeat, this is the disclaimer. Everybody are invited. Let's get it.
Sliding like a lubricant. Don't forget the Gucci print. My little chick Peruvian. Hold up, let me check my ego. Lately been really focused on the neighborhood hero. Switching up my stamina, transforming the stilo. Niggas are playing hard, I'm playing smart. Yes, I should. I'm no longer in the hood like 10 hard bands start. Playing in my pocket, don't knock it to protect mine. I will introduce you to a rocket plugged in like a socket. I know all of your connects. When you see me, when you greet me, give me all of your respect. Waistline still, nothing getting killed but the tick. Tell your bro, keep her body. I just deal with the neck. Hollin', wow, like the Lakers. Spot filled up with pizza, you got flavors. Anywhere I could take you. I don't want no bullshit people with me in Jamaica. Yeah, get rid of that hoe like she was stolen. Hey, look, you can keep that money if you owe me. Yeah, and you and your partner, y'all be rolling. And should've let my boy take shot like he was Kobe. Zay, play, Zay.
Shout out to Rahotep in the building. What's up, Rahotep?
No Cap-tivity.
How you feeling this evening, bro? Are you there, Rahotep? You got to come off mute. You on mute, bro.
All right.
You got to unmute.
Yeah, bro.
There you go. There you go.
All right. What's up? How you doing, bro?
I'm just chilling, man. Great to see you. How are you doing this evening, bro?
Good in yourself.
Yeah.
This is the first time I came across your channel. But man, far as what I believe, this black fatigue, there's actually at the highest level of this government a special op going to diffuse and take steam out of one, the reparations bill. Second, what's being proposed by Project 2025, and also we're coming up on the general elections. Most of them, and I'm not a Democrat or Republican, so I'm going to make that clear right up front. Until we as a people, you notice the people that are coming out talking about black fatigue and who they're advocating for, and they're telling you in their dialogues and their diatribes that even even so-called white people are being tired. How you as a black person gonna speak? See, they're telling you who they're speaking on behalf. So I've been in the military, so I know how ops, asymmetrical quadro tactics are used. And it's used through information. It's used to distract and detract you from your objective or your mission. And this is what people are falling into. As a people, whatever you call yourself, Black, African, in America, melanized people, from the history in the interaction with the so-called white people, the so-called people that classify themselves as white in America, we should keep on talking about the injustices and what they owe us as far as reparations and compensatory damages. And I'm not going to stop talking about it till I take my last breath.
According to this newfound definition of black fatigue, a lot of people, white, black, and any other people that's tired of black folk would probably say they're tired of people like you asking for reparations. What would you say to them, Rahul? Before you say that, hold on 1 second. Shout out to Carl Anderson for his $5 super cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Carl. He said, MAGA, Make America Great Again, exhibited a sense of black fatigue since January the 20th. Evident in the dismissed black employees, black history, and discard of black books. Shout out to Carl Anderson. Thank you. Thank you for your comment, bro. I appreciate you for your super cap. If you would like your comment read and highlighted just like Carl just did, you can either send a super cap just like Carl just did or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, Rahul Tap, as far as what people have to say? And shout out to Big Bad Bull in the building as well. Big Bad Bull said, keep her body. I just deal with the neck. Yeah. Shout out to Big Bad Bull in the building. What you think about that, Rahul Tap, as far as people saying that they're tired of black folk even asking for what's going on? Noble.
No, they're not tired.
They're tired of black folk even asking for reparations. What do you think about that?
Well, I was born in the late 50s, so no the hell they not, because they ain't been through nothing to be tired. If you came up through the 60s, the 70s, and then you tired. So you know you're not tired because you haven't even begun to be on a frontal assault of so-called white rage in your goddamn life. Excuse me, bro, if you can't curse on it, I didn't mean to curse on it. But
you good.
You're not tired. And the fact, as quick as this concept of black fatigue spread it, I can tell that once it got into the lexicon or in the general language of people speaking and the concepts, and people already having their concept and definition of what it means, I can tell this is an op. This is an op coming from the MAGA party, and a lot of so-called black people are on the agenda. They're on the payroll, because I always look at who is funding these podcasts, who are funding these people that are rolling these studios. So my first thing, I look at the money trail. I look at where's the money coming from? Who do these people affiliate with outside of the podcast? That's what I focus on. So I know this is a special operation.
Rahul Tep is saying this black fatigue campaign is a special operation. That's very interesting, man. I think
it's an ops, brother. It's an ops. And the reason why I say that, because I mean, even through the times of the 65 riots on up to the run, they have people that they dispatch from the intelligence arena or the intelligence departments that they dispatch into any social movement or social upheaval that happens. They look like you, they dress like you, they're chanting just like you, but if you check them out and have the understanding of how these things come about, you can tell they're special ops.
Would you also consider that there was
hold on 1 second Nova. Shout out to Lady D. Shout out to Lady D. Lady D said black men are behind black fatigue, not wanting to take responsibility to their community. Shout out to Lady D.
I disagree.
And also shout out to Shannon B. Shannon B already laughing his ass off. It's gonna be an interesting one tonight. Ninja Cool, thank you, Ninja Cool, thank you, Ninja Cool. Ninja Cool said disagree. Felon Tavius is in the building. Said when the fighting starts, old white Democrat politicians will keep the right off that behind. Shout out to Felon Tavius. Go ahead, Noble Imhotep. I appreciate you. And shout out to Smitty in the building too. Go ahead, bro.
I was wondering if
cut your mic up too, Noble. Your mic is very low.
It's low?
Yes, low.
Go ahead, continue. Let me figure out and make sure I got the right mic set up.
Yeah, I think you're coming off your computer.
How do I sound now?
Good.
Okay,
good.
Okay, wrong mic. Now, Rahotep, I was wondering if you would consider that that same infiltration from the intelligence communities, the 3-letter alphabet agencies, infiltrated or had something to do with Black Lives Matter too.
Yes, yes, that's an op. That was definitely out. See, and also we got to be careful in thinking that they're only operations that are exclusively driven by the far right or whatever they call it. Hell, they call themselves MAGA, neoconservatives, or whatever you want to call it. I don't call it nothing other than so-called white people, which don't exist anthropologically on the planet, but so-called white people that are willing to do whatever it takes to maintain control of economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that the average so-called white person has any control over any of that, but there is.
I agree with you. They got 400 years of head start, 400 years of crossing the finish line. So I don't think it takes all so-called white people to be engaged and involved in the system and the functions of racism, white supremacy, directly or indirectly in those major 9 areas I brought up. And this is one of the things that get us off pivot, because we think and believe that racism, white supremacy means that every white person has to be on board. The very currency of classifying yourself as as a white human being or being makes me subject to believe that you accept the currency and privilege of being classified as white, or you may be suspect of being a white supremacist, male or female.
Shout out to 2 Glock Hot in the building. I appreciate you, bro. He said free. What's good, brother? No Cap Crew, what they do. Shout out to 2 Glock Hot in the building. 2 Glock Hot was one of the special panelists last night. It was lit, man. Shout out to 2G in the building. I appreciate you, bro. Let me ask you something, Rahotep. Do you think that the very last thing that you said, do you think that people use that to make black people feel guilty about raising the issue of racism and oppression?
Well, yes. Well, when you don't understand if you don't understand how to decodify racism, white supremacy in its function, how it is structured, what is its intent on doing, and who the target victims or victim is, you can never come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
And I get that question a lot of times. People say, well, I have a white friend that so-and-so, or my brother's married to a white woman, so-called white woman, and we treat her like family. Yeah, we're the people that tend to do that. That may just be an innate strength in us, or innate dormant spiritual thing that's within us. And I'm not religious. I'm not a Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Taoist, or Muslim. But I will say this. The thing that I can best measure America, this experiment of 250 years by, is the interactions between so-called black people and people that are classified as non-white. And that can be many groups. They're still telling us that we're only 13% of the U.S. population. If that's a fact, then why, when you check on that box, are you black, Native American, Hispanic, non-white? Those categories wouldn't even exist if racism, white supremacy, and the demographics of where people that are classified as white reside, or where people classified as non-white reside, we would make up the majority. And we're still believing that we're only 13.5% of the U.S. population. I've been doing this 40 years, brother. I've been doing this 40 years. So I know how the victim responds. Say it again.
I said, where'd you get come up with the 400 years? You mentioned
Well,
400
when
years
European,
head start.
well, okay, well,
wanna
I'm
know
not just talking about.
Let me
Well, I'm
let me
not just
clarify
talking
the
about the
question, brother.
Americans. Go ahead.
And I was just wanting to clarify the 400 years. Is that, just slavery, or is that including Jim Crow, or what is the 400
That's
years?
all of it. It's when the Europeans from England, Europeans from when the Belgians, when the Portuguese. I'm talking about all that. I'm talking about I'm talking about Emancipation Proclamation, Jim Crow, slave clothes, lynching. I'm talking about all of it.
400 years though. 1619 to 1865 is
No,
two something.
well, when did they first enter a Cuba line? When did Europeans first enter the place they call Africa? What is the first date?
What was the complexion of the Europeans that were going to Alkebulan?
What was the complexion? Well, what was the complexion of the complexion of the Grimaldis, which is the ancient African Europeans? You don't see ancient African Europeans in Europe today, particularly in Britain and in Scotland and in Ireland, dominating, controlling those areas when they know from historical documents and records that Africans predated those people that classify themselves as white or the indigenous people of those European countries.
Oh, I agree with you there.
Now, if your argument is trying to persuade me that somehow racism, white supremacy don't exist, then you will. Oh, okay. And so I was just trying to see where this is going. So I'm including when Indo-Europeans or Germanic people first started to come in. This is predating. I'm talking about after the fall of ancient Kemet, Egypt, when Alexander the fake came into.
He was made up.
Kemet. Who's that?
Alexander the fake, like you said, he was made up.
Yeah.
They made him up
Yes.
and inserted him into history.
Yes.
He never existed.
Yes, that's the reason why I say that. Just like Zeus, who became Jesus.
But Ra Hotep, if you agree that they made up Alexander the Great and infiltrated or put him into the his storybook.
Hold on. No, I want you to clarify to the audience. You said that Alexander the Great was made up. Could you clarify that?
Elaborate on that.
They added 1,000 years to the calendar and inserted a lot of fake history to put themselves into history. You have to understand that when slavery was created by melanated people, the root word of slave is Slavs, Slovenians, Slovakians. Those people were the first slaves, right? Those
How do they look?
Pale skin, you're Eastern European people, right?
So did they still speak their language?
Huh? I didn't hear you.
When they went into bondage, did they still come out of that system after whatever time and period?
I don't want to throw him off because he had an initial point he wanted to make. I was just asking him to clarify to the audience, why did he say that Alexander the Great was made up? You don't have to stay on it long. Go ahead.
When the European comes into power after the 1500s, apexing in the 1800s, we have Reconstruction era where a lot of history is being reconstructed and rewritten to fit their narrative. A lot of melanated figures in the past are repainted and depicted as pale skin when the history books and the historical records describe them as melanated individuals. So there's a lot of characters in the past. So they had to add, like I said, about 800 to 1,000 years to the calendar to fit in all these extra stories to put themselves in a seat of power, so to speak. At the same time, erasing the history of Tartary, which is ancient Russia, and also the Moorish conquest of the Iberian Peninsula and much of Western Europe. They erased most of that and changed the story up, adding years to the calendar. So
this is very important. Do you think what you just said had a profound effect on Black people throughout the ages?
I would
has
like
a
to, I would like for the brother to name or identify the they. Who's the
Rahotep,
they
we're gonna
is?
do this. Hold on, Rahotep. I asked him a question. I'm a host of the show. I got you,
All right,
bro.
bro.
I got you. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Noble M Hotep. Shout out to Gamewise DJ for the $5. He said, standing on that black business. Salute the Freezy. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you.
Cap-tivity.
If you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, just like Gamewise DJ did, or you can send a cash cap to $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. Yeah, did it have a profound effect on black folk throughout the ages? Noble M Hotel.
If you add or change stuff in history and you focus on changing the geography of the land masses, which have changed dramatically over the last couple centuries, when you run across ancient doctrine, right, and you try to apply that information to modern geography, you just get confused about where things actually happened in the past in history. Like every country on the continent of Africa is, was basically named and created, and those little fake borders were created after the Berlin Conference in 1880, right? So when you look into all of those countries, you get, establishment early 1900s, late 1800s as their EST date. We all know that the land masses, predates, all of those names over there. Much of those names were actually found places here in America, names like Mauritania, for instance. Mauritania was over here in the Americas, but they renamed the Western African country Mauritania. We know Egypt wasn't. That's not Egypt. That's Kemet or Hikupta.
Kemet too.
Yeah, Kemet or Hikupta. One of those two terms are what we called it, or melanated people called that area of the continent. But they, after the Berlin Conference, they name everything over there. Morocco, that's the French protectorate, 1915, right. 1911. All of these things were shuffled around to confuse us here in this time when we go across and come across ancient hieroglyphs, ancient writings, and when you try to apply them to modern day geography, it just doesn't add up. And it's all there to make sure that we never discover who we actually are.
And the only question I have, brother, is
shout out to Alpha Omega in the building. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Alpha Omega said, show me one historic painting or statue of a black person in Europe. Just one. Also, shout out to Kelvin Cook. He said, what up, Freezy? The only profound effect was welfare and staying stuck on it. Shout out to our sister Chocolate Earth Foundation. She said, salute, salute.
To answer that brother's question, if you look at all the ancient family crests in Germany, England, or UK, France, which was actually Gaul, up until like the 1500s, those are the Gaelic people, right? Like I said, all these things, when you go and look at old maps, you're going to find out that, everything was shuffled around and changed. So, the whole his story that we've been taught is largely false. There's bits of truth that are in there, but they want to paint a picture of their superiority when they are very young on the planet in general.
And that's true, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. The only thing one of the questions I would is when people talk about this particular subject, and the brother is correct, depending on your source, but they normally we use euphemisms like they, them. I name them.
Oh yeah,
identified them, so-called white people, because there's no evidence, anthropological, phenotypical evidence that a so-called white race ever existed on the face of the planet. So I don't say they or them. I say exactly who plagiarized, who manipulated history to guide and control the future history, the past, present, and the future. And these are people that classify themselves as white. And the system they most unify around collectively in those major 9 areas that I pointed out is the currency of so-called whiteness. And I landed there, brother.
Shout out to Rob W in the building. What's going on, Rob? You say it's our mystery. Shout out to Rob W. Great to see you. Go ahead, Smitty. My bad.
What up, Smitty?
Oh, all right. So, all right. So I did I hear that correct? You said that us as the melanated people, we actually had the thin nose enslaved first.
Yeah.
So you're saying that they were slaves before us?
Yeah, we taught them slavery. They got it from us.
So we didn't.
I'll disagree with that.
Our own slaves as black people and black people first.
Wait, say that. Repeat that question.
So you telling me there was nobody that looked like us, who shares our skin tone and features, who was slaves before white people were slaves? Is that what you're telling me?
The original slaves were the Slavs. Absolutely.
I thought it was the Hebrews.
You also got to think about
wait. So how they gathered these people? Because I like to, I don't like to let people just gloss things over. I like to dissect it a little. So the people that had to gather those slaves, it's people that have to tend to these things, right? All right, cool. So what were those people called? Like, for example, let's say who built the pyramids, and let's just say, somehow or another humans did have some kind of effect to it, which I do believe, regardless if you say alien intervention, Anunnaki, whatever, right? Whatever, the Nephilim, or as we would say, the people of Odd. I'm just curious, like, so you telling me that we totally skipped over our own building infrastructures and stuff? We didn't have our own slaves to build infrastructures before we got the white people?
Well, when the term,
and how long did it take for white people to even emerge on the planet Earth, considering we're supposed to be the original hue, as in hue scientifically, right, man? So break that down for me. See, I don't know. It seems like we're kind of missing some steps here. Rock out.
So first of all, the genetic mutation that creates pale skin has only been on the planet 5,000-6,000 years tops. So anything ancient, there's no white people on the planet at this time. So you go back 6,000 years or older, there's nothing but us on the planet. Different variations. Cap-tivity.
So wait, right there. Right there. I love that you said that. So prior to that 6,000 years, what was taking place? Just curious.
Civilization building, warring between different tribes.
Let me just jump in, and that's a good stop point, right? To get some clarification from. See, brother Imhotep says that the Slavs. See, that's the linguistical variation, which is where the root word is. The root word slave is the root word thereof. But you got to understand. But the thing is that when Slavic people were enslaved, and say that we taught them slavery, Slavic people still spoke Slavic. They still understood the status of their origin. That was not stripped from them. Their language, their foreways, their moreways. Those things was not deteriorated based on the infusion of other cultures or other people that they were either sold to or they were indentured to. But when the African was enslaved, when Africans started being dispersed all over the islands, the Caribbean islands.
Hold on, brother Rob. Wait, what did you just say? When the African was enslaved?
That's I said when he
against what?
Well, that's going. Well, let me put it in time thing.
What you saying?
Let me put it in context. There, from my sources, and I can name a few, which would just like it's like this. They have not found any evidence. Even the best Egyptologists, even Howard Carter, none of them have found any evidence.
Let's narrow it. No. Let's not do that. Let's narrow this down.
Who's the moderator of the show? Is it the moderator or who am I talking to?
I'm just we men, bro. We all talking as men. We ain't doing
Having a
that.
conversation, brother.
So hold on, real quick. Yeah. I want to ask you briefly. So, what you said right there when you said African slaves. So again, with what you saying, were the African slaves first or the Slavs? That's where we need to go.
I'm saying I'm pointing to the African transatlantic slave trade. I don't know why that was, because I actually didn't finish that thought. I'm talking about I'm specifically now talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
That was transported from the west coast of Africa. Go ahead. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about those and compared of the white Slavic people who were even enslaved and bought and purchased by other white wealthy landowners, lords, dukes, and earls and counts. I'm talking about the difference in what the type of slavery that our ancestors went through during the transatlantic slave trade that got us in the condition that we're in today. Slavic people still speak their indigenous or ancient language or their old tongue, their mother tongue or father tongue. Africans that came to America, we still don't have that. So therefore, we end up adopting the language, the vernacular, the concept, and what the words mean. We begin to think and function on those words, and also at the same time, we begin to convert to their religions and their theologies and their customs.
So you're saying the nature of the slavery that so-called African Americans endured was unlike any other. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's never been seen between humans or Homo sapiens ever on the planet.
Okay.
And just
before you do that, Imhotep, shout out to BATL. Great to see you, sis. She said salute Freezer. Shout out to Conscious Moron. He said what up, no cap and chat. Shout out to Conscious Moron in the building. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Imhotep.
Just like they added things to the history and created, different things in the past.
I already know what you're about to say. Look,
it didn't actually happen. That transatlantic slave trade is grossly over exaggerated with the numbers and largely.
Okay, so what about the condition? So how do we get what is the condition after the act? Even say like it was exaggerated. Why is it that Africans or descendants of Africans in the Americas don't and had lost their customs, their foreways, their religions, and their traditions in the Americas, even if that's the case? Why was that?
I have an answer for you when you're ready. I didn't want to cut you off. My bad.
I'm ready. No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Because I'm ready. Most of the melanated American population was not brought over here by European ship hands.
Okay, let's look at that.
Most of us were already here, right? And then a lot of us were warring with each other over. Some tribes were trying to get involved with this new culture that's coming over here and these new colonies. Some of us wanted to join them, others wanted to keep separate. And so
no. Wait, hold on a minute, brother. There's no new culture came over here. Barbarians came over here.
How are the people that came over here barbarians when actually you could say that, but who were the barbarians?
The barbarians were the people you would just talk about, the colonizers, the settlers. These people, their very existence wiped out millions.
Where does the word barbarian come from?
Well, bro, we playing on semantics right now. You know what I'm talking about, bro.
I'm actually diving into history, and a lot of people don't have this.
Well,
history.
okay, I'm not saying diving into history.
I'm just talking to the audience. Don't take
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, let me say this to you. Have you read Dr. Lerone Bennett's book, Before the Mayflower?
Familiar with it. Haven't read it cover to cover. I do not have it in my library.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. You can go and let somebody else get it in.
No, what my point was that barbarian comes from the Barbary states, which were Moorish empires that ruled the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean and dominated the trade between the continents.
No,
So the
I don't disagree with that. I don't even
I'm
disagree with
saying,
that.
so the
I'm
barbarian.
disagreeing with the action. I'm disagreeing with the function and the end result thereof after whether the indigenous people in the Americas or on the Western continent came in contact with Indo-Europeans from Europe. And what was the end result? That's what I'm talking about. And who were they? And how is it that they are still conquering in those major 9 areas?
So for 700 years, the Moors ruled the Iberian Peninsula, which includes...
No, brother. The question is that how were they able to duplicate what they did in Europe and England as it relates to slaves and duplicate the same pattern in the Americas when they brought slaves over from Africa and when they encountered the indigenous people when they arrived on the shores here? That's what I'm asking. That's the question I'm posing.
When they arrived here, they didn't just start bringing slaves over here right away. The slave trade.
No, brother. I'm saying what did they do to the indigenous people, brother? Not to the African people. I'm talking about when they just embarked upon the indigenous people.
When they came over here, right? You said it at the beginning. We're a very welcoming people, right? And when somebody comes over here and they share our complexion, which is where I was going, right? Because how can you dominate a continent or much of a peninsula, which is Spain and Portugal, first countries to actually reach here? How can you go through 700 years of domination by a group of melanated people called Moors, and the people that come out of that not be my complexion or darker?
I don't know what. I can't see you on the screen right now, bro.
Okay,
so I don't know what your complexion is.
I'm a light skinned brother, right?
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay.
What I'm getting at, Ryan Hotep, is is that
okay, bro.
That
I know who I'm
the
talking
people
to.
that came over here, including Cristobal Colon, right? Now most people know as Christopher Columbus, were melanated. So when they got here, they see.
Oh, so you saying Christopher Columbus was melanated?
Absolutely, Cristobal Colon was.
What are we doing today?
I don't know. I don't know where the brother going on there. My thing is this. My thing is this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop out.
Hold on, Roger. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Fantastic in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, my brother?
What's going on with your freezer? What's going on, man?
I don't want to say this, brother. I'm gonna drop out. This black fatigue thing.
The reason why I'm letting this go on. This screen yard Saturday, so we got a long.
I ain't mad at you. No. I ain't saying
so.
We got a long night, so trust me. Just.
And I know other people. And I know other people want to come on, brother. All I'm saying is we can get into the history, we can get into dates, we can get into the events. My opinion and my analysis of this black fatigue thing is a black ops that is coming from the highest level of the intelligence agency, and that's all I want to say about that. That's where I believe it's coming from.
I would largely agree that there's a mission to, much like Bacon's Rebellion. Bacon's Rebellion was the last, successful rebellion, or the first successful rebellion on the colonies, and they didn't want this to ever happen again. So what they did after Bacon's Rebellion was they gave the poor pale-skinned people that they brought over from the gallows in the dungeons to work the colonies.
Correct.
They gave them a designation of white and gave them a little bit more privilege so that poor or disenfranchised melanated people and poor whites, just for common, poor blacks and poor whites wouldn't get together and rebel against the power structure. So there
you go.
It's a divide.
So they use
to have us go against white people, have white people against black people, so that they can continue to control the population, so they'll never wake up to what's actually happening to them in real time.
Right. Correct. I agree. And they use even light-skinned people to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Y'all have a good night,
shout
man.
out to Don Harden.
Pleasure,
What's
brother.
going on, Don? Great to see you, Don. She said, "Hey, Freezy and panel, great to see you."
Appreciate you, brother, to allow me to speak my information on your panel, brother. And I'll check you out again, Freezy.
You ain't got to go
Hotep.
nowhere. Why you finna go?
Follow me.
Oh yeah, I'm getting ready to head out. Me and my wife is gonna go.
Oh, okay then.
But when I saw the subject, when I saw the subject, I said I have to jump on
I
that.
thought you had freezer fatigue. I thought you.
Oh no, bro. No, it's not that because
Okay, all right.
see, and because I know other people want to come on, and there's a few people in the room already. I saw in the chat that I'm liable to zone out on them, and I don't want to do that.
Damn, already? God damn. There's a lot
Focus
of
on
fatigue.
No, but me,
the chat.
yeah, I black out, bro. I'm I black out.
Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. What's your opening thoughts, Fantastic? What's going on with you, bro? First of all, how your Saturday been going, man?
Hey man, I can't complain, man. Everything cool. Everything good your way?
Yeah. You're good, man. I watched a movie today with my wife called Hostage. Y'all ever seen that before? Bruce Willis. Y'all ever seen?
No, I never seen Hostage.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Yeah. But what you think about this black? This is my first. Like, I'm kind of new to the black fatigue thing, but I see it's been a hot topic. What do you think about this whole black fatigue thing?
Yeah, it went viral. I think probably about a couple weeks ago, if not a week ago. And it's just like I said, I definitely agree with the aspect of it being a psyop. To where you have rabble rousers that are trying to create this, this different demographic phenotype major altercation. I think that's what's going on. So when you understand that, like I said, I think I didn't even know it was a book. So I guess the original purpose of it was a book that was written by someone that explained pretty much what Black people go through concerning, American society and white people and different things, discrimination, all those things.
Exactly.
But now it's been adapted
by
to
Mary Frances Winters, it say right here.
Yeah, so now it's been converted over to pretty much you tired of these niggas, right?
Yeah.
And
that's exactly what it is.
yeah, but Black people do have black fatigue, and I don't know if you got to that aspect of it or you're covering that aspect of it too. There's a lot of Black people that
I'm talking about it all. I want to talk about it all tonight. Yeah.
So the major part on our side is like, hey, bro, we just tired of the ones that make it look bad, the few that make it look bad for the many, and the people that are used, right, the useful idiots that are used to stereotype Black people as a whole. So the very small contingent but loud, and the fact of the matter that even though we know white people fight, Asian people fight, Hispanic people fight. I would say at least 65 or better % of the fighting videos you see on the internet are Black people. Right.
Agreed.
So it's a lot of things that we help ourselves by recording and sharing and liking and all these different things, all of the negativity that reinforce these stereotypes. And now you have a lot of these things that happened this year. The Carmelo and Austin Metcalf thing kicked a lot of things off. But now you have this major tit for tat back and forth. You go from the Austin Metcalf thing to the girl calling the kid, the 5-year-old boy, the N-word, to the dad killing the cop that didn't have anything to do with his son getting killed. So again, man, the media loves playing these things up, and I don't think people understand, just how easily it is to manipulate the masses. But yeah, that's my take.
They just turning the volume up with the media. It's just turning the volume up on everybody on this topic.
So essentially, are you saying, Mr. Fantastic, that black fatigue is geared more towards people tired of seeing the images and footage of black negative images of Black folk in the media?
So for Black people, yes, but for white people, it's the misconception and the lie being told by mainly conservatives and racists that Black people are just lazy and they're complaining, all on welfare, all committing all the crimes, all these things, the stereotypical bullshit that they've been saying about Black people for forever. So that's what the white people are using as black fatigue.
And just to spin off what Mr. Fantastic just said, there's areas of the country where they don't interact with us because we're largely city dwellers. So if all they're getting is, you know, what the media is feeding them, they're gonna definitely internalize that and just make assumptions based on, you know, anybody that shares a complexion with the images that they've been has been portrayed to them. So
yeah, and that just real quick, and then you got it. And too, on top of what Imhotep said, you got to think, right? The majority of Black people live in the South. So outside of major cities in the South, there's a very, very small percentage of Black people, especially like damn near none. You get into Idaho and Iowa and Nebraska and shit like that, you got to have a permission slip to even cross state lines as a nigga. You feel me? So if they see all these stuff, that's where it's just, you know, especially negative social media content and stuff or whatever, that's all they know.
Exactly.
So
go ahead, Jay Prince. What's your opening thoughts on this black fatigue situation? We got a long night. Go ahead.
First, I didn't know what black fatigue was until Fantastic just talked about it. I think that Black people shouldn't give a damn about nobody's stereotypes. I think we the only race always got to be answering to somebody else that don't really exist, only in our head. Why do Black folks got to always get approval? You know when people be saying that every time you see Black people like do something crazy, get into some fights, and I see Black women be saying this. That's why they look at us the way they look at us now. Like I hate that statement right there shows like I hate that with a passion when you make that type of statement, because it's almost like we got to live up under somebody else's approval that they never approved us in the beginning. Once upon a time, Black folks did carry themselves in a productive manner. They did wear suits and ties every day. They did do everything productive. Way before the daddies got removed from the homes where the Black men, Black women acted differently, like the Black Panthers now, right? And they still got judged. So it don't matter what we do. You cannot force people that don't give two cares about you to care about you. And when Black folks when something happened, they always say they don't really care about us. They don't really, I could have told you that it's your fault. The reason why you thought they gave a damn about you anyway, because they don't beat your ass no more. Just because they don't beat your ass no more, and they allow you to get a little money and go to school, that don't mean that they still don't look at you the way they always have looked at you. Generations of looking at you in a negative light. The foundation between Blacks and other races always have been from a negative perspective. Black folks, you the dummy for thinking that because you don't get beat or they don't call you the N-word in your face no more, that somehow you on equal playing field. They love you now. That's your fault for believing that dumb stuff. And stop asking us to get approval and stop telling us to try to make us care, give a damn about what they think about. I don't give two shits what they think about me. I don't care what we doing. Why we need their approval? That's the same thing with the education. Black people don't feel smart unless the white man tell them they are. That's what their degree is. Y'all wait for their approval too damn much. And then you want to say that y'all powerful. No, you are not. When you got to depend on a white man or the white validation in every aspect of your life. You look to be validated from them. I never know white people to wait for our approval. So why do we gotta wait for theirs? White people, Asian people, Puerto Rican people, they don't care about nobody's stereotypes. So why should you? I don't care how it looks. That's all I have to say. Hey, can I ask you a question, JP?
Yeah.
All right, two-part. All right, the first part of this question is, are we in a world with others, or is this just simple? Hold on. Are we in a world with others, or is this simply our world? That's the first question. I got one more question after that.
I think it's both. We live in a world with other people, but amongst other people, we have our own society within this society.
Okay. Okay. All right. And
living culture.
nah, I was making sure you finished. Okay. So the second part to that question is, how important is image? Considering you said we are in the world with other people. The reason why I asked you, are we in the world with other people, or is this our world? Because if it's our world, then of course you might be like, well, it's my house, F it, right? So you acknowledge that we in the world with other people. How important is image and the impact it has on us?
If the image will be very important if the image if other people if the image will be very important if the other people were Jesus or God.
Okay. Okay.
And if they not that or nobody that we should inspire to be, we shouldn't care what people view us. Again, we did the perfect route before we got all degenerate and stuff. Once upon a time, black folks conducted themselves very conservative, right? They follow all of the white man rules, and they still got judged. The world still looked at them in a messed up way. So it don't matter what you do, they still gonna find a way to look at you in a certain way. So I don't care.
All right, so what you saying that when you was mentioning how we always used to wear like church clothes, suit and ties, would you say that black people were more productive back during the days we wore suit and ties, or during the days of pants sagging off the ass? What you got?
I think they always have been productive. I think they always have been productive. They added value.
No. The question is more. The question is more, not both. They are. The question specifically is more, and which why?
Well, I didn't live in that time, so I don't know the value standard back then. What when you say the value standard back then, I don't know, because if they was that much of a value, they wouldn't be getting.
Did we have more families? Did we have more married households? Did we have, more businesses that were thriving, all of that? And
I think black folks have get more money now, but I think it was more unity back then than it is now.
Speaking about, in a nutshell,
unity and getting money, two different things.
Okay. So bet I said I'm talking about the unity. So let's stay right there. Stay right there.
Okay, yeah, I would agree that it was more unity. They had a different standard of life where they were chasing. It wasn't just chasing money, right? So I think they were chasing for liberation and freedom and freedom literacy amongst themselves. And they was too busy trying. I think the only reason why they came together because white folks lumped them all into a boat and said, I hate all you niggas. So of course they was all trauma bonded. So now we've been gaslit in today's time and say, okay, slavery, that's something of the past. We are all equal. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So a lot of us blacks bought into that dream that the white man gave us, saying that racism is over with. That's something of the past. We never lived through there. There's nothing that white folks can do that you can't do. And so we bought more into the pimping.
This is my very last question for you, so we can move the floor. Do you believe that an actual king should have the exact same image as the peasant?
Do I believe the king? Well, the peasant will be a replica of the king.
Oh shit, JP.
People is the replica. People are the replica of God, right? I'm made in my God's image. So however I am, that's how God is.
Freezy, I'm going to the bathroom.
All right, cool.
Tenfold.
Yeah, so I don't know why y'all trying to force us to acquiesce to these people. They're not trying to acquiesce to you.
Well,
they don't care about their image when it comes to you.
Yeah, the problem is you have your whole premise is false. First off, white people really don't. The majority of white people don't care about black people like the majority of black people don't care about white people.
The thing is that you have a moral standard and ethical standard that's just set by a societal standard, right?
Who set that?
Huh?
Who set that standard?
We do. And you proved it when you
No, that's false.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
The moral standard, fantastic. The moral standard came from the Christianity standard and the white laws. Basically, the laws that we have in America steal from that Christianity Bible, which is the white man's standards.
Who created Christianity?
White.
No, wrong.
Blacks did.
Black didn't come into existence until the 1500s, brother.
Yeah, but y'all give shout out to the brother Imhotep, man. And I'm y'all shipped it, but the brother dropped a lot of knowledge, man. So if y'all didn't see it, definitely go back and listen to what he's telling you. You niggas don't know your history. Hold on, brother. I didn't cut you off.
Go ahead.
Y'all give white people too much credit. You know what I'm saying? The people that be talking up here about this, that, and the other, bro. White people were slaves. Okay. Black people ruled Europe for what was it, Imhotep, 800 some years or whatever, so on and so forth. It's like I said, it's a whole year they talk about.
711 AD to 1492. What else happened in 1492, JP?
Yeah.
Coincidentally, what else happened in 1492?
You said what? Y'all hear me?
Yeah. So 711 AD to 1492, right? That's almost 800 years. What else happened coincidentally in 1492?
The Mid-Atlantic Slave Trade?
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and then also in 1482, Spain became in power and then started exiling Negroes from Spain to Angola to be a penal code.
So the thing is,
you're right, but it wasn't Negroes; they were called Moors.
They were called or Moors, or black people. They were shipped from Spain to Portugal, then Portugal into Angola.
So the Moors literally civilized Europe. All right, the big reason they had the Black Plague and they had all of these things, these issues, is they were shitting and drinking the same water. They didn't have aqueducts. They didn't have sewer systems. They didn't know how to store their food. Any of these things, right? Even though people will argue.
Did black people civilize America? Who civilized America? Black people or other people?
We were already civilized here in the Americas, bro.
Yeah, so hold on. Yeah. So again, this is why y'all got to read, got to do some research. And they purposely tried to destroy this man when he told you this. There were people that got here from Africa. Africa is the beginning of any of everything. Okay, that's been proven. Africans were the first sailors. They were the first travelers. They were the first everything, right? So you had people that had traveled here to the Americas that were of African descent, the quote unquote natives, right? That were here way before Columbus even discovered this hemisphere. Okay. So once you understand that, and then you're able to look at the Aztecs and the Mayans, and you see that when you compare them to the Egyptian pyramids, that the dimensions and things are not exactly the same, but extremely similar. Everything from dimensions and the structure. You come to find out that again, Africans have been all around this world before people could even keep record, right? But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say to get to the point is this: the moral standards and thing that was set here is just that white people adapted, of course, and adjusted as time advances and whatever. Black people played a part in that. All right.
I don't think. Oh, go ahead.
Black people played a part in that. When you start talking. Go ahead.
Laws here,
I think that you partially
before
right.
you go, J Prince, hold on. Shout out to Narratives and Dollar for his $5 super cap. What's going on, Coffee? He said, good show in 2025. You shouldn't worry about what white people think, nor should you be trying to teach them how to treat you or prove you're different. Shout out to Narratives and Dollars. If anybody would like their comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap like Coffee did, or you can send a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. No cap, $ no cap freezy. Go ahead, J Prince.
So even though I agree with you, fantastic. However, who presented the civilization? Whites. They presented in from their perspective.
No, hold on, let me finish. They present it from their perspective, right? That's the same thing when I talks about the Bible. Even though the Bible is a split copy from the Egyptian hieroglyphics, however, they redid it into from their and represented it from their ethnicity, from their perspective. So even though I could say the American flag is originally an Egyptian flag, but the meaning, how they changed the meaning and removed the African knowledge about all of this stuff and put their information on it. So they even though we got some blacks, the information that we have and the civilization that we have probably stems from black, but they put their own twist on it. So they completely erase. It's almost like buying a car. I steal your Lamborghini, but I gutted everything out and put everything I wanted up in there. Yeah, the body is yours.
Yeah, so you do know black people helped ratify the Declaration of Independence, correct?
The
I don't know. I
article,
wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there.
the Articles of Confederation were basically taken from the Iroquois Confederation, word for word. The Iroquois were a melanated indigenous tribe here in the Americas.
First off, as us black folks, and I know this is gonna be crazy to say. First off, every information that we know, knowledge or education, came from people that don't fuck with us, right?
That's
So
not true.
I would, for me, it would be safe to say that black folks here in America are stupid. Your knowledge is predicated. Everything that you know comes from your enemy, which is white. White people gave you your education from kindergarten. You went to white people schools, the curriculum. They tell you. I was up there watching my daughter and them in school, and I had to sit back and swallow the lies that it was telling her about Egypt in geography class. So
what lies was it?
If you believe that they all told you lies,
all this stuff they was talking about Egypt, I knew it was false. And so, because they said the next time I interrupt their class, because when they first said it, I interrupt their class. I said that all that stuff y'all talking about is lies. So they was gonna kick my daughter out of school. And because I said, well, can you give my daughter a different class? Because I don't want y'all to be sitting up there lying to her. And this is how they program your mind. So they told my daughter a bunch of lies. And so here go the indoctrination part. So after they teach her a bunch of lies, now they're gonna quiz her and give her a test. And so let me say, if I say 2 + 2 is 5, I'm the teacher, you the student. I'll tell you 2 + 2 is 5. And so now I'm gonna give you a test. So in the test, that question gonna be there, what's 2 + 2? If you say 4, that's gonna be wrong. So basically it's training you to teach you to tell you the wrong, it's indoctrinating you. So I do believe us black folks here in America are stupid.
So Jay Prince is saying basically the majority of education that black folk receive in public schools is European. That's what he's trying to say. So it's whitewashed. It's whitewashed.
Well, it will be inaccurate because again, the majority of stuff you live here is American, right? Again, you everybody likes to keep talking about Europe. The people that left Europe came to America, of course, had some European qualities or whatever. But there's a reason why there's a huge difference between America and Europe today. Okay, things change, people adapt, all this different shit, right? The problem with your thing, JP, is that okay? How do you know? so have you done the research and gained the knowledge to be able to say, hey, this is how and where you're wrong. And this is the original source. Of course not. You haven't done it. Right? So you haven't done it. Hold on.
Hot Sauce, you coming up in 1 second, Hot Sauce. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So fantastic. Like, okay, when I went to Egypt, right, I realized just on a religious base, I was lied to. So I don't got to wait, uncover everything that was told to me was a lie. You lie to me. I mean, how many times that white people got to prove to you that they've been lying to you? I mean,
I'm not saying they haven't.
how come? First off,
I
you
don't
got to
think
ask
you believe
yourself.
that, Jay Prince.
First off, you got to ask yourself, how come black folks are not educating whites? Where's black curriculum from? Not no black university, because it's still a white curriculum. Yeah, you're gonna add some black history in there, but the curriculum, the base of the education is still their curriculum, right? Even if you homeschool your kid, you still have to have their curriculum for your kid to pass to the next grade and possibly graduate.
Before you hold on, before you go in hotel, let him finish. I gotta let hot sauce in there. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
So everything, basically everything that we know here in America as black folks, you got to keep in mind, you is expecting you put all of your education in the hands of the people who subjugated you, who kidnap you, who murder you, who show you every day they don't have your best interests at all. So everything about you, they told you, your life beginnings were slavery, right? So everything that these people told you was it was to destroy you, to make you feel inadequate, to make you feel like you wasn't worthy, to make you be a servant, right? So why in the hell will you be sitting up there trusting these people? Trusting these people. Fantastic. I guarantee you won't trust me as far as you can spit. But yet you got this much faith in some people who eradicated your whole ancestry. Why would you believe in? You won't believe nothing I say about a lot of you one time. But yet it's been proven that whites lie to you 1, 2, 3, multiple times, and you still got this faith in them for them to be every time the white people talk to a black person, they automatically believe everything the white man say. You don't fact check them like you would do me. You don't call them liars like you would do me. You every time you go to that school, you swallow everything that they tell you, and you run with it.
Let me get hot sauce. Hot sauce, what's your opening thoughts on this on the black fatigue? Are you familiar with it?
Yeah. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, Shabbat shalom.
Shalom to all the Hebrews out there. So try to bring it back to the topic when we're talking about black fatigue. I think this is a part of prophecy, right? When everybody just kind of in the scriptures it says, in the end days everybody gathers amongst their own. So, and with Trump just being in office, he emboldens people. I believe he emboldens all people to be them true selves. So, the people who feel a certain type of way about black people feel emboldened and feel comfortable to let their feelings really be known about how they feel about black people, and vice versa. And I just think right now it works for upper and middle class blacks who are tired of the nigger shit. It's for white people just
Brother,
that feel like,
whoa. Hard R, brother.
what? I didn't say the ER. I said a nigga. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then on top of that, you got white people just saying, you know what? I'm tired of seeing Black Lives Matter every day on my screen. I'm tired of seeing black people complain every day on my screen, right? Especially in this type of economy, because the one thing that America always needed, they always needed to feel that no matter how bad I am, black people are in the worst condition. And what DEI showed white America was, no, you're not in the worst condition in Black America. In fact, Black America has been surviving despite all the perceived benefits you thought the government was giving you, right? And once you take that emotional blanket from white America, they start to lose their mind. And that's what we're seeing here when it comes to black fatigue on their side. And then for us, Chris Rock said it way back in the 90s, right? I love black people, but I hate, niggas. So at the end of the day, I will say that. But just going back to tap on the history lesson, it was actually Hebrews, not the Moors, that were extradited out of Spain and Portugal. But other than that, but I do get what Jay Prince is saying. Even
Same
though
people.
education originated in Africa, East Africa, what we learn in the American education system today is a European framework under a Persian system, and we also cannot not ignore that.
Is it just safer to say whitewash?
Well, I mean, but the correct point is this: it's under European framework that was with the Board of Education was ran by the Rockefellers to create drones, right? And it's a Persian system.
Correct.
It's a Persian
Okay.
system.
Mr. Fantastic said he made a stipulation. It's an American education. Why would we call it European or whitewash?
Well, because it's under a Hellenized framework, right? Because when Board of Education was established with the Rockefellers, right? It was established based on a Persian system, creating workers to be creating
you mean Prussian. You keep saying Persian, but you mean Prussian, right?
Interrupt anybody. Creating human capital for factories and things like that. Right?
But yeah, just real quick. Hey, can you hear me? So you keep saying Persian, but I think you mean Prussian.
Prussian, I'm sorry, yeah, Prussian, thank you. Under a Prussian system. Right? So I mean, so that's where I would agree on JP, because education absolutely originated in Africa, but the way it's presented in a framework is under oppression and European or Hellenistic framework. And I'll pass the mic on that.
Yeah,
I personally believe education existed all over the globe.
Hold on, JP. Let Fantastic respond, and we're gonna work it around.
Artifacts.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's where it gets to the point, right? So you start bringing in the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all these different things and so on and so forth, and then we start talking about what was it? Damn, the Federal Reserve, all this different shit. That's a totally different level, right? But all those things play into it. Hold on, go ahead.
Hot sauce was correct.
So I believe we forgetting about Rome when we talk about civilization and morals. Our moral codes come from Rome, right? When you talk about the marriage concept, the way how we believe in the stuff, even in the Bible, that stemmed from Rome, that from people that didn't have nothing to do with us. So these black people here keep calling themselves American. Yeah, you was born here, but you don't have no influential power to be able. Yeah, you use American barely. The 14th Amendment keep you, nigga. It's almost like nigga, you made one wrong move, your ass out the door type of, but you don't have you never had no power where to the point where you making staples where everybody have to follow, especially when you talk about education, especially when you talk about the moral system, even when you talk about in marriage, something that's supposed to be sacred to everybody, right? You have no influence on the marriage concept. That marriage contract, no black people drew that up, created it, nothing like that. The laws, black folks is not up in there creating laws where white people and Asian people got to follow. They doing that, and you got to follow. So you're not in charge of anything that meaning that makes America move the way it does. Black people don't have that influential. Yeah, you might get one biracial nigga that get in a high position, like the dude that's in the military, the Joint Chief of Staff. Yeah, they put niggas in that. And when you see him operate on people around people that's above him, he look like a butler. He look like he's ice cold.
Y'all giving white people too much credit, bro. Listen, like
they got the credit. It's not about us giving it to them.
No.
It is they runs the show.
So no, this is you don't understand. This is more of a classism thing and like you said, even legacy and bloodline thing than race. 99% of white people don't make rules, don't have authority, don't have power, bro. The biggest group of poor people in the country are white people. Again, we all start talking this, the white man running everything, and the white man this and the white man that.
People that's in charge are what color?
Huh?
The elites of America are what color?
Who?
The elites of America don't even run shit. The elites of the elites are fucking global. But
not in DC. They black in DC.
Okay, put it like this: black people are part of the elites that runs America.
There are some. Of course, there are some, very, very few,
Okay,
but there are
name them.
some.
Name them so I can go
Well, I
look it up
couldn't
and
name
see for
them.
myself.
I couldn't name them. That's something the elites, quote unquote, are outside of, like, I think is what, the 5 families or whatever that run the world.
So how would
That
you know that
name,
there's blacks in there then?
because you have, if you make it to be a multi-billionaire in this world, or you get to certain places of authority, you can only do that by very, very
Getting a seat at the table.
yeah,
Wait, so
you
are you
get
telling me
appointed and
P
selected.
Diddy is a elite?
J Prince, I mean,
P Diddy is a
honest,
puppet. P
to be
Diddy is
honest,
not even an elite. No, P Diddy would be
He's
a
invisible.
puppet.
nobody knows who the elites are, right? Nobody knows who they
No,
are.
but Fantastic
Nobody
do though.
knows.
He said they were black. He said some black. So
Yeah,
clearly,
so I'm black.
clearly
But I told
he
you that's
knows
global.
some of them, right? So I just want to know, who are these black people that Fantastic is referencing?
I told you I don't know them personally. I just gave you some of the criteria that could have you look at people and look them
So
up.
how do you know that there's black people in the elites?
The true elites are global. The true elites are people that have power around the world, bro.
So are you telling me African
even your
government is
worldview.
running America?
Yes.
A black African government is one of the parts
Not
of
black
America.
African, no. But what I'm telling you is this: there are a group of people that pretty much tell everybody what the fuck to do. They not here. Okay, so
You can't name them on this.
black people
You can't name them on this panel anyways. It'll hurt Freezy's channel.
So wait, Fantastic. You can't, and this is why we talk about education, right? And you got to be careful when people just say something without citing a source. So he said that it was
JP,
black
you've never
people that's
cited a source in your
elites.
life.
Well,
I literally asked you.
He
I
stated
literally
that it was
asked
some
you.
elites that were
I
black.
literally asked you to tell us what was wrong that they talked about Egypt, and you didn't even give me a reply. I don't want to turn this to a me and you thing, bro. I'm not trying to have a back and forth. Just hear me out, right? You got it. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to have a back and forth. Only thing I'm trying to do is get a clarity. I said that the elites were white.
So take the information I gave you, brother.
You said there were. Fantastic. You said there were black people in the elites.
I got you.
And I asked you where? Show me.
And
so
what
I
I'm
can go
telling
look
you is
them up.
this: since you don't want to believe me in the first place, brother, just do your research. I gave you the criteria that you need to consider in order to classify as that. There's not a list that exists, JP, out here that's going to be like, these people are in the elites. Okay, there are books that you got to read.
They are part of the elites. How would you know?
Because I've done research. I've done this shit.
Wait. So this is not an argument. So you said that if there's not nothing that I could go and find and say these are the people that's in the elites, but yet you said that you did research. So what type of research that you can get that I can't get?
Bro,
if you tell wait, Fantastic, hear what I'm saying, Fantastic.
I'm listening.
If you tell me there's no piece of paper,
nonsense, bro.
No, I'm not trying to make y'all trying to make into that.
Let him get it out. Let him get it
Yeah,
out.
I'm not talking. It's not even
I'm just trying to step out of question. Fantastic. I'm not trying to start an argument or nothing. You just stated that. You just stated that there's no information where it's going to show me that these particular people are part of the elites. But then I asked you, I said, well, how do you know that? You said you've done research. So if you telling me that I can't find that, how did you find it?
This is not even about the topic. This is not even about the topic. Let me just move on.
No, it's cool, bro. So again, what I'm gonna tell you is this, JP, right? You have to do the research for things that existed, like it's not even current stuff still been going on, right? And what you find is you have to start piecing things together, and you have to start combining your sources. Because, like I said, I didn't lie to you. There isn't a list, quote unquote, of elites that exists. Once you understand, though, that particular kind of people, a particular name of people, and you can track and you can match up certain books that have been written and certain events that have happened in the world, that's when you start to see this, and you get to pretty much put together.
An opinion.
Well, you can say that. You can say that.
So opinion's not a fact, though. Opinion's not a fact.
No, opinion is a fact. Opinions can be facts.
Opinions can be facts, and they can also be wrong.
Yeah, opinions
can also be wrong.
I know, but an
Okay,
opinion can
okay,
also
Jay,
be right,
can we
though,
just
Jay
move on,
Prince. You know,
please?
you have to two
Please.
things
Opinion
won't be right
can
at
be
the same
right, but
time.
it also can be wrong. So we can't
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm
we can't
saying.
determine
So
what
brother,
opinion is.
so let's not make this about me and you. You just go do the research and you find it out and you find out the facts for yourself.
I
Don't take
already
my
know
word
they
for
right.
I have a better
I
question.
already figured that they. My opinion said that they're right, but like you just said, my opinion can be
And
wrong or it
you
can
have
be
a very
true.
limited very limited scope of the world, JP.
Can we please move on? Please. Can we just please
So
move
so
on?
so
I just have one question before we move
go
on.
ahead and ask your question, Hotep, and I'm gonna go to Artifact. Go ahead. So we can everybody get a chance to speak. Then we can just
Yeah.
have a round table.
I'll be quick. Just depends on how long Jay Prince's
Oh my God,
response
please
is. You've mentioned numerous times, Jay Prince, that you know, this is a white man's education, and everything that we learned from white people, right? And it was miseducated, largely wrong. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying 100% of it is wrong because I do believe that that when people are stealing, they will steal actual stuff, but they just put their face on it and they twist it up a little. You know, they twist it up a little stuff. So just because I steal from you knowledge or education, don't mean that everything that they telling us is wrong all the way. It's just that they put everything they revamp it, put their face and put their ethnicity on it.
Is
A
it
framework,
far
a
fetched? Hold on.
framework.
Is it far fetched is it too far fetched that everything that you were given is a lie? If you're saying that some of it could be right,
yeah,
and you've proven some of it to be wrong, is it too far fetched to say that everything that you've been given from them is false or inaccurate?
I would say it's under a different framework. It's under a different ethnicity.
Now, hear my question: it's a yes or no answer? Is it too far fetched to assume that everything that they've given to you, as far as what happened in the past, is inaccurate or wrong?
I would lean more inaccurate.
Oh, okay, so with that being said, right? They said that there's a story about them bringing us all over in chains and ships to the tune of 11.2 million by sailboat, stuffed in the hull of the ship with no ventilation, right? Feces and urine, right? And they did this over and over again and lost cargo over and over again. If you had a business, how long would you continue doing that before you said, this is not making me any profit?
I think they told us that story because you got to think about it. When we heard about that story, look how it made us feel, right? That story made us feel angry. It made us feel like walking atomic bombs. That made us feel inadequate. It made us feel less. It made us feel only our inspiration is something of relates to slavery. So I think that story of slavery had a different motive than what we assume it is, right? So I don't necessarily believe slavery actually existed, especially it is the way that they told us, right? I
Are
think
y'all
that
saying
they
that the
told us that
transatlantic
story
slave
for a
trade
reason.
is not real? Are you saying that the transatlantic slave trade is not real? Is that what I'm hearing?
I can go point
I
for
don't
point
believe
with
that
you, bro.
I don't believe me personally. I don't believe that it was
Being the
real.
tribe of Judah is heavily reliant on that transatlantic slave story, and I have evidence that would actually
You heard what you just said.
archaeological
A
and
story
DNA
that
evidence that would prove that the human origins don't even start in Africa.
okay. So when you talking about the DNA,
Remember, the
you
theory
cite
of
the person that's going
evolution
to give you that
is
DNA
Darwin,
test.
a European that gave you that. But you guys
Right.
are saying that they're lying to us. I'm saying believe that fact that they're lying to you.
No, I don't believe. Okay, I believe when you say Africa, I believe black people's all over the globe. I think the word English. I think the English word black and white make us look at stuff differently. So if you remove the English language because it got so much negative connotation between the English word of black and white.
I'm with
That
you.
if you remove the English language, it will probably make us view it totally different.
but
English is one
I
of the
do believe
newest
like I do
languages,
believe
and
that when you talk about black people probably existed everywhere, right? There's
That's
native,
what I believe.
there's native European blacks. That's why Irish and Jamaicans sound the same, because the Jamaicans probably came from Ireland. I do believe that the original people in America were black, but the reason why I cannot discount the Atlantic slave trade, because there's too many accounts and too many different languages and too many different countries that account for it happening, right? Because you can read in the Portuguese manuscripts in Portuguese that talked about the ships. You can read the edicts in Spain that shipped them from Spain to Angola. You can read the edicts in from the Brits talking about how
Right.
they financed the slave trade. And then even the Africans themselves said, "Yeah, we sold you, motherfucker." So
Right. So those
they
Africans.
said all that
So
after.
let me respond to you. Let me
Hold on,
respond to you
hold on,
before you get
You
too
start your
far.
no, that
hold
wasn't
on,
conversation,
for you,
hold on,
JP.
CP.
That was
Hold on,
not
hold
for
on,
you,
hold
JP.
on.
That was not for you.
Hold
That
on.
was
Hold on one
So
second. Shout out to my brother World Class in the building. Were you done, hot sauce?
I'm just saying, like there's just too many different accounts, too many different languages, too much of a track record financially from the Portuguese, from Spain, from the UK, and then the Africans themselves said, "Yes, we sold you." So I mean, it's
all of the
just
people who were gangsters and enslaved us.
Wait. Before everybody go, I want to get artifacts in there, and I want to get World Class in there. Go ahead, artifacts. What's your opening thoughts, bro?
Salute, Freezy. What's up, panel?
Salute.
I believe I'm the youngest one on this panel, so I'm being educated more so than anything. So I'm listening. But I don't believe white people can get black fatigue because they're not around black people enough to understand what we go through. I do believe that black people can get black fatigue depending on the environment that they came from and their upbringing. But I appreciate this topic, Freezy. It's important for us to understand. But then also, this panel is a great example, and it shows you the levels of education. It shows you how far we need to go to get educated. Because let me tell you something: the person that's book smart is always going to be ahead of the game because they read it and they understand what's going on. So, JP, by you asking all these questions, you slowing the show, you messing the show up. And just take your time, brother. Ask your questions, but take your time when you do it. And we all here for it. You know what I'm saying? We support each other. This is what we need to see. Black brothers discussing things and figuring things out. That's what I'm here for.
So okay, to respond to you real quickly, what hot sauce did.
no,
We got
that
different
wasn't for
councils.
you. That was
We
for
have
Noble.
That
was not for you.
come on, man. I'm gonna respond to him. I'm about to respond to him. We have multiple accounts of people saying Jesus existed, but we all know he didn't. We got a lot of people saying referencing Jesus walked the water and exist, but we know he didn't. So when you saying now artifact, you saying that people reading books is no different from people telling you something, right? You know how books was created? It was created by live people, right? So I could create a book, you could create a book. Freezy, everybody on this platform can create a book. Just because it comes from a book, that don't mean that it's 100% accurate. You don't even know the character of these people that wrote these books. You don't know the history of these people.
Yeah, but
You
just
don't know
real
what
quick.
type of person. Hold on. The people that wrote these books, you don't know nothing about these people, right? So before I let those people their books convince me and tell me something, I need to know a lot about them and not know can we pick out a one day out their whole existence, put stuff in a book and I'm gonna bang my life with it and say it's the truth.
Oh my God! Do you understand that makes no sense? So basically, you're saying if you haven't
It don't
witnessed
make no
something
sense
yourself,
because you don't want to not accept the stuff that they've been teaching
well,
you.
I didn't
But you
cut
have
you off.
accepted everything they
I
taught
didn't.
you.
I
You
didn't
believe
cut.
the book is the way.
I didn't cut you off for a reason, right? So make sure you got your shit off, right? This is your logic. Your logic is basically if you weren't there when the book was written, you can't verify that it's factual.
No, my logic is during these times where these books was created, it was a people that have a lot of bias It was a people that wasn't
Why
honest.
would they have bias?
They were slave. They was allegedly slave owners, right?
Who wrote the Bible?
Allegedly, right? If all this stuff existed, so
who wrote the Bible and
character
Quran?
matter. Huh?
Who wrote the Bible and Quran?
I know they want niggas from North Africa.
Okay, so yeah, for first mistake. Now, secondly, again, then you said
Oh
Jesus
wait,
didn't exist.
yes I do.
Then
The
hold on.
Bible,
Then
the
you
Bible
said,
come from 325 BCE in the Council of Nicaea.
you know, so
modified it. They didn't write it.
yeah, they didn't write it. So then again, you said Jesus didn't exist. So if Jesus didn't exist, why is he both in the Bible and the Quran?
Because you want me to be real? You want me to keep it bumpy, or you want me to be smooth?
Sure, go ahead. No, any other way.
So I think Muslims and white. I think Muslims and whites. One thing I noticed when it comes to black folks, right? They would join ties to gain power. So when Muslims did what they did, all they had to do was acknowledge that Jesus exists, right? Even acknowledge that Jesus exists. It kind of made the white man say, okay, y'all cool, y'all could do y'all thing. That's why the white people tends to not really mess with the Muslims. But I do think the Muslims told us that bull crap. The Muslims is in the same boat as Christianity to me.
Okay, so
I do
was
think
Jesus
they just
white?
used it. Let me land it. I do think that Muslims is using that Quran for control. It's the same way that the Christianity using that Bible as control. Not only, but the thing is with Muslims, since a lot of them are black, they more closer to us, so they're gonna bring in a little stuff, but they using that Quran to manipulate niggas and control niggas just as well. When you paid attention to Malcolm X getting killed, when he went to Egypt and came back and for to make that speech, it was going to interrupt the Muslim religion and the Christianity. So they had to get him up out of there real quick because they both need to control it.
Yeah, but niggas killed him.
He
So
got in trouble because he came back talking about human rights instead of black rights. And
Yeah,
black rights don't mean shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I want to say something. I want to address something.
Hold on, hot sauce. I'm gonna let Fantastic finish his point. I'm gonna let you go real quick because I gotta get world class in there. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
again, man, again, JP, like I said, bro, you have to do a lot more research, fam, because you speak from this lens of where your view of things is very, very small. Muslims, you can't show me a thing of where Muslims and whites have even ever had a good like interaction for real, right? So this idea that the Muslims would capitulate to the
If they acknowledge, if the Muslims acknowledge that Jesus existed, you know damn well that
you think
business
Jesus is
behind the
white?
back end.
So hold on. So you think Jesus is white?
I think Jesus is white only because he was the character that white people came up with.
No. So again. So and you just proved my whole entire point. You got it, Freezer. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Hold on. So here's the situation,
Also,
right?
Hold on.
I'm going to Fantastic, and then you go. That's what the host said, right? So here's the situation, right? So I think we need to fully properly understand something. You got to look at archaeology, and you have to look at art history. So when we say things like Jesus don't exist because we heard it somewhere, we got to verify stuff. Because when you go to the Roman catacombs, right, in Italy, you will see paintings and pictures of Christ. When you go to the Russian iconoclast, I believe, right, they have pictures of Black Moses and Black Christ. You can hear stories in the Ethiopian language, Assyrian language, and Greek language of all Christ being alive, right? Felonius, the book of Felonius is one of those books, bro. So even just through art around Southern Europe and Northern and East Africa, there is verifiable proof that Christ existed, and as a black.
Hold on. Before you go, Jay, I gotta let world class, and then you can go, JP.
Please let me land. And then even as recently as 2015, I believe it's either the Iraq or Iran. I apologize, but it was either Iraq and Iran wrote a letter to a pastor in church saying that the Jews were black and he know who we are. Also, when America put the Polish people in the Middle East, they were like, no, how can you leave black and come back white? Even Hitler talked about this. So we have several accounts all throughout history, bro, that one, the Bible,
Again, you never
Torah,
named no
all black
fact.
people, and then number two, that Christ was black. We
You
have
never
so many
named no
accounts
evidence.
all
Hold on,
You have
JP.
not named no evidence.
I gotta let.
I did not interrupt. But anyway, there's evidence all throughout history, reoccurring evidence all throughout history, and I'll pass the mic on that.
Go ahead, world class. What's going on, bro?
Okay. All right. I had
What up, work?
What's going on? It was quick. I just wanted to jump in on the transatlantic slave conversation. So you'll find information about it, but you don't know what words mean, you're gonna get lost. Transatlantic slave was us selling the people you call white people. It's a book called They Were Slaves and They Were White. Go look it up. So you'll find there you go. So you can find it all around Europe. The transatlantic slave trade was you know what, let me give you a good example because people like stuff. So what you can do is you can look on Google and you can look in many places as you can find a pale skinned person, a person that you would call white with the last name Washington other than George, because he was a slave. So that's the mistakes that y'all got.
And you know, and you know what else?
I'm done.
Hold on, world class, you're saying that
He said to go at the world class.
I wanted world class to repeat that as far as find the last name. Say it again, world class.
Yeah, find a person that you would call a white person with the last name Washington other than George.
So you're saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist also, right? You also saying that?
No, I'm saying the exact opposite.
He did not say that. Yeah.
It existed. Okay. No, I just clarify.
So wait, so hold on.
He's saying that it wasn't Africans being transported in that transatlantic slave trade.
Wait. So here's another thing that we not adding to the picture, right? and it goes back to what I was saying earlier, how black people just solely dependent on white people education. Once upon a time, black people didn't relay their information through no books. That's a white people thing.
JP,
what are you talking about, man?
Virus, right?
Man, sit down and listen.
Incorrect.
See, no. Black folks. Once upon a time, black folks did not relay information and education through no book.
That's not true.
Let me ask you a question, world class.
That's not true.
What was the first
did European? Let me ask you a question, world class. Did the Europeans send their least desirables to America to enslave us?
Exactly. It wasn't them that enslaved.
Worse. It wasn't. It was us.
Hold on. So universities in Mali didn't exist where Europeans went to study and read. So just niggas don't write shit down in Mali back in the ancient times. That shit just not true.
JP, where do you get this? Where do you get? No, he was actually responding to JP. JP, where do you get this concept from? What makes you say this?
So we're from what black folks done told me, showed me throughout from their perspective, their mouth. They usually put their information in hieroglyphics on walls, right? They tell stories through walls.
You mean symbols?
People up to
you mean symbols, right?
Would you stop interrupting, man?
Go ahead.
Will somebody please tell me when was the first actual book created? I guarantee you it was way after the wars, them colonizing black folks, right? So when black folks was ruling the education system, they usually relay their stuff in drawings, in depictions and stuff like that. That's how you can say it's like a book, but they told their stories through hieroglyphics, right? On walls. So I think households keep referencing Jesus existed, I could come in and argue and say, well, like I said earlier, they take some truth about somebody and they twist it and they frame it. Jesus come from a dude named Horus, and the stories of Jesus come from a guy named Osiris, which did not exist. Also, the Bible, your Bible, hold on, real quick. Your Bible even said that Jesus don't exist. Because why?
The fuck?
It says Abraham. Hold on, let me break it down. Abraham is allegory, right? Abraham is the father of Isaac and the father of Ishmael. Isaac is the father of Jews. Ishmael is the father of Islam, right? So if Jesus was a what? A Jew. So if Abraham was allegory, which means myth, did not really exist, it's a story. That means Isaac, which is the father of Jews, did not exist. Ishmael is the father of Islam, did not exist. So that means
who told you
Jesus
this?
that was a Jew did not exist. The Bible tell you that he don't exist for real.
It was that's it's just so much. Okay.
How
can
What I tell you?
Okay.
What I tell you about leading through anecdotal experiences, Jay Prince?
Are
Okay.
you not understanding the Bible? It's
You leading
You try to
allegory or not?
you trying to stress me out. It's not just allegory. It's not just allegory. It's written in code. You need to be a world-class scholar to understand the Bible. You have to. You can't. It's not just allegory. Okay. It's not just. Let me just leave it there. It's not just allegory. I am probably the one person on earth that tells you the 3 keys that were taken from us: etymology, parse, and syntax. That's what you need to have when you need to sit down with the Bible with at least 4 other books. The process. I understand you don't like
so go ahead. My bad.
I understand you don't like books, but it would be no different from an NBA team playing a game with no playbook. That's not how it works.
I understand that, but
so why don't you just listen to the conversation and take from the conversation instead of you interrupting everybody, brother? Come on now, let's have a productive conversation, bro.
Artifacts. Can I please respond to your class?
Go ahead.
So if I could date back people that was older than Jesus with the same story, that means who would you say here first? Because if I could find out information, if I could present information where they say, but man, come on, god damn dog. If I can find a story that say Osiris had 2 natures, he had a divine nature and his human nature, and I could also present that Osiris was the first one to rise from the dead. Anything was made in heaven was not anything was made. All of these stories that we read about Jesus, I can actually present. I can present the same story, the same concept from a different person named Osiris. Was not Osiris, Horus, or Isis did not really exist. They was also myths. They were stories. But I'm talking about the first story was African.
Let me hold on, Hassan. I got it.
No.
Hold on. Wait. Please.
No.
I know. I got you. Please. Just let me. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hassan, please hold on. Just please.
You're not even a Hebrew, bro.
I'm the Moorish American, bro. I'm on paper to be a Hebrew Israelite. I can't tonight. Hold on.
Allow this, but I don't understand what.
Just hold, please. I'm begging you, please. I'm asking you.
World Class just got on.
All right, please.
And Freezy, how can you accept this? How can you accept this motherfucker saying this shit?
I got you.
Why you mad at me? This gonna be a long live stream, man. Let's mind it out.
No, but this motherfucker is insulting our culture and our history.
Listen, just chill.
I'm
gonna
let you talk. Go ahead, World.
I got you. So to your first point, JP. First of all, let me help you. It's not Horus. It's Heru. It's not Osiris. It's Asar. It's not Isis. It's Aset. Anisraka set Anuka set Anisraka set. Okay, that's how you invoke. Number 2, your claim that if you can find somebody older that lived the same life, right? That would be no different from me saying if I find somebody else to live a life similar to you, JP, did that mean that you don't exist?
No.
So finding somebody. But I understand what you're saying. But if I find somebody else that live a similar life to you, that would that mean that you don't exist?
No, what I'm saying is when they said Jesus was the first one to rise from the dead, but yet I could bring up somebody that was older than him was alleged to be the first one to rise from the dead.
If we do that, right, the problem we're gonna have is if I go to that verse, it's not gonna be what you said.
Exactly.
Right.
It is the I forgot the chapter. What is the where say Jesus was the first one to rise from the dead.
This is why hot sauce is pissed, right? Because I'm probably one of the only people up here with a religious title. I'm a consecrated and appointed missionary to Morris Science Temple of America. I take religious conversations very seriously. I don't like people playing with anybody's God at any time. I don't care if you're Jewish, Moorish, Catholic, Christian. I don't tolerate it. Right? There's a difference between what people are saying in church and in synagogues and in mosques, right? And then with the Quran, the Bible, Bhagavad Gita's, Dead Sea Scrolls, Emerald Tablets. It's a difference between those two things. And people's issue with religion is because you have a people's problem. And when it comes to scholarship, right, which is science, we got to be precise and quote the Bible and quote the Quran precisely and not give our interpretations, especially when we're talking to other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So I understand you're going off a lot of memory, a lot of conversations that you have and where you at with it now. But in his name, I can give you the name Jesus. It's a lot of controversy around it. I learned it to be Yeshua ben Yosef Emmanuel, which would translate into Joshua today. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yes,
but
that's correct.
the one, there's more than enough, like Hassa says, evidence in not just in the Bible, but in world history that he existed. He may have existed by a different, some things have been embellished since then, but we want to be respectful because it's a bigger conversation. Go ahead.
Hold on, wait.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Right?
Wait, J Prince, let's hot sauce go.
Yeah, you got a lot of other people that came up though.
The situation is this, right? So first Christ didn't exist. I can accept that. But then when you're saying that Christ and you got other quote unquote deities that did the same thing as Christ. No, because when you read Christ's story, you fully understand Christ's story, it is the only one of its kind. You compare when you compare why and what Ra did compared to what Yahushua did, it was totally different. Right? The world tells you that Christ came to save the world. That's not what the scriptures say. The world say that he was the son of God to come and bring peace and whatever. That's not what the scriptures say. Right? And then when you go to Ra and she has a son, and then they split him up and all this and separate him into different parts of the world in the Book of the Dead because they had a fight between between the deities. That's totally different what the scripture says. Christ there was no fights with other deities there. Right? So that's where my problem is, because matter of fact, if you read the scripture says that Christ is the word made flesh, is the Torah made flesh, right? And then when you talk about how there was no writings, Amharic is older than any other written language in Europe. And that's written down, sir. Ancient Hebrew is a written language, written older than any European language, sir. Bantu language, which Hebrew is one of the Bantu language, is one of the oldest because it originated out of East Africa. Then, if we would really want to get funky, if we look at the true place of Jerusalem, which is near Mount Kenya, is the mother of us all. Science corroborates that. So, bro, all I'm saying is, bro, you gotta study, bro. You gotta verify stuff because when you say stuff like that, religion is important. Deity is important.
Wait.
Hold on, before you say that, J Prince, shout out to Jordan Amaker. Jordan Amaker, thank you for your $10 super cap, Jordan. He said, appreciate the show, Freezy. I appreciate you,
No
though.
Cap-tivity.
Listen, if you guys would like
Bang.
if you would like if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you could do exactly what Jordan did. You can either send a super cap or you can send a cash cap to $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. And before you go, J Prince, I want to say this. if you study, I mean, the Bible tells you what the word Abraham mean. Even in Hebrew, is a father of multitude or father of many nations. So
Right.
I don't
And then
understand where you get. I don't know where you get. What did you say? Abraham mean?
No,
Allegory.
Abraham is
Allegory.
But hold on, let me. But I didn't get to
Abraham.
land my plane. So let me
God damn,
land my plane.
it was my turn to go, man.
I didn't finish. I didn't land my plane, bro. So at the
Well,
end
he
of the
asked
day,
me a question.
right?
Abraham
But
was
I did because he
using the
told
word
you.
allegory. Like,
So
damn, I hate
listen,
when motherfuckers don't let
Oh,
motherfuckers.
okay. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. He's saying yes. Abraham, to his understanding, Abraham means allegory. Go ahead, Hot
well,
Sauce.
whatever. But the point, and then you have the Kikuyu tribes in Kenya talking about this is the ancient place of Jerusalem and the Ark of the Covenant, which they say that Jerusalem is the mother of us all, and science corroborates that. So, bro, when you're having these conversations and you're just using
Okay.
word of mouth seminar tactics, bro, like honestly, you should just sit back and relax because you don't have enough arrows in your quiver to really prove your point. And now I
Damn,
land my
No,
plane.
pause,
so we're
pause.
not gonna
I
do that.
told you that, JP. Stop
No, no,
leading
no.
with anecdotal experiences, man. Sit down and let everybody talk, man. You have nothing to bring to the table, bro.
You don't have shit to bring to the table because you want to believe that stupid shit because you the white man's bitch. That's why y'all believe that old dumbass shit. You motherfuckers lost in a motherfucker. You believe in these scientists as if 1,000 motherfuckers can't tell the same motherfucking
I
lie.
feel sorry for your
You
kids, man. I ain't
you
even
act
gonna
like
lie.
100 people. You act like 1,000 people can't tell the same lie. Fuck all the rep. When you hot sauce. You said
What are you
science.
referencing, man? Where is your sources, man? What are you
So
referencing?
man, shut the fuck up. You believe what a white man say.
Shut
So
your bro. We
hot
not here to
sauce.
argue with you, bro.
Okay, hot
You
sauce. Well,
have a
shut the
low
fuck up.
IQ. You need to be in the back of the classroom, nigga. What the hell is you
No,
talking about? You don't
it was
belong in the front of the classroom. You belong in the bathroom, nigga. The hell is you talking about?
my.
So hold
So
on.
you said scientists collaborate that, right?
Crazy to
What
so far.
scientists? Because I want to look it up. Because I want to do research on that, on those scientists before I just take in everything. Because I know for a fact all that shit that they talking about is false.
You
100
believe in
motherfuckers
Darwin?
You
tell
can
you the
research.
same lie, especially when 100 motherfuckers got the same agenda. Dummy, the
So
agenda is to control people through religion. And
after
Christianity and Jesus has a bigger influence than
Nah, bro.
Buddhism.
You just got a weak bro. You just got a weak mindset, and I'm tired of this, bro. You depressing, bro. Like there's nothing uplifting about you, bro. You fucking depressing, and you need some fucking help. Period.
Screaming in your mouth.
Artifacts is displaying some black fatigue.
yeah, I'm
No,
I'm
he
I'm, I'm also I
be
also have black fatigue.
fulfilling and be the truth. He don't wanna come to the realization everything the white man's dick in his mouth been a lie. Right?
You
He
You
don't
the
even
reason why we
believe
got
that.
black fatigue. You
You
are the
don't even
reason why
believe
we
that,
got
Jay
black fatigue,
Prince.
bro.
So let me say this. So here it is, right? So Jay Prince, you tried to kill the whole you tried to kill the whole Shemitic lineage by saying that uh Abraham means allegory. So you still haven't stated your source, world class
the
challenge.
Bible, well, I can't state my source when you got
Go ahead, just do it now.
Yeah, we'll
That's
gladly
one of the
allow you
first rules
to
of a scholar is that you have to cite your sources and
You
back
got
up
Google, bro.
your
well,
statements.
listen, we're gonna make room because it's very important. We will gladly allow you to state your source.
I started.
Shout out to RBN in the building. What's going on, TJ? He say no captivity is brought to you by J Prince Rant Production. No, but go ahead, J Prince, because it's this is very monumental. This information that you just brought out tonight. Go ahead. You on your phone? You Googling?
Okay, it says, yes, the story of Abraham in the Bible, Galatians chapter 4, verses 21 through 31. It says, yes, the story of Abraham, specifically his relationship with Sarah and Hagar and their respectable sons, Ishmael and Isaac, is interpreted as an allegory in the Bible. Look up the word allegory. It means myth. It means stories. So if Abraham is allegory, that means Isaac and Ishmael. That means Muslims and Christianity is allegory, is myth. It's not fucking real. Where Jesus come from? Your Bible tell you. That's my source. Your Bible telling you. You motherfucker don't exist. Your Bible. Look.
So
Let me
hold on.
watch this. Abraham allegory. I'm gonna let them do talking.
Wait, no, because this is very important. Hold on, Jay.
Okay, hold on. Abraham allegory. Watch this.
Open up the book and read from Galatians.
Now, Abraham allegory.
Hold up. Somebody read this. Somebody read this for me. Somebody
relationship with Sarah.
I'll read it.
And their
Yes, the
respective
story
sons,
of Abraham is an
Hold
allegory.
on, wait, hot sauce. Hold on, Jay Prince. We got you, bro. I did the same thing you did. We went to AI. Go ahead.
So yes, the story of Abraham. I'm about to jihad this motherfucker. But anyway, yes, the story of Abraham is an allegory according to some interpretations.
Wait, to how many interpretations?
Some interpretations.
Interpretations.
It don't got a number on it. Some can mean 1 billion. Some can mean 100.
Come on, Jay Prince. We minding this out, dog. Come on, now, go ahead.
This is the story of Abraham's allegory.
Hold on, Freezy. Let me get it right. Let me shut my brothers on the street corners. Let's bring it out. Yes, according to the story of Abraham, is an allegory according to some interpretations, particularly in Galatians 4, verse 21 to 31. Paul, in his message, uses the story of Abraham, Sarah, Hagar, Isaac, and Ishmael to illustrate the relationships between the law, represented by Hagar and Ishmael, and the promise, represented by Sarah and Isaac. This allegory is meant to be applied personally, representing believers' experience of being born into a new life through the faith Christ of the Hamashiach, similar to Isaac being the son of the promise.
So there you go.
Jay Prince for the win.
Hold on, wait, Jay Prince. So what that was saying was Paul used the story of Abraham as an allegory. That's what it was saying, Jay Prince. It's not saying that the actual story of Abraham is allegory. It's not saying that.
Now y'all can interpret some what the Bible's not interpreting.
We just read it.
So here's the thing though, when we having these conversations about religion.
Oh my God.
I understand a lot of people got a deep root of their religion. A lot of people, they probably done lost a couple of jobs, went homeless before, probably got shot or had health issues, and they must have overcame that. So they think that by them overcoming that, we was taught to blame every time something happened, we was taught to put Jesus' name on that. And so, or Islamic name on that, right? So when we having these conversations, when you got somebody like me who willing to humble themselves, because I used to be a Jesus thumper, right, at one point. And I think that as Black people, that especially Christianity has been better than us since grandma in them days. It just been passed down to us. Nobody never challenged, like, who gave us this? Why these particular people gave us this? Did they give us this for our best interest? Right? Because I don't see Jesus really did nothing for us, to be honest, but that's here and there.
So I want to move on.
Stories that you read about Jesus, I could bring up somebody else where those same stories exist within them that existed thousands and thousands of years way before Jesus.
Right, but Jay Prince, we just debunked the allegory that Abraham mean allegory. We just debunked that. I don't want to move.
No, you didn't debunk it.
Yes,
that
we did. You read it, and you was being disingenuous when you was actually being disingenuous when you was reading the AI information. Hot Sauce read it right, and he actually gave it to it was Paul using Abraham's story as allegory. I see you down there, Uncle Joe. Shout out to Scam Likely and shout out to Ruthless Truth in the building. What's going on? I'm gonna let Ruthless go first, and then we can go to Scam.
What's up to the panel?
What's up, Ruthless?
JP for president, right? But the only problem I hear your sentiments, JP, but the only problem is I don't really say a problem. Are you going to put any respect on God's name?
I've been put respect on God's name, right?
Okay, you did. No, stop right there. Stop right there. So you put respect on God's name, so you do understand that He runs the show. Nobody's beating God, right?
I'm not gonna put a gender on him neither, or the gender on God either.
I say gender. I say God runs the show, right?
Yeah. You
Okay,
said he at first.
So here you are questioning the Almighty's power to regulate. Right?
No.
Yes. So
how would you be able to know who you worshiping without questioning?
Let me say this, right? Because all wisdom and knowledge comes from God. And he is over his creation, and what he gives us for what we need, he provides it. God is the provider of information, right? Which we take or what we give, right? God gives us that. And no man can stop him from giving you information you need to know who he is, right? Ain't no man gonna overpower him. White man, green man, yellow man, right? God is the creator. He can smash everybody, right? He can wipe everybody out. So it's not really a problem for God to convey a message for someone of how great he is, right? There's no problem for God to let a person know that he's the boss, right? So this is what we do have to understand, right? You got to keep the structure in place. You keep talking about the white man like he's God or something, right? Because we know that's not true. So therefore,
in America, he is our God.
So therefore, no, he's not, because therefore,
the white man is our God here in America, and it seems like it can be globally. Even in Africa, he's their God.
No, he's your God, right? Don't speak.
So let me ask you a question right there, Rufus. Let me ask you a question right there. So, is true or false? Have you ever heard people pray for a job? True or false?
Yes, true.
Have you ever heard people pray for an apartment or a house?
Yeah.
True or false?
True.
Have you ever heard people pray to get approved for a loan on a vehicle?
Yes.
Have you ever heard people pray for medical health?
Now you got enough examples, brother. What's the point? Get to the point.
Hold on. Have you ever heard people to
Disability.
pray? God damn, dog.
Nigga, you gave the example. We get it. You gave enough examples. Get to the point.
I don't need you to make my example, nigga.
Man,
bro, you done been talking. You done been the only nigga talking for like the last 10 minutes.
Hey, Freeze, why these motherfuckers got to
Bro, you been the only person talking for the last 10 minutes, nigga. I ain't even said shit.
You want to hate and you want to run your mouth.
Hold on, wait.
I ain't saying nothing.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Let's go ahead and finish your point because we do want to spread the
I'm
mic.
not going to rush my point because it's fag. I want to shut the fuck up.
Okay, Jay Prince,
Listen, bro, don't start talking tough, bro, because you're not built like that. You know what it'll be. Don't do that.
I said, Jay Prince, go ahead and finish your point. So we can spread the mic. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay, so Rufus, have you ever heard people to pray to get out of prison or not get
dumbass nigga still asking questions? We get the point, nigga. Get to the point.
Dude, you ain't gonna stop shit, bitch.
Get to the point, nigga. Stop giving examples, you special ed ass nigga. Stop giving examples. Just get to the point.
Freeze just said, just shut the fuck up and
Get
let
to
me
the
go.
point, and I'm telling you, bitch ass nigga, get to the point. You gave enough examples.
One mic. Hold on, one mic.
You ain't telling me shit, bitch.
Wait. Let's let Fantastic. I'm begging you. Just let him finish his point. Go ahead and finish
Why
your
you
point.
gotta beg that nigga on your own platform, though?
No, I'm begging all y'all. I'm just humbling myself. That's all. Go ahead, Jay Prince. Finish your point.
So Ruthless. So have you ever heard people beg to get out of prison?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard people beg for scholarship?
Freezy, come on, Freezy. Goddamn, this nigga asking the 37th goddamn example. You slow ass nigga.
So have you ever heard people beg for
No,
scholarship?
nigga, no, we hadn't heard no more examples. No, we hadn't heard no more examples.
But see,
we hadn't heard no more
let's go to
examples.
what Freezy,
Stop
what
no
Blue
more
Jay said in the
examples,
chat.
nigga.
You always had a low class of people, Freezy. This. If you listen to what Blue Jay said in the chat, there's always been a sector of people that was at the bottom, and you need to fight your way to get to the top, man. That's the only way you're gonna be successful, bro. You're at the bottom, and you need to fight your way to the top, bro. That's it.
I'm so Ruthless. Everything that I just named, who tends to answer everything that I just named?
God.
No. What face that in real time typically be the people that answers that is like in control, because that's most stuff that when black people pray, they pray for everything that I just named. And if we're gonna be for real, white motherfuckers is the one that's in control of everything that I named. So yes, the white man is your God.
Okay, slow down. Slow down.
Your interpretation, he's your God.
When you go to church, that Jesus is white is a white man.
But JP,
let's go viral tonight.
But JP, hold on. But JP, you just said you put respect on God's name, though. So now you disrespect His name.
No.
Yes, you did.
You know, I would argue that I don't even know him.
Hold on one.
I would argue based on my upbringing here in America, we blacks don't even know the original God.
JP, respectfully.
You know the guy that was given to
he's not. Let Ruthless Truth get his point out. Shout out to JT Coins for the $2 salute. JT, thank you for the $2. If you would like your comment read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy.
So,
go ahead, Ruthless. Go ahead.
JP, respectfully, right? I understand that you have a lot of disdain towards America. I agree with. I understand that, right? You have a right to do that, but we didn't want to conflate who's the ball, right? How has God has been there for you and your family, and you've acknowledged that, and then you want to turn around and take all that away and then give it to somebody who also depends on God. So we have to understand, right? We all here depend on the Creator, right? We all here understand that our life is in a balance at His disposal. And you don't want to sit here and say, "Oh yeah, God's been good to my family," but then praise America, right? Because now you're contradicting yourself, and that's kind of it doesn't really work. So, and I'm gonna land it right here, and I'm gonna pass it. God Almighty cannot lose, right? Nor can He be challenged by any, especially of His creation, who He created. Right? He can stop your heartbeat in like less than a second. So if God was frustrated about what's going on, He just wipe it out and start all over again. So we understand that that's not so. So therefore, as men, women, children, we need to understand, right? That God is not going to lose, and everything is going perfectly fine. Now I know we're a little faith. I understand that because you looking at your situation and you want to battle with everybody. But at the end of the day, when you go in that room at night, when you lay down, you know who's the boss, right? You know who run the show.
My biggest point, Rufus, is people put a face on God. Every religion,
but let God deal with that though.
So what I'm doing is I'm challenging the image. I'm challenging the God that was presented to us. Even though I know God exists, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the God that we got in our mind that we've been worshiping under this.
Please
if
tell
God
this nigga again.
is spiritual, wait a minute. If
It's
God
your perception is fucked up, JP, and it's sad, brother.
If God is spiritual, why do we got all these Christians and Islam? They religions.
JP.
God wasn't a religion.
JP, but that's not your job to worry about that though. JP, it's not your job to worry about that though.
It is my job to worry about that because religion is outside of God.
No, JP, you have to.
God didn't represent religion.
JP,
that's some nigga shit.
Hold on, Ruthless.
Religion is made. God is spiritual.
Let me say this. So we have to make clarifications, right? Yeah. Because all religions aren't the same. Some are polytheistic, some are monotheistic. Some religions worship more than one deity. Some other religions they worship one deity, right? So you know, we talk about just the word God. We have to get some understanding on just that word alone. The word God is just simply a title, right? So we getting caught up on the word God, and I think the conversation can get lost, right? I mean, Freezy is a god, quite the country. I'm just letting you know that, right? You know, so the word God is a title. It's just a title. That's all it is, man.
Finite mind cannot comprehend.
Equate what Rufus said when he first started.
Hold on, wait. Go ahead, Imhotep.
Finite minds finite, opposite of infinite. Definite beginning, definite ending, right? We all have finite minds, and we cannot comprehend things that are infinite like the creator, like God. That's why we personify the idea of a supreme deity by calling it a he, like God has a gender. This is this is the reason for these religious texts, so that we can get some teachings on how to operate here in society as civilized. So that's why man's hands were used to craft these different doctrines to civilize each individual society.
So let me ask you a question, Imhotep. I'm glad you said that. So in the Bible, God spoke through 50-some scholars, right? So back then when those scholars existed, God was in the picture, speaking through them. So we in 2025. Are you meant to tell me that God no longer exists? Because if God still exists and God still speak through people, that means that Bible's supposed to be a lot bigger, and God's supposed to be speaking through more people than the scholars. That he only had 60 white men.
So
60 white Greek men out of billions of people.
So many different versions of the Bible, right?
So
There's 52,000 different denominations under Christianity, right? Do you think that was by design or by mistake?
It was by design.
So we
For
got
what purpose? Hold on, real quick, Free. For what purpose,
Go
Jay
ahead.
Prince?
Go ahead.
It's almost like when we talk about gangs, right? They got subsectors in that one gang, right? So
For division.
let's say if I'm a blood, they got Paru, they got such blood, they got this type crib, they got this type crib. So that's how I look at religion. So I don't think God is in the picture that we have today, because if God still exists, right, that means that Bible's supposed to be gigantic, because God didn't speak only. Who said that? Like, he only spoke to 60 people and nobody else forever.
This
So I'm
goes
gonna ask you this.
exactly
What
back
does
to what World Class was saying. Why when you're reading in front of that book, you need to have 5, 6 other books so that you can actually comprehend what you're reading.
Yeah.
What if I choose not to believe in that? What if I choose? How come Christians always doing this to people? What if I choose that? Okay, everything about this Christian
Is there
stuff.
any Christians out there? Go ahead.
How far down that?
Don't line up.
Could
I be okay with
I'm gonna let World Class say what he says quickly, and then Uncle Jeff, you next.
All right.
Definitely.
I just
Shout out
make
to
it
you.
short.
Thank you,
That's
Uncle Jeff,
fine.
for being so patient too. Go ahead.
The Bible, the Quran, Bhagavad Gita, Dead Sea Scrolls is like the NFL, NHL, MLB. You got to have a certain skill set before you get there.
Facts.
So my question to you, JP, is what does how you look at it have to do with it? And I asked you that in relationship to your presence online. What does how somebody look at JP have to do with JP?
It don't have nothing to do with me.
That's what I'm saying. So you're putting, because I know, I can guarantee you never seen a Bible jump off the table and kick you in the leg. It has done nothing to you. Your problem has been 100% how you perceive other people's perception of a book they may or may not be drawing from.
No, the
It's
Bible
no
have
different.
done something to me though, World Class. That's false.
Okay, what has the Bible got been done to you with its body? What has it done to you?
No. What the Bible itself, it taught me to be good slave, right? It taught me to be self-subordinate. It taught me to honor my master. It taught me to believe that in that Bible, the Jesus story, the John, Luke, Matthew, that don't represent me, right? So it alienates me, because everybody that's mentioned in that Bible do not represent me, don't represent the black story, don't represent the black lives, don't represent nothing about niggas. Point blank period.
Based
That
off
Bible
what?
lied to me and it alienated me. So yes,
Based off
that
what?
Bible misled me and
Okay, I heard
bamboozled
you.
me into believing
I
into
got you.
some shit that is not even real.
I take your testimony now. Based off what? How did it do all those things to you? It said what?
Based on the
to you?
fact that the Bible was given to me and told me that it manipulate my sacred existence, right? So within my existence,
Yeah.
We got nature. A lot of this, our moral standards is written in our essence already. God already gave us through that through nature. So, but the Bible, what the Bible did was interrupt that and gave us a moral standard based on what that Bible says. And 80% of that Bible is very violent. It's very scary. All it talks about death and blood, and 80% of it is evil.
Got you. So let me ask you this. So if we switch the Bible out with dope, right? And we talk about how bad dope is and drugs, right? And cocaine. And I just say, the dope is bad. And the black people that use the dope, they bad because they use the dope. What would you say to that?
I would say yes, because they allow the dope into their system to control their movements, to control their minds. So although that person might not be bad, but since that person allowed this into his system, causing him to make bad actions and bad decisions, exactly like that Bible. Yeah, you probably was a good person until you read that Bible. And once everybody I know that become a real Bible thumper, they get crazy. They get to start saying they shooting people in the head, talking about Jesus made me do it. So you said done a lot of evil stuff.
But you said somebody put that Bible in your hand, right? I recall you talking about the government putting dope in our community.
Yeah, and they put the Bible in our. When I was a kid, we had a pledge of allegiance. We had a pledge of allegiance to the Bible at 4 or 5 years old, or something that we can't even understand.
I want to say right here. I just want to stay right here. You said somebody gave you that Bible. You also acknowledged that somebody gave us that dope in the community. So I said before, the problem is not the Bible. The problem is you have an issue with people, because when they gave you that Bible, they didn't give you world-class scholarship skills. When they gave us that dope, they didn't give us the understanding of chemistry and what it's going to be, because we thought it was just like moonshine, something to do. Right? So like I said before, that book, you have to have a certain skill set before you get it, and they didn't do that for you. So you have to stop holding that.
Instead, what they did was they told us that this dope was going to help us, make us feel better, that it was going to change our lives, going to make us feel good in that moment. Same thing they did
jump in your nose, but
that was going to be a good thing for us.
I'm saying this. I'm gonna say this reason. I'm done.
Yeah,
the dope didn't jump in our nose. It didn't jump in our veins. It didn't do that. It's a plant. If somebody don't manipulate it and use it as a weapon against us, it's just gonna sit there like a dandelion, like grass, like a bush. That Bible didn't jump off the table and kick you in the leg. It didn't lie to you. It can't lie to you.
Veins though, world class, because guess what? Your mama, my mama, our grandmama, them, they just like with the dope. We got crack babies and you got Bible babies. So that Bible was passed down to us from grandma and them, and so
be mad with grandma and them, not the Bible.
Thinking it's accurate because grandma.
My bad, Freezy. My bad. I gotta say, let me say this last thing. I'm done. I swear I'm done. I've heard this. I've had this conversation with a lot of hoteps. I won't call them the Kemetic community. And their Bible was used for slavery. The Bible was used they use motherfucking air too. You gonna stop using that? They use water. They use transportation. They use a lot of things. They use everything. They use eating. They use fucking. They use everything. But y'all isolate that Bible for whatever reason. And now y'all have this association. Scab, shut up. Now y'all got this association that those people in the Bible don't represent you. And that's the reason I push is because that Bible is your connection to your royal bloodline. That's the biggest issue with it. That Bible.
The royal bloodline.
Exactly.
Because I don't see no whole bunch of Africans in that Bible, so it has to be white folks.
But that just went I gotta let Uncle Jeff go, and that just went over your head, J. Prince, what World Class just said. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Hey, Freeze, what that mean though?
Because you don't understand what he just about the raw bloodline.
So what you trying to say? I am understanding, but you said that somebody else got to go.
You said it ain't no Africans in it. You said it ain't no Africans.
Like he got approved for disability.
Wait, stop. You said it ain't no Africans.
going over my head. You ain't
Stop,
saying nothing
You
to me.
still think you
stop.
African?
You said it ain't no Africans in that book. That let me know you haven't read the Bible. So
No, that let me know that you are misinformed and everything I'm saying. I'm talking off your head because you only going off based on what you was told from.
He think he in a meeting with the disability
You
office,
just
freezing.
If anybody's going over in somebody's head, it's niggas like you.
but this is not a
You
debate.
only reciting what shit that people have been saying.
I haven't recited. I haven't recited nothing. I'm
It's
just
not the disability office, bro.
You should have been talking about something going over my head like a motherfucker is slow or
I
something.
gotta let Uncle Jeff go. I'm just telling you. You said it wasn't no Africans in the book. You that was a misunderstanding. That was wrong. That's what I'm telling you. That was incorrect.
No, but what I'm saying is the Africans that's alleged in that Bible didn't even exist, though.
Okay, it's okay.
What's
It's
up,
okay.
Jeff?
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. That's all I was doing. I was just correcting you. That's all. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Before I
These
speak,
people, y'all motherfuckers, though, y'all something else.
Come on, Jay Prince. You've been
respect the
giving you the
show.
floor.
My intelligence and thinking it's
Jay
sweet.
Prince, I've been giving you the floor, bro. Trust me, bro.
No, but you said something went over my head like a motherfucker that's stupid or something. You don't know the motherfuckers, the people that they listed in title in that Bible were Africans. You don't know them so-called Africans really existed. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He got to prove a disability.
On phenotypes, bro. We're not all
Wait, Jay
African.
Prince. They have locations in the Bible and they got maps. We know about archaeology, geology. This is a real thing. I'm not making this up. Go ahead. Hold on, Jay Prince. I got you. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead.
I sat quiet for over 25 minutes. So anybody who speaks while I'm speaking, you are telling me that you think your thoughts are more important than my thoughts, and that's just arrogant, and it's unfair. Hold your thoughts. We are all grown-ass men who have been to court and don't do this shit when there's a bailiff standing there. You don't do this shit. You don't do this shit in church. You don't do this shit when people get baptized. You are making a conscious choice to be disrespectful, and I find it fucked up. We are all grown here. Now, something I really, I can't believe I'm saying is on many points, I agree with Jay Prince. I have been waiting. I've said this 100 times. Jay Prince has a lot of points that he just the wrong nigga to make. Yeah, he should not be making these points. But he is making valid points. Could someone tell me where you can find in Africa, on any Egyptian cave, the name Matthew or Mark or Luke? Are those African names? I don't think they are. What Jay Prince is getting at, and what I like to say, what I often say is that I love God, but I have fired King James as his publicist. What often happens, especially Black people who have not been out of this country, what often happens is whenever you have a question about the God they were force-fed, you somehow don't believe in God. You somehow are blaspheming, because that is what the person who taught the person who taught the person who taught you taught. I am not saying, I say the Bible has truth in it the way Kool-Aid got water in it. That is not, and to what if Jesus was not made up, if he wasn't, could someone explain to me exactly what I've been hearing about the Council of Nicaea and what they got together for and why? If we could just, I'll ask that. If Jesus, we're going to leave the fact that the letter J is not, and this is my belief, that 2025 years ago, there was no man who came here and healed the sick and raised the dead. I don't believe that. You're going to have to explain the 13 stories of men who come before him with the exact same stories. Those stories come before him and are identical because it is entirely astrological. That there is a video that explains it. That is what I like to use as one of the references. This video is zeitgeist. Does this mean that I don't believe there's a God? You are out of your mind. I absolutely, as a matter of fact, I am the pastor of the First Church of Holy Shit. Somebody fucked up and told me God was everywhere, so I pray from right here. Saves me 10%, and I never miss a game. I believe that in order to believe that God has a name, you have to believe a man. You don't have to believe a man to believe that God exists. And absolutely, I have some questions for the Bible. Absolutely, I have some questions for the Quran. But more importantly, I have uncuffed my creator from a Bible, from a book, because in agreement with Jay Prince, I don't have to refer back to something that has been translated from 8 languages and some of it at some point given to me for control, hence the term slave Bible. Some version of it was given to me for control, unlike the versions you gentlemen have all read. Yes, this version of the book exists. I have uncuffed the creator from that so that my relationship with the Most High is personal. I agree with Jay when Jay says, if y'all want some God is real stories, oh, bruh, I can put it where the rubber hit the road. God is real. But this concept, this thing that we keep high hurdling as black men on this rock, if your slave master was a Buddhist, you'd be a fucking Buddhist. Nobody, I don't understand how we get around that. I don't understand why that concept doesn't make sense. That you got your God from your big mama, who got it from her big mama. You went around the world, came back, and got this particular version of God. That book, and I'll say this and land the plane, happens to say, you shall have no other gods before me, which means we are right about the term God being a title. What we are wrong about, in my opinion, is crucifying one another for what one another wants to believe. I say whatever gets you to good. I don't care if you call God Allah, Jesus, or Joey Bag of fucking donuts that stops you from sexually assaulting my daughter or my wife, or breaking in my house, or spilling my blood, or lying about me. I don't care if a basketball or a pretzel gets you there. Let's get together and add another O to God and talk about good. This semantics, in the words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and no, I am not a member of that nation, we can argue God's name when we free. All of this semantics itches my fucking ass, gentlemen. We are in crisis right now, and we are splitting hairs over the name of God. And I'm going to say that everybody here, including Jay Prince, got some shit they right about. Now, let's talk about what stops you from fucking over my property, if we could.
Property,
I got a
can't
question.
own property.
Wait, before you say that, let me say this.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me say this. So, historically, and if anybody has more information, they can help me out on this. Historically, there's been a concerted effort to discredit the man we know today as Jesus Christ. Even in the Bible, he was discredited, right? He came to say he was the Messiah, and his own people said he was lying. As a matter of fact, the very reason why he was crucified was because of blasphemy, the crime of blasphemy, right? So we know, I'm familiar with 325 AD, Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, answer that. Nobody answered that question. What were they assembled for?
Well, they was saying that they were assuming that Jesus Christ was not a divine person; he was created.
No,
Right?
no. That's not the answer to the. Okay, that's the answer to another question. This question is, hey, you guys, let's form a council. Why did they do that?
To discredit Jesus. Well, I'm not that familiar with the Council of Nicaea,
Okay.
but
Well,
I
I'll
thought you
tell
was,
you
I
what.
thought you were specifically asking me about Jesus
I'll
Christ.
tell you what exactly I was, and I'll tell you what I heard. And somebody tell me I'm wrong or look it up.
Okay.
The pagans were destroying Rome, as were those who were following the teachings of a God. In order to bring them together, the Council of Nicaea got together and cooked up this thing called Christianity. And they made up Jesus. That's what I heard. I've read it a few places. I've seen it in a few videos. That there's a man by the name of Cesare Borgia. That Jesus, the graphic depiction of Jesus is made after.
Serapis, yeah.
So
Yes.
wait, hold on. Let me cut in here right quick. So
Can I answer that?
the council, I got you, hot sauce. The Council of Nicaea was in 325 AD.
Yeah.
Leonardo da Vinci didn't actually paint a portrait of Cesare Borgia till 15, I think it was say 1515 or 1525 or something like that, right?
Sure.
So this goes to my point, right? The Council of Nicaea got together and said that Jesus, they was trying to insinuate that Jesus was created. He wasn't a divine person. So like I've been saying all through, I will argue that Christianity, the concept of Christianity that we know today, yes, I will give credence to the Council of Nicaea. But if you read ancient Hebrew texts, it was never based on what we know today as called Christianity. Christianity.
So what did they? Why did they?
Well, let me finish. Christianity is definitely a concept that was man-made, right? And I'm agreeing with you on that.
Okay.
But that does not discount the validity of scriptures that come from ancient Hebrew texts, which evolved into what we know today as different versions of the Bible, whatnot, right?
Okay.
So this is where the misunderstanding comes in. That first off, Jesus was a dark-skinned man that actually lived, right? The concept of Christianity, the face of Christianity, I will argue, is a white man that we call today Jesus, right? And we already know the history of the letter J. So when we talk about this so-called Jesus and everything, it's an important conversation. The reason why I feel like it's an important conversation because it's showing why so many people don't actually have a lot of faith in what we call today the Bible, right? It's showing throughout the manipulation of Hebrew text why so many people discredit the so-called Jesus Christ and the God of the Bible, right? Okay. But it just lets me know that a lot of people have not actually digged historically and with these Hebrew texts, and that just goes back to what World Class was saying as far as a royal people. I wasn't being funny to you, Jay Prince, when I said it went over your head. I'm just saying that I could hear from when you was talking, you really just you're void of some information, and it seems like you've had conversations, you know what I'm saying, and you're running with it. But I would beg you to maybe one day you could call me, bro. Trust me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you that to this day, and I see you down there, Easy. I might have to just let World Class moderate. But but I'm just telling you that the biggest lie is that the Bible is full of European whitewashed people at the forefront. If you know your history, you understand what I'm saying? And that's just not it. But that I truly think this is a conversation for another day. The topic of today's show is black fatigue, but we can keep going because StreamYard Saturday is probably going to be going on for
Freezy, I'm going to drop
30
down.
hours, 30 hours or so.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna be
Freezy,
up here much
I'm
longer.
going to drop down, so you don't have to go. I'm going to drop down.
Go ahead, hot sauce.
I just want to answer Jeff's question. I dropped down. So here's the situation. So you asked me what was the purpose of the Council of Nicaea. So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to answer you as clearly as I can, as I possibly can. So there was 3 agendas in the Council of Nicaea. Number 1, to resolve theological disputes. Number 2, to decide the decision on Christ. Is his divinity of Christ, not whether he existed or not, but it was debating the divinity of Christ. And then the last and most importantly was to standardize Christian practices so that they can propagate it throughout the rest of the world, right? And that's the main one. And so the reason why Council of Nicaea existed was to have a standardized religion and figure out how to get people to accept the Christian doctrine. And there's a great book called When Pagan and Christianity Shake Hands. That's why you have things like Easter, Christmas, and things like that and Ash Wednesday celebrated into Christianity, because the full purpose or the main purpose of the Council of Nicaea is how to mingle in other religious practices so the people can easily or better accept the
historically that's incorrect, right? It's not true.
Very correct.
That's not true.
Hold on, Izzy.
So first of all, I didn't interrupt anybody. Second of all, that is very true. You can look it up. But again, the when paganism and Christianity shake hands is a great book, has a lot of information on there. But the Council of Nicaea is absolutely how to promulgate Roman Catholicism or European Christianity through the masses. And I'll rest my mic there.
Yo, can I wait? Hold on, Jay Prince. Hold on real quick, man. Hold on real quick. Yo, shout out to
Izzy go and then JP.
Hold on real quick. Shout out to the panel. Yo, I just wanted to say this real fast. Shout out to y'all, man. Yo, first of all, the number one reason why the Council of Nicaea was assembled was to canonize rule, and it was to rule under a God. And once they had everybody under one God, that could be the rule of the day. Now, the thing about it is, it's not make believe. It was several books and several scrolls that were taken that were known to be factual, and they were put together. Some things were taken out, some things were put in, and some things were not. And so when they came and had the Council of Nicaea, it was to decide. When they came and had the Council of Nicaea, it was to decide what books would be accepted and what books wouldn't be accepted. But the purpose was for rule, right? Make no mistake about it. At the same time, that does not mean the information that's in there is incorrect information. Now, did they whitewash the information in order to try to make it seem like they was the one in rulership? Absolutely, without question. At the same time, if you really read the Bible and you really study, you understand that a lot of places that they're talking about are about melanated people. No question about it.
Hold up. Okay, so Izzy, how you doing, sir? Hey, hold on. How you doing, sir? Hey, that was a great way to explain your opinion. But you brought more so philosophy into the conversation than what the brother just did before you. He brought actual text into the conversation. So for me and my understanding, I would think you'd coming from a certain philosophy instead of a certain doctrine.
Wait, because hold on. He just addressed me. Are you serious? He just addressed me.
Hassan, hold on, Hassan. Hassan, you gotta hold on.
All right, y'all, I'm out.
Hassan, you gotta hold on.
He just addressed me. What are you talking about? He just addressed me. You don't care that he just addressed me? Yo, y'all got a bounty. Y'all got a bounty. World class.
Hassan, no, it's no bounty.
No.
There's nobody. Hot sauce. You got. But nobody. Come on, hot sauce. You being obtuse. Relax. Artifacts. Just address them. Izzy go. Hot sauce. Cool. Hot sauce. Cool out. Hold up. Let it. Hold up. It's not a no. It's not a no. It's not a. All the hot sauce. Scam likely has been up here for 40 minutes and hasn't spoke. You have came up here twice and spoke before him. Let Izzy hold up. Let Izzy finish. Oh my God, bro.
Getting black fatigue.
You cannot possibly wanting to speak for God while being disorderly. That doesn't even make sense. Just cool out, bro. Freezy told me that, bro.
Respect the
You the person that's causing the problem at this point.
I wanted to respond to him.
Hot sauce. I wanna. It's 9 other people up here. No. The answer is no. No.
You're upset.
The answer is no.
You're upset.
Absolutely, positively not. One thing we're not gonna do. One thing we're not gonna do. One thing we're not gonna do while the world class is up here and get in the mic war. You're gonna lose. You're not gonna win. Okay, so just no. It's I don't care how right you feel. How right you want to be doesn't prove. You can't sit and talk about the Bible, my nigga, and then want to be disorderly. You got if you about it, then be patient. Let Izzy finish. Let Izzy finish. You're gonna lose this back and forth for me. You're not gonna win. Let Izzy respond to artifacts. Then it's your fault. Then it should go. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna talk. It's not gonna happen. It's not a no.
The black mindset.
Thank you.
And black fatigue.
Artifacts address. Izzy go ahead, respond, and then hot sauce and go. We wasted 5 minutes just to get right here.
Right, because there's
Oh my
Once
God.
again,
It's not your turn.
I'm gonna just reiterate what I stated.
No, I don't need you to reiterate. I don't need you to reiterate it, brother. Please.
Yeah. I said if he needed it.
No, I don't need no reiteration. I understand what you're saying. I'm not speaking
or holleration.
I'm not speaking from a philosophical perspective. I'm speaking from a historical perspective and what actually happened. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD and the Ephemeral Council were issued by Emperor Constantine in order to form a one nation religion in order for control. So that is not a philosophical perspective. It is a historical perspective and reference. He referenced a modern book about what happened in a antiquated time, in a time long ago. I'm referencing the historical element of what actually happened.
All right, go ahead, hot sauce.
So first of all, I don't know why you come in here and say it's not true, because actually we're saying the same thing, right? In order to rule over something, because in the Latin under the cross it says under this Constantine, right? Constantine saw the symbol in the sky and says, "Under this time we shall rule." So that's when you go to the Vatican, you'll see different depicts of symbolisms of different countries with a cross on top. But in order to rule, you have to first standardize the Bible so that you can propagate it around the world so that people can follow you. Meaning you're not saying the different things. Because again, there was 3 agendas in the Council of Nicaea. 1, to decide the divinity of Christ. Number 2, to standardize the Bible. That means to decide what is canon and what is not. And number 2, how to promulgate it throughout the world. Meaning that under this time we shall conquer. Everybody's trying to be so right all the time that is just annoying. But anyway, I rest my case and I'm going. Y'all be blessed.
So world class, can I go now?
No. The gentleman to your right, he been waiting the entire time. Scamming, waiting the entire time. Being ruthless. I can't see his name. But the older gentleman, Mr. Wilson. You go to scam likely then ruthless, and if Uncle Jeff, I think he was about to leave. You can go up there. Go ahead, brother.
I want to say first, thank you guys for allowing me on your panel. And I know I'm old and ugly, so I hope I'm not too ugly. Guys, real fast, if I may, I just kind of want to change it a little bit and take it off the Bible. I want to get back onto what they were talking about, the black frustration. I just want to say, if if it doesn't exist, or if there's no reasons for it or reasons for it, why do we have so many videos today of people just acting? Well, you see the videos. So I say all of that to say this: if it's not real, why do we have so much video content? And two, whether if a person believes or don't believe, everybody knows that if you're in a store or anywhere that you might be and somebody's on their phone and they're talking too loud or whatever, you would want to be considerate enough to lower your voice or say, hey, wait, I'll talk to you later, something like that. But there again, we have video after video, and I mean for years, of when if you ask our young ladies, hey, can you not talk so loud on the phone? A fight break out. Guys, I don't want to go on and on and on. I'm 64, soon to be 65. And of course, old people, we can talk all day long. And I'm not going to do that because it's already past my bedtime. But I just wanted to say this: whether a person believe or not, there's no way we can deny all this video proof of what's going on today. And there's no way we can blame the past for what's going on. You can't blame welfare of 1965 of what's going on today, or the drugs of the 1980s of what's going on today.
That's fair.
Agreed, OG.
If anybody
So
will respond, they can.
that's my point on
I
that.
want to, yo, I appreciate his wisdom and I appreciate his insight, right? And shout out to you, brother, for being here. You know what I'm saying? Respect to the elders. With that being said, I'm trying to understand how we don't look to the past and the impact that the past has had over a number of years to create the present. I help me understand what you mean when you say that, if you don't mind.
And I have a third question.
What's up, OG? Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
Somebody had a question.
You got it. Yeah. Ask it again, Izzy.
No, the question I'm having is if he says that we can't blame the welfare of the 1960s, or we can't blame the crack epidemic of the 80s for what we see in the present. I'm trying to get a clarification of what he means by that, because I'm finding it hard to agree with it.
I understand. Okay. Now, I really appreciate you guys, like I say, giving me the time and all. I am one of the 1965 babies that was on welfare. I am one of those that, was there back there in the 1965 riots and all of that stuff. With that said, you haven't seen a video of me misacting or conducting myself in a way. Now, don't get me wrong, there probably are some out there that go back before the internet, because I will be honest, I've been to jail, I've been to prison, I made mistakes. But there again, I was one of the people who was hooked on crack back in the 80s. What did I do back then that has an effect on anybody today?
Did you have children?
Yes.
Okay. So, number one, the actions of drug use, drug sales, the mass incarceration in our community, the fatherless homes in our communities, the absentee parents in our community where children were raising themselves and raising other children, all have an impact on what we see today. The problem is that and then not to mention the fact that if you were a drug addict, and I'm salute to you for being clean, and I celebrate you for your journey, right? At the same time, we have to admit that you pass that down to your unborn children, you know what I mean, through your DNA or whatever the case may be. So there are many reasons and a myriad of reasons why the crack epidemic in the 80s has an absolute effect on what we see today.
Oof.
And
Devastating.
the communities.
Yeah.
And I got a second question for him, since you rebut what he said. My second question would be to you, sir, and I'm 66 years old. My
Yes, sir.
my second question would be to you is, what do the 1931 Ford has to do with the Bugatti today? And if you can understand that, then you can understand how do we start one place and we end another place by the invention of something in the past. The 31 car don't look like the cars today, but it grew from that. So when you put that life germ on this planet, whatever that life germ was, it developed. It could get worse, it could get better, but it did develop by its precepts, the thing that happened pre it. So
predecessors.
Yeah, well, you know I'm gonna mess it up. What's the name? I only had a teacher. I only have a teacher with one teeth, so he didn't get it all across the board. But you know what I'm coming from. So we as elders, sometimes when we do get wise, we don't get in conversation without great thought, because people younger of us is looking at us, and we have to understand they might not say it, but they're looking for our wisdom, and we have to be totally correct when we say something. We have to put it under a microscope, but we're willing to put it out there because it could sound good, and they can go out there and get hit by a tractor trailer.
I'd like to co-sign.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you want to respond to that? Okay, go ahead, Miss. Go
Well, no, I
ahead,
hear what he's
yeah,
saying.
That's
And what he's saying, that's true. Now, something can start one way, and because of the way it started, we're here today. Just like when James Brown started with his music, we do, because of his music then, we have the hip hop today. I mean, musically, not verbally, because James Brown didn't promote violence. With that,
I'm gonna have to. I gotta throw a flag on the play. We're gonna have to see the song "The Big Payback."
Okay, that once.
Most certainly. Well, most certainly. I like to say hey to the whole panel. All due respect, I do like to say hey to the whole panel because I didn't speak to the panel when I came up. And Jay Prince, thanks for bringing up some great points. This night I agree with Uncle Jeff 100%, and I understood where Jay Prince was coming from. He comes from hurt. Y'all got to understand, sometimes, like Uncle Jeff said, he just wasn't the right brother who should have been saying it. But what he said is actual things we should be talking about.
Absolutely.
And he comes from he have so much hate in him because he been lied to. Y'all got to understand, sometimes when we see people over the internet, they have hurt. And sometimes they don't express themselves, but you got to listen to what they're saying or what they're asking you.
All right, that's fair, OG. I want Uncle Jeff to get his response to Mr. Wilson, and then Scam and Ruthless.
And then I'm gonna break out like the chicken pox after this. Brother Wilson, I'll be 60 next week. I gotta say this to you, elder to elder. I boldly and proudly wear that moniker. There are two things tonight with love that you put forth that make it hard for us to talk to young people. Number one, it is that they watched your generation, my generation, fail them in real time the way that the generation before you did not. Sure, when you went to prison and you went against a standard that was set before you. There was a standard. There is a way that you talk to women, I hope. There is a type of music you listen to, I hope. I sincerely hope you ain't the old nigga in the club. There is a standard that by which you live your life, and traits that you have that were made by the men that came before you. If not, I don't know where you got them. These young brothers, those men were absent, and they were absent because of what it is, whoever sold it, whoever bought it, whoever shot somebody over it, whoever went to prison over it, whoever was deleted over it, is all gone on their time while they were developing. And B, to not acknowledge that, as a factor. This is why they disavow everything that comes before them. And this is something we have to heal. We don't just get to point out how fucked up it is. We should point out how fucked up it is. Sometimes it's a lot of fun. I'm not saying don't point it out. I'm saying pointing it out without being a beacon of light that does not judge, does not serve them or us. I say that and I land my plane. I'm out of here, y'all.
Uncle Jeff,
Yo,
before
what's
you
up?
leave, I agree with 99% of what you said. One thing I do have to push back is his generation. His generation, these 60s babies, which may include OG too, when they were babies, they were the first generation to see they mother, uncle, father, grandmother strung out on heroin.
Sure. There was a lot.
I think
not like crack. Not like crack.
I think,
sure.
but I do understand the 80s, but I argue that the 60s is worse than the 80s because that started it.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I understand.
There's
I think that's a go ahead.
There is a medical, the medical profession doesn't back that up, because you can actually, what the real truth is, anybody that found themselves strung out past a certain point in their older age, you're going to pay the piper for that. Everybody I know, our vegans are paying the piper for the 80s. There are the people who pay it less are those who were hooked on heroin as opposed to those who were hooked on crack, brother. That is one of those. One of those is a developed poppy. The other one was being worked on in the lab by one of them 3-letter agencies. That shit.
Yeah, I'm with you on crack being worse than heroin. I just think from
would you say as a segue?
What I'm saying is it's not even the drugs itself. It's just that that bond breaking and parenting and family, right there in the 60s is the bigger issue. That's what started it down there. That's what made it. But I'm not gonna argue that crack isn't worse than heroin.
Can I please co-sign the importance of what you just said?
Most certainly.
And I'm going somewhere with this, fellas. The baby boomer
I got you scamming ruthless.
In 1946, this is when my mother was born. My mother was baby mama 1.0. This is when my mother was 19 when I was born. This was the first generation of Black women that stopped getting sent down south when they got pregnant. This was the first. This was right when the pill came around. This was right when women's liberation came around, which was the same time that welfare came around and said, kick your man out. It is that stew. Those are the ingredients in the stew of the Black woman you can't stand today. I will debate that or argue it, or somebody argue it with me. So yes, I get what you're saying. I saw it come apart as a young child.
Yeah, I'm glad we agree there, because I mean that's the conversation I've been wanting to have.
Brother.
I've said it before, because I think the 60, like their perspective of seeing the vets and everything coming home from Vietnam and everything, seeing them strung out and their heroes strung out, I think that I don't think they get enough credit for that. And I'm one of the biggest. What you said verbatim, I've been saying it for a long time. Even when I hop up on here on YouTube, y'all generation failed us. I done had a lot of arguments like that, but it take a level of empathy to understand that. I know what I watch as an 80s baby, and I'm like, come on, bro. But for them to be the first generation, they need a little bit more love than what I think I've given them. I just take responsibility for what I said. Go ahead.
I think what's a mistake, and what, like whenever I talk to young brothers, I start with I'm sorry. I start with the fact that I ain't never been no Uncle Tom. I ain't never been no Jasper ass Shade Tree House Coon. I ain't never been on that. I was always Public Enemy. I was always Whitey ain't shit. But was I doing what I should have been doing in the 80s? Hell no, nigga. I had a curly Gumby with hammer pants, polka dotted, Stop doing my goddamn thing to Bell Biv DeVoe, bro. I was
Hammer pants.
Bruh, come on, you couldn't tell me shit. I had the polka dot top where the shirt, the short sleeve shirt with the hammer pants, polka dot black and white with some black and white shoes and the damn Dwayne Wayne glasses, nigga. You couldn't tell me shit.
Hey, world class. But you know what the crazy thing is, and I've said this to you before. The Gen like I'm a Gen Xer and Uncle Jeff is a Gen Xer, right? But Uncle Jeff is 12, 13 years older than me, right? So it's a big what a lot of people don't understand in Gen X, it's a big gap between 70s Gen Xers and 60s Gen Xers.
Yeah.
Izzy don't
wear Chelsea boots. So
right.
no.
I would never.
That's why I just limited that's why I just stick because I can't remember all the different X's and all the different shit from 80s baby, 70s baby, 60s, 50s. That's how I keep it.
Yeah, us 70s babies are like y'all.
Uncle Jeff, I want to ask you a question before you get out like chicken pox. All right. I know you got to break out. Wouldn't you say that heroin because it was more of a northern thing, like New York? That's where it was one of the worst places.
Chicago.
Okay, so wouldn't you say that heroin was a segue to freebasing in New York? Because that's when that started. See, a lot of people don't talk about freebasing.
Oh yeah, bro.
Okay, so freebasing is the same thing as the chemical components of what crack. What they was trying to do was make a cheaper cocaine or freebasing, and it came out to be crack.
Yep, that's exactly.
Well, sure. I don't argue. I like to say that nothing outside of crack, the Bible, the King James Version of the Bible, and the handgun, nothing has hurt us worse than integration. I have to put crack on that list, brother. I have to put it. There is no that shit is from the devil, bro. The way it turned our communities inside out, the brains that it literally ate.
Watch this crystal. Watch this crystal, though.
Brother.
Watch this.
Oh yeah. Oh, believe me. Oh, you mean the drug crisis as opposed to the war? But no, bro. Believe me, brother. This thing that was unleashed upon us. Oh, brother, they paying for it sevenfold now. So no, I'm not saying that, but here is the diabolical of it, and I really got to go. Is have y'all watched Snowfall? Has anybody seen that show?
Yes, sir. You know I did.
Okay.
I know
do you understand? Do you understand that the president of the United States is the unseen, often villain in that series that is really about how crack cocaine made it into the hoods of America and why? Which means that until and unless Ronald Reagan statues and libraries are taken down and closed, America is bullshitting with you, black people. And I'll leave with that.
It's been that way.
Appreciate you, Uncle Jeff. Believe that. Scam, go ahead, Scam. Get in there. I know you've been waiting. Pause.
Yeah. Good evening, people, or good morning, whatever it is. First, I'd like to say,
appreciate you, world class. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Black fatigue. The definition I got is a fat man or a fat woman trying to walk up a flight of stairs, sweating, huffing, and puffing. That's what black fatigue really is. As far as religion, I don't know how it comes to this, but people believe what they believe. There's a Bible, there's a Quran, there's God, there's Jesus, there's Islam, there's Hebrew Israelites. And I think people make the decision, I'm going to worship this. This is what I believe is. Then here comes, no, that wasn't a real book. It was this one. No, it wasn't. So much stuff. Everybody's right. Because it wasn't Abraham, it was John. It wasn't Sam, it was Raheem. It was to the point where you just go reach out and you got 78 Bibles to read the Bible, to read about the Bible. Then to say, no, it wasn't the Bible, it's the Quran. What the hell y'all expect people to do? When you talk about just basic living, most of the principles are the same. Thou shalt not steal means thou shalt not steal. Treating your wife and your kids and treating people right and doing some of the basic right things got nothing to do with a white Ethiopian or Yugoslavian man and what they wrote and didn't write and white Jesus pamphlets and ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But just like anything, grab a narrative, throw it out there in the sky. Well, a white man did it. Well, it was a black man. He wasn't black enough. His fingernails was black. What they got? Thou shalt not steal. Don't rob liquor stores. You're going to do it or you're not. And then when people throw all this stuff,
I disagree with that, Scam.
Of course you do.
No,
now, can I finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Just throwing stuff. Then it's like, what do you believe in and what are you following? Is it anything like a diet, like one paragraph, something? And if that's good, so much of the just throwing anything out there to the point where somebody is 22 years old, like, man, I don't know what's up there. They thinking they cousin up there now because they got hit with so much stuff. Then with the research, all that book wasn't right. That person was lying. This one was lying. Well, this one telling the truth. Well, this one lying. I'm like, my God. I'll stop there.
I think you shouldn't believe anything. I think you should listen to everything, read everything, and then don't believe anything unless you prove it through your own research. That's what I preach.
How they gonna read everything?
As everything that you can come across, everything that's been advised to you. Hey, you should look into this book. I mean, you should try reading this. Why not read it?
Do you know how much advising there is?
Huh?
Do you know how much advising there really is? We got to fly over to other continents, look at the mountains, the stars. Then on the plane, somebody will tell you, no, it wasn't that. It was Scandinavia. No, then it was this.
What? Hold on. I want Jay Prince to ask this question, but what should we believe? Because it seemed like the conversation is becoming real ambiguous.
So you want me to answer that question?
I'm just saying because it just seemed like
I got it. I can answer it.
That question to me or to everybody?
It's to everybody, but I wanted Jay Prince to ask his question. Go ahead.
So I think that one, since like you said earlier, that I must have heard a conversation and ran with it. But yet you don't want to acknowledge that the Bible is full of conversations and you running with it, right? The Bible is nothing but Paul said unto thee. So basically they're having conversations and all you Bible thumpers and Christianity people running with these conversations that's mentioned in the Bible. So let's just say everything that we know about Egypt or all other type of stuff, none of us wasn't there. So I hate when people say that this is exactly what happened because you can't validate it if you weren't there. So you got to depend on other people. But I think Egypt has more solidarity because they actually got artifacts that existed. It seems like they have way stronger beliefs in it than the Christianity religion in there. Secondly, I'll forget on to this is the first Jesus, which Gilgamesh said this. His name was Serapis. This Serapis, that's the snake. This is supposed to be the cross. Serapis on the cross. This is the first Jesus. So that's what the Socratine is, stuff like that. Now, what I think that who we should be worshiping is nature. Nature is the beginning, the present, and the beginning, present, and the end. Nature never has changed for nobody. For nobody beliefs, for nobody opinions, for nobody stories, right? The same way how people were far as like their nature was trillion years ago, it's the same way, the same nature that we have today. And then guess what? It's gonna be the same nature that we're gonna have 1,000 years ago. So I think that we should recreate history. Since we you're supposed to know your history to know where you're going in the future. But unfortunately, we've been having monkey wrench thrown in the game, and so they corrupted a lot of the history. So we don't have that pleasure, we don't have that honor to go back in history because a large group of people didn't take pride in that history because they wasn't a part of their culture, a part of their race. So a lot of it got taken down, a lot of it got destroyed. So from Black people, I think moving forward, you just gonna have to depend on nature and how people exist within nature.
Freezy, can I say this?
Yeah, 1 second. What do you say? What do y'all say to this? Just say
Well,
no.
yeah.
I asked, was the story of Horus originally like Jesus? It says no. The
No.
story of Horus was not originally like Jesus. While some superficial similarities exist, such as miraculous birth and performance of miracles, the core narratives and purposes of the two figures are vastly different.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Rooted in distinct. Hold on, let me finish reading.
He not finished reading.
Okay, my
Rooted
bad.
in distinct cultural and religious context. Go ahead.
So
Jay Prince, can I throw my AP card in?
When you Google stuff, we seem to think that when you hit Google, that it's some machine.
You just did it earlier.
You did the same thing, bro.
You just did it earlier.
No,
Freezy,
man.
can I go after Jay Prince?
Yeah, you can. I got you, Izzy. You right after Jay Prince. Go ahead, Jay Prince. Go ahead.
Because I can actually prove the stories of Jesus come from Horus and Osiris, right? So, but every time you Google something, that don't mean like you said it so confidently. Well, it says right here. Well, those are people, and when you put stuff on Google, those are people in uploading information. Just like you can upload the Bible onto Google from your perspective. I could read a book right now and upload it on Google, and if you Google my book, it's going to recite that same AI stuff exactly the way I said it, no matter if it was true or false. So I think that we got to be careful when every time we just depending on Google as if those not human beings uploading this information.
Hold on, Noble. Hold on real quick.
Y'all act as if they don't upload false information.
You can Google it. Hold on. Wait.
They don't make it fact.
But I'm saying, just remember that for future reference for yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Yo, shout out to Freezy. I appreciate you having me. Real quick.
Peace, love, more.
Peace, Noble. Love. Let me just say this, yo. So first, the funny thing is, Osiris, right? Osiris was Ptolemy the First, and Ptolemy the First, when Alexander the Greek took over Egypt, his general was Ptolemy the First, and Ptolemy the First was left there in Egypt, and that's where the rule of the Ptolemies began. Ptolemy wanted to be a pharaoh. Ptolemy, because he was a European and not a Nubian, could not be a pharaoh. So what they did was they put, hold on real quick. Hold on once, Jay Prince, because you giving misinformation. Hold on once. Hold on once. Let me finish.
I'm saying the same shit as you doing. You ain't no motherfucker.
Jay Prince. Hold on.
Shit that you said.
Wow. No, you're not saying the same thing I'm saying.
Wait.
You say they cut their hands on the Egyptians, then they created.
Wow, really?
Listen. When you talked, I let you talk. I didn't interrupt you or nothing.
No, all that silence.
I didn't either.
Shut the fuck up, white motherfucker.
I didn't either. I was quiet. I'm not.
I got you, Izzy. Jay Prince, it's easy.
You make me shut the fuck up while this punk trying to
Jay Prince, it's Izzy's time to talk. When you was talking, I didn't interrupt you.
Motherfucker was interrupting me.
I was not. I didn't say anything while you was talking.
Nobody interrupted you, bro. We can run the tape back.
I've been getting interrupted this whole day, but every time I get ready, it seems like y'all got a habit trying to chastise me or something. You motherfucker can't chastise shit.
No one's thinking about chastising you.
When this bitch should came up here trying to insult my intelligence.
What?
Y'all gonna speak up.
Bless you. Yeah, come on. You're doing a lot. Yo, so you can't be wrong. So Jay Prince, you can't be wrong. Okay, you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong. You can't be wrong. Yo, fam, you don't got much. Apparently, you don't got much intelligence. So apparently you don't got no intelligence because you sitting there wilding out about nothing. You wilding out about nothing. I'm talking about old Serapis and you wilding out about nothing. I'm not. Yeah. Like your daggone teacher. Like your teacher.
Wait, hold on, Izzy. So Jay Prince, I just let you get it off. I'm asking you.
Appreciate you for that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Look at that slick ass smile he put out there. You know what he be doing.
He stretched out like that damn t-shirt he got on.
Jay Prince, can you just please? Jay Prince, now you just said you don't care who panel is. I let you say all of that. See what I'm saying?
See, Jay Prince.
Hold on real quick. Can I just finish?
Go ahead, Izzy.
Go ahead. Izzy, say what he say uninterrupted, please. Go ahead.
So the difference is, I'm not trying to insult the brother's intelligence. What I'm saying is the difference is Ptolemy the First was trying to be a pharaoh. So they put a cup on his head and they were mocking him. And then they called him Serapis, which means big old white bull. So at the end of the day, yes, the halo, when you see the symbol of Christ with a halo, yes, that is what they did to Ptolemy the First. At the same time, Ptolemy the First was not the symbolism, was not the first Jesus Christ, because guess what? Jesus Christ lived about 1,000 years before Ptolemy the First ever came on the scene. So that's all I was trying to say. I'm not trying to insult anybody's intelligence, but I'm trying to give actual facts, right? So at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, what should you believe? There's a such thing as, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, or y'all could co-sign this if you know this. Has there been information that you know for a fact without knowing it? You didn't get it from a book. You didn't get it from a lecture. You didn't get it from a TV show. You didn't get it from anywhere but inside yourself. Has that happened to any of y'all?
Yeah.
Most certainly.
Yes. So at the end of the day, yo, what happens is within yourself, you know the truth when you come upon it. And maybe the truth is for you in one direction and the truth is for someone else in another direction. But there's over 8 billion people on this earth. So the whole idea that everybody has to think the same and pray the same and act the same way is ridiculous to me. As long as we believe in the creator and we do the best we can as people and we treat each other well and we try to serve one another in a capacity or another, I believe that is the right way to serve. That's the right way.
Wait. Hold on, Jay Prince.
Let me read the super chat. Hold on, OG. Let me read the super chat. Shout out to
Narrative. You don't get a chance to speak, man.
Please let me speak, Jay Prince. I'm gonna throw my AP card out. Can I throw my AP card out there?
Hold on, I got a super chat on the board. Shout out to Narratives and Dialogues for his $5 super cap. He said, "Can Dick Gregory, aka Dr. Sabi, talk?" Who is he talking about? Can Dick Gregory, aka Dr. Sabi, talk? He's been waiting patiently. Prophet Nino. Let me see.
He talking about Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson just left.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Shout out to Mo Love. Shout out to Mo Love having her VIP pass for 8 months. I appreciate you, sis. She said, please hit the like button and subscribe. Let's get a shout out to her. Also, shout out to RBN. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. Thank you for carrying your VIP pass for 16 months, bro. VIP Wednesday. VIP is every Wednesday. The VIP shows is every Wednesday. The only way to see it is to have a VIP pass. Shout out to Mo Love for her $5 super cap. She said, please show some love if you are enjoying the show. Cash App our host, Freezy, at $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. And we're still waiting on we haven't gotten our first cash cap yet tonight. Shout out to everybody sending super caps. Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap? Who's going to be the first sponsor of tonight's show? It's only $20 or more. I appreciate you. Go ahead, OG.
I really haven't comment on the title. It's been so interesting and so much fire and fuel going on this. But is Scam still? Yeah, the dust of fear. Yeah, he's down at the bottom. Scam, I do have a question to you, but I want to make a statement. But the question, I'm going to put it in front, so by the time I finish my statement, you'll probably be ready for it. I think what we got here that we're not really understanding, it's almost like the Morris Porridge show. A woman comes on there and she got 15 daddies and neither one of them is the daddy. I think the daddies represents the Bible. That, think about what I'm finna say. The daddies represent the Bible is because if we go ever get somewhere, if spirituality is the foundation of who you are and what you're supposed to represent, and that's supposed to be the strongest, your strongest point, then there has been so much misinformation out, and that's why so much fighting. Because people are waking up. People are understanding. They'll be asking questions, why can I find the pharaohs who was older than some of the Jesus Christ figures? We can find their graves, and we can't find anybody's spiritual grave. And so you're fighting against that, and then you got the pyramids that I absolutely have been in southern Egypt, Kemet, Kush, Rush, whatever you want to call it, where I see these things on the walls that predate the Bible. Somebody said earlier that there was 12 people who was born by Virgin Mary way before Jesus Christ's story. And you got Horus, who came with the one God concept, right? Nobody want to give him that. And so you got Imhotep, and you got a lot of other, when black historians used to come around in our community and give classes and stuff and to give us great understanding. I think that's where a lot of this confusion is coming from, because people are starting to ask questions. You know what I mean? We still eating the same survival food that we ate in slavery, but we can't even teach. And that goes along with the weight thing, that we can't even make people believe that that's survival food. That's not soul food. That is survival food. And we need to get away from it. But so
you won't survive if you eat it.
You will survive a bad life. You will have a bad. So what I'm trying to say is, nobody wants to say this. And you traveled, you've been in the service. I have traveled due to the part of my profession. A lot of other people up here have traveled. Probably most of the people up here have had traveled. You got to understand, we are very unique people. You know what I mean? We're like a different breed of animal that someone came along and tampered with us. And we still trying to fight to find out who we are just as human beings. And so you go get this chaos when you won't get it in other communities. It's reason why the other communities was not treated like us. The other community was not trampled like us. And one day these subjects go get a lot more easier, because the newer generation go be able to figure this out. We're so emotional with it because we feel like we've been fooled by our fathers who told him he was our father, but he really wasn't our father. Our mother who told somebody who was our father. That's going to make confusion with the child. So what I'm saying is, what you are seeing presented in front of you, it wasn't by mistake. It was by design.
Yeah, let me say this.
What's the question? What's the question for me?
The question
was Kemet originally monotheistic culture?
There wasn't never monotheistic.
Right.
Well, polytheistic, I mean.
Huh?
What you mean, like worship a lot of gods?
No, monotheistic is one God.
One God.
Well, what I'm saying, Horus brought the one God concept.
And they call God nectar, what we call nature.
You understand what I'm saying? When everybody was talking about all these, because God is position, right? Yeah. It's just like you owner somebody's position, the CNO, whatever y'all call it, the head chairman. That's a position. And that's why in different religions, they don't respect it if you don't call a God by his name. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, when Horus came along and had the one God concept, that was something totally different than what was practiced. Yeah, I'm sorry, Imhotep. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about Imhotep, the one God concept.
So you're saying that Horus was not associated with other deities?
No, I'm talking about Imhotep. I'm sorry, I was talking about Imhotep. Yeah,
I was confused, right?
No. What I'm saying is the Horus story is more like the Jesus story versus
No, I
Imhotep.
debunked that earlier. That's what I'm saying. Is,
No. I understand. You say you debunked it, but I'm telling you, there's scholars out there will drill you in the ground with this, and they would actually. And what I'm saying is, Freezy, they actually have traveled back to Egypt to study the scrolls and actually the scroll. See, a lot of things are hidden from us. It's called a hidden hand. So what I'm saying is, we're so confused. Do you understand that why I'm saying this? We are so confused because we only regurgitate what presented in front of us. And somebody made a great point. I think it was Izzy who said it's printed in your DNA. That's why you're fighting against what somebody's teaching you, because it's already printed in your DNA.
No, I'm not fighting against it. I'm not fighting against it. Okay, and to be fair to JP's point, I did read an AI earlier, right? But before that, if you guys would believe me, I've read literature on Horus, the story of Horus, is similar to Jesus. I read actual literature on that, and from my studies, that's actually a new concept when it comes to Horus. It being similar to the story of Jesus, that was not the original concept of Horus, to my understanding, right?
Well, let me ask you a question, Free. JP, wait. Let me ask you a question.
You was asking me a question. You ever want to answer?
Okay, no. Yeah, I did ask you a question. If a father and a mother had a child, and the mother told the child that was her father, but somebody else in the family was telling that same child, that's not your dad. And then the mother was keep on telling that, and the dad would say, I'm your father. But if that child was brought up with that type of confusion, and then he found out that wasn't his real dad, wouldn't you think that would be traumatizing towards that child?
So are you referring to the Immaculate Conception?
No, I'm preferring to the Bible as being that confusion
right.
Who's the real father.
So here's I got you. So here's the thing. This is where and respectfully, y'all, can we talk about black fatigue too? I want to talk about that, but I want to say this.
Yes, sir.
Somebody help me out, man. Immaculate Conception is a Christianity concept, dog. That's not even.
No, it's not.
That's
false.
Stop. When it comes to who we know today as Jesus Christ, and what we pass around as the Immaculate Conception, it was largely accepted in Roman Christianity. Listen, wait, stop. Catholicism introduced that. This is a historical fact when it comes to Jesus Christ.
Freezy, hold on real quick. Freezy, let me help you out because the Bible gives you a hint. The Bible says that Jesus came after the order of Melchizedek. So, and there were two others that came in the same way as them. I don't know the exact verse, but if you look it up and you look up the order of Melchizedek, the Bible gives you a clue that Jesus was not the first historical Immaculate Conception story. It wasn't.
No. Listen what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying because I think we're getting confused.
I got one better for you. I'm gonna disconnect the whole thing.
I got you right after this. What I'm saying, I'm gonna just land my plane. What I'm saying is, what I was actually saying is, and I know, we got people watching, and listen, this conversation is respectfully, right? I'm not shitting. I don't want to, because I don't want to shit on nobody's religion. Even Christians, because I can imagine there's a lot of Christians watching too. But this is just from my studies and historically. This story, I'm not saying that the original concept of Jesus or story of Jesus was Immaculate Conception. I'm saying that was introduced. I'm talking about the Immaculate Conception in connection to Jesus Christ. it was introduced through Catholicism, right? If you read the Bible distinctly tells you that Jesus is of the seed of David, the seed of Abraham. He comes from a lineage, and we know that you are who your father is. That's how lineage is passed down. So just by common sense, if anybody it just is running with the Immaculate Conception from the Bible, it was because you adopted it from Catholicism. And most churches in neighborhoods across America is founded upon Catholicism. Well, no matter what denomination that you claim, and this is just historical fact. So when people try to say, when people try to connect horrors with Jesus, is especially with the Immaculate Conception, is in my humble opinion, it's false. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Just real quick, Scam, please. Because I know, I'm sorry, my bad, Scam. Because this is, you didn't even have to do none of that. It's crazy. Heru did not come from Immaculate Conception. Heru comes from Aset having sex with the dead corpse of Asa. It didn't come from Immaculate Conception. Asa was cut up in many pieces.
14
pieces. Okay, so that's not Immaculate Conception. She had sex with a dead corpse. And that's where Heru come from. We all know this. So I don't. But hold on. That's why he was green. I got you. So when what Uncle Jeff talked about was zeitgeist. Zeitgeist has been debunked to and through. He even connected it with Buddha. It's not the same thing at all. And that you can go look up zeitgeist if it's still on the internet. The different connections they had, they even connected to Hinduism. So everything you did, Freezy, it wasn't even. There's no point because it was not Immaculate Conception.
Can we all agree? That
no,
what we know, the information in what we call the Bible today, it was before Catholicism. Can we all agree that? Can we
Absolutely.
No.
It was.
Wait. Hold on real quick. He said, what you said, Freezy, was, can we agree that the information in the Bible predates Catholicism, right? That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's the absolute fact. What are y'all talking about?
So
you're right.
I got you, Scam. The reason why I said that, I just feel like we just need to stop tying what we know today as the Bible to as the Bible, the King James Version and all that kind of stuff. I get it, and what it was used to do as far as slavery and everything. But I mean, we just got to do our due diligence. That's what I'm saying. These conversations, like, you know.
So what you said? But what civilization is the oldest? Freezy. What? Okay. Yeah, you got to ask a question. What is women? How many women? Yeah, you can ask a question. But what civilization is older? By the Bible, it says we are 6,000 years in. How you gonna tell me that when they're finding women that is 1.2 million years old?
Let me ask you something. How old is Hebrew text?
Just like I say, none of it is over 4,000 years.
No,
I would say 4,000 years.
Just say
4,000 years. No, I can say by its date itself. You just told us go by its date, how they dated itself.
Listen. I asked you how old was Hebrew scriptures.
I said about 4,000, maybe about 4,000 years.
Bro,
Jesus Christ.
No, that's not true. Listen, arguably, scholars have argued about this.
How old is Jesus Christ?
Listen, scholars have argued about this. What was the first actually written language, right?
Okay, again, I'm asking you, what was the age of Jesus Christ?
Wait, Hebrew.
Who were those scholars? What race were they?
Listen. Hebrew is in that discussion.
Yugoslavian.
Hebrew is in that discussion. So,
what race were them? Because that plays a big part.
They're a mix of Ethiopian and Canadian.
Bias and races were very prevalent.
Let me let Scam go because
go ahead, Scam.
KP gonna keep throwing the white man at me.
Okay, you can't dodge them curved balls, huh? All right, but go ahead, Scam.
Hold on, let me go to is in world class. Does Hebrew predate what we call the Bible?
Calm down, Scam.
Absolutely, without question. Absolutely.
Hundreds of thousands of years.
Well, look. So it was Aramaic. It was Aramaic. Then it was Hebrew. Then it was then they
Greek.
did the Latin, the Greek, and then the Latin, and then English.
No, it was Greek.
The Voltaire.
The Bible.
Wait, hold on.
No.
The Voltaire, the lexicon, and the Voltaire. It was Aramaic. Then it was Hebrew. Then it was the Voltaire, the lexicon, which was the languages, and then was broke down later into English. But
Thank you.
The finished Bible is Greek. The first finished Bible is Greek.
Listen. First of all,
I say finish. I didn't say wait.
No. Do you know?
Hold on, real quick. The first wait, real quick.
Was not in Greek.
Right, it's in Ethiopia. What are you talking
No, listen. What I'm just saying.
The first finished Bible was in Ethiopia.
Come on now.
OG,
another thing. Hold on, Clue. I got you, bro. Another
No, it
thing
was actually
is
in Guam. It's still floating in the river.
coming to you. The word Bible
means a collection of books.
Wait, the word Bible is just another term for collection of anything.
Collection of books.
Anything could be a Bible.
But what I'm saying, the things that we use as a Bible, Freezy, we're not talking about anything. We're talking about the things we use.
Y'all keep wanting to go back to that, and the conversation is so much bigger than that. That's what I'm telling you.
It's much bigger than that, but y'all, wait, can I finish? You right. It's much goddamn bigger than that. And the problem is, we want to start our timeline.
You're blowing out your mic, Aki. You're blowing out your mic.
The white man versus we got evidence that we much older than him. And we much older than him. So how he get to tell our birthright and our story?
Hey, that's what Freezy's saying, OG. That's what Freezy's
bringing the white man in the conversation.
OG, Freezy recognizes that we predate.
Because he always been in the conversation. Why you can act like he's not?
Wait, OG, Freezy is saying that.
Okay, then maybe we saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe we saying the same thing.
Scam, be patient.
I don't believe.
Hey, Freezy.
I don't believe. Hold on, OG. Just for the record, I don't believe the Bible is full of white people. I don't. Okay.
No, I ain't saying that. I said
no. You can't. No, Scam.
No, Freezy. What I did say is what I'm trying to make the most important thing about all of this. See, there was a reason when we were written hours in stone, and versus writing it on paper. Because we know we're going to have these discussions one day in our life. And they haven't been able to destroy it. Okay? I'm saying that black people have predated every race on this damn planet.
We agree.
We all agree.
We agree on that. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I don't understand why that's being brought up, though.
Yeah, we all agree with that.
Because if you're going to tell a story, you can't tell a story from halftime.
No, because I don't want
to. Can I ask
keep
that
talking
question
about the white man.
7 years ago?
I ain't talking about the white man no more. I'm talking about the dark black man made out of black mud.
Can you shut up for a minute,
Let me make room for Scam.
Yes, sir. But I would like for you to ask me a lot more respectful, though. I will be quiet, but I would like for you to ask me a lot better.
Hey, hold on. I asked you disrespectfully.
No. The brother asked LG to shut up. He ain't had to do that.
Can I answer the question?
Who said that?
Clue.
Clue, come on, Clue. Don't come in with that.
I have a history with J Speed.
Okay,
we got history.
It's all right.
We cool.
It's okay. He got a white woman, so it's cool.
Oh, come on, man.
Let's Scam get in here for a blowing gasket. Let's Scam get in here for
crazy. I got to mute you.
What was the question, Scam?
About 7 hours ago, J Speed answered the question as I was going on talking about there's religion and people just keep throwing all kind of stuff out there to the point where people all the way up to the moon, the sky, Ethiopia, Arizona. Then he asked me a question talking about if somebody didn't know who their mom and daddy was. What y'all just did was throw 15 other mamas and daddies out there in the picture too. So now what the hell they gonna do?
I said that.
58 daddies talking about I'm your daddy, I'm your cousin, your uncle, daddy, cousin. To the point they saying in 18 different languages. That's what y'all just did.
But I said that, Sam. That's the question. I'm asking you the question. Will that call?
I got to read the super cap.
Okay.
Shout out to Izzy, man. Shout out to Izzy Bands, man, for his $10 super cap. Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate that, man. Izzy said, salute, Freezy. Shout out to the No Cap crew. Could everybody do me a favor? Subscribe. Go to Izzy Bands. That's the name of his channel. And subscribe. And hit that notification bell. That's very important. Very important. Shout out to Izzy Bands, man. Go ahead.
So
My question. No, I'm not.
I just gave you the answer. I just
no. Listen. You regurgitate my answer because you said 15 people. I said if it was
I can't
like
answer it because y'all won't stop talking.
No. You can't answer by regurgitating my fucking question as an answer.
You got it. The answer is.
You damn right I got it. I'm throwing my AP card out on your ass right about now. You peanut head brother. I'm trying to tell you.
The narrative that kills the question of why it was asked the first place.
Okay, let me ask you again so you can understand my question.
No, I understood the question.
Okay, so you ask. You speak about mental health. You speak about mental health, right?
I can't speak because you keep talking over me.
No, I'm asking. Do you speak? Do you speak about mental health?
No,
you never spoke to me about. Okay, well then you're lying. You're lying. You don't like Jesus. So again, I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you again.
I can't get 8 words out, so I don't know what mental health is.
Let him
get
it out.
Loosen up that damn wife beater, and then you can think.
Oh,
loosen up that damn wife beater, and you can think. Put it on your shoulders a little bit. A little bit out, not close around your neck. It's cutting off your blood, bro.
Boomers.
No, my point is this: if you're talking about somebody who's confused and don't know something, instead of there's basic principles in life that are consistent, and most people won't even do those, and that's probably 90% of life. Why would you send the people who's confused and tell them to spend 99% of their time chasing 2-3 things? Now they all the way out in the ocean looking for bones in Ethiopia. What that got to do with dashing out still some of the basics that they can't even handle? So like I'm saying, if somebody's saying they don't know who their mom and daddy are and whatever, why would you add 68 different men and say one of these might be a dad? So they got a Yugoslavian dude with 3 eyeballs saying maybe it's him. They book a flight to Arizona, then Mississippi, digging up bones, arguing over 6,000 and 12,000 years. When there's some basic stuff that they can't understand of why they don't know who their mom and daddy is.
Hey, Scam, you waited all that time.
So you know,
Scam. You wait a minute. Scam. Hey, Freeze. You see what he did? You see what he did? You freeze it. Did you see what he did? Right? Everything he said. No. Listen. You see what he did, Freeze? No. Freeze. I'm gonna tell you what he did. Everything he said was a question. Listen what he just did. So you know what? You watered down Negroes. You know where y'all want us to go? In the cave looking for our goddamn ancestors. That's where y'all want us to go.
Oh, so because I didn't give the answer I want.
No, you gave me questions. You never gave me the answer. Everything you said. No. I gave you the floor. I gave you the floor. I told you to do the moonwalk. You did the James goddamn Brown split.
Why not?
So that's what you did.
Why not? At this point, y'all talking about bones and
you can tell you a country
y'all
nigga.
talking about Ethiopian nostrils in the ocean.
You most certain, and I'm proud of it. And I still whoop ass in the north, south, and east.
Let me get
to the Egyptian mountains.
Hold on, y'all.
I get what Scam trying to say, right? He's trying to say.
JP.
Hold on, JP.
OG drunk. I ain't never had a drink in my life.
Just like if somebody say they're a Christian or say they're not one, and you beat them with more Bible verses.
What the fuck? The shit? God damn! Hold on, let Freezy talk.
Oh, go ahead, Freezy. My bad.
Yeah. Let me get KT to go in the conversation. I'm gonna go to Clue. I got a video I want to show about this black fatigue, this phenomenon. I mean, this epidemic that people are complaining about, and I want us to have a conversation about black fatigue. I appreciate what we've been talking about, but I really want to talk about this black fatigue because it's kind of crazy. Go ahead, KT, to go.
Well, before we get to that fatigue, I think I want to say I understand what OG's saying. I think he may have came at a little different thing, but it's a valid argument. I get what you're saying. Also, I can't remember your name because you Scam. My bad. You change your name every time you up this motherfucker. But listen to me. I think the thing is not about whether or not thou should not kill. Yeah, we know that's all good, but you do have to understand they say right message, wrong messenger for a reason. And if we sit here saying like, oh, we accept this is the truth because this book is coming from a truthful place, we do have to take into consideration, like, what y'all saying about the Bible? Yeah, it starts because like you said, most religions start Abrahamic, right? But then when we throw in this New Testament, which is why it's the Bible. That's what we skipped here. Like, that is why it's the Bible. It's not just because it's a collection of books, because the Old Testament already existed. The New Testament is what makes that the Bible. And that is something from a group of white people. Only people we have that can back or validate. For some odd reason, it's a nigga over here in Africa doing wild shit in Africa. But the people who were telling his story are Greek people. The people who validated whether or not it was real was Greek people. We do have to question that.
So it's convenient.
I lay my plane on.
So when it comes to using Google or using the airplanes, we can use those, and somehow everything is race-based. So the plane is white all of a sudden. Got, pale skin.
I don't even know where that came from. I don't know where that came from.
It's convenient, but then somehow the Bible, because it was white, some kind of
no. Me personally, listen. If we talk about me personally, I say it all the time. I don't really accept stats. I get people who say, "Oh, you can't say don't accept none of the white stats." I ain't gonna say that, but what I'm gonna say is I would feel more comfortable in them stats if I had, especially when you talking about something that goes to a certain crowd of people. You talking black statistics, but it's no black people making the statistics. That do make me think, like, how valid is that?
Well, are they listening? Are they listening to black people either? Even when it comes to religion, are they even listening to other black people?
Yeah. Because it's just like music and everything else, right? When it comes to some hip shit, they own niggas. We talking about some hip shit, they own niggas. They for sure own niggas.
But biblically, those were black people in the Bible. Like, I don't understand why y'all. Those were melanated.
I agree with you. Until we get to the New Testament.
No, in the New Testament, those were melanated people, family.
Izzy, do we not go from the names Bathsheba, Solomon? This is what we got in the Old Testament. Now we get Peter, Luke, Matthew.
Right, but they put
where these white folk come from?
Hold on. Stop, please. I've been like literally an hour. I've been trying to make this point so y'all can stop bringing this stuff up. John, the book of John, comes from an Aramaic name, Johannes. Johannes means favored by God. That's what it means. These are not, first of all, let me just even kill that. English is not a white people's language. The Moors ran all of Europe. I want y'all to hear it. The Moors ran all of Europe. That includes England. From 700 to 1492, they were speaking English. Brown-skinned people darker than JP. English is a Moorish, what y'all call black language. So a name like Matthew, I looked it up. Matthew comes from a Hebrew word, Matathia. It means gift of Jehovah. Gift of Jehovah. So in whatever language it would have been in, Aramaic, whatever, the name would have been equivalent to gift of Jehovah or John, Johannes, favored by God. These are not English or white people. Like y'all have the thing that is not being brought up in these conversations is competence and literacy. That's why nobody has said that but me. Competence and literacy. Learning how to.
Incorrect. So all I gotta say is, am I incorrect in saying?
I'm not hearing a rebuttal to what I said. I'm not hearing a rebuttal to what I said.
It's not a rebuttal. Am I? I'm just asking. Am I incorrect in saying that the oldest book in the?
Hold on one second, KT. Shout out to Travis Allen for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate you, dog. Travis Allen is the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Can anybody beat Travis Allen to become a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show? It's only $20 or more. Can anybody match Travis Allen or beat Travis Allen to be official sponsor of tonight's show? And if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Go ahead, KT.
All right. I just want to ask, am I incorrect in asking though? Are the New Testament and Old Testament is not made at separate times?
Yes.
Okay. the separate time that it was made, that went with, I'm just, what I said still stands. The people who say that Jesus came about is something validated by a white group. The name Matthew is Matthew, even if it has a translation. It has a translation because it's not that word, correct?
No, that's not true, brother. Like,
No,
listen,
no.
for example, let me give you an example. So Jesus, right? And Jesus in Arabic is Esau. Right, real quick. No, Jesus in Arabic is Esau. In Spanish is Jesus. In English is Jesus. So like that's the way a name could be transliterated due to different languages, and it's the same being that they're talking about.
Transliterated.
I'm just talking about convenient.
Transliterated. Yes.
Translation and then there's transliteration.
Did y'all not understand what the brother just said? Did y'all not get the idea what the brother was saying? I know, but did y'all not get the idea what the brother just said? The brother said, and I'm talking about the brother who just said, in one part of the 5 books of Moses, you got correct names, and then once you get out of that, all right, which some of the disciples didn't have more than one name, but it was still spoken in their tongue. So what he's trying to make the point is when the Greek got hold into the Bible, these names changed in translation. Before that, we reading both books, and it still got the name consistent with the names that the way it was said then. But now you got Mark and Luke and all these other guys. Now you can see where the white hand came into the Bible. That's all he said.
Oh my God! The Greeks were Etruscans.
They were
Carthaginians. They were brown-skinned people. Y'all just be saying anything.
I worked for a Greek, and he wasn't brown skin. His name was Chris Columbia. He wasn't no goddamn brown skin.
Did you work for the Greek 1,500 years ago?
Right, come on, fam.
Okay. If you want to say that,
you make it more difficult.
Okay, if you want to say that, then we shouldn't have no discussion because none of us was about 1,500 years ago.
No, but
so how the hell you know what's it true? Wait, let me finish. How you know what you saying is true?
Because you posited you're saying we shouldn't have no conversation because you posited something that was incorrect.
No, what I'm saying is
you got a rebuttal because you got a rebuttal and validate it with facts. And some
go ahead.
So you got a rebuttal. You got a rebuttal, and it invalidated the thing that you posited.
I don't want to
because you got rebutted, and it invalidated what you posited. Then we shouldn't have conversations. Is that what you're suggesting?
No. What I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is, if you go carry me, cause I worked for a Greek in 1976. That it has no value to what I seen. All right.
GJ Speed, the inhabitants of Egypt right now are Semitic. They are Arabs, but we know the original inhabitants of Egypt was daggone a Nubian. So come on, family.
If that's the case, fam, if that's the case, fam, then why are you talking about a book when a printing press didn't come out to the 1500 when we got it on fucking stone?
Oh my God.
But come on.
I'm asking you that question.
Okay. So because they translated and took it from stone and put it on paper, does that invalidate it?
No, what I'm saying, no. Let me finish. I got this. I get this. And I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna say no. The reason why I'm saying is they never. Wait a minute. They said in Egypt it was pagan stuff, not religion. Would you agree along with that, Easy? They said what's in the stones in southern Egypt on the walls was pagan.
Okay, but
it's funny because
how do you go? Wait. How do you go from pagan? Wait a minute, how do you go from pagan and then saying they copied it and they made a religion out of it?
Wait, because come on, OG, why are you doing that? We know.
I'm just asking a question.
Okay. Oh, the answer is because they steal all of our stuff and sell it back to us in a bastardized way. That's what it is.
Thank you.
If you look at your dollar, hold on real quick. If you look at your dollar bill, you'll see that. If you go to Washington and look at the monuments, you'll see it. They take our wisdom, our knowledge, our understanding, and then they give it back to us in a bastardized way, like they created it. That's
easy. I'm great. Easy.
And that's what I'm calling.
Easy and freezy and easy. Look, I'm agreeing with you 100%. Listen, I'm agreeing with you 100%. But that's what I'm talking about. The white hand came in because you just said it. They steal shit from us, repackage it, and sell it back to us. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I was saying.
What did they steal, OG?
The question of the day is, can they steal from God?
Yeah, but Negro, you don't know nothing about God.
I'm just saying this, can they steal from God?
The thing is, you can't even ask that question because your foundation of understanding of God is something being repackaged and stole and given to you. God ain't God ain't falling for the shit you falling. God is not falling for it. You can't steal from God, but you can steal. You can't steal from your God, but you sure steal from Negroes.
Freezy, can I address the title, please?
Yes. What we're about to do, hold on. Ruthless, just say what you got to say right quick. I'm going to go to Clue. Clue, if you don't mind, I'm going to play a quick video, and then I'll go to you. I'll refer to you first.
Oh, no problem.
As far as
go ahead. Yeah.
You steal from the Almighty. Right? If y'all, well, it depends on what your confidence is in. My confidence is that God got this, right? Ain't nobody overpower God once again and take nothing from him. So if God has put wisdom here on earth for him to share with us, ain't nobody's finna do nothing with that. God is the infinite Almighty. He's nobody's deceiving God. Nobody's manipulating God. Nobody's beating God in any form of the facet because he is the creator of your mind and your soul, which he has in his hands. God is the author of life and death. So there's no one here that has the power or capability to forge God. It's impossible.
Satan did. He stole his first children. He stole his first two children innocent. He stole his first two children innocent. So why are you gonna say they can't steal from God?
Freezy, can I ask this question? What he starts sliding
I'm surprised that Rufus even believe in God.
Let me say this. We know that God is over. We know this. What are you saying, right? We know that God.
What I'm saying that wait a minute. I'm saying that the devil took 1/3 of the angels from heaven by your book.
No, he didn't. God gave it to him.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay. I got you.
If you don't just go to the next topic, we'll never be done.
Last thing, gentlemen. All I'm saying is this, right?
Hold on, I'm get my cheeks out.
To put Satan to defeat God. That's not going to happen.
Cheese club.
Right?
I never said that.
God is the author and finisher of all life, whether it be spiritual or physical. So Satan is not a factor when it comes to God.
It's been a factor ever since. Wait a minute. Satan has been a factor. Satan has been a factor ever since. Wait a minute. Satan has been a factor ever since he was kicked down to earth. No, we got that. But you ain't following the Almighty. That's what this whole show. Wait a minute. Freeze it. This is what this show is all about. Why we got so much. You know why, Freezy? Because this is why we got so much. I'm gonna start going back into your original title. Okay, the show why is it fatigue in the black community, right?
Yeah. It says the black fatigue conversation y'all been waiting on.
Okay, but it's about the fatigue that we're going through, right?
Black fatigue is a terminology of modern times. OGJ.
No. What I'm saying is, no. Listen.
Can I address?
Freeze it. Let me finish it.
On the panel.
Clue. You be the first one. What I'm saying is,
never let you talk.
Hey, you always we get on the internet. And I see the same thing that happened in 1970. But we was fighting against the big three. But now when you get on the internet, the only thing we're talking about is the low fruit of our community. What this person is doing, what that person is doing, what this person is doing. That's all we're hearing about. We're not hearing about anything positive in our community. We have turned into the big three, but now we're the big millions.
So OG, we about to get into it. Scam, please make it short, please. And if you finna troll, say so.
What was my question? I done forgot it. They even slobbered the microphones all down to the
Okay. Well, you should be used to that from Reverend Hooper. You should be used to that from
No,
Reverend Hooper holler at your church.
Hey, let me play the video right quick. I remember the question. I remember the question.
Just play it. Oh my God, I remember the
Control
question.
it, Freezy. You gotta play the video, man.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, so
Yeah, it was a dusty question, man.
I actually got more than one, but I think this is the original video right here, if I'm not mistaken, that went viral. Now, before I play this video, before we get into the conversation, let me see. We go back. Shout out to Music Man. Just for what is it called? Just so we can, just for reference purposes, this is the original conception of black fatigue. Black fatigue is a term popularized by Mary Frances Winters, a diversity and inclusion expert, in her 2020 book titled Black Fatigue. Refers to the long-term physical and psychological toll that systemic racism and generational trauma have on black people. Winters uses the term to describe, we don't got to keep reading. So the original meaning of black fatigue was basically about systemic racism, how black people were, the physical and psychological toll that systemic racism and generational trauma have on black people. Okay, so now recently black fatigue has migrated into what this guy is about to say on this video. Here we go.
Black fatigue is a thing. Newsflash. White people don't want to live around ratchet black people, and black people don't want to live around ratchet black people. I mean, it's nothing like going to the Walmart on a Sunday morning and then you see the Bonnet Crew walk in. Loud, obnoxious, the kids are everywhere, in every aisle, unattended, and that's anywhere you go. No matter what, they're highly emotional, highly sensitive. You can't say nothing. You can't even smile and hold the door for them because they'll look at you like you're crazy. And always the victim of something. Either you stepped on a shoe, you looked at them wrong, you told them good morning. They're never happy, they're never satisfied. And you wonder why normal, good black people move out of the hood as soon as they start getting successful. I was one of those black people that said, man, if I made some money, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna buy up this, buy up that. I'm gonna support the community. As soon as I got my money, I got the fuck up out of there because they don't know how to appreciate good shit. And my suburban kids don't need to be dealing with that bullshit. Crab in the barrel mentality. Never take accountability for nothing. So yeah, black fatigue is a thing. And I'll tell you, a lot of people are fucking tired. They're tired of dealing with these kind of people on a daily basis. I mean, I get anxiety when I walk inside of a mall nowadays. I mean, because you got these YNs running around and they don't respect nothing. So I don't care what anybody says. White America is tired of you, and we are too.
So
can I address that?
Hold on,
Freezy. Can I address that?
Hold on. Before we go, also, I'll play this video later. But there's another video.
Nah, that wasn't me, man. Don't do that.
Freezy, let me address that.
Yeah, hold on one second. There's another video that has been going around that people's been reacting to, that they've been actually connecting to black fatigue. I think Anton actually did a video. He did a video to this right here, trying to justify why white people are tired of black people.
The crowd whips themselves into a mindless frenzy. The larger shaboons assert their dominance in.
Well, I'm not gonna play. That's offensive, that music. But I'm gonna just play the song. I'm gonna just play the video. So, black people that think like the dude in the first video, they disapprove of this this reaction to these young women's graduation. They're saying that this is inappropriate. These young girls just graduated. They're saying this is inappropriate, whatnot. So, I don't know. So, let's go back to the conversation. I'm gonna go to Clue first, and then we can go around. Black fatigue. So now we have both concepts of black fatigue. We know the original concept of black fatigue, and what they actually turned it into in 2025. Go ahead, Clue.
Okay, Freezy, thank you for having me on. Black fatigue. Okay, the needle won't be moved until blacks can have nigger fatigue. And what I mean by that, until blacks can separate from those people that the gentleman was talking about in the video. The ghetto, all right, that kind of behavior. Until blacks can separate from niggas, nothing. The needle won't be moved at all. Period. See, everything you see on TikTok, everything you see on Twitter, everything you see on YouTube is, whites having black fatigue, but nobody talks about blacks having black fatigue.
That
Well,
dude,
And the fatigue they're having is blacks are having nigger fatigue. They're tired of niggas.
Hold on, Clue. The guy in the video just was saying he had black fatigue. So
right, literally.
Yeah, but that's not.
And Anton, a whole bunch of
Yeah,
other
but that's
people
not headlining anything. It's all about whites being tired of blacks.
No, it's not, bro. You didn't see.
We've been tired of niggas since 1993. We've been tired of niggas.
Bro, you didn't see the video with what's his name? What's Jason Whitlock? What's the other brother name? What's the brother name? With the glasses, light skinned dude. Jason Whitlock, Anton, sister, and then daggone the dude that Anton be going at all the time. What's that brother's name?
yeah, you talking about Boyce Watkins?
Dr. Boyce Watkins. Yeah, Boyce Watkins. Yeah. So, yo, fam, like that's a big thing. It's a lot of black people talk about black fatigue and tired of niggas, but this is the problem, right? And I want to ask you a question. The question I have is, do you think the dominant society or so-called racist people or white supremacy differentiates between niggas and black people?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
No, it
matter.
absolutely. Wait.
Is
No,
this
hold on,
Izzy Band speaking? Is this
yes,
Izzy
it's
Band?
me. It's
Okay,
Izzy
go
Band
ahead.
speaking.
Okay, I just want to know who's speaking.
Clue, it absolutely matters, because if you doing all this separation that you're talking about, the separation is for the appeasement of these so-called white folks, and
Not
these
really.
so-called and the racist so-called
I think
white
you're wrong
folks.
there, sir.
Okay, cool, but the racist
you're wrong.
so-called white folks are never going to be satisfied, and it doesn't matter.
But
to you,
Izzy
to the
Bands,
racist white folk, you and the nigga is the same thing.
racist white folks do not. They're not in control of you. What are you talking about? Racist white folks.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
They
OG.
do not
I'm gonna tell them
outrank
what I'm
you,
talking about.
Izzy Bank.
Okay, I don't think that they do, but what I'm saying is when you are referencing black fatigue in the reference of white people are having black fatigue, and the difference between, you said that black folks need to separate from the niggas in order to bring this thing out. And what I'm telling you is, if they separate from the so-called niggas, it don't matter anyway. All it does is thin the numbers, because at the end of the day,
they can see the difference as well as we
thing.
can see the difference, Izzy.
No, it's not.
Yes, they
Come on,
can.
man. If we learn,
You don't think white people know the difference between blacks and niggers?
I don't think they care. I don't think racism.
You don't think
I
that?
white supremacy cares? No. I don't think they care. No.
They know the difference.
Regardless,
They know the difference between a Clarence Thomas and a Tupac. They know the difference. We're not the only.
Hold on, Jay.
We're not the only people that know the difference.
Right?
They know the difference as well as we know the difference.
You remember they were trying to keep Clarence Thomas from ever getting in that position, right? You remember that, right? You do remember that,
Joe
right?
Biden did that. Yes, I know that. I'm aware of that.
Right?
Yeah.
Wait, took off his shirt. Had to take off his shirt. Modern day lynching. Go ahead.
So the thing about it is, at the end of the day, this idea that the dominant society, white supremacists, are ever going to accept you because you're a good Negro is a false idea.
I'm not looking to be accepted by white
Are you sure?
bands.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Let me repeat myself. I'm not looking to be accepted by whites, Izzy Bands.
You got your head between a white woman's goddamn legs every night.
Hold on real quick. OG, hold on.
You got your leg. You
This
got
is
your
what I'm
fucking
saying.
small ass head between a white woman's
If OJ,
legs
if
every night.
OG,
And the reason why I say
JP
what
can
I
shut
say,
up and let me finish, I can explain what I'm saying.
I know, but I know you can. But you disrespect. You say the N word just like a white person. You say the N word like a white person. No,
Does
listen
that
what I said.
offend you, OJ?
No, you know, I know what
OG? JP?
Wait a minute. What offends me that you are messing with a
What offends
gay
you?
bitch.
What offends you?
You're messing with a cave bitch talking about black problems.
A cave bitch?
Yes. That's exactly where she came from.
Is that supposed to offend me, sir?
JP,
come on.
No, you're just as much
You're
as you
derailing the conversation. I'm talking to Easy Bands. Let me talk to Easy Bands for a minute.
Word class. When he used the N
Let me
word
talk to
around
Easy
me,
Bands. JP, let me finish my conversation with Easy Bands.
I want to
We
go
don't
far in
want
this.
to bring in people's wives.
no, it don't make no difference. When he used the N word, he opened himself. No. Listen,
Shut up,
listen.
nigga.
Let's be honest with this. Okay, shut up. The man who's sucking out a white cave bitch pussy.
Hold on, OG.
That's funny.
Wait, stop, everybody. I want the conversation to be productive. Can we stop screaming, please? We
Yes,
got
sir.
We got a long night.
Yes, sir. No
If
more
he
screaming.
stopped using the word ER, we can freeze it.
ERA. I won't use the ERA, Freezy. I promise.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
We got
the ERA.
Go ahead, Clue.
So what I was saying, if black people can separate from the lower end, I can't say the word, but if they can separate from the lower end, the violent group, and stop calling those people their people, maybe we could move forward. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what you call the
Because
military?
it seems to me that the educated blacks, every time something happens in the N-word society, the educated blacks go to the side of the N-words. Every single time since I've been alive, and I'm 45 years old, every single time they take the side of the N-words. Every single time, even though they agree with white people that these N-words are savages, violent, and all that stuff. They agree.
Can I address him,
Can I
y'all?
ask you a
But they
question?
side with the N-words every single fucking time.
I just got one question.
Before y'all go,
He was addressing me.
Hold on, Izzy, one second. I'm gonna make some room for Swarthy. Shout out to Swarthy in the building. Appreciate you being here, Swarthy. Are you there, Swarthy? Are you there, Swarthy? Okay.
Shalom, family. Can y'all hear me?
Shalom. Yeah. Go ahead. I want you to get in the conversation because you haven't talked yet.
After that,
concerning the new context that they remixed of what black fatigue means.
Yes, they did. They have a
co-opted the word.
Yeah, they co-opted the word. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I see. So I think just the mitigated gall and the audacity of white people to say that they're tired of anybody based on their history in the earth is appalling at best. And YNs don't have a history of putting countries of people in captivity. We don't have a history of killing hundreds of millions of people. We don't have a history of putting animals in a zoo, castrating them, and then putting microchips in their body. So first of all, the galaxy is fatigued from colonialism in general. Animals, plants, people, and all the other families of the earth. So the fact that they irritated with anybody is astonishing and appalling at best.
Hold on.
That's laughable.
You know what's crazy?
Right.
You know what's crazy? The crazy thing is this, right? We've seen this before with W.E.B. Du Bois and the talented. We've seen this before with W.E.B. Du Bois and the talented 10. I don't understand why we haven't learned from Dr. Cosby, why we haven't learned from Dr. Sebi, why we haven't learned from Kanye West, why we haven't learned from Kyrie Irving, who went to Duke University, by the way, why we haven't learned from any other so-called black man that they've alienated anytime they get ready. You can separate all you want. But the problem is when you are separate, isolated, and alone, you don't have any backing. And then by the time you get ready to go back to your people, the N-words who you might need, who are probably useful soldiers, then they don't accept you at all. And then you are truly isolated. So I think this whole concept and idea of separation is not really the key. What happens is people tend to separate themselves anyway. When you hold yourself to a standard, when you live a certain type of way amongst the people, they either comply and be like you, or either they want to be far away from you. And so the deal is to be the change you seek, and not seek to separate, but seek for ways that we can build together and become, because there's strength in numbers. Without the numbers, we have no strength. And if we have no strength, we're going to continue to be perpetual victims, no matter if you're educated, so-called, no matter if you're rich, so-called, no matter what. And if y'all can't see that by now, I don't know what to tell you.
Why can't you separate from the N-word, sir? Why do you consider the N-words your people? They're
Because
not your people.
Because there's no such thing.
Blacks and N-words are different.
There's no such thing.
They're different. They're separate.
There's no such thing.
As
That's
long
what
as
we're
you
trying
call
to tell
them
you.
the same people, then you're gonna continue getting what the N-words get.
Europeans said they N-words over here to conquer this land that you live on, that you love so much. They didn't separate themselves.
And they still don't to this day. You know, the Hell's Angels are just the same as Donald Trump or a so-called white man that doesn't break
That's
the
a
law.
lie.
They're
That's
still-
a lie.
they're
That's
still
a whole
excuse me,
lie
sir,
you
they're
just said.
They're genetically still the same people. They have the R1B1A Y chromosome.
Every
genetic haplogroup.
nationality
Excuse me, sir.
separates
Just let me-
themselves from
just let
the
me finish.
lower
Just let me finish.
version
Just
of
let me finish, sir.
themselves.
Just let me finish. sir.
Except
I understand.
the
Sir,
blacks.
just let me finish. I
They're
just got
the
on the
rats
panel,
of this
sir.
earth.
Hey, Clue.
I just got on
Let
the
him
panel.
finish.
There's no
Let him finish,
genetic
Clue.
difference. There's no genetic difference between a Hell's Angel and Donald Trump, sir. They still the same goddamn people.
Right.
So
you're the same as N-words, right?
Yeah, that's
Swarthy?
my brother. Even with me being fatigued from some of their dysfunction, that's my brother, and it's my
the problem
responsibility.
continues.
Excuse me, let me finish, sir. And that's my responsibility to talk to him in private and not in front of the world. See, the problem with black people is we've been doing this shit forever. If the world was a playground and recess at school, it's us as siblings fighting against each other in front of the whole goddamn planet. I could pull him to the side and talk to him in private. Me and him might even have to run a couple of fades or something like that because I don't like his behavior.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that the YNs are still my brothers. Even if I don't agree with what they're doing, they still are people. We are genetically the same.
No. There's nothing genetic about race, Swarthy. Swarthy, there's nothing genetic about race.
But what I'm saying is
Nothing.
this. What I'm saying
one
is this.
thing.
When it comes to black fatigue,
What?
right? When it comes to black fatigue, right? White people shouldn't be talking about they irritated with
No.
nobody.
Hold
Animals
on,
don't
hold
like
on.
them. People don't like them. The galaxy
Hold
don't
on,
even like
hold on.
them. So they shouldn't be talking about they fatigue from nothing.
I don't like 'em.
But a
Swally, you made
YN
that
is
point.
still our people. He's still our people. I don't agree with what they do or how they carry
Nope,
themselves.
nope,
but they still
nope,
people.
they're not.
Clue, how old are you?
Okay, sir.
How old are you?
45.
You're
I'ma get right with
45,
him.
and you said race and genetics have nothing to do with
Race
each other? Is that what
does
you
not
said?
exist. It's in your head. Who's speaking? World class? Is that you?
Yes.
Race does not exist. Yes, I said it at 45.
Okay.
What we got?
So we're speaking about genetics then, right? That's what Swirly was just
There's
talking
nothing genetic about race. Okay, race is a United
So,
States system.
okay,
Black and
we
white
passed that.
are United
We
States
passed that.
systems.
We passed that. We passed that.
Confined
We
to
passed that.
United States.
I said
Okay,
I said we passed that
confined
like
to
5
the
times.
United States.
Cool. So
Let him
Swirly
finish.
is
Race is
talking about-
another way of saying
It's made up.
another way of-
It's in your head. It's fake. It does not exist.
Let world class finish.
So hold on. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna act like adults. Clue, you're acting like a nigga right now. Please.
I'm acting like a nigga right now. Okay. Sorry, Freezy. Sorry.
I'm just telling you, you're interrupting and you screaming and stuff. So please, come on.
Okay, I'll chill
And we
out.
still accept you.
Okay, go ahead, world class. Go ahead. Go ahead, world class.
Yeah, I just
Y'all are laughing real good. Let him finish.
Let the brother finish. Go ahead, world class, man.
Go ahead.
Swirly brought up an important point, right? It's being effective with males, I hold us to a different standard. If you don't see, like, I was extremely disturbed from when Freezy was reading the definitions and where it came from, and then I watched the Anton Daniels, the discount reject guys, talk on the video. Because from the beginning, I came into space, I called Anton Daniels and his little supporters race traders. I said it from the beginning. I said that 5 years ago. Race traders. And because we're males, what Swarley brought up should have been the first thing we thought about: war tactics. Because Clue brought up, why don't we separate? The fact that you think that you can separate, the fact that you just jumped over Swarley's original and initial point, lets us know exactly where we are as a people. And that's why I asked you your age. For you, at 45 years old, in 2025, right? Let me show you, because I don't think you want to get it, but I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know in front of everybody. The fact that you're 45 years old, calling yourself black when your skin is brown and you don't even know
I don't call myself
colors.
black at all. Don't put that on me.
Nope. But you did.
Nope.
But you did.
I don't believe in race at all.
That you did.
Well, you
but you
separate.
did.
I don't believe in race at all, sir.
But you already did. That's the problem you're having right now in front of all these people.
That's the problem I'm having. Okay,
you don't know your colors.
Explain.
You're 45.
45,
and you don't know your colors. And you lied.
Colors.
And you lied.
Nobody on this panel has black skin.
But Clue, but you
nobody on this panel has black skin. Let me repeat myself. Nobody on this panel has black skin. Show me the person on this panel that has black skin, not brown skin, black skin. It's a lie right off the bat.
You said it. You said the lie then. Because you differentiated between N-words and black people, and you said that
because y'all believe in black. Y'all know the differentiation.
Oh, wait.
Y'all know it.
Hold on, Clue. Let World Class finish his thought. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, it's just. I mean, that's it. That's how the demons work. I speak like I speak on purpose, and them demons will start. Now he talking like he was me. You see what I'm saying? And for you to think after that display just now that the white people that you're talking about, or the so-called black people that you're talking about that agree with you, think you're different from the YNs, you've lost your mind. Because I don't look
no
at
such thing as white.
He said YNs.
No, he said white people. It's no such thing as white people. Go ahead.
So-called, but come on, man. Dominant society.
Cool.
Come on, man. Stop it.
Cool. No. Don't go with that.
You use the same thing.
Cool. I got it. Natural. I know that's what I'm saying. That's the demon in him. He's talking like he's me. The naturalized people that are called white, which you know since you know so much, includes Arabs, right? You know that includes that when you talk about white people, right? It includes Arabs, it includes Mexicans, it includes Nigerians.
No,
you know that part too, right?
Arab. No. Don't put those
don't
words
know
in
that,
my
or
mouth.
you do know that.
White and black do not exist. Those are my words. Can I give my words? My words are white and black do not exist. So anything you add on to that, that's your words. Go ahead.
So what do you call them, Clue? If white and black don't exist, what is that?
The social designation.
What's that? What did you say, Jay Prince?
No, let me answer. I want to answer that.
What do you call them?
Well, they are their country, sir. Whatever country they're in, that's who they are.
So earlier you were saying YNs and who else?
I didn't say YNs. I would never use. That's new shit. When have I said the phrase YN?
I got him.
No, wait a minute. When have I said the word YN? I've never said that in my life. YN.
You said whites was tired of blacks.
I got it.
I said white and black does not exist. That is my phrase.
No, he good. Coffee, I got it. My mic way louder than his. Don't worry about it.
Fucking Coffee's on the panel.
The N-words. The N-words. So
you've been drinking tonight, Clue.
N-words.
Of course I have.
You said the N-words.
You're stupid if you don't think that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Earlier you said the N-words in whatever race, to JP's point. And whatever people, genetics. The N-words and who else? You supposed to separate from the N-words and who else?
Just the N-words. Separate from the N-words. Yeah.
So who's supposed
to
do
that?
that?
Scam.
Are the
I hear
N-words,
you.
Are the N-words supposed to separate from the N-words?
Separate from the N-words. Yes, sir.
These two are the same.
Who are the N-words?
All right, the conversation
Do
goes
they
down.
wear a tag? Do they wear a tag? Who? How can you distinguish the N-words? Where they? How
You
you
can
know who's black and who's
listen
not?
to them speak. You'll know
Scamming
who
over
the
here.
N words are when they speak.
So we got to separate from the N-words. To me, the N-word, the niggas are more braver. They bring more
Are
money
they?
to the black race. How long they have brought the niggas brought more money to the black race. They also brought more freedom to the black race.
Oh.
They also bring more courage to the black race, right? And a lot of those revolts and uprisings come from the niggas.
So
So
Jay
when you
Prince,
compare them to the black people like yourself, only thing the black people did was being self-serving, follow the rules of the law.
you saying the niggas
right?
brought more than the black people?
Hold on, they did.
Clue, you did this one to yourself.
No. I'm going somewhere with that. Hold up, scam. I'm doing
No,
something
you're
with
not
this.
going
Go
nowhere
ahead.
with this, nigga. You
I'm
brought
going
Clue.
somewhere.
You brought
Listen,
the
hold
whole
up. Be
Clue.
patient. Be patient. Be
You
patient. Hold up.
you got it. Get in there.
Hold up. I'm gonna dig myself out.
Hold on, Clue. Let me finish.
Clue. Chill out, bro.
He been drinking.
I'm gonna let you talk.
Go
ahead.
Clue. So in order for these freedoms to happen, had occurred, that all of this stuff that we fought for, you had to be rebellious against the American society, right? So the people that was up there fighting like the Black Panthers, the Gullah Geechee War, all of this other type of stuff would come from niggas. Now we got the Martin Luther Kings, who at the BAM. That was like, but most revolts come from the niggas, the thugs, right? So typically the black people really have not done much. Because of the niggas is the reason why you are able to work around white folks. Because of the niggas is the reason why you are able to live around white folks. Because of the niggas fighting for all their rights and going against the white man original order of things, the original plan of things, it was because of the niggas the reason why you got the freedoms that you have today. So
Thurgood Marshall was a thug?
Black folks didn't do nothing.
Wait, Thurgood Marshall was a thug?
No.
Was a nigga?
He was an FBI informant.
Okay,
Right.
wow. Okay.
So I'm talking about the majority of the population, because a lot of these revolts come from numbers of niggas, right? Not just one or two hand people. They were probably just a voice, but it was the numbers, that really made the difference.
JP,
black folks,
blacks old niggas. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, Coffee, speak your mind.
Hold on 1 second.
Are you saying that black people old niggas? Is that what you're saying?
Right, you need to respect niggas because
Do you hear this, Freezy?
Yo, hold on 1 second. Listen 1 second.
You might as drunk as y'all think I am.
Wait, hold on. Listen, we got people waiting in the back. We got I see y'all in the back. I ain't got no choice, but plus it's kind of getting a little belligerent.
Hey.
So I'm
try
forced
if
to
you
put
need
the
to,
bounties on.
use
Bounties on for a few minutes. Bounties is on. So listen, just
I gotta go to work in the morning.
If it's somebody
they
that got
ain't, they ain't finna kick you out, Jay Prince. You good, man? They ain't finna kick you out, man.
I got a question for Jay Prince, man.
Listen, hold on, wait. The bounties is scrolling on the bottom if y'all want to know what the amounts is. But stay for a minute, Jay Prince. Go. They got a question for you. Go ahead.
I mean, JP. So you saying that black people owe niggas?
Yes, I think black people. I think the black butlers and black mammies had to pay. They just do and respect the niggas. Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want the whole panel to hear this.
We brought black niggas brought the influential. We brought all the money through rap, through sports, through a lot of different type of stuff, right? Gangster movies. So the struggle movies, like when they be showing movies of us, like the Boys in the Hoods, the Menace to Societies, those type of stuff. So being a nigga was beneficial to black folks. It might not care for other races, although they all was influenced by the niggas. We taught the world how to wear their clothes, what clothes to wear, how to soup up their cars, eating soul food. They even put a white woman on pancakes, knowing damn well there was a black. That was Big Mama. Big Mama raised niggas, right? So a lot of stuff was copied, and niggas have created a lot of stuff and fought for that. The black butlers and then black people, you haven't done nothing but did what the white folks told you to do. You was being a good boy. You followed the rules. You didn't have no rebellions. You did what the white man say. Do this. You follow. You did. You was an okay child. You did everything. It was them niggas. So I think you need to put some respect on niggas.
Elijah Muhammad was a nigga? I'm confused, bro. There's a lot of black men, so-called black men, who did a lot of prominent things that were not niggas. Was Dr. John Henry Clark a nigga? Was Ivan Van Sertima a nigga? Come on, man, like this. There's so many black.
Out a handful of people out of millions.
Hold on, real quick. There's so many black men who have moved the needle, so-called black men who have moved the needle forward. Say that they're just niggas. That's crazy. Like,
hey, Clue, you gotta hold on, J Prince. Clue, you gotta sit down for 10 minutes. You gotta take a 10-minute break, man. We'll bring you back in 10 minutes, Clue. Shout out to T Leeds for his $10 super cap. He said blacks over and over and over again. Laugh my ass off. I remember that. I'm going to bed. Clue, have a seat. Shout out to T Leeds, man.
So there's a lot of so-called black men who've made very big contributions. Charles S. Drew, Lewis Latimer, George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington. Man, rest in peace. There's a whole bunch. Hold on. There's a whole Frederick Douglass. Hold on, real quick. When you was talking, I was totally quiet. When you was talking, I was totally quiet. I didn't say a word. There were so many people, so many so-called black men who made major contributions, and black women who have made major Damn. Really?
Go ahead. Hold on.
He checking it back.
Go ahead, Izzy. I got old man.
Yes, sir.
Old man. Can you show your camera 1 second?
Oh, yes. Hold on. Well,
I'm
Be Brave and Think. Do you know who that is?
Say it again.
Be Brave and Think. That's who I am.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
Is that I'm over on
yeah, we know him.
Channel. I got my own channel and everything
Oh,
else.
I know who you is.
Yeah, Be Brave. He on BT channel.
You gonna stay off camera? You gonna stay off
Yeah,
camera?
yeah, it's ugly. I'm in the morning. I'm all ugly and shit.
Hey, I thought you were brave.
Real quick.
I ain't that brave.
Well,
Be brave.
Yeah, be brave. What are you talking about?
Yo,
Go ahead, Izzy.
Millions of niggas.
Hold on.
Wait. Go ahead, Izzy.
So the thing that I agree with Jay Prince on is that you need numbers, but there's definitely brothers and sisters who have made Madam C.J. Walker, man, the list goes on and on and on about women and men who have made. There's major black folks who are quality black folks who have made major contributions to the forward movement of so-called black people.
Well, not necessarily, because you just going off how they presented themselves. They probably knew how to articulate themselves to get a better message, and they probably came up with a different strategy in fighting against the white men. That don't mean that they didn't live a nigga life, though. For a lot of those people, you got to have some type of rebellions. Like, for an example, when you think of black people that I'm talking about, the butlers and stuff, they typically, you hear Clue. You hear Anton Daniels, they usually go with the grain. So they don't usually have a problem of how the white man set for them. They usually, in fact, if you niggas got a problem with how the white folks set, they will go against you. So it takes a nigga to say, what the white folks is doing, that's not right. So you had some niggas that they fought with an iron fist. You had some niggas that's intellectual and fought intellectually.
So was Dr. Francis Cress Welsing a nigga? So was Dr. Francis Cress Welsing a nigga? Was yo man, the list goes. Was Ida B. Wells a nigga? Come on, fam. Like was Mary McLeod? Was Mary?
Well, Jay Prince believed they needed to get the word of niggas in order to move forward.
Was a nigga? Like it's
No. What I'm saying is,
salute, Be Brave.
prominent so-called black people who have done major things to uplift so-called black people in America. Benjamin Banneker a nigger? Was Lewis Latimer a nigger?
Come on, we ain't finna go through all that. You finna do that all day. What I'm saying is, see, you still strong off because how they presented themselves to the white man to get something done. You think that's how they is. Like, for an example, right? You got some people that can say this, that believe the same way that I believe, but I'm going to handle it from a aggressive manner where I got somebody that come from the nigga streets, but they still know how to articulate it a lot better and know how to communicate they fight, but they still against the fight, but put that aside.
In your
Jay Prince, you just said that blacks need niggas in order to move forward. Did you not say that?
The white man is here. Why don't you show us how it's done? He here, right there. Everybody how it's done.
JP, hold on a second. JP, respectfully.
Black America.
JP, respectfully, you've been extremely disrespectful. Extremely disrespectful. What Izzy's trying to tell you, like Francis Cress Wilson, right? Literally in rooms with white people telling them that they're genetically inferior.
Exactly.
So I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, right? But what Izzy is trying to say, and what was the point of the whole conversation earlier, is that this distinguishing thing that we're doing is a waste of time. Because we can't do it without the other. It's a waste of time. Because even Little Red, what's his name? Little Red, what's his name? Michael Red? What's his name? Little Red? Malcolm X, what's his name? Little Red, right? Red. Yeah. So even him, we know where he came
Malcolm
from.
Little.
We understand what you said. Malcolm Little, my bad. We know where he came from, but on a different scale, he had to adapt to be able to be more presentable to the rest of the world, right? It just is what it is. It don't make you less of a man. It don't make you less respectable because you do that. And if you do that, it's gonna create rifts. Which I understand what you're saying. I can't say that enough. I understand the disrespect you get from uppity ass niggas, but that disrespect, it ain't disappearing when it comes to these low ball ass sellout niggas in the hood too. You know we got problem with them niggas too. That fuck you over, fuck your girl type shit. But I'm not tick for tatting. I'm just
and try to rob you.
So world class. Basically, what I'm saying is we had three different black people back then. We had niggas, we had coons, and then we had black people that knew how to conduct themselves. Still was with the fight, right? They still was down with the nigga fight against, but they knew how to channel it in a lot more in a different manner from a nigga. Not saying that the way niggas did it was wrong, because we need the way niggas was doing it, but we also needed the way the blacks was doing it. What I'm saying is the coons. And when you get the people like Clue, Chaotic, Anton Daniels, Candace Owens and stuff like that, those were the sellouts. Those were when the white man put on his coat, they put on.
But we make you niggas look really good, don't we?
But you can't confuse. But
none of us are in prison. Have you ever met a coon in prison?
Yes.
Jay Prince.
This is what I'm saying.
Is there a coon in prison?
This is what I'm saying.
Yes.
JP.
Honest question. Is there a coon in prison?
JP,
No, there isn't.
This is what I'm
it's
saying.
It's called white collar crime. Yeah, they are in prison.
There are no coons in prison. None.
The people, JP, the people that you are calling.
One mic at a time. Go ahead, world class.
The people that, but I'm saying, as out of respect, the people that we are calling that you just identified as black people, is disrespectful to be calling them the coons when they're not.
It's not disrespectful. I got to stop you there. I am a coon.
No, you can't. You can't.
I am a coon. It's not. It's an honor to be called a coon.
But it's a lot of people. It's not. It isn't. It isn't.
It is to me. To me, I won't. I'm a full coon.
That's not important.
That's what my whole channel's about. And I'm a full coon. And it's not a diss.
Great. And you gonna die. You gonna die worthless.
Okay, that's fine. But I embrace the term coon because that's who I am.
And nobody's going to remember you or your bloodline. Nobody cares.
That's cool, but I am a coon.
I'm talking about.
And I love the title.
I'm glad you acknowledge that. Cool. I'm glad you like words.
I'm a mute.
So what I'm saying to you
is willing to destroy our. It's one thing to have.
I'm not talking about the sellouts. I'm not talking
platforms and just degrade your race. You don't think they should be disrespected?
Like you just acknowledged, they know how to kind of do the ones you call black people know how to kind of put on the face and act and do X, and Y just to survive. They not trying to sell everybody out like this nigga. They just doing what they do to survive, and they not at the extreme end as niggas. Do you understand? So I don't think they need to be disrespected and put in a group with a nigga like him or Chaotic or Anton.
I love being a cool.
They only talking they're
best feeling on planet
Go ahead,
Earth.
Class. Finish your thought, Class, and I'm gonna talk.
They only talking like this because they made it. I can promise you when they were coming up, they ain't had this much smoke. So it's irrelevant.
You act like that's a bad thing because we made it. We made it. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that's what's up. But you weren't running your mouth before you did.
Hold on, y'all. Freezy trying to talk. Y'all, come on, man.
Good.
So I really want to mine this conversation out. We have different perspectives, different races of people up here, different nationalities. I want to keep the respect factor in place, so we can have a productive conversation, right? Listen, Clue said that he wants to be called a coon, for whatever reasons. You know, he's proud of being a coon. Right. So you proud of being a coon. And I think there is something psychological to that. I do want to get into that conversation as well. You want Be Brave? You want me to call you old white man tonight?
No, you call me Be Brave if you want. I just wanted to make it clear in the back because I didn't think I was going to go on camera. I just wanted to make it clear in the back that as an old white man.
Oh no, I know who you are, Be Brave. I know you. So what's your opening thoughts on the topic as far as black fatigue? What do you think, Be Brave?
Well, right quick, a quick question, because I got up in the morning to take a leak, and I usually put on some sort of something to help me fall back to sleep, like a documentary or something. And I seen your show, and I seen in the title, "All Races Welcome." Has there been any other white fucking men up here tonight?
No, I don't think so.
That's the problem. Why whites deserve to have the problems they have with race.
Okay.
You know, you guys are inviting discussion, and not a fucking white man showed up to say a goddamn thing about nothing. That makes me sick to my stomach, but I'm just wondering.
Well, we do have one. His name is Clue. So 1.5.
I know. You know what I'm saying.
half one.
Shut up, old man.
Go ahead, Be Brave.
Shut up, shut up.
Black fatigue, Be Brave.
Black fatigue is very real. There's only a small percentage of your folks that are causing the black fatigue. When you guys go back in history and everything like that, because I don't know anything about history. I'm 70 years old and ugly. My days are almost over. But I'm talking about present day. I've been 70 years of my present day. I'm saying that there's only a small group of your folks that are causing the problems for the entire group of the rest of you. Now, I understand, everybody, is wants changes and things like that. But black fatigue is just something that is just caught up with the entire black community, all 40 million of you folks, because I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the street crime, okay, I know whites do crime. I know that it's in the house, it's domestic, it's filthy shit in their homes. As far as street crime and tearing up places, as far as street crime and tearing up places where you got to conduct business, ride buses, ride subways, have restaurants, have businesses, that it's a small percentage of blacks causing a lot of headaches for all the other groups, and they're dragging the shit out of the rest of the black people. And what I see is going on here is the people that are denying the reason for black fatigue are wanting to ignore the damage that this small group of people are doing to this culture as far as violent street crimes and things.
So Be Brave. Then the white people created those. Then they spent so many efforts and came up with so many strategies to create the niggas to be exactly what you complain about.
No, nobody.
They put them in the environment. They removed jobs. They removed everything. Right? They gave them the piss poor false education, and the only thing they taught them about themselves was degenerate. That you a slave. You nothing. Nobody. You deserve to work up under my white foot. you deserve you basically nothing, right? And also on top of that, they removed their father, they masculinity source, right? And put him in a feminine and raised him with a feminine upbringing to act unrational and all this other type of stuff. So when you make, I can see the hear it in your voice, you real frustrated about it. But you got to also blame the roots, and you could blame your race of people for creating us to be exactly what we are today, right?
Listen.
JP, are you a black man or a nigger?
If you want it, I got dust.
JP,
you can handle in the dust pit if you want.
Hold on 1 second. JP, were you addressing Be Brave?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, go ahead, Be Brave.
Yeah, no, I'm not frustrated. Number one, Jay, I've lived this life like a god, and I do not deny white privilege. I've lived my life like a god. I'm not frustrated. I'm very thankful. My concern is, what do black people, you blacks, I'm saying it because there is a bit of
Don't worry, just be yourself. Don't worry about that.
Well, just say the N word though, please, and thank you.
No, I never had.
Shut up, scam likely.
He's definitely done that.
Go ahead, Be Brave. You got the floor.
I've done it in fun.
You got the floor.
And I get permission to do it too.
Don't worry about that. Go. You got the floor. I'll tell you when you violate. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, Jay Prince. Nobody. If we created the shit, number one, you've got too many blacks that are doing great. All right. Why didn't they fall for it? So number two, when the jobs
like
moved,
me,
when the jobs moved, they moved away from all races. There's still no white kids in the street emptying clips up and down residential neighborhoods. There's
they just do it at school. They just do it at school to convenience stores and grocery stores.
You got 5 mass shooters in 3 years. You know how many mass shootings have happened?
No, family. Hold on real quick, Jay Prince. Hold on real quick, because you're.
Hey, hold on, man. So when you said that, okay, one, God damn it.
No, hold on. I have to address the mass shooting nonsense. It's 107
It's been more than 5.
No, there's 107 mass shootings so far this year.
4 or 5 years,
do you know that there was 4 mass shootings on the 4th? On the 5th, there was 3 mass shootings. On the 10th, there was 4 mass shootings of this month. 4th, 5th, and 10th. There was
that you said being great. Okay, so
there was that. You know, there was that many mass shootings.
Real quick, let me be brave. Let me address that right quick. When you said there's so many black folks is being great. No, being great is selective. It is subjective and it's relative. You consider being great is them following the rules, following the laws, not breaking the laws, going to school, getting your education, and doing all of this other type of stuff. And having a mindset of what you guys of your race taught them, and all this other type of stuff. However, I personally believe being grateful in black folks, what I think niggas is have our own black literacy, still sticking with the black fight, being unified, creating our own creating our own curriculum, creating our own infrastructure, creating our own communities, creating our own definition and recreate. Unfortunately we have to recreate our beliefs about ourselves because of the beliefs that you guys gave us, and then do nothing for us. Like if I was a white kid, right, with the society, with all of the history of white folks, I would be proud too. We run countries. We done took over all these countries. We created America. You got all of these white great people for white look.
Jay Prince, are you a black man or a nigga?
America.
Simple question. Which one?
Wait, I'm gonna land a plane with this.
White
people, you are
the one that let's not do that.
You are the ones that narrate our story. You are the ones, you are the race that narrate our story. So we can't depend on you for you to tell us the truth about us, because you the one narrating our story. Black folks, you white folks don't depend on us to narrate it, to tell you. You don't depend on black folks to tell you about yourself like we got to depend on you to tell us about ourselves. Of course you're going to give us some misinformation. Of course you're going to tell us that you're not gonna give us no information to make us even on the same level as you, or can possibly be more greater than you. You're gonna always keep us black folks niggas up under you. That's what you're gonna
According
always.
to you, you have blacks have to adhere to the authority of niggas. According to you, this is what you said. Blacks have to adhere to the authority of niggas. That's what you said.
Well,
because niggas built all that.
When I was just
Am I
trying to
right or
word that,
wrong?
I stand on that. I believe that niggas.
See?
I think that fools need to step to the side. Y'all been stepping to the side. Even though y'all go fighting everybody else's wars, but you couldn't fight for your family. Right? You didn't die for your family, but you be proud to go die for a white man and his stuff. You sit up here in your own home and let another man push you out your home and to create this nigga, right? So how we became somebody out of the home? Because you bitch ass black men got punked out your house from another man, right? The same man that you went to go die for in the military. You was willing to be brave and go die for him in his fight, but you can be brave and die for them and die for your wife, your kids, your son, and your
Who'd you die for? Who'd you die for, Jay?
Take your hand off your head, Scam Likely.
Good shit, but who'd you die for, Jay
This is
Prince?
disgusting. It is disgusting, but
Who did you die
bear
for?
with us, please.
I bet y'all gonna die for my daughter.
Wait, who did you die for?
It is horrible.
Nobody.
Who
You
did?
didn't
I bet y'all gonna die for my daughters.
You talk all that shit and you didn't die for nobody.
I guarantee you, I didn't let no white man push me out my
Man,
home.
nigga, we seen a white man push you around at McDonald's. Shut the fuck up and stop lying. We seen that white man push you around at McDonald's, nigga. Who you talking
Jay
to?
Prince, you submitting to this white man right now.
White man push you around, push you out the house.
That is true.
Nigga.
That's
Jay
true.
Prince, you submitting to this white man right now. He fat. What the hell are we talking about?
Let me say this.
Lying and shit.
Hold on, let me say this. Let me say
I
this.
guarantee you I'm gonna die for mine.
Yeah, I bet you
Jay
will.
Prince, you submitting to this dude right now.
Well, let me hold on, Scamp. Let me say this. And shout out to
Let me know if you want the dust though, white man.
the
dust.
I'm coming to you, Pastor. I'm coming to you. I want to get you in the conversation.
Clear.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on. But what I was going to say was, so we know the original. We know y'all crazy.
Them squirrel guns he got back there in the back. You better watch out, Scam.
Hold on, man. Can I talk, please?
Okay, go ahead, Freeze.
Damn it, JSP. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
So we know the original.
Oh, wait, just a goddamn minute. Now we can play.
OG, let him finish.
But you don't get you don't get to call me the N-word. Bro, you don't get to call me the N-word.
Okay, so we know the original concept of black fatigue was not how people are using it right now, right? And so my question is, are black people not entitled to their own original meaning for black fatigue or any other thing that black people feel like they're entitled to? My question is, why are black people always, I want to say always, I want to say frequently invalidated, especially when it comes to their concerns and whatnot, right? The original meaning of black fatigue was not how white people, black people, conservatives in particular are using it today. Why has the meaning been taken away, stripped away from black folk, and reappropriated for other
That's an
agendas?
accusation.
Because it can't separate from niggers. That's why.
It's profitable and freezing.
Stop. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna go to Pastor, and then we're gonna go around the table. Go ahead, Pastor.
I was trying to answer after Professor.
It's because it's a form of erasure. The reason why they're doing it is, it's like when you say they co-opted.
You cut your mic up a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead. I hear you.
It's a way of erasing it, right? This is that woke right kind of behavior, right? Where they, so the lady that wrote Black Fatigue, she was a diversity and inclusion expert, right? So I find it mighty funny that the conservatives and the right wing is using DEI literature and language to explain how they feel about black people.
Bang,
I
bang,
think it is
bang,
crazy.
bang, 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 bang.
I think it's crazy. I think it's confusion. I think it shows a lack of IQ from the ones that are supposed to have the highest IQ and always criticize us for having such a low IQ, being niggers, because they always say niggas got low IQ, but they're using low IQ to articulate their thoughts and even their behaviors towards us. They say they're acting this way because of black fatigue. They're calling our children niggas in playgrounds because of black fatigue. So they're using DEI thoughts to explain their conservative behavior and ideas. I think it's weird. And I don't have black fatigue. I actually have black intrigue. I'm more intrigued in black people than fatigued by us. Y'all got it.
That sounds
So, so,
gay. What you
so
just
hold
said,
on, stop,
Pastor.
stop, stop,
Bang,
stop,
bang,
stop.
bang, bang,
So
bang, bang.
here's the thing, right? I mean, to your point, it's very in my opinion, it's very disturbing that people that's using black fatigue in the way they're using it now have no problem disregarding the concerns of black people in the original way it was being put forth. And to me, it's another indication that black people's feelings and concerns and emotions are repeatedly put to the side.
Hey,
now, here's the thing. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. And shout out to JVJ in the building. I'm coming to you next, Izzy.
All right.
Do y'all don't think black people repeatedly being ignored, pushed to the side, this actually causes more of the outrage from these same black people that you guys are criticizing, that people are criticizing?
That's the point.
This is the reason why these so-called group of black people keep being in an uproar, or there's some contention. That's why the contention never dies, because their concerns are just thrown away, right? And now throughout history has proven that we just got through talking about the Bible, right? We just got through talking about Hebrew text and all that kind of stuff. Every time, it just never fails. They always take what black people conceive at first.
Freeze.
Stop.
Please.
I'm trying to be clear. They always take what black people conceive at first, twist it, and make what black people meant it to be null and void. You guys don't think that adds to the frustration?
Yeah,
you guys don't think that?
No, man.
Hold on, bro. You don't think that validates why the black people that you're talking about have this problem in the first place, and it causes frustration?
My answer is no, Freezy. That's my answer. No.
That wasn't just for you.
But hold on.
I'm going to Izzy, and we're going to go around the board like sensible folks.
Yo.
Okay, go ahead, Izzy.
Yo, I appreciate you having me up. I'll shout out to the panel. I'm gonna dip after this. But yo, real quick. This is it, man. This is the problem. The problem that we have, and the reason why it continues to happen, is because of the quote unquote sellouts. What happens is it is much more profitable to sell your people out so that you can get some inclusion of a so-called dominant society. The more numbers, the more money, the more resources. So people see these SEOs, these search engine optimized topics. People see these salacious topics that get people riled up and emotional, and they use them to get on a soapbox in order to solicit more resources from people that look like them, that think like them, and from the so-called dominant society that's using them. That's really what it boils down to.
Shout out to Here for the Tea. Yeah, thank you, Izzy. Let me go to I'm gonna go to JVJ, and then we're gonna go around the board. Go ahead, JVJ.
Like, so the basis of the conversation is about black fatigue. That's the basis.
Yeah. So you know the original meaning versus the modern day meanings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
How white people look, it's really irritating that white people really try to adopt that and take that, but they really good at taking things. They've been doing it for a long time. They got a good track record on it. But black fatigue was basically about black people just being pretty much fed up with the ins and outs of America and how it actually functioned. We kind of know what it is. We've been fighting and yelling for it, and it's getting old because nothing's changing. Like, to try to co-opt that and say that white people are burnt out about black people complaining about what the fuck they're doing. That's kind of gaslighting. That term gaslighting. That's pretty much what I see coming from the other side when they say that, because I'm like, these people are speaking out about things that your people are doing. Maybe you're not the one doing it, but the greatest thing I think a lot of white folks got going for them is that they have a lot of ignorant people. And that doesn't have to mean that you're dumb or nothing. You just don't know. But we got a lot of ignorant white people out here that don't see what their own people do, or they choose not to see what their people do. So they scapegoat it. They scapegoat and make excuses for the bad things that go on in this country. And to co-opt that word is just crazy. Like, how the fuck you gonna have fatigue? You winning. You been winning. You ain't never been losing. So I don't get it.
So appreciate you, JBJ. What do you think, Scam, as far as like how it's been hijacked, the term, whatever?
I can't give you a whole scientific analysis on some stupid shit. Fatigue and the white people over here thinking this and the black it's some stupid shit. That's just what it is. It's stupid. And then people come, huh?
You saying this? So you saying it's stupid? So you think that? Let me see. So you think that long-term physical and psychological toll that systemic racism and generational trauma have on black people is stupid?
Okay, what stupid is this? That's the meaning. And then you brought up some clips of some people who weren't even talking about that meaning. They made it what they wanted it to be, to get people slobbering on microphones, yelling at each other. And then the volunteer force grabbed the mics and started slobbering and yelling at each other. Clue, Jay Prince. Let's go and beat each other up on a definition that ain't even a definition about nothing. Because we got nothing to do but just say be black and mad at black. When we got Santa Claus sitting right here, fat, greasy slob, living in a log cabin. This is the representation that y'all are. This is what we're supposed to be scared of. This
bang.
Point in the other direction. It's reversed. Reverse it. Yeah. There you go.
This guy.
But once you said something right,
this is what we're supposed to be scared of.
But once you said something right,
ain't scared of Brave.
Is this a joke?
Salute to Brave. I have respect for Brave.
Oh, of course you do.
Can you go get three other? Can we even it up? I want some dust. Can you go get 3 other ugly dudes so we can make it even? I'm just saying.
I'm pretty good. I'll take on 3 myself.
No, I think we need 3 to go come against me just for practice.
God.
I'm just saying.
Wow, crazy. What's going on?
He ain't gonna take on no 3, y'all.
This is what y'all call systematic
He was way in the woods, so he won't be around no niggas.
This.
Freezy, let me up in there, man.
Yeah, I was actually going to you. I'm gonna let Be Brave respond. Then I'm coming to you, Ruthless. Go ahead, Be Brave.
No. You Be Brave. You skipped me over me already. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, Be Brave.
God damn. No, he addressed Be Brave. I want him to respond. Then I'm coming to you.
Yeah, Be Brave. You owe systematic oppression an apology.
I think
bad representation.
No, look, the original term was very justifiable. I'm 70. I recall definitely when the N-word was used very freely. But you guys got to admit, even if white people don't want your black asses around them, they've left you alone pretty damn well. They really have. So the point is, my
Can
question.
you tell your Becky's to stop checking for me? And can you at least lose 30 pounds so that maybe they can start looking at you one day?
Hold on. If I wanted black women, I'd take my pick and you'd have to wait.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
He's
Yeah.
kind of right.
Some white man
He has
with
a point.
It's built.
Absolutely not.
Just
I'm
let
telling
him
you,
finish.
you'll have to step aside while I
Let him finish. His, be brave.
let's
Were
get
you
that
responding to? Were you responding to what he said? Be brave.
Yeah, I was. I just wanted to respond to that old stupid shit about them taking our women. I'm telling you, you're lucky we don't want your women. They'd be ours. Okay.
Hey, do what you
There
do.
you go.
I know. There you go. I'm just
Fat
letting you
ass
know.
can't get up. Talking about taking the
Man,
women.
you don't want no black
Do
woman.
what with them?
You jump on that train with the rest of
Finish
these
your
cool
point.
ass
Finish
niggas.
your point, Be brave. We don't
Can't
care
even
about.
fit in that log cabin.
We don't care about the
That
other stuff.
doesn't make any
Finish your
sense.
point, Be brave. Finish your point.
Yeah. No, the black fatigue originally was very well described, and I understand it. But since things have gotten so much better, now it's just turned. The reason it's been co-opted is because blacks have decided something. I think blacks got to make it clear. Do you want to bring it down smoothly? Do you want smooth change, or do you want to just bring it the hell down and start over? Because if you want smooth change, people are wore out from your tactics for the smooth. If you want outright no good for nothing, goddamn, let's knock at the shit and knock it all down and get black men into the power or wherever you think's going to happen, then you should be more honest with it and just, let that happen. Because the black fatigue now, it's been co-opted, and it has. The black fatigue now just points out to, like, put up or shut the fuck up. Get the fuck, go get a job, go do something.
But who are you to tell anybody anything? The lowest of the low white
I'm
man.
coming to you, Coffee. Hold on. So let me ask you something, Be brave. Do you think the economy is in the best shape it is nowadays or whatever?
No, the global corporate rulers that are white are bringing the whole world economy down.
So do you think white fatigue trumps black fatigue right now?
You mean people being tired of whites?
Yeah, and how they're running the country and the economy.
Well, if that's the case, the point is in this white culture in America, don't we live better than anybody in the world?
But hold on, stop. This is oxymoronic though. You just said the white people that's running the world and the country is tanking the economy all across. You just said that.
They're not tanking it. They're slowing it down.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen, we're almost at the brink of a recession.
Right.
And we always severe inflation. People are homeless. People are losing their homes. People are in bad shape right now, and it's because of predominantly white rulership. So, are you
know what? Fuck them.
Are you telling me that the minuscule because you said earlier you admitted that it's a small minority of black folk that's actually
tearing up the streets.
Yeah, so are you saying that these small minority of black folk trumps the catastrophic
no, I'm not saying that.
Catastrophic conditions that predominantly white people have caused in this country and across the world?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we can't touch the bastards that own the planet. We can't touch them. What I'm saying is at the street level, which affects you directly, that's where the blacks that are tearing up the streets are tearing us all up. That's direct effect. The far-reaching effect.
That's a damn lie. Stop lying.
Down because you can't punch up. That's what you mean.
So
wait a minute.
So hold on. So you didn't answer my question. But we know what the obvious answer is, right?
No, you're right. What I'm saying, so what do we go after? Do we go after the big bite that nobody can change, or do we look at what's happening that really affects us directly?
The point I was trying to make is I don't think white people have enough time to even worry about black people, considering the conditions that the government and predominantly white people that's in government has put this society in, right? So there's this is my humble opinion. I might be wrong, but I think there's way more to talk about than a small minority of black people that behave similarly to a large percentage of white people, right?
I tried going to a big picture earlier. I said, are we living are we living better than anybody on the planet? Yes, we are. Here, wherever whites live, we live better than anybody on the planet.
Okay. So
Not
so
really.
I've heard. Here's the thing. I've heard people argue that we can, but that's not the
Well,
point I
no,
was trying to.
whoa. You got. How do you? Where do you want to go? Tell me
Hold on.
where you think
Wait.
was
Stop.
better than the USA.
That's another conversation. The point I'm
No,
trying
but
to.
no, that's pertinent to
This
this.
dude's living in a
Listen,
log cabin talking about they live in the
This is what I'm
best.
saying. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying
Shut up,
is
scam likely.
what I'm saying is
You're defending them.
Stop.
I'm not defending anybody.
What I'm saying is that
My bad, Freezy. My apology.
What I'm saying is that just for the simple fact that we're having a conversation about black fatigue and how black people are just making people just so distressed all across the country and everything, is to me is so first of all, it's ignorant to me. It's an ignorant conversation. And another thing is very useless, because if we're saying that this is what we need to be talking about in today's social climate, I just feel like it's a lot of dumb, ignorant, stupid people out here that's even talking about black fatigue. And that's including the coons, white people, and
Like me?
anybody else that's identifying as whatever conservative, whatever you want to say. So let me go to Ruthless, and then I'll go to Kwafi. Go ahead, Ruthless.
Wow, ooh, this is an eventful night, boy. This black fatigue, boy, got me fatigued. But is black fatigue really a fucking problem? No, right? White people using it. So some of these white people use it to express themselves. Who cares, right? Because black people are here to stay. We are here to motherfucking stay. We ain't going nowhere. Not just that, right? Are we tired of white people and their shenanigans? Yes. Are they tired of our shenanigans? Yeah, right? So we just have a bunch of shenanigans going around this motherfucker. But what we can say is this, right? I just noticed that everybody has a lot to say about everybody's imperfections. Everybody wants to sit here and finger point, right? Whites are pointing at the black people. Black people point at the YNs and the niggas, right? So black people want to be on white people's side so bad because they want to feel more accepted, and they're trying to conform. But white people will never accept them to that level, to that point. They respect them, but they will never make them their own. So it's just a bunch of confusion here amongst black people that we are dealing with. So I don't think black fatigue by white person center is really a problem, right? They're going to have their opinions, and they have a right to that. But what we have to do is get our house in order before we think about coming up and standing for something. Because our house is every fucking where. We don't know what we want. Some people want to be Democrats. Some people want to be Republicans. Some people want to be Black Panthers. Some people want to be Hebrew Israelites, right? But the question is, what are we, right? What? How are we going to get better for our future and our families? Because everybody.
I got a question.
This conversation really is about, because it comes down to survival. This really conversation about what we want to be respected as a people, how we want to be looked at, so we can be objectively back to those who are criticizing us. We first have to get our house in order, so then that we can have a foundation that's untouchable. And then we don't have to say shit, right? We just let our actions speak rather than our words. But until we get our house in order,
that's crazy.
Until we able to respect each other,
crazy, man.
Until we able to get grasp and hold on our black history and have empathy for each other,
you're gonna give them a pass.
This is a pointless conversation.
Hold on 1 second. Shout out to. Were you done, Ruthless?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. Listen, support the great conversation. And also, if you would like your comments read, I'm eager to hear from the chat. I'm eager to hear from everybody in the clouds. If you want your comments read and highlighted, if you want us to know your opinions, please leave it in a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash app to $, no cap freezy. That's $, no cap freezy. Go ahead, Kwafi.
Hey, before he go freezer, I feel a little like a stepchild. You just passing all over me tonight.
He said
I only been able to ask.
He said Kwafi. He didn't say OJ.
Hey, and I haven't been able to do nothing but ask questions tonight. and you just
Hold
passing
on,
all over
OG.
me.
I'm
gonna
doing the
be
best I
short.
can. Ruthless hadn't talked in a long time while you was going on your rant, and Kwafi just got up here. So I'll go to you next, OG. Go ahead, Kwafi.
Yes, sir.
You know what? Somebody up here earlier said something very important about tribalism. You know, and the problem is you have some of the coons and you got some of the white supremacists working together, and they're working together based on how they feel, and they're not and the coon and the racist whites are using the coons to give them ideas on what they think the black community is. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's choosing me.
Some of them are not going out into the black communities to see this shit themselves. It's what they see on TV, and it's the lowest of the lowest white people
Nobody's using
that
me.
these cones are praising, like Clue one of them. I've been him and him been back and forth for a couple of years. I know who he is. He is a coon, and he's proud of it.
I am proud of it, sir.
Yeah, but anyway, so this whole black fatigue thing is taken out of context, and I think it's taken out of context to the point where everybody is using it to, you know, tailor to their own feelings, you know, and that's just it. Now, a lot of us are tired of seeing, you know, a lot of just straight up bullshit from black folks, things that happen, you know, that we just know that black people can do better on, but it don't make it any better when we don't highlight the good things about black people, because there are some black people out here that are extraordinary and doing the work. And that's our land right there.
Appreciate that, Kwafi. Go ahead, OG.
Well, I know y'all laughed at me when I was first talking about the fatigue, but it comes back to that
Damn
force.
straight I do.
Go ahead, OG.
But I was speaking of it from history. I don't care how they take it and try to turn it upside down. I like for everybody to look up Boule. This ain't nothing new on the sun. If you look up the word Boule and what they represent, they're called gatekeepers. All right? Another thing I would like for us to look at is, now think about it and hold what I'm finna say. You can't tell me no place that a European ever been that he haven't called corruption, rape, rob, when it's grape with the G word, rob and stole. That's just number one. It's part of his nature. I believe the strongest movement we had in this country came out in 1930 with Elijah Muhammad. He had the greatest plan. And if we had followed that plan to a T, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. We wouldn't be worrying about what other nations are talking about when it comes to us. Matter of fact, we don't even bring them in our discussion. And I know this was one for all and anybody can come in. This is a reason why that was set up that way. Because when you don't set it up that way, it comes with confusion. Because if I'm one person who's at odds with another person with his way of thinking, and if I'm part of the problem, I'm going to try to get my point across. I'm saying as a group, when it comes to a group of black people, we should be, like the gentleman said earlier, we should be getting our own home intact and stop worrying about the outside forces and get ourselves together. Yes, there's a lot of behavior in the black community that we are disgusted with. But all them behaviors have been discussed and put to the test. Elijah Muhammad, a man who had not even a high school education, was able to articulate and bring black people together, make them understand who they are, what they are, and what they represent. Now, we can sit down and keep having these conversations all you want to, but it goes back to the point I'm saying. When you cut on the black channels now, on this internet, you hear more of 1970, how the big three used to talk about us, but it's now coming out of our own mouth. All the examples you gave was black people talking about black people in the most negative way. It seemed like it came out of a handbook. And if you go back and look up the Boule, you'll understand where all this is coming from.
So why can I ask you, sir, why haven't you separated from niggas?
I don't have a definition.
Well,
okay, you asked me a question, so I'm gonna answer that question. As I don't call you a coon, and as I don't use the N-word, whatever. believe it or not, brother, we all are hurting. Regardless of women,
Oh,
when I get in, let me finish. I'm asking your question. I'm asking your question. How could I separate something I don't believe in the first place?
You don't believe there should be a separation, OJ?
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is the word that you use to describe the original people on this planet. How do I separate it from it?
Okay.
How could I separate
Forget
from
the
something?
word. Forget the word I said.
Okay.
Why don't you want to separate yourself from them?
What
that's
you mean?
The word I would give them.
When you say separate, what are you talking about? What is your definition?
Put yourself above them, OG.
Wait. Stop right there then. Let me answer the question. Let me answer that question. Let me answer that question. I don't separate who I am from the group I come from. But what I do, wait. See, let me finish, brother. If you gonna let me answer my question,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What I do,
nigga.
Okay, what I do.
Hold on, OG. Be brave. You co-sign Clue the way he acting right now. His behavior.
I want to hear what he was going to say.
Hold on. Be brave.
Freezy.
Do you co-sign Clue the way he's acting right now?
I co-sign any black that just wants to live their life because it's all too big to change. There's too much to change.
That's what I'm saying. Be brave.
Live your life.
Be brave. The way Clue is acting right now, cutting people off and being belligerent, do you co-sign that?
No, that's rude.
Why do you say it like that?
He's saying he's a coon. I'm just saying he says he's a coon. He like
Freezy. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Stop.
Why do you say it like that?
Hold up, Clue. Go ahead, OG.
No. Hold up. Freezy, why did you play me off like that? Hold up.
Stop. Go ahead, OG. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm about to say is, regardless of how we look at it, we are one nation. And if some of us got bad behavior, you can't look at any other nation and not see bad behavior. And I understand what the gentleman was saying, this street violence and all the stuff of a small percentage of the people. But I guarantee he's not willing to talk about the people I have in my house who's overprescribed with medication. So when these people come from you, they don't come with you with guns. They come with you with a system. And they don't rob you of your radio and your TV and your car. They rob you of your life. They rob you of your birth.
You have to volunteer.
No. Sir.
If somebody's got a gun at your head, you don't have any.
Sir. When kids are small and somebody is giving behavioral drugs, they're not volunteered for that.
No, you're right. White people are victims of that also.
Okay, I understand, but listen what I'm finna saying.
Okay.
When you start talking about the numbers, when you really start going into the numbers, y'all have choice of drugs way before somebody try to introduce y'all to some pharmaceuticals. So what I'm saying, when you look at the numbers that the black males are put on these controlling drugs that I deal with right here. See, I'm not talking about something I read about. I got 30 people in my house right now who's been on drugs ever since they was like 7 years old.
30 women?
No, I got 30 people in my house. So I deal with the repercussion and the essence of what was done to them while they was even children. So when you got this nation 65% on pharmaceuticals right now, this nation that you so proud of, that over 65, look it up, over 65% of the people are taking some kind of pharmaceuticals, controlled substance that can control in their mind. You're not really even living in the first place.
J-Speed.
Oh, J-Speed is some of your patients black and white? Both of them are black and white in the house?
99% of my patients are black. I have Latinos in my house. I only have 2 white persons in my house. But that's the problem I'm telling you right now is when you start getting into what world class talking about DNA, we all want to make ourselves the same, but we're not. Certain drugs have effect on certain people in different ways. Like alcohol have effect on the red man, different from the black man or the white man. So we gotta stop playing. We gotta stop playing with this thing like we don't understand what's actually happening in our face. And so if people got fatigue, it comes from some source. Just like I say, when you put that into the planet and you put this on this earth, it grows, it expands, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It's not by mistake. And if you can't go back, and my original statement was, you show me anywhere that the European have went on this planet, he have them robbed, steal, raped, and took. That might be the problem, the root of the problem.
J-Speed, cry me a fucking river.
No, get you a violin, all right? Get you a violin, and I'm going to help you, my brother. I don't care if you call yourself a coon, because you know as well as Malcolm was changed, one day, brother, you might change. So I'm going to have to help you just the way you are. But I'm glad
but
you...
I have a question for Freezy.
I'm glad you announced what you are,
Okay.
so it make me aware of who you are.
I need you to shut up so I can talk to Freezy.
I need for you to be. I need for you to be more respect. I need for you to be more respectful to me.
Let me talk to the host.
You know what he is?
Shut
He's a coon married to somebody else.
I am a coon. Kwafi Nino. I am a
yes,
coon.
you are.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Self-admittedly.
But I land
don't
my
hide
plane,
from that.
Freeze. Peace,
I've never
love.
hide from me being a coon. Never.
Freeze.
Not
Peace,
once.
love,
Ever.
and always strive for the truth.
Have I hidden from that, Kwafi Nino?
All y'all brothers and sisters.
Not ever.
What'd you say, Joe OG?
I say peace, love, and always strive for the truth. And I hope y'all have a beautiful night. I'm going to listen to you in the cloud while I'm doing things in my house. This is a great conversation. I know it's going to be heated sometime, but I think when we start thinking it through, we'll understand exactly what we're talking about.
Appreciate you, OG.
Salute to
sir.
you.
We're going to be going all night.
Yes, sir.
Salute to you, OG.
And shout out to C Rich in the building, man. C Rich, man, I'm going to get to you as soon as I can. Go ahead, Clue. You got a question for me?
Yeah, I got a question for you. Why do you refuse to separate yourselves from them?
Who was them?
Them, niggers.
Well, you acting like one. You've been acting like one the whole show. So should I separate myself?
I've been
from
acting
you?
like a nigger the whole show.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, let's address that. I've been acting like a nigga the whole show.
Let's address that because what makes you're saying a nigga, right? What makes a person a nigga? Just skin color or behavior?
No, behavior. Yes.
Okay, so
not skin color, just behavior.
Would you say you've been behaving exceptionally tonight?
Yes, I would say I have.
Okay, so but this is the problem, though. It's this grandiose bias that people have for themselves that think that they better than people. But I'm pretty sure if you watch the clip,
I am better than a lot of people.
You've actually had the worst behavior out of everybody that actually hit my damn show tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I've had the worst behavior
out of everybody.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm better than y'all.
So should I separate myself from you?
You hear him? You hear
so should I separate myself from you?
No. You should separate yourself from
Why not?
niggers because I have not been a nigger one time in this panel.
Yes, you have. You've been very
not
ignorant.
once.
So what? So
Freezy.
Do you think? Hold on.
Can you honestly say I've been acting that way?
Wait. First of all, you're drunk, and do you think that?
Yes, I am drunk. Yeah, but I'm not a nigger.
Do you think it's inappropriate to cut the host off on his own show?
I think that's very inappropriate. Yes.
Okay, so you've been doing that a lot, and then you're drunk. I would say you've been displaying extreme nigger behavior. So let me ask you this.
But I've been making sense.
Hold on, stop. So do you think I should separate myself from you?
No, I do not.
Okay,
I think you should listen to me for about 10 more minutes.
Wait, this is why your answer was kind of asinine. Because because most of the time when people have these conversations of the people of your sort, it's
my sort.
Yes, it's with your mentality. My bad, your mentality. It's
sort.
It's basically based on some type of grandiose, conceited prejudice, right? You know what I'm saying? So
no,
this is
not
the point
really.
I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is if anybody has been acting like a nigger or whatever, however you want to say with the hard R or whatever, it's been
Freezy.
you.
I'm trying to connect here. I'm
I'm
actually trying to connect.
That's what I'm saying. It's been you. I'm trying to get you to see what's going on.
So I'm trying to connect here.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm trying to do is what I'm trying to say, and the thing that I've always been trying to say is that educated blacks have sided with the N words, the lesser of us, or them, since the beginning of time. That's what I've been trying to say. The educated, they get educated, and they get all this fame, and they get all this fortune, but yet they still want to side with
name some people you talking about. Name names.
So here's
name
the
names.
problem.
Who said name names? I got names. Who said name names?
Just Kwafi said that. Just name names. Go
Kwafi
ahead.
name. Okay, Kwafi. I got a name for you. LeBron James. When the whole defund the police situation happened, LeBron James said, "I'm in fear of my son being victimized by police."
Man, this
See,
is so
that's hold up. That's my example. That's my example. You got a billionaire. Hold up. Wait a minute, Kwafi Nino. You got a billionaire. LeBron James said he is afraid for his son being victimized by police. He's a billionaire.
Okay.
A fucking billionaire.
Does his son does his billionaire son drive a car?
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Okay, is he subject to be stopped by the police?
Yeah, but listen to
just
me.
like any other person?
Freezy.
Answer my question.
Freezy, yes, I say yes, but Freezy.
Okay, go ahead.
If this billionaire son is stopped by police,
Why being a billionaire?
what?
No.
Hold on. Just listen to me. Just give me like 5 seconds of silence. If this billionaire is stopped by police, will they really go in on him, knowing he's the son of a billionaire?
What are you trying to prove, man?
Really?
So hold on. Let me answer this.
Yes,
what
sir.
What you're doing is you're trying to
What am I
put
doing?
a blank. What you're doing is you're trying to put a blanket expectation on every cop in America, and we just can't predict that.
No.
Stop it.
What I'm trying to do is erase the lie. That's what I'm trying to do, Freezy.
The bounties is on, please, man. God damn.
Oh, really? You put a bounty on me, Freezy?
Bro,
really?
Stop.
We're trying to have a
It's
conversation.
the bounty is just on your head.
We're trying to have a
That's it.
conversation.
The bounty is just on. Stop. The bounty is just on Clue's head. Bro, I'm sorry. I've been trying to spare your ass. Please. Okay? Be on your best behavior. Be on your best behavior. But you know.
How much is the bounty? How much is the bounty? Maybe I can counter it.
The biggest one is $100.
$100. So I got to pay $100 in order to counter that bounty?
If they pay $100 to knock you down, yeah.
So I got to pay $100 in order to get back up.
$10 for 10 minutes, $20 for 20 minutes, $50 for 60 minutes, and $100 for 2 hours.
Okay, look, just listen to me.
No, I was talking, bro. So
okay,
here's the thing.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Here's the thing. Like I said, you asked me a question that was unmeasurable. I can't predict what cop would act any type of way. You're trying to make it seem like just because a person has a badge, if they see LeBron James' son, they're just going to treat him with respect, and that's just not true. So you understand what I'm saying? So you coming with a bunch of preconceived notions.
This is his playbook, Freezy. He's one of them dudes that I talked about in Pearly Things. He's in the documentary with his wife.
Well, that's the reason why black fatigue won't actually work, because
hey, Freezy, hold up for a second. Before you go past it, I want to say, Freezy, glad to be on your panel, and I'm gonna drop down. Salute.
Yeah, that bounty on your ass. That's why you
don't drop down, motherfucker. Stay.
No, I'm gonna drop down before somebody can pay. So you can't pay for my bounty because I dropped down on my own, nigga. Shit, fuck you.
Yeah,
you can stay.
Get your nigga ass on then.
Yeah. So black fatigue will happen whether you're successful or whether you a nigga, right? So look, prime example. They brought up LeBron James. They fatigue because LeBron James is successful but still is human. Like so like, they always bring up Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. They bring up these people because they're like, oh, look how rich these black people are. They should have no problems and no complaints. Now that they still have problems and complaints, I'm fatigued from hearing from them. So whether you rich, whether you middle class, whether you poor, they just sick of having to confront their behavior towards you. If you look at this Carmelo Anthony thing, they're trying to use this black fatigue even in a political, judicial realm. They're saying they have so much fatigue, they were trying to get Carmelo Anthony life in prison off gate. So because we're so black fatigue. So these white people are not just using black fatigue as a talking point. They're trying to push it into a political judicial realm. That's the reason why it becomes so dangerous for them to be running around with his rhetoric on some black fatigue. Because they're not keeping it on the internet. They're not keeping it in books. They're trying to take it to politics. They're trying to take it to the judicial realm. So we gotta be real careful with how they're trying to play this shit out.
So let me ask let me go to Artifacts. Artifacts, did you have anything you wanted to comment on so far?
No, I'm just enjoying this. I do got a couple of thoughts. From my perspective, I think the problem we have in our community as time went on is that we feel privileged with no results. And I think that's what the elites are looking at, is they're looking at us in certain positions and they're figuring, they like, why do you feel privileged when you ain't at my level yet? You get what I'm saying? So that's one thing that I took from the conversation. Also, I respect what World Class said earlier about respecting religion and respecting the person's God. Religion is personal and it's faith based to people. So for me, I definitely don't want to embark or entrench on someone's faith, something that gets them through, their hard times. So I think, especially in times like this, we have to be careful how we deal with each other and our religion.
Can
Also,
you
yeah, go ahead.
can you articulate the elites? Who are you speaking of when you speak of the elite? Can you tell us who you're talking about?
So I'm speaking in a general sense, but I have been around certain prominent black folks, and I can tell you this much: they never stop extending their hand to the culture. And what I wanted to tell the guy that just left, let me tell you why the elites would never stop dealing with the Negroes. The reason why the elites will never stop dealing with the Negroes is because the diamond is always in the rough. You get what I'm saying? And we're in the capitalist society. So everything, if it's an interest to you and it can benefit you, you're going to take a look at it and you're going to see if it can benefit your company, your business, and however you perceive that. So for me, we're in a capitalist society now. So it's always going to boil down to that dollar. But then also what I noticed too is that the conservatives, what they're basically doing is leaning more into what it is that they got going on. So put it like this: they see what Trump did after this election. He won. Remember now, we didn't get the win 4 years ago. So and I'm an independent, but I do support some of the conservative views. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you know that right now. But
Yeah,
for me,
your vote don't matter. So what difference does it make?
well, that's your opinion.
That's my fact.
But
that's my fact. America is not a democracy. There's nothing that tells you that America is democracy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Hold
that.
up. I know you didn't say that, but you said you counterpointed me. I'm telling you, America is not a democracy. America is a republic. This is why when you vote, hold up, when you vote, you got the popular vote, which is your vote. Then you got the I can't say it. Electoral college. When the lyrical college, I'm saying it wrong because I'm drunk. They're the one who vote the president in. You do that. That's why when Hillary Clinton went up against Donald Trump, she lost, but she won the popular vote. That's your vote. So
but that wasn't my point, sir. So let me finish my thought. And you can go ahead.
Yeah,
You can go ahead
okay.
after me. Let me finish my
Okay.
thoughts, sir,
So, see,
because
you
this is
want me
my
to tell?
point. All right.
Hold up. Let
No,
me
you ain't
finish.
proving nothing because I can go look that up. Shut up and let me talk.
You can look it
Shut
up, but
up
I'm
and let me
telling you
talk. Shut up
that
and let me talk. And you can go after me. Thank you,
nah,
sir.
nigga, you tell
All
your
right.
mama to shut
You
up,
and
nigga. Don't
listen.
tell me to shut
Yeah,
up.
all right,
But
old
see, you
ass
don't want
nigga.
to know the
Come
truth.
around my way, you get that ass whooped. All right, old nigga.
Nigga,
I got young
fuck it.
hands. All right.
Go ahead,
Fuck
go
is you
ahead,
talking
go ahead,
about?
bro.
Sit that ass
I'm
down.
not gonna fuck
All
up
right.
Freezy Shoko. I
Fuck
know
out of
you
here.
don't
You
know
ain't
who you
teaching
talking
nothing.
to.
You ain't
I
teaching
know.
shit, nigga. Shut your
Then why
ass up.
you ain't cam up though?
Shut your ass up, nigga.
Why
Shut
you
the
ain't
fuck
cam
up.
up though? Why you
Cam
ain't
up
cam
my
up?
ass, nigga. I dropped the
Why you
number in the
ain't cam up
Discord, nigga.
though?
Shut your ass up. Shut your
Why
ass
you ain't
up.
cam up though?
You ain't saying nothing.
Freezy, listen to what I'm saying. The electoral college is who vote the president in. The popular vote. That's why Hillary Clinton
You ain't saying nothing
lost
significant,
to
nigga.
Donald Trump. Hold
The
on.
vote already in,
Then
nigga. We already
you
got a
remember,
Republican in office.
Hey, I'm coming to you next.
you
Be brave. I'm coming to you next. Go ahead,
hold
C.
up.
Rich.
You remember when Al Gore lost the presidency to Daddy Bush? Because it's not the popular vote who voted in the president, it's the electoral college. They just try to trick the people into believing that it's a democracy. But most of the time that the people vote for the president that they want to come in anyway. You see what I'm saying? That's why he tried to cut me off, because he don't know the truth. You see
No,
what I'm
it
saying?
sound more
Because
like
we up here
complaining
talking. But
instead of bringing the
if
sound
if
more like
it was
complaining than
if the
anything.
people
Sound
if
more
the
like
people
a personal issue to me.
hold up, bro. You can
Yeah,
talk.
but it
Let
was
me
my turn. How
tell
y'all
you
gonna tell
too.
me to hold up and you bring bars on my
I'm
turn?
asking
Okay,
you to
hold
hold
on.
up, bro.
So
Wait.
go
C.
You
ahead.
need to
Rich. C.
shut up. I'm
Rich.
not gonna tell you to shut up. I'm asking
Hold
you
on.
just to let me say
Hold on,
what
C.
I'm saying,
Rich.
bro.
Hold on, C. Rich. Let
All
him
right.
let him finish his point because it was his turn, and then I'll come to you, C. Rich. Go ahead.
Right.
Like I said, conservatives have seen and they always have extended their hand back to the place that they come from. The
No, they
problem
don't.
that they have with certain people, especially you old motherfuckers that's just outdated and you fucked up over years, but you trying
It
to make
got nothing to do
excuses
with
for your
age.
decisions. Nigga, it's your time is over. About time. You know what I'm saying? They already finished with y'all. They're not even looking at you old motherfuckers that didn't take care of your kids. They got every excuse in the motherfucking book. And we can't follow you. Because you ain't, you know what I'm saying? You ain't extending your hand back to the motherfucking hood any motherfucking way.
Do
So
your
what
thing,
point
man.
is you fucking making any motherfucking way? We listening to
Do your
Freezy.
thing,
So
man.
shut your ass up. All
All
right?
right, do your thing, bro.
Conservatives, like I say, black people innately, I believe this, Freezy. Internally, black people will always have a space or a soft spot in their heart for their own people. I think the problem is with their own
I
understanding,
ain't
they have been burnt by a lot of people that they tried to extend their hand to. That's just my perspective. Freeze is not everybody's perspective, but that's just my perspective.
Right. So you're saying that a lot of people, a lot of black people with these black fatigue views, uh they have this they feel this way because they more than likely been burnt in the past by other black folk or
Well, basically, what I'm saying is they have been they've been hurt by certain black folks. But I'm
okay.
not even mentioning certain people. What I'm saying is they actually been manipulated by certain black people at the bottom because of sympathy. Because some of these people cared too much for the community and they got burnt. And so over time, you kind of resent certain things. I mean, that's just human nature. For me personally, I don't think that white people can have black fatigue. Like I say, they're not even around us enough to even know what the hell what we got going on. That's why I don't even know why this white man has an opinion on this show.
Do you
It's
think
like we
the majority or minority of these black folk that you're referring to have been burnt or experienced like a negative had a negative experience with black people at the bottom? A majority or
it's the
minority?
minority. It's the minority.
Okay.
But what I also want to say before I let this go, also, you see how the white man came onto the
Nah, don't
panel
leave, nigga.
with this privilege. I'm here, motherfucker, with this privileged mindset, right? And what I'm
Yeah.
telling you right now is there's no way that you coming from a certain community that you can have all these privileged thoughts. And see, if you notice too, a white man can say whatever he want to say and damn near get away with it. But let me come to a white community and speak my nigga shit. Oh, they gonna lock me up and all types of shit because these white people do feel privileged over us. And one thing you want to not do is to let somebody dominate you mentally. However, listen, the mind is the most important thing, bro. So when somebody dominates you mentally, it's a wrap for you, bro. Like you better protect your mind, and health is wealth. So these niggas out here, we all got some type of shit going on, but if you get dominated mentally, which is part of the game plan, Freezy, you know what I'm saying? It's a part of that game plan. Yo, it's a wrap. So don't let them take your mind, bro.
I appreciate that. I'm coming to see Rich next. Listen, the bounties are off. Right now, we have faith that the people that's watching, the people in the chat, the No Cap crew, you're going to support the show. This is an excellent show. I think it's going pretty well. It's being productive. You can either if you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or you can send a cash cap. Let me tell you, we haven't gotten a cash cap not one time tonight. Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap to $ No Cap Freezy? That's $ No Cap Freezy. If you appreciate the conversation, how is mine and out, please support the show. I appreciate you, man. Thank y'all in advance. Go ahead, C. Rich.
Yeah, hey, hey man, I appreciate you every day, right, brother? Because, like I told you, you one of the few individuals that let anybody come up here and express themselves, man. Like I said, other panels, man, they lock niggas out, man. And what I'm saying is, I hear what the brother's saying down there, man. But these dudes are amateurs. See, I didn't disrespect him, but he came and disrespected me. But what I'm saying is, a lot of these guys talk a lot of stuff, but they don't know what they be talking about, right? So what I'm saying is, he talk about the motherfucker. You see this here? This is a habeas corpus that I found. Nigga, I got paperwork that I done everything. So what I'm saying is, what a lot of these dudes be talking about, they be talking out of emotion. They don't be talking about fact. Now, I came up here because I heard somebody previously talking about, because I got on, I sent the super chat to DJ Hamp when the young brother was talking about separation. Brother, black people, we cannot separate from each other. We are a marginalized group. How can a marginalized group of people separate themselves from each other? You see what I'm saying? Because you seen all the channels where you see black people move out the white neighborhoods and them suburbs. Then the white folks, you seen the videos where they following black our people down the street, harassing them. The kids go to school, they call the little kids niggas and all type of shit, and the kids be traumatized. You done heard seeing grown people. A marginalized group cannot separate themselves from each other. Then I don't know who the brother was. I don't know if he's still up here. But then, the first time I heard somebody say that there's black people, then you got niggas. I used to look at 60 Minutes, man, when I was in the joint back in the 90s. And the first time I heard that was Chris Rock's mother. She said, well, you got black people and you got niggas. So whoever was interviewing in 60 Minutes, he asked her, well, who the niggas? She couldn't answer the question. So when you ask these individuals that, then who the niggas? They can't answer the question. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know who said that earlier, that he telling you to separate. How you gonna separate? You a marginalized group. Nigga, you can't buy yourself into whiteness. Like he talking about LeBron James' son, they pulled him over. And they not gonna, how you gonna do that? They don't know you got money. You see what I'm saying? We just seen last year when they pulled over the football player down there in Miami, he driving a $400,000 car. And the dude pulled him over because he knew he was a nigga and he was rich. And they had him sitting on the curb, harassed him, and they knew he was a pro football player. But they did it on purpose because they be jealous, bro. They be mad. They hate rich black men more than they hate poor black men. And this is what these niggas don't understand. That when you're a rich black man, they know you successful. They know that you had a capacity to help your people. So what they want you to do is to be broke. You see what I'm saying?
And it was for a fundraiser.
You say that again?
And it was for a fundraiser too. He was
right.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't want you to help your people. See, black people talk about, man, they come on here all the time. They talking about, well, we got jobs, we corporate and this and that. But the point is the white man don't care nothing about you making money because all money
Bro,
funnels
you're
to
not
him
making
anyway.
sense, bro. You're not making sense. How the white man don't want us to make money when this is a part of the economy, brother?
I'm finna explain it to
And
you.
this,
I finna explain it to you. You shut up. So what it is
you definitely
all
in jail,
money
bro.
funnel. He's in power. So everybody in America who make money spend $1, he get a cut. All money funnels to him anyway. You see what I'm saying? What he don't want black people to do is have generational wealth. You see what I'm saying? Then he talking about old niggas, but see these young niggas say that because they don't know history. When you
It's
don't
not
know
about what
history,
they want, sir. It's not about what they want. The fact that they know that black people are going to spend the most on bullshit is going to flow the economy, sir. They don't give a fuck what we thinking about. They know what we're
that's
going to
what,
do already.
but you just made my point, bro. Because when you just earning money, you just making money. You're not creating generational wealth. That's what they don't want you to have. They don't want you to have generational wealth. That's just like
That's
back in the
not
80s.
true.
Hold up. See, you don't know history, bro. That's just like back in the 80s. You remember when they had all the hair care products and all other stuff. White people bought all that shit up, but they didn't. But they didn't expand on it. They shut it down because they knew that they would create generational wealth. They don't
That
want you to have
Dudley's.
generational wealth. They don't care nothing about you being a millionaire nigga, because every dollar you spend comes back to them anyway. But when you have
English, can I make a
generational
comment
wealth,
to you real quick?
that go ahead.
The thing is with the newer generation, man, they more think for the culture. They don't think they don't think on racism, but that's a bad thing too, simply because when they get out there in that world, they think that they're exempt. And when they run up on somebody who gonna do them in like they done Carmelo Anthony, then they see the real deal. So I see
Right.
it from both ways. You know, I understand where Artifacts is coming from, but I also understand where you're coming from. And I think that it ain't got nothing to do with no old nigga shit or none of that. You know, some of these dudes are angry because their fathers weren't in their lives and they bring it to the internet. You know, you got
Right.
to, once you pass 25 years old, you got to goddamn just, you know, you got to man up on that.
Right.
About
You
But that
bringing the
go
hair
both
care
ways.
products like Dudley's. I
Right.
remember I went to school in Greensboro. There was a hair care product called a
Dudley's, yeah,
company
real
called
good product.
Dudley's. And Dudley's kind of, like you said, kind of went away, but it was a huge thing at one point. I remember Dudley's.
Yeah, they was
Right.
they were bought out by white people, but they were.
Right.
I'm gonna
This
post.
is like BET. BET got bought out. He sold it, but the white folks bought it. And you remember the first time BET got sold, they sold it to Viacom. Viacom bought it and it ran it down and it ran BET down the drain. Now BET right now is like a feminist channel because they trying to program the women. But what I'm saying is they buy up everything because they don't want you to have generational wealth. They don't care nothing about you have a job because the white, he's in power. So therefore, all money funnels to him anyway. That's why he brought your ass over here anyway. It was to work, nigga. He didn't bring you over here to gain power. That's why during Black Wall Street, then you had Rosewood and all these other, when black people left slavery, and they promised us 40 acre and a mule and they didn't give it to us, black people didn't complain because we had all the skills. We taught them the shit. So we built our own communities. So what they did, they burnt it down. Then they came around and they gave you integration because they said, well, black people, when they on their own, they know how to develop and build. So they gave you integration and education and dumb niggas down. Now you got niggas running around like slaves, thinking that because you got a European education that make you somebody. That's the divide.
I'm trying to figure out who don't know this information, though, sir. I'm just trying to figure out who the hell don't know what you just said.
The divide is between. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on one second.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy. No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Listen, I'm gonna ask Be Brave. I'm gonna come to Be Brave next. Be Brave. Let me ask you a question. Do you think white people as a whole are tired of what we call today black culture?
I think they're not only. I don't think they're tired of it. I think they're fucking sick of it.
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, let him finish.
Well, I
Let him
can't
finish.
say anything.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
And
Go
by
ahead.
the way, doesn't your title say white people, all races?
Of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was answering to the earlier fellow. He's asking why a white guy's up here.
Okay.
All right. Yes,
so,
no, white people are fucking sick of black culture. They won't
Who
say
gives
it.
a fuck?
Well, we know that. We don't care what you think either. That's what we're trying to get at.
Wait, hold on. Wait, let's not get triggered. I want him to.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm just
No,
okay,
not
go
you,
on.
not you. I'm talking about serious. Let's
All right.
just let
Yeah,
him
yeah.
have the floor.
Let him cook. I get his ass later. Let him cook.
Okay,
Because
thank
he
you.
fucking with the right one.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
let
ahead,
him
be
cook.
brave. Go ahead, be brave.
Okay. White people are not they're sick of the fucking black culture. And they're tired of it. They've never look, I hate to this is why I say black people. The black people that are doing well and well reasoned and doing well for themselves, don't ever think white people want you to fucking live around them. Don't think that. Do yourself a favor. They've never wanted you to fucking live around them. Okay? Stop it. So my point is this. If it comes to this, if the fucking white people, and it's going to come out, okay? This is a good development, by the way. White people are going to say, fucking shut up, take your black ass on out of here. We don't want to hear it anymore. And the blacks get to say the same thing, which is a positive thing. Now we understand each other. And if the whites can articulate their behalf collectively and say, look, we're sick of you motherfuckers too, so shut up and get away from us. The beauty of that is now we get to move on. And you get to refine your black culture, and we're going to keep it with our white culture. And my point of this is what, and I asked it earlier, and I'm saying this as a gentleman. I'm serious because I'm sick of hearing fucking black people piss and moan while we all live like gods. My question is this: do you want to fucking bring it down all at once, or do you want a smooth transition? Because if you want a smooth transition to whatever you think blacks are supposed to end up at, what you're doing is you're causing too many headaches for that. It would be better just to, unless you want to bring it all down, I would admit that.
What do you mean about bring it all down? How you going to bring it down?
I'm trying to mine this out with Be Brave. So, okay, so you're saying my initial question, the answer to my initial question is yes, white people are sick and tired of black culture and amongst other things, right?
Well, don't say it so gentlemanly. I'm saying white people are fucking sick.
Fucking sick and tired.
Don't put the tired in it. That diminishes it. I'm saying they're fucking sick of black people. Don't want to be around you. Want you to get the fuck out of our lives. Okay? It's no big deal.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this. So right here, this is a concert. This is Rolling Loud. Very, very huge concert. And this guy, this rapper right here, he goes by the name of Boss Man D-Lo. He represents trap, he trap, hip hop, rap, whatever, street culture. I just want everybody to pay attention to the majority of the people that's in the crowd.
Oh no, I know that. I can address that. There's no reason to waste any
just chill. Hold on. So right here, can anybody tell me the majority of the color of hands that's raised up in awe to this black man that's on stage? Can anybody tell me the majority of the race that's in the crowd?
White, straight up white.
So if what Be Brave said was true, why do we have so many white people in the crowd praising this one black man that's on stage?
Simply because Be Brave is a man that lives in the woods, and he separated himself away from black people many, many, many years ago. Look at those guns behind him. And he do that because he think that black people are going to break into his house.
No, I don't. No, that's wrong.
Yes, you do. You the same
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
I got him up there because I'm a socialist and I don't want to be associated with blue hair.
I don't want to throw him off. So Be Brave, could you explain why so many white people in this crowd praising this rapper, even though you said white people are sick of black people and black culture?
Yes.
And don't want to be around and don't want to be around them.
Right.
When they paid top dollar to see these predominantly black performers on this stage.
Do you think all of them white people in that fucking crowd, if they got around out on their own and stuff like that, do you think they want black people moving into their neighborhoods? I'm telling you, they're looking at this as a minstrel show. You got to put it in perspective. These fucking white people there, bless their hearts, they're into music, they're into it. I get it. But you know what they don't do? They don't emulate the rappers and go back and destroy their lives. They go on with their stupid white lives.
They do it at a rock concert, and they do it at a damn baseball game. I'm ex-law enforcement, and I've seen it. We've locked many of them motherfuckers up. Stop playing.
Hey, be brave.
Okay, do you think these? Okay.
Be brave. Just to
Well, yeah.
Just to let you know.
You know, you played something, and I'd like to answer it.
Yeah, go ahead, be brave. Go ahead.
All right, you got all these white people in that crowd. Do you really want to hang on to that? Like that's some indication that white people are not sick of you? Wouldn't it be better to understand that white people are just fucking sick of you and be a man about it rather than to do this stupid shit where these idiot white people who do whatever they want to do you're using them as the rule? You got to be kidding me.
Using them, or are they using him?
No. So what I'm doing is
it does seem to belie the fact that I said white people are sick of black people. Fine, hang on to this for your dear life. Don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Hang on to this picture where all the white people are at that rap concert and keep establishing your perception according to this bullshit. Don't listen to me, who's 70 years old and have been around successful white people all my life, even though I'm a bottom feed and don't care nothing. I've been around successful white people. I hear and know their attitude. I'm telling you what, the white people that matter are sick of black people.
So hold on, wait.
Racism is as fixed as it's going to get. Now I'm asking as a fucking man, where do you want to go from here? You want to put them up and get it on or what?
Hold on before you.
Yeah, I was going to answer you
before your blood pressure go up. So this is what I'm saying. Hold on, wait, stop. So right here, the reason why hold on, stop. The reason why I showed this video is because you specifically said yes. You said white people are sick of black culture.
Yes.
What we're witnessing right here on this video is a part of black culture, and the majority of the people that paid to see black culture in this crowd are white people.
Yes.
So this is an indication to me that white people are not sick of black culture. As a matter of factly, they are embracing it more than ever.
Hang on to that. Hang on to that.
I'm not hanging on to it. I'm not hanging on to it. I'm showing you real live proof.
I know. And never mind my 70 years of living around white people all my life.
Well,
never mind
yeah, but which part? Are you from the South or you from the North?
I'm coming to
you. Got a picture here. You got a picture here.
Hold on. Wait. Stop.
Clantucky.
Stop.
Yes, I thought so.
Yes. We can listen to your anecdotal experience all day, be brave. But this is a generalized perception of white people on how they actually praising black culture right here in this video. What you're talking about is an anecdotal, your own anecdotal experience, right? But I don't think your anecdotal experience outweighs this visual that we have in front of our faces right now.
You would. This is where I say, if you think that if you think this picture proves me wrong,
crackers out there. I'm just saying, it's a lot of.
I know. I get it.
Yeah.
If you think this footage disproves what I'm saying, there's only one thing I can say, and I'm saying it in a gentlemanly manner. On this matter, Freezy, one of us is a goddamn fool.
No. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
This is what I'm saying. I don't. Hold on, be brave. I don't think that you're necessarily wrong.
Thank you.
This is what I'm saying. I don't think you're necessarily wrong about white people not wanting to live around a lot of black folk. I don't think you're wrong about that, right? But what I do think you're wrong. What I do think you're wrong about. Hold on. What I do think you're wrong about is that black people are sick of black culture. I think a lot of. I'm not black people, but white people. What I do think you're wrong about is that white people are sick of black culture. on the contrary, I think that white people are probably the biggest consumers of black culture. To be honest with you, you know, so when we're just talking about black culture, I think it's a little different than white people actually living around black people. I will agree with you on that point.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying white people don't go get entertained. What I'm saying is when push comes to shove.
He said it. He said it. Entertain.
Yes, thank
But see,
you.
Freezy, this goes back.
Let me take it further. They're using you as minstrel shows.
Only is as entertainment, music.
Yes,
sports.
thank you.
That's
understandable.
It. Listen to what this man is saying.
Listen.
Y'all, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Get him. Tell him.
See.
Hold on, be brave. Let him cook.
Okay. He's proved my point.
Y'all up here are triggered. Oh, get this man off of here. What is he saying? He's telling you what he's saying. He's telling you what a lot of them are thinking and feeling. He's telling
And
you
it ain't
what a
even
lot
true.
of them are telling him. Y'all
It's
just
not
don't.
the truth.
Oh, where is it? He in the north? Is he in the
No,
south?
sir.
It doesn't matter. This is the thought process.
No, sir.
No, it's
sir.
actually bullshit. And y'all fall for it.
Look here, they look
Every
at you
time.
look, hold up.
No, he's serious. He's serious about this. Mayo Monkey.
They look at you as
He's real serious about
only.
this.
You think they looking at the black scientists? You think they looking at the black inventor? No, they looking at you as sports, music. Yeah, they'll soak all that shit up. But what else? Nothing else.
Even say.
Tell him. Get him, goddammit.
How about no? The truth is this. He living in a log cabin. He can't afford to live in my neighborhood. So he don't even know. He can't afford it. He already told you he's the bottom feeder of the way. They kicked him out. He got kicked out of his own community.
Oh, I did.
Alleged community. I'm around successful people. Then why are you a failure? You're 30 years older than they are. Truth is, you can't afford, you don't have the option. You do not qualify to come stay where I stay and say you don't want me here. You don't qualify for that. You can't park your car 3 neighborhoods away from where our parents live. You don't qualify. So how would you know? And that's a black neighborhood, by the way. So it's easy to go and get like Jay Prince and some of the people we ain't never seen them and don't know nothing. Most white people are just white. Most black people are just black. But you can come to the internet and hear people slobbering on the microphone, worried about stuff that ain't even existing, or it happened one time every 5 years. But come across someone who actually live in the world and have common sense. You talking about black scientists? That's my brother. Black scientist. That's my nephew, future black scientist. 20 years old, a senior already in college, full scholarship. But you don't know nothing about that. You can just tell the dummies who live in some fictional world where it's segregated in 1922, who still got that mindset, but that shit don't work over here. The truth is, you're fat, you lost. You had a 488 head start, or 488 year head start, and you lost. So you're living in a log cabin with some guns, hoping somebody break in. They ain't coming because you ain't got shit. Go over to Chaotic Truth's channel.
I don't get
You can argue with them over here.
Proud of you, Scam. I'm proud of you, Scam.
Yes, I am, Scam. We friends now.
But see, that goes back to what fans. Let me get one thought in before y'all go.
That might be the problem now.
Go ahead.
But y'all got it.
But that goes back to what Fantastic said. I just got one little thought.
Quick, if I could just say something to him.
Hold on, be brave. Hold on one second. Hold on, be brave. Hold on, be brave. Listen, Natasha. Hold on, let me see. Natasha said, please kick the Mayo Monkey off. Time for the bed. Right now, the bounties aren't on, Natasha. I think she's talking about be brave, but the bounties aren't on. They're not on right now, Natasha. So I'll let y'all know. I'll let you know when the bounties are on. If anybody wants to save Be Brave, you're more than welcome. It's $10 to keep them on. Whatever. I appreciate you, Natasha. But the bounties will come on in a few minutes.
Hey, Freeze, let me say something.
Hey, kick a white motherfucker off, you chicken shit bastards. That's what you're doing. Let me stay up here and let's get it the fuck on.
And he's on a black platform, too.
I got you, Be Brave. Go ahead.
I want you to stay.
Okay, let me say.
I don't blame you. I want to
Let
stay.
me say this.
I want
Let
to
me
talk.
say this. He wants to separate, but there's always going to be one or two white people like yourself that's going to come into black people business. What is it so intriguing about black people that you like when you hate them so much? What is it?
It's the way I'm hearing you talk about something that's completely unrealistic. Nothing's going to change. So you either gonna have to
Because
adapt.
you're white and you say so. Because you're white and you say so.
You're going to either adapt or you're gonna bring it all
Because
down.
you white and you say so. So what you gonna do? Start a race war? What is it? You gonna get your
My
gun?
point is let's do it or shut up.
Oh,
Do
okay.
it or shut up.
It's actually the total opposite. You guys got to conform. If you know about American history, you know that we built this goddamn country. Black men put up the White House that your president is sitting in. Black men put up the Capitol where your congressmen are passing bills at. We helped build this country, so you can't take nothing away from us. I don't care what you say, white man.
Who in the fuck
What you
owns the
say?
country now?
We helped build this country. If not, we done did it all. We was the
Who
slaves
owns
on
the
this planet.
country
Get
now?
out of here, man.
Who owns the country now, blacks or whites? Do you see any blacks in any ownership of this
Free
country?
trade on this
Calling
country.
shots?
30% of China, 30% of China profit is in America right now. What the hell are you talking about?
Y'all got it.
Who owns
look at-
America? What
look
the
at
hell
the
you going back
conditions
to
of the
history
country.
for? We're talking about present day, right now. Who in the
Look at the
fuck owns
conditions.
America right now? White people.
Do
What
you
do
own
what
it?
do
Do you
about
own it? Do you own it? Do you?
I have white privilege. Yes,
It ain't
I've had
working.
it all my life.
Hold on, but Scam, do you see what we've been saying? Even low-level white people like Be Brave have that mentality. They feel
No,
like
they
that.
don't. They have it because they can.
Yes,
Well, I
they do.
would say can afford a microphone, but he can't afford one. They have it when y'all hand it over to him on a silver platter and say weak shit.
Facts.
I don't come from that. I can't do it.
Something I keep
Be
asking.
Brave ain't even competition for me. I need him to get 2 of his nephews or
Or
something.
what?
We go 1-on-3.
These are the people
This
that.
is weak shit.
These are the people
if it's
that
weak, why can't I
they
get an
praise right
answer to
here.
the question?
These are the people that they praise on the internet right here. The lowest of the low white people. My
Yeah,
wife,
can you
my
go
wife,
get your rich nephew? Can I get somebody? Can I get some competition? This ain't it.
No,
Yeah,
what I'm
no.
saying,
Don't do that,
listen, I'm
scam.
not-
Don't do that, scam. Don't
Listen
do
to what
that.
I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree with Be Brave. What I'm saying is Be Brave is actually exemplifying what I've been saying the whole time. Every time we have these type of discussions,
And it ain't true. Most white people don't care. They're just eating a sandwich, living their life, and doing whatever. Most of them.
Here's the point. The point I'm trying to
They
make
don't.
is the point of shout out to Mo Love.
They don't want him living in their neighborhood, but he can't afford it, so ain't nothing to worry about.
You think they want me or you think they want you?
Hold on, Be Brave. Shout out to our sister Mo Love in the building. What's going on with you, Mo Love? Great to see you, sis.
You too.
And,
No captivity.
And shout out to Riaz in the building too. Well, what I was going to say was that whether you feel like it's true or not, this proves a large majority of white people and their mentality.
No, it doesn't.
Listen. When it points to why Donald Trump was elected, when it points to MAGA, when it points to Make America Great Again, and the notions behind it, right?
That's
so
not true.
We can choose to believe that most white people don't think like that. Even no matter what side of the pendulum white people fall on politically, I am one to believe that a lot of white people do take pride in the notion that the majority of the people that's in the Senate, the majority of the people that's in the government, the majority of the presidents that has been appointed over the United States government is white, and I think most white people do take pride in that. And I think inherently, most white people do practice inherently, right? Not outwardly, but not most of them outwardly, but even inwardly. I think that a lot of them do have a degree of nationalism inside of them, right? So,
Freezer, let me say this, and they
I'm
don't
telling
even
you that it's not
they
true.
don't even want black MAGA.
Just because he said it is somehow true. He can't even represent the people he's talking about.
Not just because he said it. I've had this opinion way before Be Brave came on the show.
No, if you're already fixated on an opinion, there's nothing can say.
Can I
say
something?
White people voted
That's why
Obama
I
in.
said it was my opinion. I'm not saying.
Oh, okay. I'm saying
when
you say politics, white people the same ones all up the Northeast and the West Coast that voted Obama in. White people are the same ones. Majority of them was BLM. If you go around the world with an open mind instead of what your great granddaddy and them told you, oh, you know them peoples, they ain't thinking, or let him tell you anything. Most of them don't care. They're eating a sandwich. They work in the same place and they do the same thing. There's a small group of doofuses like this, mad because he found out he was fat and he can't even qualify to live in a decent black neighborhood.
Why?
Get on the internet, go find chaotic truth, and start making up this stuff. And some
What's
black
matter? What's matter? You can't take a white man that's willing to fucking talk to you, can you? You got to insult and shit.
No, you insulted yourself.
Look, let me say this real gentlemanly. I'm saying it calmly, easy.
Man,
Thank you. Easy. Like, get the blood pressure. Okay, easy. Listen, white people don't want to be around you, motherfuckers.
Then what? Tell them to stop doing
You're
it.
fucking dreaming. It's pathetic. Stop it. Be dignified.
tell you
Get
what.
your dignity about you. Stop it.
Oh, okay. I'll
Thank
tell you.
Get
Okay,
your
let me tell
dignity
you.
about you.
Okay, when you
Quit
finish
thinking white
cracking,
people
I'll tell
wanna
you
be
something.
around you. Stop it. You're a man.
Cool.
But then why don't you tell
I am. I don't know what you are, but I'm gonna tell you something. No, let me. Hey, I got this. Let me respond. Hey, let me
How can you
respond.
leave
Hey, you see, Rich, can I respond now?
and come to somewhere else where other people live? Then you tell them that you don't
Hey,
want to be
Rich, can I
around.
respond?
You
Can I
shoulda-
respond to this
you-
dude?
Hold up, you don't know
You
history.
see,
Hold up.
Rich.
You
Can I respond to this?
stayed-
Can I respond to this clown? He directed it towards me.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Let's scam mine out, and then
Okay, old white man. We'll make this very simple, and I'll say it very calm, so you can understand. I don't want you to bust an eardrum. I know your hearing aid might not be working. Yes, I prefer to do insults. I'm just practicing
That's
in case you got to go with somebody who actually really is somebody. I'm just practicing on you. But anyway, here's the deal. The 8th house in my neighborhood was the one that I got. There's 103 of them. So if they don't want to live around us so bad, why did they go and buy the rest of the houses up in the neighborhood?
For investment.
If they don't want to be around us so bad, why is my parents' neighborhood that you can't afford to park your car in? Why are the white people trying to pay 30, 40, 50,000 over to get into that neighborhood and still getting outbid by other black people? But they don't want to be around us. Why is gentrification? Why do all these things happen in the major cities and they're going where black people are? Why are these things happening? Why don't they just go somewhere? But the truth is, people are living where people are and they're figuring it out. The younger they get, the less they even care and don't even have these stupid conversations. But you realize you can go and find some dumb, some clowns who ain't never heard nothing about a white person, heard a narrative in Memphis 300 years ago, get on and grab their microphone and start slobbering on the mic. That's not me. I can't help you. You failed and did not qualify to be becoming a white elite, not even the white average. And you're getting your ass whooped by some black people 20, 30 years younger than you. That's not my problem. I just came here to dust you off because none of them were willing to do it. You got it. Anything else you want to know?
Get your dignity about yourself and stop it. White people don't want to be around you. Get some dignity. Get some God.
I already backed that up.
No,
Try
you don't
again.
want to be around. It's investments. They're investments. If there was no investment, you think that if there's no investment or money to be
I
made.
answered that question.
White
See,
people-
Rich, you got it. Y'all can slob on the microphone. Y'all got it.
Oh, gee, I want to go live around black people. I want to go live around black people. It's
What
an
I told you,
investment.
Chris,
Hold on, wait. Go ahead.
go back and look at his comments.
Old white man.
But you don't have that option because you can't afford so.
Stop.
Old white man. I hear you.
Hold on, C.
I
Rich.
hear
I'm
you.
gonna
I
go
hear
to C.
you.
Rich.
But
Hold on, C. Rich. I got you.
okay.
I'm going to you, C. Rich. Then I'm going to Coffee. Go ahead, C.
What we have is a group of people who left their origin, came to a continent, conquered it by savagery, built a civilization based on slavery, colonization, and everything and everything else. Then they came, included the group of people that they enslaved who went off, because when we left slavery and they said they was going to give us a 40 acres and a mule, they didn't give it to us. We did not complain. We went about our business and we built our own cities. They got jealous, burnt this shit down. This is historical fact. A lot of black communities, they flooded it. Central Park used to be a black a black civilized, a black
playing my
country.
bioland.
And they, hold up, and they came, killed them people, and that's what Central Park is right now. If you do the history, that used to be a black town.
Yeah.
So how can the people who came to somebody else's area and they killed the people, then they built a civilization on slavery, racism, colonization, and continue to do it to this day, then turn around
don't feed into that.
and say,
Listen, there's so much obvious in your statement.
hold
Listen,
on,
bro.
let me finish,
Some
bro.
black people
Let me
back then
finish,
did not
bro.
have the knowledge
I
to
was
get
quiet,
property
bro.
rights.
Let me
Hold on,
finish.
Most of their property got took by the state, bro.
Artifact,
So
let
what
him
I'm
finish his
saying,
point.
let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. So because this is fact that can be substantiated through history.
I'm not denying it.
Then turn around, then they say they sick of the people
Yeah.
that they enslaved.
It's amazing, isn't it? I'm
So
trying to tell
what
you.
I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, you saying what you saying. But what I'm saying is, you not in the position to say that because you are the cause of your own problems. So what I'm saying is, you the cause of your own problems. So don't come over here. Hold up, don't come over here telling us we sick of y'all. We didn't want to deal with you people because because the proof of the matter is throughout history. That's why you got bricks. That's why in Africa they threw the Europeans up in Europe out of Africa. The whole world is sick of y'all. The whole world is sick of y'all because
that's why wherever
the
we're
same
at,
thing y'all done. But the question is, why is it? This is what you got to ask yourself. Why is it that you and your people have never got along with no group of people around the world? Y'all have never been able to go nowhere in the world throughout history and dealt with, you don't even deal with each other on a civil level. Because when white people don't agree with white supremacy, y'all disenfranchise your own people. So it's not a us problem, it's a you problem. But what you want to do, what y'all trying to say, what you stole from a black woman, from her book about black fatigue, you stole it like everything else. Because if you go to any museum or anything in America, you don't see the only thing you see is artifacts that white people have stolen from other groups of people around the world. You don't see nothing that they have created on their own. So therefore, you're dealing with a group of people who want you to stay in your place. This is what he basically telling you, that we built you black people
No.
up.
I'm not disputing everything you're saying, sir. You bringing facts
I'm
now.
not talking to you. I'm talking to.
But you're not bringing the full complex. You're not bringing the whole full story, bro.
Responding to him. I
I'm
respond
coming
to
to
you in
you,
a minute.
Artifacts.
I
I'll
listen
come
to
to
you
you.
respond to you. I'm responding to him. What y'all done, y'all, if you go to any museum, you'll see everything from around the world, but you don't see nothing about so-called white people because they have done nothing around the world but stole and killed. Now, if he want to sit here, old white man, and say that he want to take credit for being a savage and being a murderer and a thief, or they even grave robbers. All the artifacts of the Egyptians, they dug them up, people up from the grave. Now, if you want to take credit for that, then take credit for that. But don't sit up here and act like that y'all have been benevolent and y'all have been respectful to other nations around the world, because y'all have not. Now, what I'm saying is that y'all threw America down the drain because y'all have not dealt fairly with anybody. And unrighteousness is not going to last forever. If you want to look at history, look at Rome, look at all the Persians, that when you deal unrighteously.
Go ahead, make it quick.
And I
Shorten it
land
up.
my plane with that to free to say land, but blame yourself. Don't come over here blaming us.
Let me
hold
say
on
something
before.
right quick.
Go ahead, be brave, and Kwafi, if you don't mind, I'm gonna let the sister go, and then I'll let you go.
Just let me
Go
say
ahead.
this. I'll make it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, be brave. I'm allowing you to respond. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not one of them white people that are afraid of shit. I don't know what we've done. We have been fucking monsters. We have been fucking monsters, is what I'm saying. Right now, at this time, I don't know for how much longer we fucking rule. My point is this. Stop misconstruing what you think you're seeing. There's no way to put us together. White people, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of what the past was. Just as you don't need to be ashamed of what a lot of people done in other cultures. What I'm saying is the fact is the fact. It's just what it is. There is no way in hell that you're going to sit there and lay some guilt trip on a white person when the white person is saying when we're completely on fucking top. So what I'm saying is the guilt trip don't work. So what I'm saying is just either deal with it, accept it, or somehow overthrow it. But stop complaining. Shut the fuck up. Who cares about what we did? Nobody does. Nobody. No white people are running from it. I'm
Man, you got one foot in the grave and 1 foot out. 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Here's the thing. This conversation is going to get better and better. I feel it. I'm telling you, because what Be Brave is saying, I'm telling you, I got a couple of videos too. This conversation, where it's going, is getting very interesting. I'm telling you. Let me let my sister Mo Love go. Before you go, Mo Love, shout out to the other sister.
Hi, sister.
Here for the tea for her $5 super cap. Shout out to Here for the tea. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
She said, praying for your patience tonight, my melanated people. Also, shout out to Here for the tea for a $2 super cap. She said, Screen Yard Saturday. Shout out to Here for the tea for the $2. Thank you. If anybody would like their comments read and highlighted, especially on this heavily opinionated topic, please, we want to hear from you. You can either send a super cap just like Here for the Tea did and Natasha, or you can send a cash cap. We haven't gotten one cash cap yet tonight. Who's going to be the first one to send a cash cap? This cash cap is scrolling below is $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Who's going to make history tonight and send the first cash cap? Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, Mo Love.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, sis.
So, according to what Be Brave said, I think it's something, as far as racism, it has to be outgrown. I also think that social media has played a hand in making it worse. I view it as a social psychological indoctrination that has produced, and also it has begun to reproduce racism, because everybody is not stuck in that mindset of people hate being around blacks. That's not the ultimate truth. I think that is your truth. And for some people to act as if, because I see some of the comments as if Be Brave is teaching black people something, you're part of the problem, in my opinion. He's not teaching us anything, because what he's saying is not all factual. It's opinion based.
I didn't say people hate being around black people. I said they're sick of them. What they do is to your face, they act like you're your friends, and in the back of their mind, they're thinking you're a bunch of goddamn fucking dumbasses.
Well, what about the people who are actually in love and they have blended families, white and black? Everybody is not such.
Yes, that's true. I would marry a black woman in a heartbeat if she was my sweetie. That still doesn't mean I'm not sick of black people.
Lord have mercy.
Right, but you make it sound as if you're speaking for all. That was my point.
Yeah, I am. I'm speaking for way more than you want to think of. I'm speaking from way more white people than you want to realize. I know that
anybody else listens and believes anything he says, it's their fault.
Are you a bunch of fucking punks?
It's kind of a contradiction at this point. It's a contradiction at this point.
Men. Bunch of goddamn punks, man.
This ain't the Chaotic Truth crew, buddy.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck. I don't need chaotic truth. I was this and wherever I'm at.
Wait, hold on, Be Brave. We know you brave. Go ahead, Kwafi Nino.
Nah, he's a coward.
I already said what I said to this crazy motherfucker.
Yeah, I done already had.
I already said what I said to this crazy.
Yeah, I need you to go get 3 nephews, then we can have a conversation. You don't qualify.
I speak facts in history, but Be Brave, I had no problem because he's telling you the truth.
No, I'm talking the present.
Hold up,
Y'all
okay?
need to.
He telling you how they
Man,
feel
this
about
ain't,
you, bro.
And
bro,
see,
this ain't
Rich,
no
and you
prison
believed it.
riot, bro.
But
Come on with that
niggas
shit.
don't want to accept it
And
because
you
y'all
believed
want
it.
to be accepted by white people.
Take your glasses off, B.
It's
Brady.
like it's a sad thing when the people he telling you, and white people been showing black people this shit for years. They telling you how they feel about you, but black people don't want to accept it. See, my thing, I don't have no problem with white people. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm not a bigot. I understand what they saying, but what I'm saying, you got to stand on a truth basis. What he telling you is what white people been telling y'all for years. But see, black people
I agree
black
with you,
people had
Molo.
this thing, like when the brother came up earlier and he said that black people are nigga shit. See, black people have a dichotomy where you have the conformists against the non-conformists. So what the conformists are trying to do, they trying to get the non-conformists or so-called poor black people, to change their ways so they
And
can
what
try
you
to
doing is
assimilate
propagating the
and wipe
racism right
themselves.
now by
Hold up,
confirming his
brother.
nonsense.
That's not.
That's what you're
But
doing.
I'm
You
telling
confirming his
that's not.
nonsense.
Hold up, bro. You don't. Yeah, you see,
Bro,
bro.
you got old knowledge, man.
You can't
You got
argue with
old
me,
knowledge.
bro.
And let me go.
You and your
You
emotions.
got old knowledge, bro.
So,
This
so what I'm
2025, bro.
saying is,
This
these
old ass.
people they telling you how they feel about you, but y'all trying to rationalize the shit like it's something. My thing is motherfucker, nigga. I've been in the joint. I've been in race wars in prison where we came out with
Hold
9
up,
race
C. Rich.
wars.
C.
You
Rich.
can't tell
Yeah,
me
we
about nothing,
understand
nigga.
C.
that.
Rich.
We
I've been in
understand the
race
perspective
wars.
you coming
So
from. Yeah, we understand
so
that
no,
shit.
you don't.
C.
So,
Rich.
but what I'm telling you
The
is,
hell you
when
mean?
somebody telling you how they feel about you, bro, they telling you the truth. Don't rationalize it,
Bruh, we
nigga.
understand you
Nigga,
coming from a
cause my thing, I'm saying this here. I'm ready for the race war to happen and go and get this shit over with.
nah.
Cause
There you
America,
go.
Nah, I'm good. I'll be in the house.
America is over with, bro. America is on it. America is
They
on
want
its
to
last
do.
leg.
They
Hold
want to
on,
do
Steve.
this.
So
So
you
Hold
Go
on,
he's
ahead,
Steve.
practicing with
I'm
other
gonna let
black
y'all
people
talk.
for the
Everybody
race
stop.
war.
Everybody stop.
I'm
Everybody
just
stop.
saying.
We
Yeah,
gotta
get this
stop.
shit
Hold on.
cracking, bro.
Wait. Everybody stop. We can't use sensitive language like
Oh,
that.
right.
Yeah,
My bad.
YouTube.
I apologize.
YouTube
We not in prison, bro.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But you can apply it. You just got to be careful. In other words,
Okay.
see, this guy's ready for it to just break down. That's my point. Let's fucking break it down then.
Okay. Hold on.
Let's break it out.
Hold on,
come
Big
out,
Bird.
come out of, come out of hiding. Come out of hiding.
Hold on, Big Bird. Let me let my dog next level get into the
If
conversation.
somebody else got something to say, I'll let them go first.
Yeah,
Because I
how you
have a
gonna try to
question.
spark a race war
See
and
Rich
you
right
almost
quick.
dead?
Hold up,
Don't
Scan.
say race
Hold
war,
on,
you'll get
Scan.
in
Let me let
trouble.
Artifacts go. Go ahead, Artifact.
You're going to get in trouble.
See, Rich, I'm not saying nothing you saying is incorrect, but you missing certain things. So back in the days, like you said, you mentioned Tulsa and you mentioned all these things, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the majority of blacks back then didn't have Tulsa, Oklahoma. My people come from South Carolina, and what we ran into was they didn't know how to read the tax code, and they didn't know how to sign the bill to get the land that they was owed. So their property got taken because blacks couldn't read back in the days, bruh. So that's
No.
not the majority. Tulsa was not the majority of the country of blacks, bro. If you're coming from down south, most blacks didn't have the knowledge to keep their property, bro. That's all I wanted to say. But go ahead.
Let me rebut. The problem, okay, what I'm saying is what you said may be true, but what I'm saying is you talk about these was towns built coming straight out of slavery. So you already know that maybe a lot of our people wasn't a part of that because we went to different areas. So what I'm saying is that we built this stuff from nothing. That don't mean that everybody was in, but if we would have kept it going,
Who? But
every black
Tulsa,
person.
who?
Hold up.
But
But
Tulsa
what I'm
was not
saying
all
is,
over in the country,
but
bro.
listen what
Tulsa
I'm
was not
saying, brother.
everywhere in the culture. That's all I wanted
I
to say,
didn't cut
bro.
you off,
There was
bro.
not a
I didn't
Tulsa
cut
in
you
every
off.
city of the
But
country,
what
bro.
I didn't cut you off, bro. But what I'm saying, you talking about tax codes, brother. It wasn't no taxes, bro, to the New Deal under the President Roosevelt. And that came after the Depression. When the Depression came, you didn't have no Social Security numbers. You didn't have birth certificates. You didn't have none of that shit. To after the Depression, when Roosevelt implemented the New Deal. That's when taxes came about. Now, if you want to talk about why you pay taxes, because there's never been a law that says that American citizens have to pay taxes. They've never passed a law to this day. But if you want to know why you pay taxes, I can tell you that because I know you don't know.
That's not
So
what I said,
don't
sir.
tell me about history,
Like I
bro.
said first, Tulsa
So
was
why do
not
you
all
pay
over the
taxes?
country, so
So since you say
everybody was
tax
not in
code,
Tulsa.
but you
Everybody
brought
was
up
not in
tax code.
Tulsa.
There wasn't no
And that
tax
matter.
code back then, bro. It wasn't no tax code back then. So you don't know what you're talking about. But since you
So
want
you
to
mean
bring
to
up
tell me
tax
you just get
code,
free property? They
hold
was
up.
giving free property
So
out back
hold
then?
up. Hold up. But since you know we built that from our shit, but you want to talk about
So
tax
why you ain't
code?
got it if it's your
Hold
shit?
up.
Why you
Yeah,
ain't got it if it's your shit?
hold up. Tell me why U.S. citizens pay taxes. Tell me that. Why you pay taxes to this day?
Y'all moving the goalpost though. Let's not get off of what y'all talking about.
Now
Tax.
you moving the goalposts. I ain't moving the goalposts. I'm telling you historical facts which
No.
can
I
be
wasn't even talking.
substantiated.
I wasn't the one going back and forth with you. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, but then don't say us, say him. Nigga, don't include me, nigga.
Hold on.
Hold on. See, Rich, come on. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, motherfuckers do that shit with that broad brush shit. I didn't move the goalpost. I responded to what he said.
See, Rich,
So, but I'm telling you facts that
Rich.
could be substantiated, bro.
See, Rich, next level.
I ain't gotta say nothing else.
Hold on, y'all. Wait. Stop. Next level is the co-host of the show. So please let's remain
Yeah.
respect. Let's remain
I'm
respect level.
I'm respecting the brother, but but that don't allow you to just say anything, bro. What I'm saying is,
I'm saying, hold on, see, Rich.
what I'm saying is,
See, Rich, hold on, see,
hold
Rich.
up.
Wait, see, Rich. Wait.
Let me just say this, brother. I respect.
See, Rich.
I respect.
Stop. He didn't mean no harm. That's the point I'm trying to make. So just
He
the
just confusing
aggressiveness.
me and artifacts. He thought I was the one going back and forth with him when I was just saying, let's bring it back to the topic. That's the only thing I'm saying. I don't mean no disrespect to anyone. I actually was agreeing with some of the things you said, but I was just trying to bring it back to the topic. I think Mo Love had a question to get in.
Go ahead, Mo Love.
Thank you, Black Beauty.
I was just gonna ask Be Brave, if he is so tired of black people, why would you even consider marrying a black woman? Is it some type of sick obsession, or am I missing something?
You're missing something. Love is a very tender human interaction. If I met a black woman and she was a little sweetie and she was my girl, I'd marry her in a heartbeat, not dare any white motherfucker to say something to me about it. That's and that's just the way it is.
I don't think what he
Hold on, Solar Mind, can I get a mic check? Solar Mind.
Peace, what's going on?
Can I see you? They can't see you, but I can see you. Can I see you, Faker? You cut your camera on. Just make sure you're not a
Not a what?
troll or bot or whatever. Hold on. Okay, I got you. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate your cooperation.
Gotcha.
All right.
Real quick, Freeze. I want to add this in here. To speak what C. Rich was saying earlier, and to even to Be Brave, the old white man, let me ask you this. Just because a wolf wears sheep clothing, does that still mean it's a wolf, or does it makes it a sheep?
Makes it a goddamn wolf.
Just because that wolf stayed in sheep clothing and had other wolves and they was in sheep clothing and they act like sheep, do they still have wolf blood?
Still wolves. Wolf to the fucking
still
bone.
howl like a wolf.
Right to the bone. Every move they make.
My point is this. You might not have seen these people act like Be Brave. You might not, your boss man, your neighbors, your co-workers, they might not act like Be Brave. They might have the sheep clothing on. But when it's time, when it's called, they gonna howl like a wolf.
You goddamn right.
A lot of melanated people would say, "Oh, you just thinking like the old time,
bro.
You just got this old mindset." It never left. The shit never left. People are like,
It scares them, Level. It
It's not
scares them.
slavery no more.
It
It's not
scares them.
racism. The shit never left.
Reality scares them.
Everyone doesn't think that way, though.
So you're locked up in a log cabin basement somewhere, and we scared.
But You think this just like
You had to come up with a name, be brave, but we scared.
You think this a lore for as economical white person way of thinking? No. See, the thing is this: people show you all the damn time. A lot of people just don't accept it. They don't say it like how he's saying it.
Woo! Get it, brother.
They don't say it like how he's saying it.
This some weak ass shit.
I think the point is everyone doesn't feel that way. He made it sound like
no, next level.
Okay, if everyone don't feel that way, how can people explain redlining? How can people explain? People still talk about the social injustices within all America.
So you mean to tell me all white people? You mean to tell me all white people?
No, next level. Look where he living. You talking about some redlining? This green lining. What the hell? Look, this is the weak shit I'm talking about. A dude living in a log cabin, y'all bringing up some damn redlining. Thing got wheels underneath it, ain't even got air in them.
No.
Come on, redlining.
He might be trying to make a bigger point, Scam. Hold on, he might be trying to make a bigger
The answer is no to the bigger point. But if it was really like that, and the whiteys is gonna get you, why are you here? Why aren't you hiding up under some log cabin like him in the middle of the ocean? Because whiteys is gonna get you. Oh, you know how them sheeps is.
Scam. He told you. He came here for one purpose and one purpose only.
And you fell for it.
He came to correct what was being said here.
He can't even correct his damn diet. What the hell you talking about?
Hold on. Scam, you got your mic on Jesus. Shout out to Black Beauty. What's going on, Black Beauty? Thank you. Black Beauty is actually the first cash cap of the night. Finally, we did it, y'all.
Cap-tivity.
We did it. Shout out to Black Beauty for her $2 cash cap. She said, thanks for the stream. Thank you, Black Beauty. I'm very grateful for your cash cap. I really appreciate it. If anybody wants their comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap, just like Black Beauty did, to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Hot sauce, come back, hot sauce, and
So
we'll
next
make room
level.
for you. Go ahead.
Next level.
Scam.
20 black people can come up here and say something that's positive or makes actual some sense, which is hard to get 20 to say something that makes sense. One Dusty that don't even qualify for his own dust said some bullshit, and you know how it is. Yes, it is. He right. What the hell are we talking about?
Exactly.
He can't afford to be broke. He got to save up to be broke. He on Section 7, living in a log cabin.
Explain Carmelo Anthony.
They got the power.
If everything, if they all for you and people that look like you, explain Carmelo Anthony's situation.
You the one marinating.
No, we said that everyone is not
somebody.
Like
That's
he
what
said.
happened.
We didn't say they're all for us. We're pointing out that all white people are not just sick of black folks. That was our
they
point.
are. Yes,
No,
they
next
are.
level.
Okay,
You go to find the worst narrative and throw it out there.
Concerts, y'all brought up all in sports and stuff. That's entertainment only, and that's been going on since the beginning of time. You
That's
only
bullshit.
seen as entertainment.
Yeah, how about interracial dating? How
Crazy
about
to deem him as right.
seeing them every day?
What about the slave master sleeping with the slave?
Child, I can't.
He just said he can sleep with a pretty black sweet
You
lady.
bringing up 1823 and you wasn't even there.
Yeah, I can love her too, though. Next level,
You
damn.
bring up anything, but if that's where you want to, if
But what I'm
that's
saying
where
is,
you move into that log
you
cabin
don't-
with him, I think it might. I know it's a 1-bedroom or it's a studio. Why don't you move in there with him then? If you believe it, this dumb shit.
Yeah, so somebody is saying Carmelo also has white people backing him. So what was your point?
No, they want to grab the worst, stupidest narrative and make them reality.
Okay,
Dumbest narrative.
white people also backed the Black Panthers, and that was the detriment of the Black Panthers. See, the thing is, people have to realize what's going on right in front of you. That's and it's. I mean, hey, if everybody, if y'all think it's this big coalition of melanated people and white people holding hands, singing and dancing, that can be y'all delusion.
I'm just saying these YouTube talking points hasn't been my real life experience.
Yeah, and
I
he
think
just
that's what I'm
brought.
trying to
You
say.
don't even rock. Oh, go ahead, my love.
No, that's all I was saying. YouTube talking points is not my real life
You
experiences.
know, they grab the lowest narrative and make that the reality. Same thing with women, white people, everything. The dumbest narrative.
Absolutely. And I speak against it, but what I'm calling out is everyone, all white people are not sick of black folks, is what I'm
Most of them
saying.
really don't care.
We're not
It may
saying
be
all,
a
really don't.
large percentage
I'm not
of
saying
them.
all, but on a majority. Yes.
Majority do
Okay,
not
well,
care.
I was speaking to B Brave's point next level. I get what you're saying. But when B Brave said that all white folks are sick of black folks, that's just not factual. That's opinion based.
What about if I say 90%? Would that be better?
I don't know
No.
the percentage,
So
but I
can
just know that all is not factual.
They'll
Can I
believe
say
you,
something
but I live in reality.
I see
The
too
answer is
many
no.
mixed breed married folks walking around, not to say that they don't have their issue, but it ain't as much hate as you say that there is.
I didn't say hate.
I think that's a delusion, and I think that's a psychological issue, and it also has a lot to do with being indoctrinated. A lot of people are still not in that mindset.
I think you're delusional.
And I think you're delusional, respectfully. I also think you're delusional.
When y'all say interracial dating, that's been going
You
on
have to speak for you. A lot of times when you speak with such hate, and everyone doesn't feel what you feel to that degree.
I'm sick of white people that they won't say what they come out and be the wolves that they are. Right, Level? God damn it, take the goddamn shoe clothes off and let people know where we're at. You dumb fucking.
Can I say something real quick?
Wolves that can't even beat a goldfish.
Hold on, listen,
You
hold
calling
on.
them wolves?
Hey,
Getting their ass whooped by a goldfish.
Shout out to C Rich for his $20 super cap. Thank you, C Rich. C Rich is a co-sponsor of tonight's show. Thank you, C Rich. He said, for the support, salute to everybody, everyone. I mean everyone on the panel. Shout out to C Rich. He is co-sponsor of tonight's show.
Yeah.
Right along with Travis Allen. Right along with Travis Allen, to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $20 or more. $20 or more. Can anybody beat the sponsors, man? Travis Allen has been going for a long time. And shout out to C Rich as co-sponsor of tonight's show. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Let me see. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
All right, so first I want to say howdy to the panel. Howdy to old white man. I'm happy you're here. Great to see you. And I'm with him, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I can sleep with you, I can work with you, but at the end of the day, it's tribalism, right? My team before your team. And I understand.
Hold on, wait. I hear a bell.
Oh, what is that?
Just mute up, whoever. What?
Is that an alarm telling him to clean his false teeth or something?
Go ahead.
So,
nah,
it's my fault. Hold on, bro. I got 30 down.
70 years old.
That's not my mic. That's not me.
So, but
Go ahead, Hot Sauce. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
That pump action in the back is crazy, and I'm pretty sure you're a prepper as well, right? So salute to you, brother.
No, I'm not.
You're not a prepper? Okay.
No, I'm a socialist. The reason I have those guns up there so I don't get confused with blue-haired liberals.
Amen, brother. Amen.
You can't even afford the ammo to put in them guns.
So anyway, but at the end of the day, I really appreciate this because we got to understand something, man. At the end of the day, it's about resources, and resources are limited. It's going to be my team or your team. And the thing about it is, and unfortunately, my tribe is so in love with white people, they can never see this. And just like you're tired of white people not saying the truth, I'm tired of my people loving you people.
I know it. It's nauseating. I feel sorry for that people.
I agree.
He don't got no resources. He broke. What are we talking about?
I agree. I mean, because as you see on the panel, right? They're going to go back and forth, wanting white people to love them. It's an illness, brother.
It is.
That's crazy.
Well, to the point. I think, I just had to sit back and listen to the conversation.
Go ahead, Solomon. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead, Solomon. Hold on, Solomon. Hold on. Were you done, Hot Sauce?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, I passed the mic.
Go ahead, Solomon.
Yeah. It says, "Are you fatigued?" It's a mixture between agreeing with him and then next level. It's kind of a little bit of both. He is just like pretty much, he's one of those poor whites. And
you mean the rich whites don't think like this? Oh, I got you.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
people are sad, man.
Yeah.
You are really. You're not putting any dignity in any.
Hold on, Brave. Let him get his thought out. Let him get his thought out.
I think he triggered. Okay. So, see,
rich people are the worst at it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what I think we got to understand that obviously what he's trying to prove by being on the panel for the black people is they don't agree with each other, and he wants the white people to be more outwardly racist. This is like a old little beef that they have, and he wants it to be like how it was, for example, in the 1940s, where they could call you nigga in public.
No, I don't. Stop accusing somebody of that. What are you, a punk that you got to say stupid shit to a white man? I don't want that.
I think you're a little triggered.
I think you're a little punk. If you got to assign that stupid shit to somebody.
I'm gonna finish my statement though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you saying you wish that white people can be why? What would be the purpose of you wishing that they could be outwardly racist? Like, what are you talking about?
So they can shut the hell up, and so we can get on with mending the race relations under realistic terms.
You say what?
So that we can get on with healing race relations, if there's any healing to be done, under realistic terms. That's why white people need to be honest. You people are being bamboozled.
Oh no, I'm not bamboozled. I'm not bamboozled.
Listen to what I'm saying. If I was a black man, I would live around white people, but I sure damn wouldn't think they want me there. I'd say, shut the hell up. I'm here because it's safe and it makes money.
That's pretty obvious. Like,
I'm not going to go to the white neighborhood as a black man and go, oh, please, like, I'm saying, fuck you, whitey.
My position is that you're racist and those other white folks are racist. They just got a different way of operating.
We're all racist. So are you guys.
No, we're not racist.
Yes, you are racist.
No,
we're all
racist. How are black people racist?
Hold on. Let's use
how are black people racist?
I'm not racist. I just don't like you.
Everyone has a form of prejudice in them.
Oh, gee, you
No. He said prejudice. He said racist.
That's why I said let's use prejudice.
No. He said racist. So I want to ask him, how are black people racist?
Because you're prejudging white people as being this or this or that, which is okay.
That's not racism.
I'm post-judging.
That's not racism.
I started judging after you started talking that bullshit.
Somebody
you say what?
the hell out of me. It's prejudice. It's prejudging somebody according to the color of their skin for the most part.
No, it ain't color of their skin. It's because you're stupid. That's why I'm dusting you off.
You're
You're
broke.
You ain't got no money.
You're pathetic.
You ain't got no lips, no money. Your arteries are clogged. It's 50 different reasons. But you came up on the panel talking some bullshit. Some of them gonna buy it. I'm not. I live in the real world.
I know.
Yes.
Your bullshit's been denied. You don't qualify to speak up even for the very people that you claim. You don't even qualify.
Keep leading them down the old little lane, buddy.
Can you get somebody who can actually represents that party?
Yeah.
But you're trying to spark wanting a race war.
No, I'm not.
Other people to do your dirty work just so you can live in a house that got working air conditioning.
I don't want one. I don't want a race war. I'm just saying, if it's got to be that, shut the fuck up and do it.
You won't qualify.
What do you mean?
You won't make the army for the race war.
I'm 70. Why would I? If I fought for 10 seconds, I'd die of a heart attack in a fight.
Let's Solar finish.
You ain't lying about that.
Let's Solar finish.
Okay, so when I first started listening, it was the what's the brother with the camera on with the bald head, the older brother?
C. Rich.
Yeah, C. Rich was having a discussion with the other brother, and that's what really made me come up on the panel. But he's pretty much saying, see, all white people don't have to be racist, like, outwardly racist. They don't have to be, because they got institutions that can dictate certain stuff to their privilege. So it would be less beneficial for them to come out and be racist. Why would they do that if they got the majority of black people not believing in racism? You know what I'm saying? Like it would be stupid for them to come out and be racist, because now that's going to wake black people up and unite black people. That would be the stupidest thing to do if you're a white person. So to hear a white person saying that, just shows that you're stupid.
Yeah. But to
I have to disagree to that. I have to. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You go
with
first.
this, like what old white man was just saying. Like, do you think like white people with money don't feel this way? They make the laws. They pass bills and get things passed. That's why you have these things around melanated people whereas you got injustices and all type of things. It's right in front of you guys. Like, I understand. Look here, that's why I used to reference wolf and sheep clothing. Sometimes that wolf might be a sheep for 50 years. You will never see that wolf. But like I say, but when it's time for that wolf to be a wolf, he will be a wolf. That's the only thing I'm saying.
It eventually shows, though.
The problem is you're not separating wolves.
Eventually reveals itself. Like
You're
evil
not
can only
separating
last
sheep
for
from the
so
wolves.
long. You
I
will
want to say
eventually
a lot of
recognize the
people.
wolf.
A lot of people miss what he said. A lot of people miss what he said. He said that he
I
wanted
do.
white people to be honest. So if there's racial healing to be done, then we can do it. And the only way you can do that when everybody's keeping it 100. We got to understand something. What African Americans and white people are the only two groups in history where after people were set free, they actually stay in the land of their captivity. So
Exactly.
he's not saying that he wants white people to oppress us, but what he's saying is that if we have to cohabitate together, which we have because nobody's leaving, they're not going back to Europe, and niggas ain't going back to Africa. So if we live together, number one, we got to be 100 how we feel about one another and figure out how to better live together. That's what
See,
he's saying.
and I
But
totally understand what he's saying.
Or does it really matter what they think?
I didn't interrupt anybody.
Okay, I didn't know you
Yeah.
wasn't done. It's
Yeah,
not
my
that
bad.
serious. I got you.
Correct, Mo Love. Correct, Mo
So
Love.
at the end of the day, he was like, so racial healing to be done so we can better cooperate and cohabitate together. Because at the end of the day, we can all agree right now how blacks and whites are living together is just not working. And I pass the mic on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I understood what
that
he
was
was
stupid.
saying. But the thing is like you got a certain segment of black people that don't think white people believe that. So if all white people came out and said, you know what, we really believe X, Y, and Z, that's gonna wake niggas up. You know what I'm saying? And they're not gonna like that. They're not gonna like that because they're gonna feel as though they've been fooled.
But
So
Solar.
it's gonna be in a,
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask you this. You know, I just want to tell you this. My bad, not ask you this. You know, some slaves didn't think they were slaves, right?
That is correct.
All right then.
Yeah, but my point to what he was saying, what the old white man was saying, if he's suggesting that as if it's going to be a that's like the first step to healing, it's going to rub black people the wrong way because some black people don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? Some black people don't believe that, if it's true, like 90% of white people are racist. That we gonna like, huh? It's gonna be some people like, huh? I didn't know that. I didn't know that they felt that way. So that's gonna rub them. And it would not be beneficial for them to do that if that's the case. So like I said, when you look at because I agree with you, I think it's about 90% of racist, but like they do it through institutions, like you say, like like you're the poor white dude, right? So you're a little more vocal with your racism. You're a little more vocal. You're a little more vocal with your racism, but then you have those rich white folks that y'all speaking of. See, they're the smart ones. They're the ones that don't want to rock the boat because they benefit from the system. So they're not trying to come out there. You really think they're trying to come out there and tell you how they really feel? No. What they do is when you move in a neighborhood, they just move to another neighborhood. When there's too many black people move here, they just move to another neighborhood, and then they'll create laws and guidelines to prevent you from moving into the next neighborhood that they create. So it's a more wise way of dealing with the situation. You know what I'm saying? As a person that got resources, power, and institutions backing them. So if they got all that backing them, they can just sit back and say, okay, well, there's no racism. and understand that you got an uphill climb, buddy, to even think you're competing with what I'm doing. And if it takes me to sacrifice a couple of white guys to maintain the system, then so be it.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, sis.
I understand that most are in agreement that 90% say that whites may be sick of blacks, but I guess the next question is, so what? Get over it. Why does it matter? And why do some black people care what white people think? And what's the resolution? Like, what's the point of saying it? Like, who cares?
Well, don't be upset when we say it. Is all I'm saying.
I'm not upset. I haven't raised my voice not
Why are
one
you
time. I was
denying
just asking a question.
Well,
Absolutely, Mola.
let me say this. I wouldn't say 90% of white folk are sick of black people. I would say when it come down to the nitty gritty, white people would choose their own, and
Absolutely.
yeah. And so to me, that's quite natural. I think that every racial group should operate like that, as far as when it comes to being
We
a
don't.
collect.
We don't.
Yeah, it's as far as
We
being a
can't even
collect.
agree right here on this panel, Freezy.
I don't think that means because you may have a difference of opinion. I don't think that means that you don't choose your own, because I always stand up for black people and I go against the black people.
Well,
that
Scam just told me to go in the cabin with him. Scam just threw me to be brave.
What you talking? No, I'm
No, you
I don't know
volunteered.
what you
I'm
talking
saying
about.
that's what
Next
we
level.
do as people.
Okay.
We don't unite. We
Right, but
I ain't uniting with this.
right,
Hell
but what
no.
I'm saying is when it comes to certain things, like with certain situations, I call it out. When I see black folks like laughing at other black folks just to get the vote of the white person, I'm not with it. I stand by my people
Well, no,
wholeheartedly. I'm just speaking in regards to what B Brave said.
Well, how about this? How about this, Mo Love? Let me ask Be Brave this.
Mhm.
So Be Brave, you know what the word coon mean, right? You know what that mean. You know what that refers to.
Well, yes.
So when it comes to how white people feel about black folk, do you think they share the same sentiment with the coon black people too?
They coons they feel safer around coons.
Yeah, but as
But
far
they
as
look at them like they stupid too.
Yeah, no, they don't look. Nobody's looking at anybody like they're stupid. They don't like your culture. Stop it. Stop being such a
No,
pity.
I'm talking about
No,
the
it's not
coons
pity.
too.
Stop
Y'all
it.
really don't respect them. It's just easier for y'all to pretend like y'all like the black folks that are coons. Let's
It's
keep it real.
civil. It's called civility. We gotta
Exactly.
function together.
I
Wait,
know
hold on.
that.
Man,
Let me say this.
No,
Let
but
me
for the
do this.
coons, for the coons freeze,
Yeah.
for the coon phenomenon. If I was a black man, I'd be a coon. I'm not rocking that. I'm not jumping in front of that white locomotive. Not in this
No.
Not in this
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you wouldn't be a coon. What I'm saying is, when it comes down to what you were saying about black folk,
No, they don't want coons in their neighborhood.
right?
Thank
there
you.
Go.
No,
there you go.
and I don't blame coons. And my point is coons are probably, they've got their dignity about them where they don't care. As here for the
Well, no, hold on, Be Brave. I
Gotta
would beg.
stop caring what we think.
Hold on, wait. But here's the thing. I would beg to differ. I think the biggest demographic. I think the biggest not demographic, but yeah, I can say demographic. The biggest demographic of black folk that actually do care what white folk think are coons. So if you
no, they don't. No,
yeah, listen what I'm saying. If you was to say
fitting in and they're
if you
getting
was
the
to
bag.
say, listen what I'm saying. If you were to say to a group of coons, white folk don't want y'all in their neighborhood either, they would be very hurt.
No, they're not.
Yes, they would.
That's what I was
I told
saying.
every coon I've ever, every so-called coon I've ever known, I told them white people don't want you in the neighborhoods either, and they weren't bothered by it because they don't care. Coons are getting the bag, is what they're doing.
Okay, but this is my point though. Let's keep it real.
Hold
They
on,
would
Mo.
prefer
Let me finish. So you saying all coons are getting the bag?
Yes, and I don't blame them. Why would anybody?
No, bro.
blame them?
No, bro. No.
No,
Go ahead.
That's what they're doing.
Go ahead, Mo Love.
I understand you saying you
in
don't
front of a
want.
locomotive.
These stereotypes. But these stereotypes are getting ridiculous. All coons are
They
getting the bag. That's just ridiculous. Go ahead, Mo Love.
And then to say
that's
like
what y'all do.
don't.
You always throw the worst narratives around.
You also said y'all don't want the coons in y'all's community either, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, but you don't lie, even though you probably will. Y'all prefer the coons because they'll rock with y'all quicker than the pro
I
blacks.
said that earlier that they prefer coons over the right. I said they prefer coons.
So I didn't hear it. Okay.
Okay, well.
See,
I'm not this white punk up here running from shit. Don't get me wrong.
I didn't say you were.
All right. I'm ready to get it on.
Can
I
jump in real quick?
Calm down.
Yeah, hold
sir.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So let me play this right
I'm sorry,
quick.
Mo Love. I'm sorry.
For an hour about Jason.
You're good.
Like I said, I did a show last night and I talked like for an hour about Jason Whitlock. He replied to it, and it's obvious he just isn't watching anything that I'm saying, which is actually kind of Chad. You know, like the Virgin crashing out for 70 minutes and like getting furious versus the Chad doesn't even watch the reply, has no idea what's going on, is just like watching basketball. He's like 500 pounds on the couch watching basketball, and his assistant told him, oh, he's like Ray Epps and this and this. And he's like, I watch my on something you don't even know anything about. So I think we're just done with that. But he's my op. I mean, this is just like a fat loser now. We're just done.
Freeze, you're muted.
I was saying my bad. That was the wrong video. Y'all can keep talking. I'll find the right video. Go ahead.
Can I respond to him real quick, Freezy?
Huh?
Yeah. See the thing, man. What I'm saying, like old white man. See, he says that about a certain group of black people because when them type of Negroes, when they move in the white areas, those are safe Negroes. They know they're not gonna rock the boat. I mean, you could go back and look at old videos, cause see, this stuff is documented. You can go back and look at old videos where white people used to say is down south back in the day when they said, well, our Negroes, they this, they that. Yeah, because they got them in place. They not gonna rock the boat. Just like when Emmett Till got killed. Emmett Till was from up north. He didn't understand how the South operated. So when he went down there, we don't know if he did what he did, but he didn't understand that the white people down south at that time was different than up north. So you had to stay in your place. So really what the old white man telling you is, yeah, he like cool niggas because cool niggas gonna stay in their place. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. The dichotomy which you have on YouTube against the conformist Negroes and the non-conformists. They don't like the non-conformist Negroes. You see what I'm saying?
Let me play this video right quick. I found the right.
Come on.
Hold on. Be brave. Hold on. Let me play this video right quick, and we're gonna react to it.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it.
Right. Hey, Freeze, I had a question for you.
Hold on, let me say this. So, Be Brave, do you think that most white people feel like that about token coons? They're just mouthpieces for white people, so white people won't have to say what other most people would deem racist?
Yes. Get over it.
Of course.
So hold on.
He's actually right about that.
Hold on. Wait, listen. I need everybody to pay attention. So we're talking about coons right now, right?
Right.
And so one thing I will respect about Be Brave, what he's saying, he's talking about black people in general. He's including these same black people that's saying they tired of black people. He's saying, these same black people that are claiming black fatigue and the modern day type of black fatigue. These people care. The coons, the tokens, they care about what white people think. They really do. But the reason why what Be Brave is saying is so powerful is because if coons are watching, guess what? Deep down inside, they don't really care for y'all either. They don't really want to be around y'all.
No.
So
Hold on, who don't the coons want to be around?
No, I'm talking about white people. White people don't want to be around. Yeah, coons. I'm just
Coons
on the
know
reverse.
that. Coons know it.
So
Yeah,
here's
he's telling you the truth.
no, here's the thing. I don't think coons know it, B-Brave, because
Hey,
I don't think they know it because they actually, when they talk, they actually group themselves. They try to they separate themselves from black folk, and they actually identify more with white people. They want white people to accept them, right? So this is the psychology of token coon people, and I'm so glad that you're saying this because, and see, listen, Nick Fuentes said it on his video, and you agree with Nick Fuentes.
No, he agrees with me. I've been saying this for 30 years.
Okay, he agrees with you. I'll give you that. Fair enough. So the point I'm trying to make is
the
reason
looks
this
like
is
a sissy too.
Well, this is a great conversation, right? Because it's, what we're talking about now has taken the focus off of, let's just say, your average black person in America, and we're talking about coons, token black folk that criticize black folk the majority of the time, even on social media. Even these very same black folk, white people, are admitting that they don't even care too much for, but they do appreciate that these coons are out in the forefront saying the things that white people won't have to say for the fact of probably being deemed racist, right? Even though they are.
They
So
also appreciate the coons just going along to get along, and because that's all we got left, all of us. None of us are going to change anything. Coons, can't you give coons credit for being like smart enough to know, even if Whitey don't like me, that's the place to be when it comes to raising your family and getting money to pay the bills. And there's a lot of black culture that is very foul. So the coon is just saying, would you be mad of a coon if a coon said, "The hell with Whitey, I'm using Whitey like he's using me"? Would a coon be more acceptable with that? I think a coon. I think because I think that's what coons are.
Had a question for
The
you.
hell with Whitey. I'm just using him the way he's using black.
Hold on 1 second. Yes, I think any sensible black person will be okay with that. But what I disagree with you is I do think that coons or token black folks do have more of a
delusion going on.
What they have more of a place of endearment in their heart for white people, than the average person.
That's where the money is at. Freeze.
No, it's not. I'm saying you're saying it's just about money. I'm saying it's also about acceptance and.
No, I don't think so. No,
yeah, I think so.
The coons that I know. The coons that I know are men. If push comes to shove, they don't give a shit what Whitey thinks. The coons that I know.
That's not true.
No, that's not true.
No, they're fitting in. They're complying. They're complying with the culture. They don't care what Whitey thinks.
That's not true.
Listen, when you say they're complying, when you say they are complying.
Yes, right? I use that word purposely.
Okay, so that means they very much so do think about what Whitey thinks, right? Because you're saying that they're complying.
Hold it. I'm not saying they're not thinking about what Whitey thinks. I'm saying they're not worried if Whitey don't like them. They're not worried.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, they are.
No, you're full of shit, Freeze.
Yeah,
you're
they
full
are.
Of shit.
They
no,
are.
The coons I know are doing too well. What they're doing is they're playing Whitey. They're playing Whitey, and I don't blame them.
Hold on. Wait.
They performing. They perform.
Do you think this guy worried about what Master thought?
Absolutely.
What?
This guy right here. You ever seen Django?
No, I never have.
Oh, okay. Well, if you have, you understand what I'm saying. So
he only cared about what Master thought.
So coons care about what white people think. They really do.
Because back then it was self-preservation. God damn, can't do it. You guys
listen.
You guys are gonna fault somebody for wanting to take the easy way out.
Be brave. You can't overtalk me. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that I agree with you. Whether it be for self-preservation, acceptance, you name it. I'm throwing all of it in the caboodle. I'm throwing it all in the basket. Right? I'm not leaving nothing out. Right. What I'm saying is, I think it is refreshing that this is being said, right? Because now what's that's revealing is that these people, they do care more about money than they care about being a collective. You care more about operating as a collective when it comes to white folk. You care more about nationalism. The people that you're talking about, the coons, they don't care about a collective. They don't care about national. They care about what you're saying, be the almighty dollar, and they care about they're opportunistic as far as in white society, which to me, if you ask me, that is kind of cowardly. What you think? That's kind of cowardly.
No, it's not cowardly when you've got bills to pay and families to raise. And another thing, whites don't. I'm not saying we should care about the collective. All I'm saying is whites as individuals need to stop it with the fucking mealy mouth bullshit. I understand if whites have an image and they can't say anything because of they got to pay the bills and they'll get fired if they refer to blacks in any particular way. The whites then can say something, aren't saying anything either. All I'm saying is it's not the collective. Whites need to just make it clear. We don't want you living around us.
No, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you care about the collective. Even though you're a poor white person, you still take pride in white people actually predominantly running the government.
It's not no. I'm not taking pride in it. I'm just saying it's a reality. What are we gonna do with it?
No, but you do take pride in it, though. You do.
It's not as much as I'm saying. It's just the reality. Nobody's going to change it. So I'm just saying, look, I hate to break this to you. I think I'm more concerned with a black man's dignity than you guys are. I'm saying, look, move him around white man. Don't think that, don't think that white man is just real happy because of what don't do that to yourself.
Okay, so hold on, I got you. But I am kind of.
Oh my goodness!
I'm relieved, and I'm glad that you actually said what you said earlier, because it adds some clarity to even the coons, right? You know what I'm saying? Because see, we're just going to agree to disagree on whether you think coons want to be accepted by white society or not. We're just gonna agree to disagree on that, because I mean, from all of the coons that I've encountered, it's very heavily evident that they want to be accepted by white society.
Okay, if you're going to go by that metric, Freeze, you got to say that a lot of black people in the workforce are worried about what whiteys think then. They're all complying with corporate rules.
No. Even
if they're not coon, they're still complying.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. It's a difference between a man.
You're right, but they keep buying into it.
It's a difference between a man actually conducting himself in a certain way on the job in order to keep his job or move up in the ladder, versus a guy in his everyday life that's psychologically destroyed and actually, you know, rejects his own identity and identifies more with white folk when he's not even that nationality. That's two totally different things. That's a psychological thing. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we could, like you said, when it comes to the matter of coons actually worried about what whitey thinks, because they're not. When I say the coons are not worried about what whitey thinks, you say they are. Freeze, on this matter, one of us is a damn fool.
Yeah.
Freezy, let me get in there before Scam go. Freezy, Scam go before me. However you want to do it, Scam.
Go ahead, Scam, and then Artifact.
All right, I'll say this and I'll just make it quick. Just like we complain about them dumbass talking points, where they grab one narrative way out there in the sky and say that this is what people are doing. Just like I wouldn't go grab some drunk with a Buddhist shirt who said the word Israelite, throw him on a video clip and say, man, look at them Israelites. And then spend an hour, man, that's how they do. This man is not even representative of the group that he's claiming how they think.
Exactly.
Just like I wouldn't go grab
that's funny.
Mark Ravion from the block and say, look at the corporate America black man, that's how they all are. But somehow people are buying into this narrative, and everybody's a coon or they're this. Way out there in the sky somewhere, or way over there. Somehow all the white people are rich, or most people are regular people, and they don't have these dumbass conversations and think about this stupid stuff.
Because they don't have the courage to have them.
That's the real reality. But
Jesus
to
Christ.
the point where they got to go to extremes, just like him. He's representing a class of people that he's not. And people are buying into it and letting him be the representative.
Exactly.
He don't even qualify for that class, and he's going to tell you. So if that's the case, fine. I'm going to tell y'all about Hispanic Republican Democrats that run the world in California all the way to Antarctica. If he's going to just represent everything, you know, like, yo, that's how they thinking. What he know about what he know about this? And I don't know how y'all been living. I've been around. I'm not old and ugly yet, but I've been around different states, different parts, and even other countries. I kind of see things for myself. How y'all letting somebody tell you about something as if y'all ain't seen something? Or are you so ingrained in something so stuck in you from one thing that happened when you were 14?
Oh,
and that's just how all the people are.
You are saying we are equal, Scam.
We all live in.
We are equal, Scam. What you're saying is we are equal.
What are you talking about?
No,
we are who
we are equal.
What I'm saying is we are who we are.
Hands, singing and dancing. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I said. I said exactly what I said, and it was pretty clear.
No. Okay.
But if
Let me
you
go
want
ahead
to
and
do
then
something else, then just go ahead and make up another narrative. Grab a YouTube clip of some doofus talking about something they don't know.
No, I'm talking about what I
Hold it, right
talk
quick.
about
Why are
what
you
I
calling me a
see.
doofus and your English language sucks?
I wasn't talking about you.
You call me a doofus when you say he do.
Actually, I wasn't,
instead
but
of he
now I
does.
can call you a doofus.
No, I'm saying how you
And
call
I
me a
can read
doofus
better
when
than
you
you
can't
can.
speak the fucking
Read,
English
comprehend
language?
English and Spanish better than you can.
No,
I wasn't
your
talking to you.
language sucks. You're not speaking English properly at all. You can't
can
speak
speak
that
it
kind
better
of
than
English
you
in a
can.
corporate setting and be
Your
taken serious.
privilege don't
What
even
you're
fucking
speaking.
work.
American
You
English
talk
is a
about
bastard
privilege,
ass
you know
language
that.
anyway.
Hold
If
on,
you
hold
went
on,
to
hold on,
if
hold on,
you
C
went
Rich.
to Europe,
Hold on, let's not
And I
jump the
wasn't
line.
even
Go
talking
yeah,
ahead.
about you.
y'all got to know
I'm
some
talking
history,
about
bro.
you
Y'all
two.
just
Don't have
talking
nothing to do
emotion,
with
bro.
you.
You know what you talking about? Y'all let these people talk
Hold
to
on,
y'all
Scam. Are
anything.
you
Look, I think
wait, Scam, are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me-
Continue with the dust.
Okay.
Go ahead and fire it
Get
up.
out the dust. But what I'm
Anyway,
saying is, bro,
Hold on,
y'all,
C Rich.
before they
Hold
continue
on. I'm
slobbering
gonna
on the
let artifacts
microphone,
go.
I just like to let y'all know. Whitey is dusty.
so. I'm gonna go back and
Dusty white man ain't got no money, but y'all fell for it.
see,
Becky's, if your man ain't loving you right.
all this shit is trolling, bro. I'm saying, bro,
All right. I'm calling tonight.
all that is trolling.
Y'all continue slobbering on
All
the
that is
microphone on the
trolling.
dumb shit.
appreciate
What
it,
I'm
Stan.
saying
Have a
is,
good night, Stan.
All right, Scam.
all that
Hold
is,
on, C Rich.
Can I get my turn, sir?
Hold on, C Rich. I'm gonna go to you after artifacts. Go ahead, artifacts.
So I'm gonna refer back to what Fantastic said last night, and also what Mo Love said, that
another idiot.
we put these white people on a pedestal. We think about them too much. That's the problem with our community when we need to focus in on our own house and what we got going on with us.
Fantastic,
Just a
cool.
couple of thoughts that I had. We put them on a pedestal, bro. And see, I'm in an environment. I'm in a liberal city, bro. The liberal whites run this, but they're not they're not out here being racist, bro. You don't see a lot of racist people out here. Now, what they are part of is the BLM movement. They're part of the LGBT community. So
Racist.
I don't see what this guy is talking about. I don't know what part of the country he's at, but where I'm from, predominantly black people run this over here. All right. Now we ain't perfect, but we got the DC got a black mayor. You know what I'm saying? Maryland got a black governor. So from his perspective, I just don't see what he's talking about. And I just think, and then also Freezy,
Yeah.
before hold up. Also, I just want to make this good point and leave it alone. You can actually make the same argument for ignorant blacks. I'm speaking it from my perspective. I love all my people, but it's a healthy balance when it comes to this conversation because somebody wrote in the chat that I was all over the place when just an hour ago we finally stuck on one topic. And so you can actually say the same thing about ignorant blacks. A lot of black people ain't trying to be around ignorant blacks. It's not about class. It's how you act in public. It's how you is a representation of your family when you are in public spaces. We're tired of those ignorant people. I don't have to lower my IQ down and dumb myself down because some guy wants to be ignorant and he wants to be more of a nigga than me. however you
But
want to
that's
call it. You want to be
subjective,
a nigga,
brother.
go be a
You
nigga.
you
You get what I'm
can make
saying?
that
While I touch these
determination
dollars,
with
go
with
be a
knowledge.
nigga while I touch these dollars. All
How
right?
we know you not a nigga?
Hold on. Wait.
Go
So
be a nigga while I touch these
How
dollars.
we know you
wait,
not a
stop,
nigga?
stop, stop.
We
Hold on.
don't know that though.
See, Rich, I'm
We
coming to
don't
you
know.
next.
How we know you not a nigga?
See, Rich, I'm coming to you next. I'm coming to you
That's
next.
what you said.
See, Rich, I'm
Based on
coming to
your
you.
determination.
See, Rich, I'm coming to you
Yeah.
next. So this is what I'm saying.
This shit crazy, bro.
I'm coming to you next, see, Rich. So as far as black fatigue, right, which is what we're talking about tonight, to me the bigger issue is the original meaning of black fatigue and the black folk that have accepted the modern day meaning of black fatigue. To me, there's something psychological there that they would denounce oppression, and because there's a large group of black folk that don't even recognize white oppression over blacks, or slavery. Not even slavery. They don't recognize none of that stuff. They don't want nothing to do with it. They're trying to separate themselves from any type of systemic racism. They don't care about that, but they are willing to acknowledge this new age meaning of black fatigue before they acknowledge their own people and what they've gone through as far as oppression and systemic racism and whatnot, right? So to me, there is something there. There is something to that psychologically when it comes to these type of people. I'm talking about black people. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about black people that's spewing this same modern day black fatigue rhetoric, and they've just completely disregarded the original meaning of black fatigue. There's something to that psychologically. There's just something wrong with these people.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I wanted to make a quick point about what you were just saying, Frenzy, and also what the old white man was saying. About I think that you're correct, Freezy, about the coons are trying to be accepted by white society. Old white man doesn't really see that because he's white. They don't really they act a certain type of way when they're around black folks. So a coon is a generally a person that would rather put up with the white person shit than be around black folks.
Yeah, but okay. Thank you.
So when he's around black folks, because maybe he got family members, he had a family reunion or whatever. When he's around black folks, he's portraying himself from the lens of a white person, like how he's communicating, how he's acting, how he looks upon the rest of the black people. So from a regular black person lens, he's trying to be like a white person. So it's a whole dichotomy with that. Now,
and hold on, let me cut in one second. I'm gonna give it right back to you, Solomon. So there is something to that, right? That means there's something very wrong with that, because listen, I'm a black man, right? I don't have a coon mentality, but at the very same time, I know how to cohabitate with white people. I think Be Brave would say I've done a great job with, making sure he has a floor whenever he talks or whatever. I haven't been acting ignorant up here, you know what I'm saying? But I still have a collective mindset. I still love black people. I still acknowledge oppression. I still acknowledge systemic racism, right? I can have this mentality and still function well in American society, right? So I just feel like, if just black people think that they have to actually placate to the whims of white people and care about how they think of them and the exception, I think that's really, kind of extreme. There's something psychological to that, because like I said, even with my mentality, I still function well in this society. You know what I'm saying? I work hard. I believe in hard work, right? I don't believe in handouts, right? I believe in.
Do you work around white people, Freeze?
Say it again.
Do you work around white people?
I have worked around white people. I'm cool with some white people.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
in my real life,
coons, you are putting coons in a bad category because you do the same thing. We all comply, all of us, white, black, everybody.
Hold on. Be brave.
No.
When we say, that's why I asked you, did you understand what we mean by
I do
coon?
understand, and you're not going to take it away that I don't, sir. I understand.
Right. So is this what
I'm saying you're a coon when you need to be.
No, I'm not a coon.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Brave. Hold on, Brave. You can't make me a coon. You can't make me a coon.
That means bowing.
Wait, I got you.
All right.
Brave, you can't make me a coon because you want me to be.
He just made something.
Yeah.
You gotta ask him this. So
Yeah, I'm gonna give it back to Soul of Mine in one second.
All black people have some coon in them?
They better.
No. Well, here's the thing. No. Wait. Here's the thing. Wait. Hold on. I got you. Here's the thing.
I'm supposed to get in, man. I ain't never get in, bro.
Well, here's the thing. The point I'm trying to make is when we say coon, it's more than just how a black person lives in society. We're talking about psychologically, behavior. Be brave. Know exactly what I'm talking about. He knows exactly. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying you don't have to be that extreme as far as wanting to be accepted in the way you behave around white folk. In order for white folk
on the spectrum, though, you're kind of just as guilty. You get in on that spectrum, sir. You know when you want a job and you want to get that money, you're going to go there and comply with the rules of that organization.
Right, but here's the misnomer, though. I don't call just that aspect of life, right? What you're saying as a man or a woman, I don't consider that being a coon.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I consider
I didn't say it. Look, I'm not calling you a coon, Freeze. What I'm saying is you
I know
comply when you need to comply, like we all do.
Listen to what I'm saying. I don't think there's nothing wrong with complying.
All right.
Listen what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, that's not what I mean by a black person being
I
a
got
coon.
you. Then the coon really isn't doing that much damage if he's complying. You're just mad because the coon don't want nothing to do with black people?
No. This is what Soul of Mine was talking about. You're not going to understand because you're looking at it from a white lens, respectively, right? I understand what you're saying, but this is what I was just kind of like levy backing off of Soul of Mine, as far as like the psychological aspect. You're really not going to understand because, like I said, you're looking at it from a white lens. But we do think that there's something wrong with a race of people that denounces their history, right, and what their people have gone through. No other nationality does that. Let's just say even Americans will never forget 9/11, right? They're just like a white person saying, let's just forget about 9/11. It's over with. We're not going to harp on 9/11. Let's move past that. No, white America is not going to do that. But what I'm telling you is, black Americans that we consider coons will denounce the atrocities that black folk have gone through, and they won't even acknowledge it because they're probably probably shameful of it. I don't know what it is, but I will say there's a huge psychological aspect to being a coon. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You're expecting too much out of a fellow. They're humans. Coons are humans. You're expecting way too much. It's called feeding yourself and going along and getting in line.
Like I said, once again,
and what I'm saying is, you better jump on the coon train when you better do it.
Brave, I expect for you to say that once again because you're looking at it from a white lens.
I expect it from a human lens.
No, listen,
humanity, free humans.
Brave, listen what I'm saying. I expect for you to say that because Brave, listen what I'm saying. It's natural for you not to have any what is it called?
Animosity?
No, not animosity. It's natural for you not to take any I'm looking for the right word.
Criticism against coons?
No, not criticism. For you not to take any consideration when it comes to what black folk have gone through in
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Freeze. Nice try. I'm very empathetic about humans in general. I'm more concerned about black people than you people are. I hate to break it to you. Because I'm talking about realistic ways for black people to get the hell moving forward. And it doesn't include pissing and moaning about whitey.
And this is what this is another example.
Hold on, be brave. You're not going to get it because you're white. Go ahead.
I mean, this is another example of a white person, like, you know, and that's what you're talking about, like a white supremacist, right? Like you think you know what you're talking about, but you don't really know what you're talking about.
Oh, I know.
And then you think you got the answers for black folks.
I do.
You really don't know what you're talking about because you're coming from a white. We don't think. The reality of the situation is we don't think like you. We don't think like you. So we're not going to come to the same conclusions as you. And you thinking that you could solve our problem shows that you're coming from a white supremacist perspective.
No.
So
I'm saying back to the point for no reason.
Getting back to the point.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Getting back to the point of what Freezy was talking about and old white man, I think that similarly with Freezy, you know, he's trying to tell you that, well, this is how the coons act when they're around black folks. So this is why we're saying that. And similarly, though, old white man is telling you, like, this is how white people really feel. This is how white people really feel, like, about black people. And some of us is not trying to accept that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if that's true, let's say hypothetically that the old white man is telling the truth, he would know because they're not going to say it around you.
Thank you.
No, if what he's saying is true, he would know. Because if it is true, they're not going to be saying that type of stuff around you. They're going to be saying that type of stuff around other white folks.
Damn.
Go ahead, Mo Love. Hot sauce, are you there? Hot sauce.
It's not complicated. Well, you expect whites just to go around calling people the N-word?
He's not there. Go ahead, sis.
So when it comes to a coon or coonery, from what I've seen, it's black people in general who are willing to conform and bow for the sake of white people's approval. Now, if you use the example, like if you're working for a company, you're gonna be a coon. No, following the rules or a set of certain regulations is a universal thing. It has nothing to do with being a coon.
Yeah.
So the difference is
who makes the rules? White people.
What makes a coon is somebody who is just going along with white rhetoric for the sake of their approval. There are some black people who are not willing to bend, bow, and turn a blind eye. So you need to know the difference. I think you have completely. I think you have a huge misunderstanding when it comes to the definition of what a coon really is.
Oh, you hope I have a misunderstanding. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, be brave. Hold on, be brave. Wait, Mo Love, you cooked just then. That was awesome. What you did, you just really, for real. And here's the thing, right? It's natural and expected for, and shout out to Be Brave. It's natural for Be Brave to show prejudice, right? And to not really get what we're saying now.
I'm getting what you're saying. Stop saying that. You're insulting me. It's too simple what you're saying. I get it.
Can I finish?
You don't think it was insulting by you saying that you understand black problems more than black people? You don't think that was insulting?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is I understand I understand white people to the point to where I can tell you black people you're on the wrong path.
Listen, hold on. Be brave.
You're speaking from a white lens, as Freeze said. So there's only so much that will make sense.
Yeah, don't let somebody tell you what's going on.
Here's the thing. Be brave. Be brave. Listen, be brave. I'm not poor, right? I function very well in this society.
There you go.
And I don't have the mentality that you think that you said.
You comply when you comply, Freeze. Don't sell that. Sell that shit to some young dumb white kid. I'm old. I'm wise. You comply when you comply.
Let me finish.
All right.
If I really push the button, you would comply on my panel, or you would leave, right? Because I'm in power right now.
Now you tell me to shut up, I shut up.
Okay, so this is not a black or white thing. This is just like you said. I agree. This is a human thing, right? You comply when you comply.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So what the point? I think you're having a different conversation.
No, I'm not.
Than what listen, because you're dismissing things before you even hear me out. Like it's the same thing with Mo Love, same thing with Soul of Mine. what we're saying is, as far as coons in the black community, which I don't expect for you to identify with, what we're saying is that when it comes to the black plight, what black folk have gone through historically, the atrocities, the oppression, right? Whether or not black people want to acknowledge systemic racism, I'm sorry, and the approach that they take in this society as far as towards black folk to their own people, in an extreme way, wanting to be accepted by white folk, right? Now there is something to that psychologically that's wrong, right?
Yeah.
When you right, okay, so you're agreeing.
I'm also agreeing that the people that want to ostracize coons have something wrong with them for not understanding that coons just be in survival mode.
But hold on. Here's the thing. Black folk, I don't think black folk are ostracizing coons.
Cut them loose, then.
I think coons are trying to ostracize black folk.
Yeah, so cut them loose. I wouldn't give them the time of day in my utterances.
This is what I'm saying. I don't lose any sleep about what a coon say, a white person say, or
You
whatever.
sure seem worried about coon behavior to me.
No, I'm not worried about coon behavior.
I don't mean worried. I'm saying you're talking about it a lot.
Yeah, I'm talking about it because I am.
Are you saying that coons are dangerous to the black cause?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Be brave. What I'm saying is that it's very important for a collective group to have some kind of common identity. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so the problem with coons is real coons. We're not talking about people that comply at the workplace or something like that, right?
I got you.
real coons have an identity crisis. Like
it doesn't matter. They're worthless.
But here's the thing. See how you said it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter to you.
No, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to blacks.
Listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter to you because you're white. The point I'm trying to make is it matters to black folk because these black people, listen what I'm saying. These black people who are severe coons can be, like what Next Level said, can be wolves in sheep clothing, and they can play both. They can play, what we've seen is they play both sides of the fence and appropriate themselves whenever they need to. And so this can be very harmful to young adults growing up because it could actually, it could provide a misrepresentation of what a true black man or true black woman is. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I do think that it's very important that a group of people establish a core identity amongst themselves. Now, who's right? The coons or your average black or Freezy, right? Who's right? The point, so we have to understand this, right? We have to understand this. This is very detrimental to young adults. Anybody that knows me and very familiar with my platform, I care more about the kids than I do about you grown as motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So Freezy, can I hop in here real quick if you don't mind?
I care about the kids and the impression that's put upon them. And what I'm saying is, real coons really don't really embrace their identity as far as the whole identity as a black man and a black woman, as far as the historically and economically, historically, and every facet of being a black person, every single facet of being a black person, right? This is what I reject when it comes to coon, because they will sell out their own identity, and they will actually spread this mentality to young folk, thinking that they're on the right path. When no, I'm telling young black people that you can be successful with Freezy's type of mind, and I've proven it. This is what I'm telling you. This is why I denounce coonery.
Hello.
This is why I denounce that fuck shit, because they talk as if they are the blueprint to success as a black man or a black woman, and that's not factually true.
So,
Because you up here right now,
have
Be Brave, and we cool. We cool, Be Brave. We are fraternizing and socializing without no problem, right? And I have not one time disrespected you. So here's the so this is the point I'm trying to make. This is why I'm saying I'm showing living proof that you don't got to be a fucking coon. Go
I'm
ahead,
not saying you have to.
go
So
ahead, hot
okay,
sauce. Go ahead, hot sauce.
so this is what I want to say. So
It's the path of least
Shalom,
resistance.
Shalom to Swarthy, Shalom to Swarthy. That's a good brother up there. Shalom to him. So here's the thing. Here's my analysis about the situation. So old white man. I'm sorry. I don't know your real name or whatever. Somebody has
Oh,
street
white
name.
man is fine. Santa Claus, loser, two bit,
Okay,
no
but
bit, nothing, bottom feeder, whatever you want.
okay. So the fact that you're gonna we got to come to some understanding, right? Because at the end of the day, we
Yes.
belong
Yeah.
we belong to two different tribes, and a
Yes.
lot of what you're saying, like 95%, I'm agreeing with you. But when it comes to the definition of coon, you got to kind of fall back because at the end of the day, Freezy is inside the tribe and you're outside. So you can't tell us the definition of what a coon is inside our tribe. You just have to respectfully understand how we define it.
I get it.
Because otherwise, if we're listening to you, we're losing our dignity. We're allowing an outsider to define the inside group. I'm sure
But
you can
hot
understand
sauce,
that.
but hot sauce. You
That's
had
real.
several. You had hot sauce.
I don't cut people
I,
off.
I just want to
I
chime
don't
in one
cut
time. I'm
people
gonna let you
off.
get back. I just want to let you get. I just want to say this one thing, hot sauce, and I'm gonna let you get it back. But you had several melanated people on this panel trying to speak for his people when he was saying what he was saying. So if we gonna say he can't speak for people like us out of our lens, you cannot speak for people like him out of their lens. And that's the only thing I
Yes,
got
I
to say.
can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Because when people were speaking on his tribe, it was his responsibility to correct them. He did not. Why should I take a L for him not correcting
What was
them?
I supposed to
That is
correct them
ridiculous.
on?
So I should not. So I can correct them because if he made a lapse in judgment, doesn't mean now I have to say take that same
Mm-hmm.
L. That is ridiculous.
What am
See,
I
it's
supposed to
Hot
correct them
hot
against?
sauce, Salakia. I pray
oh
thee,
my
brother.
fucking
I apologize for interrupting you. This is Saint Swarthy, the terrible destroyer.
Hold
I
on,
won't be
Swarthy.
long.
We're gonna go one at a time. I
I'm gonna
actually
lose my.
I'm gonna take it back to Solar Mind because I actually took his time, but I want him to finish his thought. Go ahead, hot sauce.
Damn, I never
So
did
Freezy,
get that.
Salakia, Freezy, and
I
Solomon.
got you,
Peace and
C. Rick.
blessings, beloved.
Shalom.
Shalom.
If y'all could bear with me for just a brief second, please.
Okay, fine.
But I don't. But I'm saying I don't want to be rude to the people that's
But this,
talking
this
already. Hot
Right.
yeah,
sauce
man.
was saying he was talking and then people had got cut off. I got you, bro.
My bad,
If you
hot
could
sauce.
just
My bad.
if no, I wasn't talking about you next level. I'm just but if we could just like have just a little patience, trust me, I'm gonna get to you. I promise you, I'm gonna get to you. Go ahead, hot sauce.
Appreciate it. So at the end of the day, because I'm agreeing with you, 90%, man, I'm agreeing with you. I think that when black people get around white people, they lose all type of dignity. They want to get you on board. They want to describe and explain things, right? And I think that is that's very what is it? Indignant and undignifiable. I'm pretty sure that's not the word. But when we are explaining the definition, we have the right to decide the definition for ourselves because it's about ourselves, just like you have the definition. So Freezy definition of coon stands. But now when it comes to respect and dignity and understanding the psyche of white America, bro, I'm with you on that. I'm with you every day and twice on Sunday. Because at the end of the day, it's about resources, it's about power, and it's about tribe. And unfortunately, not enough, I'm not saying all, not enough of people in my tribe understand power because
Go.
what I will give credit to you on the white on the whites is even the least of you understand about power, and I'll give you credit on that. And I'll pass the mic.
Go ahead, Soleiman. Finish your point, and I'm gonna go to C. Rich and then Swarthy. Go ahead.
Yeah. My point was, kind of what Next Level was saying. Like, we can't on the one hand, be correcting him about the coon, and he's trying to tell us something about how white people think, and we're like, no, that's not how they think. Like, when he has, like, hypothetically, that's why I said, for argument's sake, let's say if he is right, we wouldn't know because they're not going to tell us. So it's like, but what we can do is we can look at what's being done far as institutions, far as housing, far as job placement and things of that nature, and see that, well, it would make sense. It definitely will make sense if every time we move into a neighborhood that they move out. If you ask them, well, why are they doing that? They don't want. That means that they don't want to live around you. That's what I like. For it's like a whole civil rights movement where they were, we saying like let's coexist, and that was met by aggression. That was met with aggression. So that's showing that like they may not want to live around you. You know what I'm saying? So if he's a white man saying that, well, when I'm amongst other white folks, 90% of them actually still believe that. Who are we to bulk up against that and say, oh no, that's not what they're saying? So it is what it is. I think that we don't want to really look at that reality because it's not a pleasant sight. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are comfortable. A lot of people are comfortable with the situation that they are in, and they don't kind of want to rock the boat. So from that standpoint, going back into what was being said by the video clip that you were showing with the white boy talking about what's his name?
I'm not sure who he was. Jason Whitlock.
Just Jason Whitlock.
Okay.
You gotta.
That was Nick Fuentes.
You got a portion of white America, and he represents that. And the clip that you show is another representation of that. Like, it's almost like since they are in a position of power and maintaining power, because really, an empire, if they're aggressive, that means that they're not really confident with their power. If they like using sheer might to oppress people, a sophisticated form of power would be through persuasion. And
lying.
Lying. What he and the other white guy is pretty much saying is that we're tired of doing this. We're tired of having to close our mouths, to maintain this system, that some of us benefit from. We're tired of doing that. We want to say what we want to say, and people like Jason Whitlock or the Coons is taking our job because they feel as though that they're being oppressed. Not through economics or housing. They're being oppressed just because they want to call you a nigga. They want to say what they want to say, and they want to do what they want to do. You know what I mean? Even if it offends black people, and just because there's aspects of the system that's saying, well, no, we're not doing it that way. They feel oppressed because of that.
Shout out to Solar Mind. Shout out to also Mr. Youngblood. Mr. Youngblood he has become the new official sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Mr. Youngblood. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Mr. Youngblood said, it's Freezy, baby. Let's get it. With a total of $25. Mr. Youngblood is the new official sponsor of tonight's show. I want to give a big shout out to Travis Allen and C. Rich for their $20. If you would like to be the co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it's got to be $25 or more. C. Rich and Travis Allen, their $20 does count towards a sponsorship, so it would only be $5 or more to actually be a co-sponsor or sponsor of tonight's show. And if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or a cash cap to $NoCapFreezy. That's $NoCapFreezy. Also, shout out to our sister Fear No Mortars for her $10 super cap. Thank you, sis. She said, Freezy comes with interesting conversations for the audience. Show some love. Hit the cash cap at $NoCapFreezy. That's $NoCapFreezy. She put the link to the cash cap in the chat. Shout out to Fear No Motors. We appreciate you, sis, always. Make sure y'all subscribe, hit that notification bell at her channel.
No Cap-tivity.
C Rich, go ahead, my brother. Hold on, let me and shout out to hold on, let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. Let me get rid of that. Oh, shout out to Conscious Moron in the building. I appreciate you. And I'm coming to you in 1 second, Swarthy. Ruthless, are you there, Ruthless? Or is you sleep? Ruthless sleep.
I think Rufus sleep.
Okay. Go ahead, C Rich. Go ahead, C Rich. You on mute, C Rich.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to say, man, just before I get going, yeah, if I ain't mean to disrespect. If you felt like next level, I ain't mean to disrespect you, bro. I was just trying to clear up the fact that I say what I say, bro. So
it's all good. It's all good, man.
Yeah. If I say something out of pocket, charge me with the crime. Just say, hey, man, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna say I apologize, right? But yeah, man. But what I want to say is that hey, man, look, I'm not siding with the old white man whatsoever. I am an opposing force. I believe in the Most High Creator, Yahuwah. So, but when the people telling you who they are, man, you got to accept them for who they are. He telling you what these people have been showing you throughout the years is that long as you conforming to what they believe that you should do and who you are, that they would accept you. This is why he telling you that what you call the cool nigga and what I was saying with our people, the dichotomy between the conformists and the non-conformists. Cool niggas are conformists. And this is why he telling you that you should be a cool nigga, because those are safe black people that they like. But they don't like them, but they accept them because they not gonna rock the boat of the white supremacy system and knock them out of power. White people came into power by hook or crook. They don't understand equality. Well, there's no such thing as equality, but they don't understand fairness. They don't know how to get along with other groups of people unless you being like them. That's they understanding. So that's when Freezy was talking to him. That's the problem. They don't understand that dealing with other groups of people unless you like them. They don't understand. They don't respect other people's humanity. And what I'm telling you is from a historical basis. They never have. So his whole thing, he telling you is he like the cool. He don't like the cool nigga, but they accept them because they uphold the system and they suppress other black people who don't uphold the system. So what I'm saying, when he telling you that, accept it. It's not the fact of whether he like you or don't like you. Why do you give a fuck who like you? I don't care if my own people don't like me. But what I'm saying is, stand on truth. He's telling you the truth. There's no disrespect to the sister, but when she first came up on the panel, she came up talking about, well, I don't believe all white people like that. Yeah, but they treat you like that.
I don't. I haven't had that experience. I don't believe that all.
I'm gonna let you.
I don't agree. Maybe majority, yes,
Right.
but not all.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt nobody. I sat here for over an hour and let y'all
That wasn't what I said. But okay.
Right. That is what you said. But I'm gonna let you rebuttal. I didn't interrupt nobody.
Go ahead.
But it's not the fact whether they all think like that. What you got to understand is, under a white supremacy system, all white people are racist. That don't mean that they bigots and they dislike you, because people don't really understand. Because, Freeze, I came up and dissected this definition when I came up here the first time. Racism, discrimination, and bigotry are different definitions. Black people cannot be racist because that comes with a source of power. We don't run nothing. But what I'm saying is that but the problem with our people is we worship money, we worship status, we worship positions. That's why People come up on YouTube and talk about their job, how much money they got, what they this, but they do that with other black people. They can't do that with other races of people because other races of people don't give a damn. But they do that with our people. But what I'm saying is white people understand that when you accept their money, that they control you. You don't run nothing in America. That's just like with Freezy, and no disrespect. When you was talking about you could cut old white man off YouTube, old white man could go to YouTube and cut all that ass off. Because Cynthia G was dogging out black men for years. Cynthia G and black men was flagging her, and they never took her down. Who took down Cynthia G? It was a white woman. So what I'm saying, man, you got to understand that the position you in and play your position. So what I'm saying is, I don't agree. I don't agree with the old white man as far as what he's saying, but I know that what he's saying is true. That's how white people feel about you. That's why I'm saying is black people got to come together and create our own economy. But we don't want to do that because we trying to sit up here and talk about that, that these niggas, that niggas, this niggas. Man, we got to learn how to get our own people out of ditch, get away from this separation, and come together, because them people don't give a damn about you unless you socket it to their pocket. And if you're not socking it to their pocket, you a nigga. I don't care about how much education you got. If you're not a beneficial to them, you a nigga, just like the motherfucker in the hood selling dope.
You got your secrets. You're gonna microwave it a little bit. Microwave. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Hold on before you go, Mo. I'm gonna let you respond, Mo Love. Shout out to Goat in a bit. Is that I think I see, is that Taz? That's you, Chad.
You know it.
What's going on, Taz? Great to see you, man. Great to see you. Chill it. Go ahead, Mo Love. You can respond, and we're gonna move along.
So I took what Be Brave said verbatim when he said all white people are sick of black folks. I took that verbatim. I will be a fool to sit up here and think that the majority of them are not. I also spoke towards coonery. So I'm not one of the ones being fooled or in a state of delusion when it comes to how white people really feel about us. I just want to make that clear. But I was speaking to the fact that he said all. And I don't think
and that's why I lowered it to 90%.
Yeah.
So let's just get that understood.
And you're so pretty. And you're so pretty. How are you going to know anything? All men do when they get around you is worship you.
No.
Every man on the planet gets around that kind of people.
Brave, stop trying to push up on the black woman, Brave. No,
stop all that, Brave.
What's that? What?
You trying to get you some black love?
Oh, I'm just saying, look how pretty she is. It's no wonder she has no problems in life.
I'm just playing, Brave.
$1,000,000.
I'm just playing, Brave. Let me go to Swarthy. What you think, Swarthy? I'm gonna go to Swarthy, and then I'm gonna go to Taz, and then I'm gonna go to Conscious Moron. Go ahead, Swarthy.
Hey, peace. I see Solarmine. I see Taz, all the beautiful brothers and sisters on the panel. Peace be with you guys. Please forgive me for not being the most classy right now and respectful. This is Revelation chapter 13, verses 9 and 10. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity, old white man, shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. When I catch up to you and I'm the rabbit with the gun, it ain't gonna be funny, white boys. You gonna bow your face down to the ground. Black people gonna rule over you as gods and supernatural beings, and we gonna crack a whip on your ass for 1,000 years, and then we gonna burn your ass the fuck up. Freezy, if you gotta throw me off the panel, I get it. But when I get a hold of you, white boy, fire gonna come out of my eyes on you and all of your people. Shalom.
All right.
Shalom, brother. Shalom, brother.
Go ahead.
I consider myself having been filled in and filled in with information.
Go ahead, Taz.
Yeah, well, don't consider yourself filled in completely just yet. So,
not yet.
What I heard sitting in the chat was you talking as if you could tell us anything about a situation that pretty much only refers to us. So my question to you would be, why aren't you talking to white people about what they seem to be confused about in regard to their issues with black fatigue? Why aren't you talking to your own people?
Because I'm not worried about them dumbasses. What I'm worried about is black people that go around having these delusions about changing things, and in doing so, they're complaining about a group of people that really are just, have no concern for them. It's like, live your life,
But that's the
live your
problem.
black life.
You the problem.
Hold on, let Taz
Yeah, I
got
know.
the floor.
I'm the problem. A poor old ass black white man is your problem. Got it.
White people are the problem.
Hold on. See, Rich, let Taz got the floor. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree with what he's saying, though. Like, in terms of like, because for example, you're an elderly white man. So when I look at you, I see Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination, right? I see Medgar Evers being shot. I see the Freedom Riders bus being blown up. I see lynchings, and you're here talking as if that's not your history. You were alive at that time. So if anything, you could talk to some of these white people about their misconceptions of black people. Instead, you think you can talk to black people about just simply living in America, an experience you don't have.
Well, I'm not saying I expect black people to take me serious, but I'm going to stand up here and get right in a black man's face and say, you're full of shit and talking like a goddamn fool. And I'll say that.
Now who's talking like a fool? I don't, what you mean? You saying
black
we don't
people that want to piss and moan about whites and their history. It has nothing to do with 2025. We got big problems going on here.
I'm sorry, you don't think American history has anything to do with 2025?
I think American history, no, I do not. No, it's over. There's nobody that was affected by any of that happy horse shit back in Jim Crow or anything like that. There's nobody alive.
Okay, so but we based this country off of a living document called the Constitution.
Yeah,
so that
too, yeah.
Right. So wouldn't that matter?
No, the Constitution's bullshit. There's nobody adhering to that Constitution, sir.
It's so convenient for you to say that.
No, it's not. We're not. Oh, nobody is.
Yeah, y'all got it. Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not the white guy you can corner, Taz. You black people don't scare me or worry me.
Well, you're already cornered. I'm sorry.
You're all out of your fucking mind.
Okay, so I'll speak to that right quick. Then, once you can't acknowledge the country we live in created those laws, and that is the history of this country that we live in, and everything this conversation is based on, you're full of shit.
Okay, one of us is.
You're a white man that does not want to be nice. Excuse me. Be serious in this conversation and acknowledge the parts of history that do matter, and a lot of that are those underlying laws that got us here today.
All I'm saying is, in 2025, black people got some real stuff facing them, and it ain't Jim Crow or the fucking days before. That's not your problem right now.
History repeats itself, though, does it not?
Well, good. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm not.
No,
if I don't go
asking
back in history with a wine pity party, pardon me. I'm talking about right now, man to fucking man, Taz.
Yeah, man. Well, man to man,
Don't
I'll
make me
beat your
pull up
old
on
white
you, kick
ass,
your
though.
ass.
But wait, though, man to man, I'll beat the fuck out of you, though. You just an old white man, bro. Like, why are you talking like we equal like that? You a dirty ass old white man up in the middle of the night. Where your grandkids at? Where your people at? Like, you're a failure at life if you asking me. So no, we're not equal.
I am. Yeah, I am.
You up talking to some black people who actually just allowed you to be here because your old ass ain't got nowhere else to go.
I did not
So
take.
I did not take. Crazy. I don't even like white people, bro. Don't disrespect
I did not take my white skin seriously. You are correct. I passed up a golden opportunity with my white skin and my intelligence.
And
I should
think
be a
that's very
multi-millionaire.
convenient to do in a conversation with black people, because now you don't have to stand on anything as a white man.
What am I
Now you
supposed to
can ignore
stand
your
on,
history.
Chaz? What am I supposed to? I'm standing on the fact that I'm saying black people are full of shit, and I can prove it.
But you're not going to say that white people are full of shit.
I
That's
didn't.
the
What do you
white
mean
in
I
you.
never said that? I said they're full of shit.
You're not saying it right now.
I'm saying they're cowards. They need to stand up and say, "Hey, black folks, shut the fuck up and get the fuck away from us." I said white people are cowards.
Okay, and so we're not trying to be around you, though. Like,
Yes,
now,
you
like
are.
how you're here.
Yes, you are. You
No,
have
you're
to be.
here.
It's a white country,
Okay, so
Taz.
let's deal with where we are right now. You're
Okay.
here talking
Yes.
to black people.
Yes,
None of
upon
us are
invite.
here talking to white people.
Freeze, did you invite people or didn't you, Freeze?
Yeah,
Please.
I get it. I get it,
All right,
Mr.
then.
White Guy. but you're here. So the what you're referring to right now in real time should be you trying to validate yourself amongst black people. We're not trying to validate shit with you.
I'm not expecting you to.
We don't
I'm
care.
just saying you're talking like fools.
Why? Because we're talking to you?
No, because you're talking
argue
about
the
something that
foolish thing is to
nothing's
talk
going to
to you.
change. So live your life. Get out there and live your life.
We're
The
living our
Caucasian.
lives. We didn't
No,
need
you're
a
not.
white man
Listen
to
and
wish
moaning
us
about
that.
Whitey. You're not living your life. You're not.
We can live our lives and acknowledge the history.
Why?
We don't have to ignore
What good
history
does
to
it
live our
do?
lives.
What good does it do, Taz? Tell me what good it does to acknowledge history over and over and over again to where you make people feel downtrodden. What good is that?
Because
the
it's
white
the truth.
people know what
You
they
are.
does.
You can't get away from who
Wait,
you
hold
are,
on,
brother.
C-Rich. Hold on, C-Rich. He asked Taz a question, but I'm trying to figure out if that was a real question. But go ahead, Taz.
Oh, hell yeah, it was a real question.
Yeah, I would argue that history is not supposed to make you feel downtrodden. It is literal experience of the country. And with that, we're supposed to be moving forward, understanding those experiences. But how can we understand them if we got a white guy right here who's of the age of Jim Crow, but pretends like he doesn't understand that moment?
But hold on, hold on, Brave. Taz, isn't that exemplified even in the school system? They haven't taken out history in the school system as far as I'm concerned. What do you think about that?
No, I agree. I'm
saying even the whitewashed history. They white people care about that, don't they? They care.
Absolutely, they stand on it. They stand on fake history.
Right.
Because
white history is narrative. It's not true.
Wait. So for Be Brave to sit up here and say, well, who cares about history? Listen, you guys talk about history every day.
Not me though. I don't.
Yeah, but this ain't about you.
To me, history is
Well, that's kind of Taz's point. It's like when it's convenient, for you.
We talk about all y'all crackers. Listen, this is what I'm saying. So here's the deal, right? Even during politicians' political run, a lot of their political run is predicated on history. This is how they rile their people up. So for you to sit up here on this panel and down talk history pertaining to black folk, to me, I just take that as an insult, and it's kind of deceiving at the same time.
Not downtrodden. I'm saying all of history is a goddamn lie, number one. I'm not denying that whites were assholes in Jim Crow and horrible in slavery. I'm not denying that. My point is there's nothing to be done about it. What are you going to do? Keep pissing and moaning until your brains fall out? Right now, black people are living like gods in this country.
Well, let me
We're all living better than anybody else on the planet.
So let me give you a real example though. So 40 years after World War II, Japanese were able to secure reparations for what happened to their family members in a couple generations before.
Right.
So if they would have stopped talking about that history, they would have never gotten that payment based on what this government did to their people. Are you saying we shouldn't follow that same path and talk about our history?
I'm saying the white man took over Japan and paid them hush money to shut up and took over Japan. White people run Japan.
Okay, so now I'm starting to question your intelligence because that is
I
not.
know. You like to think all the hunky-dory superficial nonsense. I get
Nah,
it.
bro. So yeah. So that's not what Japanese Americans were paid for.
White people run the planet, Taz.
Right. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
All right.
But again, I'm simply asking in terms of history because you're denying the meaning of history. And if history is everything,
I'm just saying it has no relevance when it comes to right now what's facing us. The history doesn't mean anything. Blacks have to get their shit together and quit worrying about stupid fucking
a bill
white.
sitting in
White
Congress
power
called
isn't going
HR
away.
40.
White power isn't going away.
Well, the problem with that is
it's going away.
The problem with what you're saying, though, white man, is that black people on average is really not worried about white people. The problem is that white people are worried about black people.
Hello.
Is that the white people
wouldn't be worried if you would
yes. You know what makes that a fact? Because if they wasn't worried about black people, you wouldn't have these institutions oppressing black people like they do. They have for us to sit back and say that you're worried about us on a panel
that don't control any institutions having a conversation about our history, but these white people that have these secret meetings on how to further subjugate black people. When you're looking at, for example, the crack epidemic, and you're seeing how, like, the CIA was responsible, or they turned a blind eye when these cartels was bringing drugs into the black community.
They're still doing it.
Yeah, they're still doing it. That's because why? That's because they were worried about black people. They were worried about black people when they changed the gun laws. They were worried about black people when they create these epicure laws of crack versus powder after they put the crack in our goddamn communities. So for you to sit up here and talk about some goddamn, we shouldn't worry about, black men should be talking about what this goddamn white man doing. Why? Because he continued to do stuff to this very day, and it's only necessary that we deal with it from a historical lens. They have a repetitive thing that they do historically. So it would be stupid for us to not take into account what he did in the past and what he continues to do. So for you to sit up here and try to make us feel whatever about us talking about, you're foolish. You may be fooling.
Well, not
you ain't fooling me with that.
Not only that, Soul of Mine. Part of the reason why, and listen, I do agree with disagreeing with the degeneracy that's shown even in, we know there's degeneracy in every race, but as far as the black race, I take pride in saying I do disagree with the degeneracy, but a large part of the
rap being sold to kids.
Hold on, stop. But a big part of the degeneracy is that these youth, as far as whoever is the part of the degeneracy, is a lack of knowledge of history and identity, right? This is the reason why a lot of black people that actually participate in the degeneracy. This is a large reason why they do what they do. They don't know history. They haven't soaked in a lot of knowledge, right? They really don't have a clear sense of identity, right? So they're just doing whatever they think is cool or whatever they think is going to get them some attention or at the moment or whatever. So when we talk down on, I'm not saying you're talking down on history. I'm just saying you're kind of dismissing it. You kind of dismissing it in this conversation when even your own predecessors and your own people, Be Brave, does not do that. They do not dismiss history. History is very important. History is very important. It has a lot to do with a race's identity, a group of people's identity, and I think that everybody should do their due diligence when it comes to their own history. And this is the problem with coon ass motherfuckers.
Facts.
But
who controls the rap industry? Is it white man or is that my imagination?
Oh, you in the chat, right? Oh, let me go to Conscious Moron. Go ahead, Conscious Moron. And shout out to Chicago Real in the building.
Peace to the guys. Cap, appreciate it.
And shout out to Fear No Mortars. My sister Fear No Mortars in the building too. Go ahead, Conscious Moron.
I was just curious, does any black person have white fatigue? Or are you sick of white people coming on our panels and trying to tell us what to do and how to live our lives? Like, it's higher.
Hey, Freeze, this is where you informed them that you invited white people.
That was good.
Well, no. Everybody know that, but
they're not talking like they know it. I'm not up here looking for anything other than I was invited. And I'm not the one to turn down an invite when it comes to talking about some black.
We know you invited, but don't run for help. Don't run now.
He like that. Yeah, he like the vampires on Sinners. We invited him in, so he's now going to disrupt everything.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. Wait. Freeze invited up here.
Brave. It is.
Don't act like I just came up here and horned in. He invited people.
Brave. Everybody read the title. Brave. Everybody read the title. All races.
Yeah, well, they're not acting like they read it because they're acting like I just sat here and come up on a black panel.
Brave. Let Conscious Moron.
What I'm saying.
Let Conscious Moron clarify what he was saying. Go ahead, Conscious Moron.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you're talking like you know better than we do. Even with our own experience, you still know better. You know black better than we do, and we've been living it for our years. Like, that would be almost like me telling you about your life. There's no way I could do it. I would shut up and listen to what you're saying, but you're not even shutting up and listening to what I'm saying.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's the kind of that the caucasity, the arrogance of y'all. Like y'all know y'all better than
Yeah,
us. I
because
think
no blacks
Lyndon
were
B.
interrupting
Johnson said it
each other
best.
early.
See, look, you're not even letting me talk, bro. This is the problem. Like Lyndon B. Johnson said it best. If you can
That's
convince the
because he's
lowest
triggered.
colored man, the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you picking his pocket. And that's the thing you have. Like you just know you better than us. And you really not. And that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate that, Conscious Moron. Shout out to Fear No Motors. How you doing, Fear No Motors?
You guys piss and moan and whine like fucking punks. You know that? Everything you say is from a punk point of view.
Bro, you
Shut
a
up and quit
ass
pissing and
white
moaning
boy,
like
but
some.
don't nobody give a
It's
fuck about
F&M
what you
turn.
talking about for real. Fuck you.
Oh, you're
Shut your white
talking.
ass up. Wait till your fucking turn to talk, white boy, like the rest of everybody else. Nobody
Go
else is
ahead.
just jumping in saying shit because they want to. Learn some decorum, white boy.
Go ahead, Fear No Motors.
Okay, well, good morning. Hey,
Good
panel.
morning, sis. God bless.
Hey, this is an interesting conversation for sure. A few things. I will say this because out of everything that I've been listening and heard, I will agree with the white guy on one thing, which I don't even know his name because I don't even see it. Just says old white man. So, anyways, when he says the point of white people should be honest about the way they really feel. Now, I agree with him on that part. I think
Mm-hmm.
people should be honest and stop hiding behind the bushes and say exactly how they really feel. Um, Now, to the point about being a coon, which I guess this was the overall subject of the conversation from when I came in.
Yeah.
I basically think a coon just it's different than I heard somebody say something about being a coon in the work field or whatever. And that's something totally different because complying with law and accepting authority on a job is totally different than shucking and jiving, being a Sambo. You know what I mean? Those are
No,
two
no,
different things.
no, it's
I've
not.
been in corporate. So when you're on a job, when you have bosses, managers, you have to comply. You have to
Thank
do your
you.
job. You have to stay, but that's not the same as cooning.
Yeah,
That
damn
doesn't mean
near.
that you
It's
have to
pretty
go.
close.
No way. That doesn't mean that you were supposed to go kiss somebody's ass. That
Nope.
means you are supposed to do your job.
Right.
That's two different things. Now, when it comes to cooning, they basically downplay all the misfortunes of the community of black people, of oppression.
Yep.
They speak down on their own race on a regular. They might think they're better or show no compassion to people of their own race, other
Yep.
black people. They always agree with the white people. No matter what the situation is, the subject or the topic, they agree with the white people versus agreeing with other black people, even if the black people might be telling the truth or right. Um, they always want the approval of white. So they're always going to do the jump and the dance to try to get in the good graces and get in the presence of white people. And they'll sell you out for a white person. So
Quick.
that's my opinion.
Maybe they're trying to get in the good graces of management that runs the damn shit. Has that ever occurred to
No,
you?
Right. Bow.
it's
Right.
two different things
Bow,
though.
yeah, that's
It's two
bow, and we
different
all
things.
do it. All white people do it. All black people do it. But now the coon's
But
guilty
that's
for
two different things. When you're trying to
No,
move up
it's
in a
not.
position, but
Well,
that
yeah,
doesn't mean
yeah,
you have to
it's
sit
different.
fast.
Like
That
what the
means
sister
doing
just
your
said, it's
job
different.
and
This
doing your
is
job
different from
for
a
a bit,
person
and
doing
you
their
try to move
job
up the ladder.
and a person
Those
like
are
a
two
Jason
different things,
Whitlock.
sir.
It's a difference between a person doing their job, like working a CEO at a company, because there are black CEOs that tell white people what to do. So it's like,
Right.
that's totally different from like a Jason Whitlock who goes up there every day just to talk about black people to cater to a
Right.
white audience. Those are two totally different
Exactly.
things.
Let me get Chicago Rilla in the conversation. What's going on, Chicago?
Man, what's cracking, G? I'm not gonna be up here long, fam. Hey, listen, man. One day, and it's again, one day We gonna learn when we have our space. That's our space. I understand what the title say, all that. But we'll let an infiltrator or an outsider come with their opinion and tell us about our experience. Now we sitting up here arguing over what the word coon means. That's crazy to me. Right? We have every right. Hold on one second, please. We have every right, Kuji Chagalia, right? Self-determination. We have every right to define ourselves for ourselves, right? That has nothing to do with any outside entity. I don't care about their opinion. I don't care about impressing them. I don't care about nothing, but we'll let somebody come up here and change the entire dynamic of the conversation when we should be doing what? Yo, Taz, shout out to Taz. Yo, Taz, when you would be at the lunchroom table and a goofy pull up to your table, what you do? You ignore them. You talk around them. You don't even acknowledge their existence when they in your presence on goofy shit. That's the same thing that should be going on here, right? That's the exact same thing. And trust me, people in the audience watching. Everybody taking cues and they paying attention, man. We gotta learn how to have a conversation. When goofiness into the conversation or goofiness into the chat, move around that shit. Keep the conversation productive. Y'all actually hitting on something and being distracted by goofiness, man. I'm on mute.
That's true.
Let me see. I was
Freeze,
gonna.
do you want me to leave or something? I mean, I'll leave.
No. You good. You good.
All right, then shut the fuck up, everybody else. I'm sick of hearing it.
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's
Here's
him.
the
He
thing.
don't want you to leave, but bitch, I want your white ass to leave though.
Well,
That's
too
my
bad.
platform.
You don't run the damn show. See what I'm talking about?
I mean, I just want you to understand that.
Hey, yo, Taz.
We ain't all cool with your presence.
No. You supposed to use that. Hey, Taz, you
and
supposed to
they'll tell you
use
to
that
shut
for a
the fuck
demonstration,
up.
though.
Talking like
Let see when they get triggered. See when they trigger you, it's cool, right? They love to see you jump up and down and buck and then see I'm in control of you. I got your emotions, boy, all that stuff, right? But then when you trigger them, Freezy, you want me to leave?
No, I'm
Am I too much of a bother?
I'm asking
Right?
Freeze, you want me to leave?
And then look, and then try to reverse pimping, right? Talk about you and your feelings and you whining and crying and then get up here whining and crying. You supposed to talk around them goofies, man.
Oh, fuck.
Demonstrate that in real time, man.
Yeah.
Let them
But
keep
here's the
whining
thing.
and crying and all that stuff. That don't matter to me.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We already knew going into this conversation it was going to be spirited.
Yeah.
And everybody's entitled, to say what they want to say. You know what I'm saying? And so listen, I'm pretty sure you hit the link prepared for a somewhat contentious discussion. Be brave, right? So yeah. So it's all good. I got a question.
I don't need to be told I'm not welcomed here when you welcome people.
Okay, well, it's okay. You don't gotta be. You don't gotta be. You ain't finna cry, is you?
Well, no, it keeps being said.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
but
gonna keep being
So
said.
shut them up.
Because only one person welcome.
Crazy. So you tell
Well,
us
okay, I do
cry,
that.
but you can't stop crying on the panel.
Yeah, you the one crying right now, old white man. Stop crying.
Okay.
You
You know what that's supposed to deal with it.
It's your house. It's your house, Freezy, but only one person welcomed that guest. Right?
Freezy, do you realize the problem?
I just want to say this.
I'm gonna cook your ass, man, when I get a chance.
Wait, stop. I just want to say this. Nothing that has been said within the past 5 minutes, in my opinion, has been disrespectful. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, and they can say what they can speak their mind when they, if it's, it makes sense, whatever. So right here, I got a question to say. What do y'all think is the true intentions of black people who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous other issues in this society to evaluate or criticize? Let me
Can I
read that
answer
one
that?
time. What do y'all think is the true intentions of black folk or of black people who should I say conservative black folk? Well, I don't know. I'm gonna just say black folk. I really do mean
Can I answer that?
mostly conservative. What do y'all think is the true intentions of certain type of black people who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous other issues
in this society to evaluate or criticize? Who's it? Go ahead, Seaward. You go first.
Man, let's go back what I was saying earlier about the dichotomy in the black community between the conformists and the non-conformists. This shit go back to the 80s, bro. After the civil rights, because you already, you know, if you know history, you know about the talented 10th, where you had a group of blacks who felt like they was more elite and more educated than the poor blacks. You know what I'm saying? And what they would try to do, they basically was saying that a certain group of black people was elite enough to push black people forward, long as they could suppress the poor black people who weren't gonna never come in. Because the truth of the matter is, you got some black people that's never gonna correct themselves, and that's just fact.
That wasn't the point.
This is
Talented too.
But this is what they saying. But this is what they was trying to do. So what you got now, you got the coon niggas who look at that being conformist and conforming to white ideology is gonna push them forward. And what they trying to do is what black people have always did. And the same thing that white people say. Like when white people talk about the old white man saying, if that they tired of black people. What they saying is that, and they basically talk about a certain group of white people. That's why he talking about the coon niggas. That he all right with the coon niggas, because they not gonna rock the boat. He more concerned about the other group of Negroes who's non-conformists, who's not gonna rock the boat. So what black people be saying is, as long as them niggas just conduct themselves, be quiet, just get with the program, they not gonna help them. They just want them to shut up. So a certain group of black people could just ride the wave and be conformists, let white people do what they do, be supremacists. Because see, really, most black people don't have a problem with white America. They just don't like their position in white America. What they be arguing is their position. They not trying to end white supremacy. They trying to end their position in the white supremacy system. This is what most black people are arguing. And what white people know is that long as our people accept the money that they give them and accept the positions, the education, and because American education system is nothing but a programming system. It's an ideology. They're just like my sister. I was born, bro, in 71. Feminism wasn't that strong. Then I used to wonder, like, how the fuck my sister at 50-something years old and she like a goddamn feminist? Because when you go through the college education system like she did, you know what I'm saying? It's a programming system to conform you to white America. But see, the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. Because, you know, we still got to make money in America. We still got to live here. So I don't have no problem with it. But what I'm saying is that you have to put something else with it to know who you are. We no longer teach who we are. See, my mama used to sit me down when I was a child. My mama used to make us learn about Dr. Luther King. She used to quiz us on this shit, my mother. And the Negro National Anthem, which most black people now couldn't even sing the Negro National Anthem. Now, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I don't subscribe as a Negro or a black. I use them for a lack of a better term. But my mother had to sit us down and teach us who we were. So therefore, living in America, they gonna socialize you to think like a white person. But your parents have to teach you to believe in, to know who you are as an individual. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we got away from. So what Snowman is trying to do, he just trying to program black people into being a slave. And we through with that program. Most black people is that we living in the last day freeze. You a Hebrew Israelite, so you already know the scriptures. And we not in the day of prophecy. We in the last days. We in the awakening. Our people, we not with that shit no more. And Snowman trying to get you to be a coon nigga to keep them in power. Nah, we not with that no more, Snowman. I understand what you're saying. I ain't got nothing against you, but black people are waking up, and we ain't with that program no more. And I'm gonna just say that I want to say this to promote love. I just want people to know that, you know, If I misconstrued anything you said, I apologize. If I didn't, I say what I say. But if I misconstrued what you said, that ain't
You
what
got
I
it
meant
next
to do.
level.
And I give it to y'all, bro.
You want to read
Hey,
it?
Freezy, what was your question again? Because I won't remember your
I'm
question.
gonna repeat it again. Shout out to Kev Stutters. Thank you for your $5 super cap, bro. I really appreciate it. He say, all black people are not my people. If you have terrible character, I don't fuck with you. I gave up paying attention to someone's skin color a long time ago.
Yeah, that's the problem, though.
Also,
That's
shout out to Prime. Thank you, Prime man, for the 5 gifted No Cap Crew memberships. Thank you for gifting 5 VIP passes. Let me see who got the VIP passes. Let me see. I think it was what Prime at? Okay, Sharon. Shout out to Sharon. Sharon has a VIP pass now. Kenya, Samsung got a VIP pass. Robin M has a VIP pass. A Vixen Forever has a VIP pass, and Trinity Time Travels has a VIP pass. Every Wednesday we have VIP Wednesday. The only way you can watch or view our live streams on Wednesday night is if you have a VIP pass. That's the only way you can see our live streams on Wednesday night. And I'm gonna tell you right now, they're vastly different from our public live streams. They're pure uncut. And thank you to everybody that maintains their VIP pass. Those of you that have a new VIP pass, we strongly encourage you to maintain your VIP pass because VIP Wednesdays is the shit. Let me
So how you get VIP, Freeze?
You gotta go
become a member.
Just hit the join button at the bottom of the video. It's a join button, and then you can choose what membership that you want and just pay for a membership every month.
Yeah, I'm on there. I'll be on there.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. To Solar Mind. Solar Mind, just the question was, what do y'all think is the true intentions of certain black people who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous other more important issues in this society to evaluate or criticize?
Yeah, that'll be real quick. I think it's just a form of like self-hate. I think that and it varies why they hate themselves. Some people had growing up maybe he had like I think like with the Jason Whitlocks of the world, I think that he was rejected by so many black people growing up that he now has this disdain for black people. So that'd be like the Jesse Lee Petersons of the world, the Jason Whitlocks, and then you have other people who are opportunists. I think somebody made reference to a Tarleton 10th, or an elitist group of black people who think that black people should operate this way, and it'd be more profitable to operate this way. And that way is generally based off of showing white society that I guess dismissing certain stereotypes that they created on us. Like, so, be the best black man in America you could be. And then when he see like a reflection of a black person just being regular, that's almost like, they feel some type of way about that because they know that white folks don't like it. You know what I mean? So you have like different aspects of self-hate, but I think that in generally it's the broad issue will be the self-hate, and everything trickles down from there as to why they hate themselves.
Okay, I'm finna go to one of the sisters, and I'm gonna go to Taz, and then we're gonna go around the table. Mo Love, the question is to you. What do you think is the true intentions of certain black folk who religiously criticize black folk in general when they have numerous more important other issues in this society to evaluate or criticize?
I think it's the need to be accepted by white people. I really agree with what the last two people said, because they hold white people in the highest regard. They look to their they look towards them for acceptance. So they're willing to conform because, as you said, there are so many other things to worry about. But yeah, the need to have their approval is the biggest thing, in my opinion.
Hmm. Taz, what do you think is the true intentions of black people, well, certain black people who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous more important other issues in this society to evaluate or criticize?
So I would challenge that question a little bit, bro, based on the fact that I would argue that some of the things that are imperative that need to be discussed are in-house. And so I don't know if you can always determine the criticism. Some of the criticism may sound harsh, but it's necessary. And I don't know if we can truly determine those intentions. But for a moment like this, where now all of our in-house conversations would be scrutinized, I don't have shit to say about black people, fam. I think all energy needs to be redirected toward white fatigue because now any internal or in-house issue is going to be amplified by white people who want to use it against us within media. So if anything, it's understanding media at this point. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that's how I would answer. I'm not trying to skirt your question.
No. The focal point of the question is certain black people who religiously criticize black folk in general, right? When they have more important issues, numerous more important issues in society to evaluate or criticize. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they just like
I understand, right? But like in turn, because like I'm like on some rich shit, so I'm just use myself for example. I've religiously criticized the black community, right? There are certain things that I don't think we get a pass for, but that religious criticism goes to the side now for a moment that says we shouldn't criticize each other in public in this moment. But so that's what I just don't know if we can pinpoint every person being a problem because some of the criticism is happening because it is necessary.
Okay, I respect that. Let me go to Be Brave. Before I go to Be Brave, shout out to Kev Stutters again for your $5 super cap. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. He said, because you want black people to do better, you hate yourself and want acceptance from white people. I criticize every race, but only get pushback from my people. Okay. Be Brave. Why do you think what do you think is the true intentions of certain black folk who religiously criticize black folk in general when they have numerous other important issues in society to evaluate or criticize?
To get as far away from blacks as possible. They may not even say it like that. I
get away from white people.
Do I get to answer or what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. When they're on that tirade and they're feeling that, they're just saying they're done. All right, so I mean, you can call them out for that. You can call them out for not wanting to be around black people. But again, I don't see where they're a problem at all. It's just they don't want to be around black people. They're blacks that don't want to be around blacks. What is that horrible?
Go back to Europe.
Hold on, see Rich, let him finish. Go ahead, old white man.
Yeah, no, I just don't get to where that's something horrible. There's a lot of white people I don't want to be around. I don't like them.
Right, me too.
Now hold on a minute. But
no, that's not what he's asking you though. He's saying why do black people criticize? So it ain't about being around. It's about why they talking about black people.
I said because they're sick of it. What they see, what they think is they're sick of. Are they correct or not? Who knows? But what they're doing is they're sick of black people.
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. But okay, you answered the question. Be brave. Let me go back to Taz because I think I kind of
go back to Europe.
Wait. Let me go back to Taz because I kind of dropped the ball with the premise of the question. The premise of the question is surrounded by black fatigue, Okay, so Taz, you said you religiously criticize black folk. Does that mean you have black fatigue because of it?
And see, that's why I would say no, because my criticism is rooted in my love for the community and desire for conversations like this to not be a benefit for white people. So some of the things we do are not conducive to a positive image.
Right. I'm happy. I'm happy I went back to you. I just thought of that because that's very important for me to add that too, right? Because that was
No
the
doubt. I
premise of my.
appreciate that. I get it. No doubt.
That was the hold on, C Rich. Hold on. That was the premise of my question. C Rich, if you allow me to, I gotta get through. Is it quick, C Rich? Or
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Nah, look at next level. Nah, I was just gonna say, cause see, when you got some people on the panel, you can't rebut. But he said how white people feel. Go back to Europe. It's a brother on YouTube. I'm just gonna be quick. Brother on YouTube named Adonis Live. He in Europe. He from Brooklyn, New York, and he talked. I think he was in Romania. When you in Europe, everything, even the white people in Europe, he asked them about America, and everything they said related back to blacks in America. But he asked about everything good or bad. Everything was related about blacks in America. So when you go around the world, the reason, like old man and Europeans are mad at blacks, because when you go around the world, they relate everything back to our people. Everything that they said in Romania related to black people, even though they said who you love, superstar music, even the negativity and the positivity relate to black people. And that's what they hate, because around the world, they relate America to black people and not white people, because they have done nothing since they've been in existence. And I shut it down today.
Appreciate that, Jay. Appreciate that, C Rich. Shout out to our sister Miss Parker. She said, "This is Miss Parker just supporting Freezy. Thank you, Miss Parker, for your $10 cash cow. This is only the third cash cow of the night. It's very special. Thank you. I appreciate you, Miss Parker, for your cash cow. Anybody that wants their comments read and highlighted, this is a heavily opinionated live stream. If you want to be heard, please either send a super cap or a cash cap to $ no cap Freezy. That's $ no cap Freezy. And shout out to Mr. Youngblood, who's the official sponsor of tonight's show. I'm gonna go to Chicago Rilla. Chicago Rilla, right back at you. What do you think is the true intentions of black folk? And all of this is centered around the black fatigue,
Black
right?
fatigue, right.
Right. What do you think is the true intentions of certain black folk who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous other more important issues in the society to evaluate or criticize?
Yeah, I don't disagree with too much with what's already been said. It really is just being in proximity to whiteness. The programming has taken root, right? So the white picket fence and the neighborhood in the suburbs is better than reestablishing, rebuilding, restoring your own community, right? When Malcolm X talks about who taught you to hate yourself, there's a real segment of our population that really does emulate that activity and behavior, right? We sick, boss. We okay today, boss. Right? That's a real thing. So you see some of these figureheads, and again, I think some people, like, say what you want about Taz, feel how you feel about him, but Taz has a demonstrated record, whether right, wrong, and indifferent, of coming from I think a genuine place of educating and speaking to our issues, whether he calling them out or advocating for them, from a genuine place, right? And there's a gang of people like that. That's way different than when you see, if you would just act right, you know what I'm saying? Or, why y'all gotta dress like that? Or why do you talk like that? Without understanding the full context and nuance of, how people move and how some of us behave and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think those individuals that do it incessantly, right, with no solution,
no game plan, I hate saying receipts, no proof of activity to remedy the situation. Yeah, you just want to impress that white man, and that's cool. We need to identify you and separate accordingly. I'm on mute.
Appreciate that, really. I appreciate that. Fender Motors, you there? Are you there, Fender
I am.
Motors? Okay. What do you? This question is pertaining to black fatigue and certain black people saying they're tired of black people. You know, and their behavior, whatever. What do you think is the true intentions of these black people who religiously criticize black folks in general when they have numerous more important other issues in this society to evaluate or criticize? What do you think their true intentions is?
When it comes to strictly, I feel like in this aspect of only criticizing black people, not paying attention to any other issues that are present, I guess, in the world, but their sole focus is just to criticize black people and nothing else and nobody else's bad behavior. I think it's just kind of a punch down thing. Now, it's one thing to have constructive criticism where you are trying to lift people up and, trying to give sound advice, but you also call out everybody else's bad behavior and everything else is going on. But if you turn a blind eye to everything else that's going on and your sole purpose is just to punch down on black people, then I definitely think it's a problem. And I think, like I just said, it's just a punching down thing, and it's not really to, lift up the community or anything, because how can you just criticize one thing but turn a blind eye to everything else? Then it seems like at that point it's a certain agenda.
I'm gonna go to. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Most definitely.
So I heard y'all mention Nick Fuentes earlier. I didn't know what context it was. It must be something that was said before I got here. But he said something a few weeks ago about black conservatives. That's
the video I played. That's the video I played. Yeah.
Yeah, and it resonates with me so much. It's like, man, like, why are these black conservatives incapable of being canceled? But if a white dude said it, everybody's up in arms. They should get the same exact treatment. They really should.
But they the shit, though. You know what I mean?
Nick Fuentes actually pointed that out on his Twitter video. He was saying that, when it comes to token blacks need to understand that they're only out in front speaking on behalf of black folk. He said the only reason why white folk actually accept them is because they serve as a mouthpiece, and they can say the things that if white people said it, they would be deemed racist, right? So he said that's the only reason why they even allow black folks like that in their circle or whatever, because it's not because they like them, it's just they serve as mouthpieces for white folks. Yeah,
I agree with him on that. I agree.
Yeah. Let me go to Conscious Moron. Same question to you, Conscious Moron. Centered around black fatigue. These black folk that say they got black fatigue, and they're tired of black folks' behavior. What do you think is their true intentions when they religiously criticize black folks in general, and at the same time they having more important numerous issues in this society to evaluate or criticize? What do you think, Conscious Moron? What's their true intention?
I think a part of it is they feel rejected by black people. They've been talked about, criticized in some form or fashion. So they look to white people.
You think they'll ever admit that out in the open?
Well, I mean, some might, but some might not. But I think that's the underlying factor. Black people can be cruel to black people. I mean, not intentionally, but just the dozens, and some people take her on. So I think it's like when I be watching Brandon Tate and cats like that, I get that feeling like he's been rejected by black people because I guess he wasn't quote unquote black enough. And so he's going to white people to feel accepted. So he talks down to us to, you know what I'm saying, almost validate his feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is revenge, and look where I'm at now, y'all. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Bro, I think there's some large truth to that, because we actually had a guy up here on this panel that identifies with these same people black people we talking about. And he actually broke down and admitted that in his high school, during high school and whatnot, he said that he suffered a lot of like he got picked at a lot from black people. Yeah, he got bullied from black folk, and he said all the black kids in school hated on him, and like he really like was next level. Remember that, like he really was describing some like a lot of hurt that he still has to this day, and he identifies as the same type of black people that say they got black fatigue, and you know what I'm saying, and he has a lot of similar views with conservative white folk or whatnot. And I was like, damn, he don't even know it, but he just made a connection with a lot of black folk that think like that and why they think like that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, my homeboy's a conservative, and I wouldn't say he
And
cornered
I'm not saying it's
because
bad to be a
he
black
just
conservative. I'm not lumping all black conservatives in this box. I just want to make a clarification. But go ahead, Conscious Warren.
and he felt rejected, like he wasn't accepted as, you know, the normal black or a typical black person. So he felt rejected by us, and now that's why he a conservative still to this day. I mean, like he really don't like black people for real. It's only a certain few, but he known us for a while, so that's why he rocked us. But I think that's kind of where we mess up. We say we're not a monolith, but if we don't fall in these certain brackets, we're not black enough. So we kind of got to stop doing that to ourselves. Black people come in all shapes, sizes, varieties, and we just got to be more accepting of it and try and learn their perspective. You know what I'm saying? But I'll go on mute.
Well, could it
Go ahead, be
possibly
brave. Go ahead. Go ahead.
could it possibly be, I'm not saying this to be a jerk, could it possibly be that it's not about their being rejected as much as they just don't want to be around black people?
No,
I mean, could that
that's what I be talking about. I just told you what this black man told me, but you're trying to say what he wants. He told me why he felt that way. And now you trying to say, well, no, okay, he just doesn't want to be around black people. No.
Yeah, but
he
you
felt
guys are talking
rejected
about
by
these blacks that you're talking about have been rejected by black people. Maybe he just don't want to. Maybe if he was rejected, fine. Maybe he said, "See you later," and glad to be rid of you. My
But
God.
why y'all don't? But Snowman, why y'all don't go home? Since y'all so tired of black people, we was here before y'all. Why y'all don't go home? Go home. Y'all, you said you tired of black people in America. Black people, hold up. Black people was in America before you got here. So since you tired, why y'all just can't go home? Go home.
Because we run all the systems. We run the systems. It's a white country, sir. How are you going to go home? We are home.
But you stole. But hold up, you stole the land.
Yes,
but what I'm saying, but since it didn't work. Obvious. Hold up. Obvious. If you tired, it's not working out for you. It's just like a marriage.
No,
hold up. It's just like a bad marriage.
What do you mean it's not working out? Look at our bills.
Like you gotta get a divorce. Why y'all don't go home?
Because
it's a bad marriage. It didn't work out for you. It didn't work out. Go home.
Hold on, T-Rich. Hold on.
What do you mean it's not working out for white people?
Go home.
I don't want to drive it in the ground. Go ahead, next up.
I got a quick question for Be Brave. So to speak to this, like when they was bringing up the whole word coon, and you kind of I already took that you said it, but I know it kind of missed a lot of people. So are you saying that all black people have some coon in them?
I'm saying
or as complying at jobs and things like that. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that was a good question.
all people have to comply. All do. It's a white
No,
system.
you got to
So
answer his question. You didn't answer
Man, I
his
can't
question.
believe
Oh,
we
I'm
asking
just,
the white
yes, I
man
did.
what he
All,
thinks
yes,
the
all black
definition of
people are
coon
coons.
is.
Yes, all black people are coons. All
He
black
doesn't
people
have he doesn't
Okay,
have the
okay.
black
Now,
experience
Yes.
to
now
define
let me
coon.
ask you this. Let
Taz,
me
it
ask
ain't
you
like
this.
we really
So,
care. We just for the optics.
yeah,
we just
Like, but for real, he don't have the experience to define coon. He
it's
wouldn't
more
even
of
Right.
a demonstration
He
purpose.
couldn't.
It's
He
more like.
couldn't. He couldn't answer next level question because he don't understand it. He
But
don't.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Now let me ask you this, Be Brave. I heard you say earlier, like when I first came on, stop complaining. So when you hear all these things, like you saying they need to stop complaining, right? So when you hear C. Rich just say go home, how do you feel? How do you or your people feel when you might hear some people say he was already here? You need to go home.
Repeat the question again. Somebody over talking.
When you hear someone say go home, like the guy just said to you, you know, like how do you or your people, since you speaking for like people like of your race, like how do that make you guys feel?
It's silly because we are. This is the white country. We're home.
Okay.
What do you mean go home? We run the country. I mean, what? When you look around you, do you see black people running things? Where do you go when you see white people? When you see farms and you see industry and you see everything?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm just saying we're home.
I could steal your car and drive it around every day, but that don't mean it's my car. I still stole your car, brother.
Hold on, C. Rich. Hold on, you can't bulldoze the conversation. Go ahead, Taz.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's kind of bad argumentation because what it kind of does is gives him this ability to claim greatness and victory and we run everything and whatnot. So I would just rather not have that level of argumentation because again, he does not want to talk to white people about the issues of the white community. Again, he thinks he can correct things in the black community. So I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't think we need to have that conversation with him.
I'm not trying to correct things in the black community. I'm trying to tell
Exactly, I agree.
Hold on, but Taz, here's the thing. Or do you think most melanated people are aware of the mentality of what he's saying?
Yes, I do.
I don't think so because you had some melanated people saying, "Oh no, white people are not like this."
Really?
So here's another element though that we left.
He's not lying though.
Right?
I mean,
I did say all white people were not like
I'm not
that.
referring to you, Mo. I'm not.
Okay, but you said some, so and I think I was the only person that said that.
No, I'm talking about far as the chat and everything. I'm not. You know, I'm not saying. I'm not talking directly to you or nothing like that. No,
Because there is another layer to this though, and that is the financial benefit, right? Like I said, I get how some people are saying how they really feel, but there's also others who just know that we're in a time where Trump is in office again. You say a bunch of things white people be cool with, and you can make some money from it. That's an element at play too.
Damn, that's crazy because I've been doing this for a long time. Like, and I ain't got no money.
You're doing it wrong, brother. You're doing it wrong.
Yo, well, I just got on YouTube too.
No,
anyway.
but hold on, but hold on, Kel Studies. Hold on, I'm that was very good what you just said because yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Be Brave earlier. Like all coons, I ain't calling you a coon. I'm just saying all coons ain't got the bag. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say to Be Brave.
Functioning very comfortably. Come on.
No, all coons ain't living comfortably.
Yes, they are. Most of them
I don't even think that it's necessarily cooning.
We all live. This is we live like gods.
Hold on, wait, no, hold on, Be Brave. This was a separate conversation, Kel Stutters, between me and Be Brave earlier. So,
okay, my bad.
But yeah, let me ask you, and shout out to you, Kel. Thank you for joining the show.
Yeah.
Pertaining to black fatigue, and I seen your super caps. Thank you for your super cap. Obviously, you have black fatigue in the modern day version, 2025. You share the same sentiment that white people have when it comes to black fatigue. what do you think? I mean, surrounding black fatigue, what do you think is the true intentions? What are your true intentions when you criticize black folk religiously in general, when there are numerous other more important issues in this society to evaluate or criticize? I mean, because we know, I mean, even Be Brave stated earlier, there's a a a large minority of black folk that are actually even committing these crimes that we're talking about, or doing the
About
things
3%,
that
3 or 4% of blacks are tearing the shit out of the image.
right. So if this is fact, well, obviously this is factual. And there are way more, I would argue there are way more bigger issues that we could be talking about or having conversations about on a day-to-day basis. Why do you think you well, I don't want to include, I don't know how much you talk about black people behavior, but what do you think is the true intentions of black folk that do that religiously when there are, in general, right, when there are way more important issues in society to evaluate or criticize?
Because I think that most of the people who actually are doing this, they just want for black people to do better, right? Just like that, like 3 or 4%, like that is making us look bad. Like, you got some black folks out here like who really are fucking up shit for us, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, bro, like, we have to call this stuff out. Like, and every time that somebody or whatever calls it out, like, we get called a coon, or we want some type of like some type of like white acceptance or something like that. Like, I don't give a fuck about white people. I call this shit out because I don't like being actually like profiled or whatever, right? Walking through the damn store type shit. Like, it's like, bro, like, come on, my nigga, like I got money just like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like ignorant shit.
What you say?
Wait, so let me ask a question off that before you go too far. So you telling me it's black people's fault that white people profile you?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is, bro. Listen, look. Hold on, wait. Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this then, right?
I got you, Kev. I'm gonna give you the floor. So that's what you meant by black people fucking it up for these type of black people fucking it up for you and other black folk with your same views?
Yes, absolutely. Ignorant ass niggas that are doing ignorant shit.
So yeah, you got to explain how they fucking it up for you and your, in your individual life. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say this, right? So let's say if you go into a store, like, and there's been like a shitload of black people in there stealing shit, some shit like that, right? Like, so then after that, whatever, like, you go in there and you just want to whatever buy something. And like, and then you got this dude in there treating you like you are already a criminal. That is what I mean by these niggas fucking up shit for everybody else.
This is good. So this is so good, bro. Crazy. God damn, this shit.
Yes,
that's not crazy. That's not crazy. Why can't you niggas call out black folks' bad behavior? Why can't you do that?
Wait. I'm individual that is being prejudiced to you.
Taz, start over. Hold on. Stop. Are we the only people that steal? Wait, see, Rich. Taz, start over because he didn't hear what you said.
I would argue, why aren't you dealing with the person who's being prejudiced towards you? He is prejudging you.
I can't blame him for that.
What he's doing.
I cannot blame him for that.
I
cannot blame him for that. If 10 black
this is crazy.
If 10 black people have stole from out of his store, right? Like, and I am the 11th black person that come in there that day, he's going to look at me funny.
So
do you
first of all,
like, listen to what you're saying.
Can I just please ask this? Because and so some of us, just like, for example, I get what you're saying, right? I got you. So are we wrong then for having that understanding historically when these people lynched, robbed, murdered, killed for an entire lifetime?
How long ago was that?
You drove that shit home just then.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that?
Thank you.
Bro, we gotta stop over there harping on that bullshit, bro.
It was last week, brother.
Bro, we gotta stop harping on that bullshit, bro.
Damn, I ain't gonna do that with you. When's your cutoff? What year do I have to stop at?
Today. Stop today.
No.
Stop that bullshit today.
What's the cutoff for your argument?
My argument, never, right? Never. Listen, no, hold on, wait.
Crazy.
We should always call out bullshit like whenever we see it. But you have a section of us, right? Like who will never say anything bad about what our people do. Listen, we have to stop this bullshit, bro. We have to stop it.
So do we have a section of us that will call out what white people do?
Oh, say that again. I didn't hear you.
I said, do we have a section of us that won't call out what whites or even other groups of people do?
Yes, there is a section of our people who do that. But I'm not one of those people. I call out bullshit wherever I see it. It don't matter, black, white, Hispanic, whatever. I just do not like ignorant shit. I do not like being around ignorant ass people. I don't give a fuck what color that you are. I grew up in the hood. Like I've been around ignorant shit like for my motherfucking entire life. I just don't like bullshit.
So the picture that you painted, obviously it was a hypothetical story when you said if 10 black folk stole something out of this same store. I just think that a lot of times, respectfully, right, people with your mentality, it's convenient to make up stories like that in order to actually drive your point home. And it's sad, right? It's
Don't pay
sad.
attention to the cages over all the products and the bulletproof.
Well, no, hold on. Let me stop. So
I was about to say that too.
So if we go to most nonviolent crimes, white people lead in that actually.
Nonviolent crimes.
Yeah. If we go to even well, white people are high in violent crimes too.
Yeah, but we don't do them in public.
Stop.
No, we don't shoot up the streets.
Wait, come on,
Hold on, white man. I want to hear this.
Stop. The white pride showing right now. It's okay.
No, we don't do it in the streets.
Listen.
Y'all go to schools. Y'all go to schools and do it.
I don't want to go there right now. I'm just sticking to the story the hypothetical story he told about theft, right? Obviously, white folks steal more than black folk. This is just a fact. This is factual. So for you to say 10 black folk going to a store, it just lets me know that for one, you yourself are just pinned to this stereotype that has been targeted towards black folk, right? Because if I was a business owner, to be honest with you, I would be looking at more white folk that come in my goddamn store stealing than I would black folk, because they do way more theft at astronomical levels than black folk. And it's just ironic that you would even use that as something to actually explain your way through that. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I mean. This is what Taz was talking about, right? This is what Country Moron was talking about. This is what Mo Love was talking about. This is what Nick Love was talking about. This is Chicago Real, and the list, C Rich, and the list goes on and on and on, right? So this is what I mean by actually being cognizant in American society when we talk about black fatigue, which is some bullshit, right? Because if I was a store owner, I have white fatigue for these crackers stealing my shit all the goddamn time.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then, Freezy.
Huh?
Let me ask you this then, Freezy. So why whenever you go into stores that are in the black neighborhood and stuff like that, why is there always a man that is behind some bulletproof glass, like who just wants to sell you or whatever, right, potato chips or something like that? Why is that?
So these stores that you're speaking of, most of the time they're not in black neighborhoods. They're just on the side of the road, you know what I'm saying, for anybody to get gas. Right? Because like I was saying before, which you're playing into stereotypes, white people steal more. White people commit more theft. This is what I'm trying to tell you. But you just trying to drive home that black folk is doing this. And that's a psychological issue. What I'm trying to get you to see.
So do all the businesses that don't put bulletproof glasses up and put product behind wires, wherever white people live, they're so
because I was about to ask you that too. Whenever you go into these white neighborhoods,
wait, let's start with the bullshit. Most white people aren't well off.
That's a fact.
Hold on, stop. The biggest proportion of poverty in America is white fucking folk. So they have They have a very big motive to fucking steal at
No, they
gunpoint.
don't though. They don't. They don't.
Yes,
Well,
they
the
do.
response to
Okay,
that would be
can
that's
I say this is a fucking white man, or does white man not get to speak?
Stop, bro. Stop.
yeah, the white man.
Stop. Go ahead,
So the
Chad.
response to that would be it's the same reason why they have die packs in banks, the same reason they had that little button in the bank that you push and it automatically calls the police. It's the same thing, right? You want to secure your business, and based on where you are, somebody might try to come and rob you. That isn't based on one community.
Facts, and this is the bullshit that they be trying to slide up under the radar, so they can keep this fucking label or stereotype on black folk, and it's just fucking bullshit, right? It's bullshit, and it forces me to believe that no disrespect to you, Kel, but this not even about you. It forces me to believe that these type of black folk, they don't even care about doing their due diligence. They just hate themselves. They hate black folk because they hate themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You know, psychologically. Because you sitting up here trying to make us believe 10 it's more realistic that 10 black folks stealing out of this store than 10 white folks. Somebody just said earlier, I was on the phone with OGJ Speed. He said he worked for a very high-end store in the mall, store or whatever in California. And when he got that job, I think it was back in the 90s or something like that. When he got the job, his job was to catch people stealing, but psychologically he was looking for black folk. But a white person actually, his white superior actually pulled him to the side and said, the reason why you're not good at your job, you're not catching a lot of people stealing, is because you're looking for black folk stealing. Our biggest problem with theft is white folk. You want to know how to get a promotion? Start looking at the white folk. That man said once he started actually looking towards white people coming in the store, that's when he started catching all kinds of motherfuckers stealing. And it'd be white folk that look like good old white folks, citizens, just good, good American citizens and shit, is stealing their ass off. So a lot of this shit be stereotypical, right? And this is how, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Cops suffer from this shit too. This is why a lot of black folk. Did anybody know the most exonerated people when after being convicted and go to prison are black folk by 65%? We always talk about black folk going to prison. They are the most exonerated.
Black men,
they never talk about that. They never.
The most exonerated. So once you factor in that shit, right? Now you got the downsides, and now you got the downsides, the convictions or the guilty motherfucking black folk that went to prison. But we just play into the prejudice and the racism systemic. See, this is what I'm saying. Even these people, they don't even believe is it systemic or systemic racism is real. They don't even believe it. You know what I'm saying? When we got the people that's exonerated the most when it comes to felony convictions are black folk. Why? Because black folk are targeted. Right? They're targeted. Now, I'm not saying that black folk ain't I'm not saying there's not a large but I'm not saying there's not a percentage of black folk that's displaying a level of degeneracy out here, right? I'm not saying that. Like, I don't like that shit. Let me just go on the record and say that shit. I don't like that shit, right? I'm probably more conservative than your average black conservative that say they conservative, right? Because I've changed my life. I've gone on record, and I do believe in good conduct. I do believe in that. But at the same time, I don't believe being conservative is synonymous with being a fucking coon.
Hello.
It didn't used to be.
Can I say something about
now? It didn't used to be.
Can I say
I agree
something
with you on that.
I live around. I've lived in the last 2 towns I've lived in have been all white people. Dollar Generals leave the shipments out on the sidewalks for
you
hours.
lying, dog. Stop.
Stop what?
You lying.
Oh, okay. If I'm not lying.
You live around a bunch of poor white folk.
Yes.
And you saying they don't steal?
I don't know
I'm
about
saying
this
they
old
leave
white man.
Dollar
Hold
General
on
leave
now.
their shipments that come in on a regular basis at the stores around here. The Dollar Generals leave their shipments out on the sidewalks for hours at a time until they get them stocked on the shelf.
That don't mean they ain't stealing.
Damn. Even I live
There's
in
no,
a.
okay, there's nothing behind cages in our Walmarts. There's no bulletproof.
What state you live in, brother?
I live in a
All
very
right, man.
white community now, like, and it's a more like nicer white community, like, and you know they don't even do that shit here. So where the fuck do you actually live at where they are doing this type of shit?
Bro, I don't believe that shit. He got a whole goddamn
With doing what?
barricade on his
You can't
door,
picture a
man.
Dollar General leaving a shipment out
Like
on the
saying
sidewalk.
What you said, Ted?
I haven't
Hold on,
seen
go
it.
ahead.
I said he got a
got
whole barricade on his door behind him. He don't even have a traditional doorknob. Like, look at that shit, bro. Like, come on, man. Like that look like you just making sure somebody ain't gonna come break in.
I don't use that door, is why. I don't use that door. My bed is in front of that door. It's a small room.
He's got a shotgun on that bitch too.
No, hell, shotgun there. Look at them motherfuckers. Shit.
So
Yeah, but I got something like that too.
Let me pose this question. Let me pose this question to the panel. Shiloh Hendricks. Let's talk about Shiloh Hendricks. The white woman who called a young 5-year-old black boy the N-word because she accused him of allegedly going in her bag at the park. This woman was videotaped doing it and subsequently lost her job. And she made a gift send go, and I think now it's the goal is like $1 million, and I think she's nearly there. It's like 800,000, whatever. Do y'all think there's black folk that agree with Shiloh Hendricks calling the young black boy the N-word, and
That's insane.
they're justifying it because they're saying that white folk have black fatigue. They're just tired.
No, okay, first of all, I'm white. I'm this Shiloh. No white people I know thinks that when she called that kid, and he's not 5, he's 5 feet tall. No white people think that woman should have called that kid the name.
No.
The reason she's kidding.
Wait. Are you sure? I think the kid was 5 years old.
I'm telling you, look at pictures of him. The dude's like damn near 5 feet tall.
No. The kid was 5 years old. Who gives a fuck?
I said, if you look at picture, he's damn near 5 feet tall.
They're not going to show a
with
picture of a
that.
child. They're not going to show a picture of a child. So you lying already.
But here's
Look.
No, but hold on, wait.
No, hold on,
Brave. I'm gonna let you finish.
No white people think that. No white people that I know.
Hold on, Brave. I'm gonna let you finish. But here is the danger, right? This is what's wrong, right? Instead of acknowledging that this kid is 5 years old, you want to harp on that he 5 feet tall.
Exactly.
With, you know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know. Is he or not? I don't know.
But this is the logic.
Why you even say it then? Why you even say
He's
it?
5 years old if he's 5 feet tall.
But you didn't know, so why did you say it?
Why are you even saying that he's 5 feet tall? He's
Because
5
they've
years
got
old.
pictures of him.
It's to discredit. It's for discredit.
Exactly.
Okay, forget it. I'm going with the 5-year-old. I'm going to comment on the 5-year-old then. Stop it. Okay. He's 5.
Let's hear him out.
Throw your,
All right.
throw them rocks and hide your hands. Y'all
He's
white
5.
people the best.
Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
He's 5 years old. No white people that I know, none of them that had contributed to that woman said she should have called that kid that name. Which she got her donations for is because a black man dared her not to use that word on again, and she used it 3 times against somebody trying to tell her what to do with her whiteness, and she used it 3 times. That's why she's going to be a millionaire. They're not paying her. They are not paying her.
So hold on, be brave. Be brave.
That's even worse than her saying
They're
it.
not paying her for the fucking kill.
That doesn't make me at all.
So hold on, wait. I'm gonna let everybody comment on this subject matter, but just to debunk what Be Brave said, Pierce Morgan just had a live stream where he had white folk on his panel saying that the lady was well within her rights to call this young boy the N-word, right? And not only that, and not only that, Myron from Fresh and Fit agreed with this woman, right? And there are other white folk actually agree with this woman as well. So for you to say white folk, no white folk actually condones that type of behavior or what she said to the young black boy, that's false. I just wanted to go ahead and
right.
I just want to debunk that. I'm just saying, let's just debunk that right quick because you're wrong.
Can I say this?
You're wrong. White people do not.
Hold on, be brave. You be brave. Be brave. It's
Let's
okay.
there.
It's okay. Be brave. You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. It was on Pierce Morgan's show. She said she should have the right to call anybody an N-word because of what is it called? The Second Amendment, the First Amendment, whatever. But not the Second Amendment. First Amendment. Let me go to Fear No Mortals because I haven't heard from her, and then we're gonna
Look
go
up the
around.
definition of right and condone. They're two different words.
Okay, go ahead, Fear No Mortals. Go ahead.
So what was the original question? Because I got thrown off by whatever he was saying.
Okay, so what do you think about Shiloh Hendricks? Shiloh Hendricks, the white woman that called the young 5-year-old kid the N-word because she accused him of going in her bag at the park. I also want to mention that the 5-year-old kid was autistic as well. I forgot to mention that. That's very important.
So are you asking what do I think about all the situation in general or the donations?
I was gonna say, there are black people that are, they are, I don't want to say they're condoning it, but they are taking up for this white woman after she called this young black 5-year-old autistic kid the N-word, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that? What do you make of that? Do you think she was in her rights to say that? Do you think she was wrong, or do you think, what do you think about that?
I never think it's right to give racial slurs, especially to a child.
Right.
That's the despicable part to me. Like, he was a child, if you feel like a child is in the wrong, the best thing to do is go to the parent and say, hey, your child did this, whatever the case may be. But I think she was definitely wrong. And when she was called out by whoever was behind the counter or the camera, excuse me, whoever was filming her after the situation, and then she went on to say it a couple of more times. I think it just shows with her donations that she got after that and everything, it just shows to me white privilege. Like if this was the same situation with a black person, and let's say they called a little white kid cracker or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think they would be getting donations if it was the same exact situation?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes, they would. Black people would most definitely donate to that person.
No, absolutely.
Yes, we
not.
would. Yes, we would. Yes, we would.
Wait, hold on,
it wouldn't even make.
Trust me.
If there was white people or whatever, right?
Hold on, Kev.
Okay, go ahead.
Let her land a point. Go ahead, Phenomenal.
So I think it would be a totally different situation. And please stop interrupting me because I don't interrupt anybody. I let everybody get their full thought out. But anyways, like I was saying, I think it was despicable. There was no reason for her to say that to that child. It was no reason for her to keep going on a rant and then getting on social media and crying about it. And hasn't she raised almost $1 million?
Yeah, last time I checked, it was It was close to 800,000.
For what?
Right.
Yeah. Let me go to. You know what? I'm gonna go to. A shout out to John Galt on the panel too. Appreciate you coming up, John. Let me go to Conscious Moron. When it comes to Shiloh Hendricks making those remarks to the young black 5-year-old autistic kid, accusing him of allegedly going in her bag at the park. Why do you think there are black folk that's actually defending this woman?
I'm gonna go back to they feel rejected by black people, so they're gonna be attacked.
Oh my God!
White. They're going right there. Hit dog holler. Like literally.
The fuck out of
Kev,
here,
were
nigga.
were you talked about in school by black people? In high school or anything like that?
Not at all, my nigga. Not at all.
Mhm. You hesitated a little bit.
I stutter.
But nevertheless, and I wanted to talk to the old white dude's part. When he said white people don't condone that, he's absolutely wrong because a lot of the donations that she got were 1488, and that has a symbol with white supremacy, like the 14 words: we must secure our race for our future, the white kids. And the 88 is the two H's, which means hell, the small guy, the mustache man. So it's a lot
Great
more
point.
white people
That
that
was a great
would have heard
point.
that.
Great
You
point.
think
That was
big.
a great.
You know what I'm saying?
Her
Oh,
money
odd
comes
white
from
guy.
her saying. Her money comes from her saying it 3 times to the adult. That's where her money's
No,
coming.
it absolutely
Yes,
does
it
not.
is.
He challenged her,
Yes,
like,
it
why would you say that? That
Right.
just lets me
And
know
she
you
let
haven't
and she
watched the
said
video.
Exactly.
You know already
yes,
what happened,
that's
but
where
you
her
haven't
money
watched
comes
the
from.
video. Just like
Yeah.
you said, he was 5 foot tall and he was 5 years old. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the caucasity of some white people, they just know what they don't know, and it's still gonna be right because they white. They can't be wrong. Like that's your problem, white man.
Hey,
So we
Priesty, can
know.
I chime in here? Hey,
So
Priesty, can I chime in here?
hold on, John. So we know the foundation of the video was that she called the young black 5-year-old autistic kid the N word,
Mhm.
right? That was the whole reason why she got fired. The person that was actually videotaping her, they videotaped her because she called the young black 5-year-old autistic kid the N word.
Yeah.
And so that's what a lot of people was appalled about, right? And so let's not dismiss that. John, what do you think about Shiloh Hendricks and uh people such as yourself? Probably, I'm just going out on a limb and guessing.
Yeah, go out on a
Uh,
limb. Yeah,
He ready.
I'm ready.
defended this
Listen,
woman.
hey,
Hold
I
on,
got it.
John.
I
Let me
got it.
finish, John. Yeah. One thing about you niggas, y'all don't got no goddamn impulse control. It's y'all coon ass niggas. They ain't got no impulse control. But what I was gonna say was
Right.
that why do you think these type of black folk don't have any discretion when it comes to this white lady calling this 5-year-old autistic black kid the N-word for accusing him allegedly of going her bag? Go ahead.
First off, the child wasn't black; he was Somali. I think that's the difference. Secondly, I think it's fatigue. I just had my house broken into by a black, and people are tired of you niggas. They're fucking tired, man. Like, so they just don't care no more. Every black guy here probably has had some problems on this channel.
Niggas hit a lick on your dumb
Hold on,
ass.
stop. John,
All right, quit,
I
bro.
didn't ask you the question to go on a rant about black people in general. I asked you about the 5-year-old kid in the park. Could you stay on the 5-year-old kid in the
The
park,
first thing I
please?
said was, he's not black, he's Somali. And
Okay, hold
secondly, I
on.
said,
Okay, listen. No, despite all of that, she called the young autistic kid the N-word because she thought he was black. Is
okay,
this true?
so yeah,
Wait. Is it true that Shiloh Hendricks thought that this kid was black?
we can assume that, yeah.
Okay, so assuming that, why do you think people such as yourself is defending this woman when she thought that this young black 5-year-old autistic kid was black, calling him the N-word? Why are you defending this woman?
Because I'm tired of you niggers. I don't care no more. I'm tired. Fuck all you niggers. That's the answer. Fuck all you niggers.
That's the John I
That's the answer.
know.
That's the fatigue, my nigga. You
There
wanna know
you
about
go.
fatigue, my nigga? That's the fatigue, my nigga. Right there.
There he go.
Fuck
So
all
you
you
hate
niggas.
yourself? You tired of yourself, John? Because
Hey,
you
whatever,
black,
whatever
right?
it may be, my nigga. Whatever it may be.
Hey,
I know I'm
Mr.
No, I'm
tired of
just
you niggas.
saying, are you
Hey,
sick of
hey,
yourself?
I'm not mad at him for
all of
saying
us,
this.
nigga. If you want to include me, nigga, all of us. But I know I'm tired of you niggas. For
So
real.
You can never
accountability is
include me.
can I
Hey,
answer
listen.
real quick?
Real quick,
I think
just real
people should
quick.
be able to say whatever they want to say, like whenever they want
Yeah.
to say it.
Yeah,
Now there
they
are
can.
Hold on,
Yeah,
consequences to
Kev.
what you say.
yeah.
I'm gonna go to Chicago and then go to Taz. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just really quick. Hey, Mr. John, you was cool over there on the other panel the other day. What happened? You was handling that situation well. What happened?
What situation are you talking about?
So when you was on Sharon panel, you explained that same situation. Somebody broke into Airbnb. You was actually saying, hey, if by me working with black people, I actually kept the money. If I was working with white people, they probably would have dipped and I never would have got the money again. And you was, nice and composed. I was giving you props on that. You
That don't mean I'm
spazzing out
happy
this
about. That
morning.
don't mean I'm happy about a fucking nigga breaking in my
I didn't
house.
say happy, sir. I
Okay,
said
well,
you were
I'm
composed.
composed. I'm composed right now. Still mean I ain't forget about that fucking nigga
Oh, you're
breaking in
not
my house.
composed.
Hey,
You're not
Yeah,
composed.
you definitely wasn't
hey,
you, sir.
bro,
You
this the
definitely
one
wasn't.
I ain't. Listen,
Right.
of all the things I dealt with niggas, I'm very
Yeah.
composed.
Yeah. So you definitely wasn't using this. I was just curious, brother. You. I mean,
Okay, well,
I
I'm
don't care
giving you the
what they say
word.
about you.
Okay,
I'm just
well,
asking.
I'm just giving you the word this morning
Yes,
because you
sir.
probably need to hear the real raw and uncut. You
Yeah,
niggas,
definitely. Yeah.
niggas. People are tired of you niggas. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck
There
if it
he
ain't true
go.
or not. Motherfuckers are tired of your ass. Moving into their
Yeah.
neighborhoods, playing loud music
Yeah.
around them,
Okay, so
fighting
what you
shit.
gonna do
People
about
just
it?
tired, man.
So
Hold on,
what you gonna
wait,
do about it?
I ain't gotta do shit about it. Okay,
Because
I can
because
tell you
it's
what it is.
easy. Hold
You
on.
complaining? If you
I
complain,
ain't
if you
complaining.
ain't
I
gonna
just
do
tell you
nothing,
what it
don't
is.
complain.
Hold on.
Nigga, I
Hold
ain't
on.
complaining. I
Yeah,
just
we
told you what it
missing
is.
his point.
Hold on. Stop. Go ahead, Taz.
Okay, so for me, that what's happened is there's been a paradigm shift in how this is viewed, because if we look at a decade ago, you pull out your phone and record a white person doing that, not only do they end up losing their job and shit, but they don't end up with a bunch of money. They don't benefit from it. In fact, they disappear. The barbecue Becky lady, the lady who did that shit to the man I was watching the birds in the park, corner store Caroline, all them bitches took L's for that shit they was doing, right? So now what you're telling white people when you start paying people for that shit is that the racism and all of the things they used to do are okay to do again. That it's okay now. That now if you do lose your job, well, we'll send you $1 million. We'll get you together till you find one. You're watching a changing of what was once okay to call out that behavior.
Hey Taz, would you say the offspring of those people who had that ideology, like they're adults now, and then they're the ones driving that shift they
It's
was
like a
seeing?
decade later.
Yeah.
Those 10-year-olds would be 20 now. Right. So if those 10-year-olds heard their parents sitting around talking about, yeah, I'm tired of these black people trying to get white people fired with their racism and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, those are the 20-year-olds now. Those are the ones we see on the internet now. Absolutely.
So another thing, for somebody like John, or I don't know what Kel studies stand on this with the shallow interest thing, but I'm gonna come to you, Kel. For somebody like John to dismiss the to dismiss the how unacceptableness of Shiloh Hendricks calling this young 5-year-old autistic kid, the N-word, it just shows the level of lack of decency that people like John has actually adopted. And that's a problem too. Because like we don't even have enough cognizance to say, hey, she should have shown more discretion. Like John should have discretion in that situation, right? But he just blatantly said, I don't care no more. He has so much vitriol because of his anecdotal experiences when it comes to certain black folk. He just lost all ability to show discretion and decency, even with this situation with Shiloh Hendricks. And this is the problem, right? This is the problem, right? So, and people can't even look themselves in the mirror. John, listen, I got respect for you, John, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people will echo me and say, even when you come on some of these panels, you're not decent. Niggas, people tired of you too. You feel what I'm saying? They tired of you too. But listen, this was the thing. Like, it's very easy to point the finger. That's all I'm saying. It's very, like, it's just seemed like black folk, especially of that caliber, it make them feel good to, I think somebody said it earlier, to punch down on other black folk that they think is beneath them or lesser than them or something like that. And to me, it really is like an ego type. I don't know. I know it's some kind of sick psychological shit that they can't really see the reality of this shit, but shout out to Brave. Brave said white folk don't even like you coon ass niggas either. So, it all came back full circle. Let me see. Let me go to Kev Stutters, man. Kev Stutters, why do you think black folk like John do not why do you think black folk like John defend Shallow Hendrix and refuse to show discretion or even the decency when it comes to Shallow Hendrix calling this young so-called black 5-year-old autistic kid the N-word?
Oh man, my fault. Yo, but I do not agree with that lady calling that kid the N-word at all. That shit was fucked up. But I will say this though, I do respect her right to say it. Because I don't want nobody telling me what the fuck I can and cannot say. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe in the First Amendment 100%. Now there are consequences to what you say. Like you might get your ass kicked. But I want to speak on what that one lady had said. That if the roles were actually reversed, right? I think that black people would actually be donating to this lady, right? If she was a black lady and she called a white kid a cracker or something like that. Because you had a whole bunch of black folks finding this lady, threatening to kill her, all type of wild shit. Like, so y'all mean to tell me that y'all would not have put $1 or something like that inside of this or whatever, right, black woman's account if she had did that? Like if y'all had seen. That. Hold up. Yes, I can prove that.
No,
yes, I can prove that. No,
you don't know where our money came from, nigga. You lying, nigga. Black people have never done this.
Attacking no child.
No, listen, like you're not listening to what I'm saying. Like you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I hear exactly what you're saying. You're not telling the truth. What you saying?
Nigga, you not listening.
Hold on, I got you, Mo. I'm coming to you next, Mo. Hold on, Kel. Let's make a
Hey, throw me in there too, Freezer.
Kel, I got you. Let's make a 1-to-1, Kel.
What's up?
5-year-old white kid at a park playing around, don't know no better. And a black woman, an ignorant ass black woman, caught on camera calling this kid all just names, just racist names.
Mm-hmm.
Never. You never seen
it. Okay.
Of course not. This is a hypothetical, dumbass.
Hold on. And
ain't no dumbass. You came up here and lied, nigga.
See, Rich, please let me do this.
Ain't nobody lie.
You did lie because you don't have no proof of what you said.
Hold on.
Nigga, I went to her fucking Instagram page and shit like that.
Wait,
like you can see niggas on there threatening her, bro.
Wait. See, Rich, don't throw me off. See, Rich, please. 1-to-1. A young 5-year-old autistic white kid at a park, and this ignorant black woman just called this white kid cracker, pale face, whatever. Honky, yeah. Honky, right? And then there's a person that's videotaping her and say, why would you do that to the kid? This is a kid, right? And then not only that, she's calling the person that's holding the camera names and smiling at the same time as if she has no remorse, smiling about it. And as a result, she loses her job. You mean to tell me that black woman would have close to $1 million in her account right now?
Maybe not close to $1 million, but I'm pretty sure that some of us would have actually donated. Like, and I'm not talking about whatever, right? Just because she had called the kid that. I'm talking about the backlash from it, like what she got.
This is what I'm saying. I said 1-to-1, right? 1-to-1. Of course, there will be some stupid ass motherfuckers that donate to this lady, right? She might only get $10. We don't know $100. We saying this lady she's about to reach the goal of $1 million. 1-to-1. You think it would be reciprocal? It'd be reciprocal if this was a black woman?
No.
Thank you. That's all we're saying. Let me go to I'm gonna go to Mo Love and then I'm gonna go to Chicago Real. Go ahead, Mo Love.
So I think it's disgusting considering that it is a child. And my question is for Kev, where's the same energy when it comes to blacks defending blacks? Because you make it sound like it's normal for whites to do it. But again, you seem to be one of the ones that harp on blacks.
It's not normal for a lady to call a child the N word. And as far as the blacks on blacks, I don't have an issue with actually black people defending other black people. I just want for us to call out our bad behavior. So that's all.
Right, and I agree with calling out bad behavior, but it just seems like from what I've observed on the panels, and we've been on panels quite a bit together. That's why I'm speaking towards this. It's always like you coming for the blacks. I never hear like the same energy when it comes to the opposite. That's
Yeah, well,
and it's just
oh,
from
my
my
bad.
observation because we've been on the panel like pretty consistently in other places.
Yeah, well, I just said that the one lady, Shiloh Hendricks, that she was wrong, that she shouldn't have did that. Like I really don't like racism. Like, and I don't care who it comes from. They could be black, white, or whoever. I'm always going to call it out. But this is the thing, though. Like, we never really talk about white people like that. As far as them or whatever, right, doing something wrong to us. Like, but if I did hear it, like, I would most definitely call that shit out.
Okay, well maybe I'm just speaking to the other stuff like dumb nigga this, dumb nigga that, laughing at people who have passed away for maybe bad behavior, like making poking fun of them being deceased and then calling out like their bad behavior. Oh, well, they was this type of person, and we'll just completely dismiss like police brutality. And maybe I'm speaking because of certain people on the panel. Like I just hate when I see our own people, we're so quick to go against our own. And again, you've been around me, Kev. I do not excuse bad behavior and us holding one another accountable. But it just seems excessive from time to time when it comes to our own.
It might seem excessive because this is the thing, right? I get really, really passionate about this shit, right? Because I want to see black people win, dog. Like I don't like ignorant bullshit.
I do too.
Like
yeah.
I used to like gang bang, like and do all this other or whatever stupid shit, bro.
No, you
like
wouldn't.
whenever I see, like that's a flex, but
Yo,
but anyways, my nigga. But anyways,
But you were even saying
I
like,
just wish
and
that
what threw me off. Can I
I
just
just
say
want for
I'll
us to
finish
do better. That's all.
Right, but threw me off too when you said like when my sister was discussing like the dating scene and you know you've expressed like the person that you're with, and then you was like, oh my gosh, but when I saw that she was white, I was just like, wow. So that spoke volumes to me. It was like you hold white people in high regard as if they're better. When I heard you say that, I was like, oh, so that's what it's giving. When I saw she was white, I was like, wow, really?
No, I had said that she was just different. That was all it was because I've dated majority black women like my entire life, and I said, or whatever that she was just
she hit
different.
him with
That
the
was all it was.
verse. Yeah,
But as far as the whole like gangbanging thing, I wasn't saying that or whatever, like to be a flex or some shit like that. Like I know that niggas love to hold this like ignorant hood shit as far as like a motherfucking like badge of honor, nigga. Fuck that shit, dog.
Well, why you bring it
Go
up?
ahead.
Your lip right.
I brought it
Why
up.
you bring it up?
I brought it
Let me
up
just
to
jump
be
in there,
more
Fab.
Ain't
relatable
nobody
to
said
you
nothing
niggas.
about gang
I
banging
brought it
until
up
you
to
came
be
up
more
here.
relatable to you niggas because I know
Okay,
that a
we
lot
don't
of us,
relate. We law-abiding citizens over here.
because I know that a lot of
Wow.
us sort of
We
right
squares. Hey, bro.
condone that bullshit.
We squares in
That's
L7 over
why,
here, man.
nigga. That's the fuck
We
up.
law-abiding
You see what I'm
citizens,
saying
man.
about rejected by black
I don't
people?
get a ticket for
Then you got this
jaywalking.
racist ass peanut head ass
He
nigga C
said,
Rich up here in the top
he
corner.
said
All
he
right,
brought up
go ahead.
gangbanging
that
to relate
relatable,
to us,
man.
and we've been up
That's
here for
crazy.
hours, and ain't nobody said nothing about no gang
Yeah,
banging
that's
but him.
crazy.
So how
Yeah,
he gonna
that's
say
crazy.
he relating to us, and we never
Yeah,
even talked nothing about gang banging until he came up here?
yeah, that's
Okay,
crazy.
hold on,
You see
C
what I'm
Rich.
saying? And he not no
Always
gang
over.
banger. Now
Hold
I
on,
didn't gang bang, nigga.
You know, I'm Black Gates disciple. I didn't gang bang,
Hey, hold
nigga.
on.
I know you know I'm
Hoover.
gang
Hold on, Sirius.
No, no, I am not a gangbanger. No,
I know you
I am
not,
100% gang
So
free.
don't come up here
I'm
and
100% gang free, my
I'm
nigga.
saying don't come
I'm
up here and
100% gang free,
charge.
my nigga. Look,
I'm saying
Yeah,
don't come up
dog,
here
Freezy.
and charge us with the crime.
Y'all, he done brought the
You
old
said that,
pitchfork
bro.
out of him.
See, Rich,
you
we got
don't
you.
fuck about no damn pitchfork, nigga.
No, hold on,
Hey,
wait.
All right,
I know you don't, bro.
okay. Go ahead.
I know you don't. I don't.
Go ahead, my nigga. Listen, look, like you almost had took me somewhere.
Hold on,
You
see,
almost had
Rich.
took me somewhere.
Wait. You sometimes you just gotta let stuff land. It's obvious. I'm coming to you, really. Sometimes y'all gotta let stuff land because it's obvious that Kel Stutters just did a classic stereotypical some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to relate to y'all. That was just some bullshit what he said. We know that. Just let it land. That's all. You ain't got to keep going back and forth.
Yeah, let
Go
my
ahead,
shit land,
Chicago.
dog.
Go ahead, Chicago.
Hey, just really quick, man. 'Cause I'm about to dip in a second. I got somewhere I gotta be. But listen, man, we gotta move around from this. All of a sudden, we're strict constitutionalists, and I defend with my life the First Amendment. Hey, fam, if you read the First Amendment, if your freedom of speech is protected from persecution of the government, it does not protect you from persecution of me. Okay, so no, you don't have no right to call my child no N-word and not see repercussions. Now, if people could do that in your face, then that's cool, man. But we gotta relax on it. That we sound goofy than a mug, talking about I'm defending the Constitution and I have a right. That's right. So if you say something and a government entity tries to persecute you or retribution, you have every right to defend that, right? That's cool. That does not protect you from me. Right? So whatever that young lady got coming to her, I hope she get it tenfold. And matter of fact, there's a sister cop blocking her getting that money. That's on some give, see, and go, right? That sister cop blocking all that. She hopefully don't see a dime of that. And that's how it should be.
Obviously, Chicago Rilla had missed the point when I said
No, I didn't miss
that
the
there
point,
are
brother.
consequences to what you say.
Brother.
But
I
go
didn't
ahead.
miss the
All right.
point. I didn't
Go
miss
ahead.
the point. I didn't miss the point. I heard you talk about defending Constitution, and I heard you when you slid in there, right? Very briefly, like, yeah, you might have to suffer the consequence. No. People need to understand. You say something out your mouth, in some instance, you're gonna get your ass beat.
That's a fact.
You might get popped.
Like you're not gonna get no disagreement
Listen.
with me on
You
that.
might get popped. So people need to understand, because y'all go around saying, I believe in the First Amendment. Yeah, it protects you from persecution of the government. So no, watch your mouth and move accordingly. I didn't miss nothing, brother. I'm on mute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
Freezy,
so
can I say something here, Freezy?
that's the real conversation.
But
That's
he
what
ain't
I'm
gonna
saying.
do nothing about it anyway, so it
Hold
don't
on,
matter.
see Rich, please.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Hold on, wait, stop. I'm coming to you, John, next. I'm coming to you. But this is what I'm saying. We got to start having real conversations. You know what I'm saying? really just drove it home. That's the true
Hey,
discretion,
who
right?
said shut your bitch ass up?
Hold on, see Rich. Hold up, see Rich. Can you give me a break, see Rich? Come on,
Hey,
man.
Rich, if you don't spit your lip, man, I'm telling Hoover, man, you better stand down.
I said that.
You say what? Who is that? Who is
Nigga,
it?
you know who this is talking,
I
nigga.
can't see. I'm on the phone, bro. I can't say your name, bro. We ain't got to keep the tripping. Who is it?
Hey,
Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Freezy.
Don't
worry about it.
team.
Okay, let me go to John.
Who is that? Cal Suter?
Hold on.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Hold on, see Rich. Go ahead,
I stepped
John.
out for a minute. I heard
Yeah.
maybe it was more love. And I think
Nigga don't even want to say his name. Whole ass nigga.
Go ahead, John.
You
I
know
stepped
who
out
I
for.
am, nigga. So stop playing.
I'm asking you, bro. I can't see, bro. I'm on the phone.
My name is Eat a Dick, nigga. How about that? That's my name.
Yeah.
Eat a Dick.
Yeah, your mama. Oh, that's his whole ass.
Wait. I dropped both of y'all because obviously y'all ain't trying to respect. Come on, I'm trying to conduct the panel, man. Come on, y'all. Please. Go ahead, John.
So
as I
what
said
I'm
earlier,
saying, be this here.
Go ahead, John.
as I said earlier, I think the blacks don't want to be honest with themselves, and that is the source of the fatigue. I'm a landlord. No one wants to live around black people. By and large, no one wants to live around them.
unless they just absolutely are forced to. And it's the behavior that people don't want to deal with. It's not the color of your skin, it's your behavior. I see it day in and day out. And it gets so tiresome to hear you blacks point at other people and this and that. This is a white man country. They own everything.
Hold
You
up,
want
hold
to
up,
work
hold
with
up,
something?
hold up,
If you,
John. Hold up 1 second, John. Mo, can you moderate for 1 second?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm finna bring Fantastic up. Go ahead, John.
and I just think that, blacks have to be honest. And if they were to be honest, they would see the source of their fatigue. Most blacks I see move away from blacks to go live around whites. And then whatever behaviors, attitudes that they take that doesn't perfectly assimilate, it causes problems. It causes problems in the schools, the playgrounds, the parks, the track and field meets. But you blacks have a problem when shallow Hendrix says a word, but blacks have, in my opinion, have destroyed damn near every good neighborhood that they've moved into. Cities they've destroyed, burned them up, tore them down. You can't go in the stores without shit being locked up and everything because of the blacks stealing the can. And I know it ain't all just blacks, but the blacks are a serious problem, man. And if you can't admit that, then that is why there is so much fatigue in this country.
Come on, Brother John, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can the people that actually
all of us, and I think that's the thing. You only harp on the bad black people. You never shed light on people who are making a difference and doing great things in the community. That's
Well, Moni, can I say this? Hold on. Moni, what I would say to you is, I never hear you harp on the bad blacks. I hear you harp on bad white people.
Oh, that's a lie. What do you mean?
I
do. I did it just this week. You don't observe me enough to make that comment.
Okay, that's probably fair. But what I see is a lot of blacks talking about racism, but they never talk about the source of that racism. A lot of the source of this racism in America is black behavior that's causing people to say, I don't want to live around you. Most of the blacks that are doing well in this country do not want to live around other blacks either.
We get that's all you preach is the bad
Right.
blacks.
That's not true.
That's not true. That's not true, John.
That is true.
No,
You show me
sir.
the richest blacks in the world.
Brother
Show
John,
me the
just
richest
wait 1
blacks in the
second.
world, and I'm gonna show you
What is
blacks
what
that
is
live around white
what is
people.
Altadena? Is
It's
that an
not
all black
It's not a
community?
black neighbor. Is Altadena all black? Okay, fair enough. That's new to me. That's new to me. What is Beverly Hills? That's where Puffy lives.
Hold on. Wait.
What do the
Did you
richest
say
blacks live?
Altadena is new to you?
I didn't know it was the all black community. If you saying it's all black, that's new to me.
We're talking
Fair
about the
enough.
one that burned down, right? You familiar
Okay,
with
so
that?
it
That's how
burned down.
most of us came to know about it and did research on it, right?
Okay, that was the city that burned down. But
Right.
the rich blacks live in Beverly Hills and
No, some
No,
rich
they live
blacks
in
do.
PG
yeah,
County.
a lot of rich blacks.
Yeah,
Some of the richest
some
blacks.
no. Some rich
What
blacks
about
do.
Atlanta?
Yeah, they
What about
live in
Atlanta?
PG County.
Yeah,
They live
no,
out
they
right
don't live in
outside of
PG County
Atlanta.
anymore because PG County is a poor county now. It's
No,
not
it's
the
not.
richest
No,
black county anymore.
No,
no,
It's
but
not the
it's
richest.
not, John. Now you
Go
just
ahead.
making
It's not the
shit
richest
up.
black county anymore.
I think
Yes,
Fantastic
it
Nobody
is.
likes
so
living
can
around
say
like ignorant ass people. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
And
live
those
around ignorant ass
Fantastic.
people.
You like that
You
rich
know what I mean?
enclave
So
right outside
Hey, Mo
285
trying
on
to say
Cascade.
something, y'all. Mo trying to say something. Shut the hell up.
I don't know why he asked me, but can y'all please let Fantastic talk? He just
Yeah, man, y'all niggas let them moderate. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
no, we got you. So, man. So, John, brother, you got to redo your research, brother. It's not poor. It's far from poor. PG County is again, it was replaced for a short period. PG County is again the richest, like predominantly black community in
Hey,
the country,
do you
bro.
live in the DMV area? Because I do.
No, I
PG County is about
don't.
okay.
No,
See,
I don't.
PG County is about a mile from my back door. I could walk to PG County from my
Okay,
back
so
door.
what
So
I
I
know
probably
is
know a little
this.
bit more
What
about PG
I
County
don't
than you
care
do.
where you live, John. I don't care where you live. What
All right.
what Google says is going to override you, brother.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
So again, man, and I agree with you partially, John. I mean, you guys got to have some balance. My
I believe in
neighborhood is
balance.
huh?
But the blacks don't have balance. Why the hell do I have to have balance? Everybody got to have balance except for
Well,
the
no,
blacks.
you're right. You can do whatever the fuck
Right?
you want.
Yeah,
You
that's
can do
right.
you literally can do whatever you want. You're right. I guess that's part of the conversation here. But again, it's not that. Again, like you said, it's nigga. Black people don't want to live around niggas. It's not just blacks. My community, my community is a subdivision, houses. Most of my subdivision is black people. My whole cul-de-sac, black people. I don't have
Okay,
no
let me
problem, no
ask you a
issue.
question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that's hurt your property values?
No, since I went here, my property value has almost raised 100%, brother.
Do you think your property values would be
Can I
higher
ask you
if they were
something real
white?
quick,
Mo
John?
talking, brother. Let Mo get a
John,
question in.
didn't you say, if I'm not mistaken, like, do you live in the section 8? Not that I'm downplaying that or
No,
speaking.
he rents out Section 8.
No, I don't rent. I don't rent Section 8.
Okay, I
I
thought you
don't live in
lived,
Section 8.
like, what's your community like? Are you just speaking from your personal
My
experiences?
community is 100. My community is probably 95% black. I live in Southeast DC, Washington DC. Pretty much around
Oh
all
my
black.
God. So you
Okay,
don't like
so
living
are you
around niggas?
speaking from
I
negative
didn't say I didn't like
personal
living around
experiences?
niggas. I never
That's
said
why I
that.
question a lot of the rhetoric that I hear. So you're going off of the community that you're around
Charm
personally.
City.
No, I'm going out the community. I'm going out the community, the news, things I see in the streets.
Do you think
Nobody wants to
those
live
don't
around
paint
black.
us in a positive?
That's all anecdotal,
That's
John.
Nobody wants to live around blacks.
That's
Period.
such a
That's just
dramatic
been my.
statement.
But
Nobody
John,
wants to live
that's
around
still
black.
all anecdotal
That's my.
because you're saying
Okay, sure
your
enough. Sure
what
enough.
you see, what you
Sure.
know in the streets, where
Sure.
you live, all of it's
Sure.
anecdotal,
I'm
dog.
not denying that, right? But I'm saying, in my experience, and I've been doing this 30 years or so, most people do not
You've
want to
been at
live
the same
around black
spot for
people.
30 years.
I've been a
No
landlord.
progress.
They don't want to live around blacks.
Yeah,
Period.
exactly. But
Right?
John, like you said,
They ain't trying to
Southeast
figure out
BC,
niggers,
brother, that was
but
the
they're not
heart of
trying to
the
figure out.
fucking crack,
But hold
goddamn,
on, bro. Hold on,
the
bro. They're
crack
not trying to
era.
figure out. Hold on. When I rent to people, they're not trying to figure out if it's niggers or good black people. They
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
want to
whoa,
live
whoa,
around
brother. Hard
blacks.
R, brother.
Period.
Chill out, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, we on the hard R.
Yeah, the hard R, brother. Goddamn.
Okay. Okay. Well, if that bothers you,
Yeah,
niggers,
so I
niggers,
say
whatever the
this
fuck the
though.
word is, right? People don't want to live around, let's say, shit colored skin people, right?
Goddamn, nigga, you
If the
dark.
skin
Don't
color
want to live
shit,
around
people
black
don't want to
people,
live
John.
there,
Why don't
right?
You sound like
And
you.
so whatever the case may be, right? And you can blame it on the color of their skin, the behavior, whatever the case. But my experience is people don't want to live around them. And
No,
there's a
you
reason
don't.
why.
Keep stop saying
But
people.
yeah,
You
John,
don't
But
yeah,
want to
how
live
can
John,
you
it's
around
base
black
that
people.
crazy.
on? How can you base that on
Okay.
behavior? Like if you
Yeah,
look
okay.
back to
Based on the behavior of the
1950s,
shit
white people
colored
didn't
people.
want to live around black people just based on our race. Like
No,
you
it's not the
basing it on
race.
behavior,
Yeah,
but
it's
the
your behavior.
history
Yeah.
says they just don't like us because of our race. This
Oh,
ain't
and
the
you
Okay.
first
can't
time.
say
Okay.
the
All right.
hard R from
Okay.
according to these rules.
Okay. All right. So if the history says that, I think the current history, the current time says they've gotten over the history and they really just don't like your behavior. And it's not just white people.
They've gotten
It's people
over
of
the history.
it's people of all stripes,
No.
people that have come to America from all
This
around the world.
nigga said they.
People have come
Who,
to America from all
who
different
is
parts of the
they?
world. And the
Are
first
you
thing they
a
give you
part of
is
the they?
yeah,
Wait,
whatever, man.
I just
Hey,
want to
whatever.
be clear
But
though.
you
When
Like
you
just
this
say
spoke
nigga
about
they
that.
said
got
they.
over
Hey,
the
They,
you just
history
spoke
of
about
what
they
they
don't
hey,
want to
did.
live around
hey,
you like
80%,
he not
80% of the
not
people,
black.
hey, everybody
He
coming
not.
to this
Like this
country,
is crazy.
everybody coming to this country don't want to live around you. You niggas
Don't
figure it out.
come. Tell them don't
Okay,
come.
okay, you tell them, but they're here now and they don't want to live around your black ass. So is that a them problem or is that your problem? Who caused that problem? That's you caused that problem, nigga. Right? They don't
You
want to live
caused it.
around your black
But
You
ass.
caused it,
Okay, I'll
and it's
take the
your
blame.
They
fault.
don't.
But I do
What
not live
makes
around
but
black
You
people.
don't
John,
fucking
what
young black
what
Right?
makes you
people.
think
John,
they
what
want to be
kills that
around you?
argument, right? John, they don't want to live. They may not want to live around them, but they definitely want to make business off of them. They're willing to
What?
put up
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah,
all
yeah,
of the
yeah,
bullshit. Hold on,
yeah.
John, I ain't cut you off, brother. You gotta give somebody else time to rock, right? So what we're saying is this: as long as it's beneficial enough, people will put up with any kind of shit. I mean, the Mexicans loving it too. That's how they got a lot of the properties that they got, and they're getting what they're getting in real estate because they willing to live around niggas, right?
It sounds like what you're saying to me is that people are willing to prey on blacks. And I agree with you there. Like people
Well,
will
it's
sell
not
them
prey
liquor,
on them,
beer.
no.
You said it's as long as they can get money off of them, sell them beer, weed, liquor, wine, whiskey, cigarettes. Yeah, blacks are good for that.
Houses, cars, like
Yeah, it's
I mean,
not
think
Well,
preying
about
though.
it.
okay,
That's
yeah,
that's
houses, cars, and
business.
then if they don't
We
pay
live in
for
a
them, you
capitalist
repo them, motherfucker.
society, John.
Right?
So
But I'm
it's
saying,
not preying.
but
It's business, brother.
okay, well, fair enough. People don't even want to do. I believe this. People would be okay with doing no business with blacks. Say,
That you're
look,
definitely off
You're
kilter there, bro.
absolutely
You
wrong.
all the
because
way
you
off
talking
base
about
there.
you
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
not true.
13. You talking
You're
about
Can I
all the
13
way
hear?
off
percent of
base
the
there.
population.
Hold on,
You
hold
talking
on.
They
about
need our
13
money.
percent of the
You
hey.
talking about
Can I
almost
hear?
You're
2
all the
trillion in
way off
Can I
base
disposable
hear?
there.
income.
Can I hear Fear No Mortals? Do you want to add to what John is saying or any part of the conversation?
I tell you this, CBS.
John,
Black,
hold
they
on.
got
Fear
lock
No
up
Mortal is
everything
trying
in
to
their
say
store.
something. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, man, she the moderator. Shit.
Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Is there a specific question, Mo? Because this is all over the place.
So John said, "Don't nobody want to be around you, Iggles. Y'all a
Okay.
disgrace." What do you have to say to that? I think that is so dramatic to say.
I do too, for the simple fact of because we sit here, we have these conversations, and when people say stuff like that, it's kind of outrageous because they act like every Black person is doing bad. Like there are no Black people that are upstanding citizens, that are doing well in society, that have their stuff together. So I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to me because there are Blacks in really nice neighborhoods that are doing good. There are Black people in mixed communities that are doing good, where everybody lives together with no problem. So I think it's kind of just an argument that is based in falsely accusing and false accusations of what Black people are as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
I actually agree with her.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask him a question?
Ray,
Can I ask
you
him a
haven't said
question?
anything. Do you have any comments?
I'm flabbergasted that you think white people want to live around Black people.
Me?
Who cares, bro?
I know.
I don't
That's my
really care.
point.
Let them finish. Let them.
Trying to make
them.
you care. What I'm
Hold
saying,
on, but I was asking, were you directing that at me or?
no, I'm just saying that the whole thing is like you guys are like when he says nobody wants to live around Black people. I don't. The other groups. I know white people don't want Black people moving into their neighborhoods. They just don't.
I guess
My God, I don't know why.
question now is like, who really cares? Like, are
I
we supposed
understand
to
that. You
who
can say it's personal, not me. Nobody cares. That's what white people want. Stop caring. Go to your Black areas.
We don't care. Y'all are the ones up here complaining, and I know people
No.
John, do you think rich white people?
And drag in the decay that comes with Black culture. Yeah, white people care. Yeah, they do.
So
Do you think that rich white people want to live around you?
Decay? I'm confused.
Yeah. So
There aren't
again,
degenerate white people.
What's that?
There aren't degenerate white people.
Oh, I don't think I said that.
Well, you harp on the Black, so it kind of comes off as that.
She asking you a question. Is there degenerate white people?
Oh, yes, there are. Yes.
Okay.
Man,
all right.
look,
So yeah. So old white guy, right?
Good white people do not hang out with ain't shit white folk. Like they just don't
They
mingle.
despise
Yeah,
them more
they
than
do.
they
They
hate
don't
Black
mingle.
people.
Yeah, they do.
They don't mingle, and we should do the same thing.
No, we shouldn't.
No.
No, you're right.
All of these ignorant ass niggas that are out here doing a whole bunch of dumb shit. We need to
It's
separate
separating
from
from
them.
the niggas.
We need to
Yeah,
separate
exactly.
from them.
Everybody does that.
Kev, out
I hate to break it to you. I live in an area where
of
it's just
10
a
Black
lot
men, how
of
many of you?
Separate how?
I live in a lot of areas.
Don't talk to them. Stay the fuck away from them.
Well, hold on. Let him get his shit off. Go
How
ahead.
you gonna
Oh, white guy.
recognize them? They don't wear symbols. How you gonna know? How you gonna know
Hey,
that?
Free, I know
What the
more
fuck is he
love
doing?
the moderator when you left. Now you back. When you go through everybody, let me get 2 minutes because I don't like cutting people off. So when you get through everybody, let me get 2 minutes to cook, and let me cook because I don't like cutting people off. But it's like you got to jump in with these dudes. So
okay, I got.
So when you get a chance, give me you. When you get time, let me talk.
I got you.
minutes.
Who
Yeah, so-
was next? Who was next, Molo?
Well,
Who
no,
was
wait a minute.
talking?
Let me finish at least.
Yeah,
right?
the white guy wasn't done.
Make it quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Where I
white guy.
live, there's a bunch of goddamn white trash hillbillies. Okay, where I live, they're building $300,000 and $400,000 homes down the street because white trash ass hillbillies know how to keep their weird behavior in the house. They don't take it out on the street. The whole place where I live is all full of a lot of low-income white people, and they're building very nice houses and everything else around here. Where I've lived in my life, there have been homes right down the street from trailer parks.
How much you
Because
think your house is
poor
worth?
white people don't run rich white people completely away from them. They don't.
No,
They
no,
do.
no.
They
You're wrong. You're
absolutely
definitely
do.
wrong on that one too. And the fact it's like
Anyway,
you kind of
thank you so much for letting me up, sir. I appreciate it.
yeah.
but you kind of like, I don't know if he's purposely speaking in code or you don't know what you're saying.
No,
If you're
I'm
saying,
pretty sure you're full of shit, sir. One of
well,
us.
I promise you, I'm not, sir.
Look,
You got way more shit in you than I got in me. I can tell by your face.
Let's say one of us is a fool. All right? Can we
Yeah.
stop? Very good. Let's agree. One of us is a fool.
Yeah.
Okay. Might
He's
be
got
me.
on hat and glass.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be you, but let's continue. That's why I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it might be me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying if you think I'm wrong about what I'm saying about white people, geez, how? You mean I don't know what I'm talking about when I lived around white people all my life? Golly.
But you say the same thing when it comes to black people about us.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So again,
can't
that's
have
the
it
same
both
thing I told
ways.
John Galt, right? So I can give you a quick little lesson if you let me. Just because you think you're doing something properly or just because you're around something constantly, don't mean you know shit about it. Okay? I'm pretty sure you drive a car, right?
I'm pretty sure you're in denial and it hurts your feelings that white people.
Well, no, brother, we're having well, not brother, but old white guy. We're having a conversation. And see, you're trying to deflect. So I'm trying to have a real logical discussion because you said you were probably a fool. I'm trying to determine which one is what. You want to start throwing fucking insults. So can we have a conversation or no?
Yeah, if we don't get interrupted, I'm game.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna ask you this question again. I'm pretty sure you've driven a car for some time in your life, correct?
You got it, Mo. I'm back. I'm finna drop down. I'm finna bring somebody else up. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I'm sure you've driven a car sometime in your life, right?
And you're talking about not insulting?
I'm asking you an honest question. What's insulting about that? I'm asking you a question. Have you driven a car for a time in your life?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you a mechanical engineer?
No.
Do you know anything about and everything about fixing a car from, transmission to engines to everything? You know how to fix a car by yourself?
No, I do not.
All right, then. So that kills your argument about I've been around white people all my life. I've been living just because you do something, bro, and you deal around something don't make you that don't make you a fucking expert on it.
All right, good.
And then, like you said, hold on, I didn't cut you off. You gotta let me finish, bro. You had like a whole 2-minute, monologue. So furthermore, then you kept saying, oh, they're building better houses right down the street. Well, that's what you call like gentrification. They have to. They don't want to be around the poor ass whites. They're not building the fucking $300,000, $400,000 houses in the middle of the poor whites.
Yes, they are. There's people all around them that don't mow their grass and they got cars up on blocks. Yes, it's wrong. Again, they are. It blew my mind.
Going by what you said, bro.
I said they're right around all the white hillbillies. 400,000.
You said right down the street.
10 of them are being built. 10 of them.
Yes, and they're getting away from the hillbillies.
What?
They're getting away from the hillbillies. This is more of a class issue. Hold on. It's more of a class issue than a race issue.
There's hillbillies right across the street. They don't cut their grass. There's siding falling off the fucking houses.
Okay, so if that's the case, that's probably somebody either renting out their fucking house for Section 8 or whatever the fuck. They can't afford the house. If you're renting to someone, it's totally different from owning the property.
Fantastic. There's houses all around them that are not worth a damn. All around that where they're building those $400,000 homes.
So they're pushing the white people out. The poor
you still doing what we were trying to tell you. They're still doing the same thing. They're gonna price those fucking the trash people out.
No, they're not.
Even a smart person.
Because the way I've lived, these hillbillies have lived there for their whole lives. Nobody's
exactly. So listen. So you now you don't understand how my real estate works.
Fucking retard, Mr. Fantastic.
See, now you want to call me a fucking retard?
No,
you old ass fucking need to be in an abusive nursing home ass white man. You're a fucking idiot. That's why you on here to argue with black people. You think you're fucking smart and you're the hillbilly you talking about, you dumb fuck. You a piece of shit idiot. You're a piece of shit idiot. That's the same fucking hillbilly. That's why you live around them. I'm looking at your fucking yellow ass fucking ceiling, you poor ass fucking piece of trash. Don't fucking talk to me like you somebody, boy. What's wrong with you?
Got it. Thank
fellas. You.
Thanks, everybody. See you later.
Fuck out of here.
Wait. So I wanted to. So here's the thing that what.
Hey, real quick, JP, Freezy want me to read the super chat. So thank you to Travis Allen for the $2 super chat. It says, "Don't build your success off my failures." And another $5 super chat from King Swarthy, Psalm 73:8. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak lawfully.
Thank you to everybody sending super caps. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap or you can send a cash cap to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Go ahead, J Prince.
So I'm shocked that nobody hit him with this. When they say, when I even seen black people saying the same thing in the chat, they don't want to be around niggas. They don't want to be around niggas. So for that white man to say that, I would have stated that, yeah, we agree. You know why? Because the word ghetto didn't start from black folks. It was actually white folks. And conservatives used to be black people, right? So since the white people narrated our how we supposed to think and how we supposed to act, and put us in environments where we had to act like the original how white folks used to act, they forgot that we taught them how to shower, taught them how to do everything, right? So of course, only thing the white folks did, they had trained us black people to be them when they was at their lowest, and they trained themselves to be us when they at their highest. Because when black folks were at their highest, they didn't act like the new they didn't act ignorant based on, what I'm saying, they didn't act like the ghetto ways and all this other type of stuff when we were at our highest. We was too busy ruling the world. We was very conservative. We was very elegant. Oh yeah, it was very elegant and all this other type of stuff. So only thing is that when they became popular, when they became successful, they became blacks and we became them. What do y'all think about that?
What?
We used to be when black folks say that they don't want to be around other blacks because they're at ghetto. White people used to be the ghetto, and black people at one point in time used to be the conservative.
No, what do you mean? It used to be the ghetto?
Okay,
No,
but
bro.
you saying
What
it
are
to
you
say
talking about?
what?
Are you trying to say black folk used to claim Republican at one point in time, and white folk was
Black people didn't carry themselves like that. What made black people start carrying themselves based on the history that the whites done taught blacks, based on like they trained us basically to be ghetto.
Well, no, at
Right?
one
Where
point in
they
time,
used to be,
at one point
they
in
put
time in
us in
history, hold up.
yeah.
At one point in time in history, post slavery, right? A large majority of black folk did consider themselves conservative, right? That's
Right.
true.
So
Yeah.
right. So at
Republican.
one point
Not
in time in
necessarily,
history,
well, not necessarily conservative, Republican.
Yeah, Republican. My bad, Republican. Yeah, you're
so
right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
basically, black folks didn't never used to conduct themselves in a ghetto, trashy manner, right? That used to be white folks, right? Even if we had to teach them how to shower. So what happened was the roles had reversed between blacks and whites. A lot of us became the ghetto whites, because I thought y'all said ghetto started with white folks, right? White people were the ghetto ones.
No, bro. Ghetto didn't start with white people for one.
He always just said, I don't want to talk
Yes,
to
it
y'all.
did, bro. It really did.
Just to be
No.
I can't
disagreeing.
believe that I actually agree with JP. But
You're
there's a
agreeing,
book
you're
about
agreeing
this
with wrong
too.
information.
Nah, bro, listen to this. Have you ever heard of Thomas Sowell? Whatever?
Yes,
Like
I
he wrote
have.
like plenty of books about this.
And I
Ghetto
know
culture
everything
was
about Thomas
always
Sowell. Yes, go ahead.
ghetto culture was always white people's culture. Like white people used to do a whole bunch of like dumb shit, like they were like trashy, all type of shit.
Right.
But somewhere along the lines, things had changed. And black people
That's
did
when
not actually
it
operate
changed
that way.
when they
Black
started
people did not
narrating the
operate that
story.
way.
The term ghetto come from Europe. When the Nazis put the Jews in colonization, they put them in areas and called them ghettos. That's where the term ghetto come from.
And that's
From
what
when
the
the
whites did to
Nazis,
the blacks. They put it in these
When
areas.
right,
They put it in these areas and
bro.
call it
Well, what I'm
ghettos.
saying is that's where the word ghetto come from. The Nazis put the Jews in what they call ghettos to keep them in an area where they had to come in and out with the restrictions of the Nazis, so they know their movements. That's where the term ghetto come from. We have adopted the ghettos because America used similar to the same system to put black people in poor areas to keep them in ghettos. But the term ghetto come from Europe with the Nazis and ghettos. This is a historical fact. But I just wanted to clear that up. But I'm gonna let y'all cook.
But that wasn't always black people history. Black folks wasn't
It wasn't
always
right.
in ghettos.
It's not our history, JP. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell them what you saying is true.
That's not what I'm refuting,
I'm
bro.
agreeing with him.
Again, but what y'all are forgetting is that the thing with the mustache man happened way after. And remember, he took some of the stuff and treatment of what they did in America to impose on the people from Israel. So your timeline is off. What I'm
No,
saying
it's not.
is,
So whenever that is
oh my
started,
God!
black
So
folks at one point,
can
black
I
folks
talk?
didn't
Because
operate like
now
that.
hold on, bro.
Let's
So
let
I
him
didn't say
finish,
I didn't
JP.
interrupt while he was talking, bro. I didn't interrupt while he was talking.
Point.
So what I'm saying is, and if you say it's not, you're either stupid or you're not. Again, you don't know the timeline. So what happened first? Fucking World War I or slavery? Anybody can answer.
Allegedly slavery.
Allegedly? I
Or
can't talk to
slavery.
dumb niggas today, bro. I'm not gonna do this, bro.
No,
I'm not
because
doing
I
this.
believe slavery. Well, the
Slavery.
same people that gave us our history told us about
Slavery
slavery.
happened before
Let
fucking
him
bro.
finish,
People were
JP. Let him finish, JP.
living during fucking World War I, bro. So anyway, the answer is slavery. So what I'm telling you is this: the same way y'all are saying this, even though the word ghetto, what happened was once post-slavery, as fucking Freezy was talking about, right? It was the same thing. Black people were regulated to certain areas of shanty towns and very, very poor conditions because they didn't have anything of their own. The word ghetto was not made or created yet for it, but as the brother C Rich said, that's exactly what they did. So they took the format that already existed in America from the fucking slaves being released and not having anything of their own, and they having to build their own houses and survive in very poor conditions, and they just gave it a name. So please stop just disagreeing to disagree, bro. And most importantly, don't insult people's intelligence, dog. If you're not understanding the context, ask for context. But like I said, from historical fucking context and timeline, it happened to black people before the whole white people shit happened, bro. If you're talking about that. Now, if you're talking about the Thomas Sowell aspect of it, yes, a lot of the poor whites that came over here, Polish and what's the name and all that bullshit is Thomas Sowell talks about.
Irish, Italian.
Exactly. That's why you have a lot of the slang and the stuff that you have. All right.
So I was
Right.
referring to when black folks before slavery, right? Before what were black people doing before slavery?
There were no the black people here before slavery were natives or they were in Africa. So that's what you're trying to say. There were very limited
it wasn't
black
in
people
those ghetto
here.
poor areas, correct? The
There
white
were
people
no
never
poor
had to put them
areas.
in
Everybody
those
was living
poor
off the
areas.
land. It was native, bro. It wasn't. It was very little like construction.
I would consider that to be rich if you living off the land if everything was free, right?
Okay, nobody's arguing that. Go ahead.
And right, so they didn't conduct themselves in a animalistic type of manner, though, right?
Well, no, because you still had
The
a
natives
lot of
didn't.
you had different tribes, you had different fightings over areas and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. But I guess it was pre-civilization, so I mean,
Put like this, they didn't act the way like the hood dudes act today.
no, there was no hood. Yeah, there was
Right.
no hood mentality.
But when white people eventually came about, they was in caves, correct? Will you consider caves to be like a ghetto?
Caves, no, bro. That's
No,
some
the reason why I'm
other
focused
rhetoric,
on the
man.
history because Taz, the reason why I'm focused on the history because they all.
No, I said so far back. No, I said so far back.
And the reason why I'm going that far back is because for a long time, allegedly with this slavery stuff, they've been narrating our story. They've been narrating on how we conduct ourselves. They put us in these situations, right? And a lot of people want to say and deny that they didn't, but yes, they did. When they colonized us, like what C. Rich said about the small hats and the germs, whatever, all that other type of stuff. When they colonized us, they put us in certain environments, which created for people to act animalistic. They basically put us in an animalistic environment, and we became animalistic in nature, operate in animalistic to survive, right? So, but at one point, that used to be them. That wasn't always us.
Right.
Yeah, no.
So I think here's where I start to have an issue with the black fatigue thing. So I think if you start traveling too far down that lane, I tend to start agreeing with, okay, shut the fuck up. I start to lean more toward, I don't want to hear that shit either. I have fatigue from blaming what we do on white people. I think we can deal with our own issues without saying, well, they had us enslaved and they Jim Crow and bam, some of that shit was what my grandma lived through. I didn't live through that. I would rather discuss what I lived through and what I did to, you know what I'm saying, circumvent or became a part of the system, whichever way you want to put it. But
it is though, Taz. You got to know.
We are not part of a system of slavery, bro. We are not part of a system.
We actually are though. Everything we know that act is still from everything we know that act.
But like this post black fatigue bullshit. Like, bro,
but before slavery, black folks didn't act the way we act today. The only reason why we've been acting in generations, black folks been acting differently since we've been over here, right?
But it's always been in a degenerate before slavery, bro.
I don't agree.
Because the reason why we have to the reason why I'm going before slavery because that's the last time we was at our best.
Before slavery, there were Africans
too, right? Best is when you have to go back there. The last time when we was at our best.
No, not even. So hold on, bro. You listen, JP. Before fucking slavery, there were. Hold on. My bad. Go ahead, Freezy.
No, I said after you go, I'm gonna let Fear No Motors go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So JP, you framing it wrong, bro. There were no quote unquote black people. You, me, and most of the people on this panel before slavery. The whole thing about slavery and what makes us different is the people from Africa is the admixture and the shit that fucking happened after you got over here, bro. All right. So the quote unquote black people that we know today didn't exist in Africa. They were fucking Africans. All they knew was fucking African culture. The natives that were here, they were natives. They had no interaction with white people whatsoever. So the customs, the ideology, the everything, the diet, totally different. Nothing like we are now. So if you're trying to talk about before slavery, one, you didn't exist. Okay. But two, it's a totally different thing that was outside of any type of societal structure we know today. So you kill your own argument. We talking about black people before slavery.
But that's the problem that I'm trying to focus on, right? Because yeah, we didn't exist, but the way we exist today, black people being the black people that's been over here in America. You only think we are generations after generations of the struggle of black folks after the slavery type of stuff. But you said post slavery, when even the natives was over here, they didn't operate in the same form that we operate today. That's all I'm trying to say. When if you want to the roots of things, in order to fix them, you always got to go to the cause and effect. What was the cause of why black people's not just born ghetto, right? We wasn't just operating like this. Some had to happen, and since it's been a long time that we have been colonized, you can't erase it. You can't erase the fact that at one point we supposed to have a focal point to go back to, be like, okay, how were black people operating before the colonization? That's the only how you're gonna figure out on how we supposed to move in the future.
No, bro.
Go ahead.
The
Go
way
ahead,
y'all
Phil.
trying to move now is still not the right way, though.
Hold on,
Y'all trying to
JP.
move like the conservative white folks.
Hold on, JP. Let me make some room
Everything
for
you
Phil.
know, everything you
JP.
niggas know is white people bound. All
Can you
your
hear me?
education is white people bound. The way you view civilization is white people bound.
JP,
So
can you hear me?
y'all don't know how the fuck we supposed to move forward.
Bro,
JP,
Y'all
Freezy
moving
trying to
like the
talk, bro.
white
You're not even
folks.
listening, bro. Chill.
Can
Freezy
you hear me?
talking.
Can you hear me, JP? Thank you.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Thank you, fantastic. Go ahead, Phil Motors. I think you were trying to say something.
I'm just from JP's initial point, like from the first thing they said before they had their back and forth. I think he was just trying to say that at a certain point in time, Black people were more civilized and respectable versus out in the street and doing ratchet things and having ratchet behavior. That's what I got out of it. That I don't think he articulated it right, but I think he was just trying to say, you know, at a certain point, Black people were more civilized, they were more respectable, they were more, I guess, their characteristics were more conservative, you know, based on like, you know, family and how they were structured and everything versus what we see a lot now of the ratchetness and, you know, things just being all over the place, you know. So in that point I can agree with him on that aspect of the thing, but I also agree with Fantastic to the point where it was different because before slavery, I mean, if we're talking going all the way back and we're talking about the Africans over in Africa, you know, descendants of Black slaves, which we are now here in America for the most part, are Black people after that from the Africans that were brought over in the mix and in whatever you want to call it. Now, so it was a different thing versus in America before, you know, slavery. So I can even say that probably after slavery, when Black people were together and stuck together and they ran things a little bit more structured, there was more family, more unity and stuff like that. But I think he just kind of articulated it wrong and it kind of got off balance.
Yeah.
Criminal element, though. No matter how far we go back, there's always been a criminal element. So to imply that there was a time when Black people didn't do crimes or Black people wasn't involved,
I didn't say
bullshit,
crime.
No, but I'm saying just based on the initial point that was laid out, that we were more respectable. To whom? That didn't stop lynchings. That didn't stop people from coming to burn down Tulsa. That didn't stop shit. So being respectable, if anything, over time has meant nothing, which would lead into more of a fuck them and fuck what they think. Being respectable hasn't meant shit historically.
Right. It may not have meant nothing to them, but in the community of Black people, I think it meant more then. That was the point I was trying to make. And even to the point we can go back as far as saying, like, we went back of where the word ghetto originated from, in that whole sense of it, when we'll go back to the word peckerwood. That's what white folks, affluent white folks, called the dirt broke poor white folks. That's where that originated from. So there's always been biases in every community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let me see. Riaz, what's going on, Richard Riaz?
Mm-hmm. I'm cool.
Did you have anything you wanted to add, Riaz?
Not really, though. Not at the moment, though. But I mean, this is interesting, though. And I'm pretty much just gonna stay on mute and just listen for a while. I got
can't hear
nothing.
Your mic
Wait,
sounds muffled. Your mic sound muffled. What's on?
I thought that was that nigga voice.
That is his voice.
Riaz, Riaz dropped.
Yeah, he probably dropped the refresh.
Yeah, okay. He dropped. Okay.
He heard people talking about his voice.
Oh.
Hey, Freezy. You hear
Yo,
the
what's
story
going
about
on?
them?
What's going on, Reese? Go ahead.
I heard a story about two dudes was dressed up like Klansmen and got taken care of.
Yeah.
In Atlanta.
That's where it was.
Yeah. I seen
Yeah.
that story. I
Yeah,
seen that
man.
story the other day. They got murked here.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
don't know
I'm
if
hearing
that's
Atlanta.
true because I searched that and I think there's just some made up internet shit, bro.
No,
Because
If
I'm
you
I ain't
actually
heard
in
that.
Atlanta.
I
huh?
do the news every day, bro. I ain't heard that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a rumor. So you got to be real careful, man. People create all kinds of crazy shit because when that happened, I heard about it. Just like when they said Trump was gonna get rid of child support. Anything, a lie fucking travel faster than anything, man. So whenever you hear something, search for it. But yeah, that's a rumor, bro. That's bullshit.
I
yo,
appreciate
I
that
think they.
because
Yeah, I was about
Okay.
to say
Wait,
I'm here in
how
Atlanta
that
and
sound
I
though? How that sound? Any better?
I think it's better. Yeah.
you better Riyadh.
Okay.
What you gotta say about them crackers, Riyadh?
Wait, sorry, could you say that again?
What you gotta say about them crackers, man?
I don't know, to be honest, though, man. Kind of complicated, I guess, though. I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say, though, because my experience is different, though.
What your
I think
experience
you're
is?
falling for a trap, Freezy.
No,
I think
no,
trying to put.
basically, since I'm in the UK, though, like, basically, though, they kind of treated me good, but at the same time, I know what's up, though, as well, so, it's kind of complicated when it comes to me, though, actually, because I grew up multicultural, though.
I thought
Oh,
in,
okay.
in England that they would treat immigrants bad over there. The Muslim
They
population.
kind
I
of do,
thought they
though.
would.
No, they kind of do, though. It just depends, though. My experience, though, personally, I was born and raised in there, though. So my entire family. So my dad's born and raised here. My mom's originally from Pakistan, though. So basically, both grandparents is from Pakistan. My dad's born and raised here. So I'm just like my dad, though. So I'm a citizen, though, born and raised there, though. So it's different, though. Like, they've treated me good, like, based on my experience, though. But I think the only difference is it's a little similar, but the only difference is, though, they're more nationalistic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, them.
as far as y'all, as far as this black fatigue thing, this it being like a hot topic or whatnot. Do y'all think this is really a concern, or do y'all think it's really some bullshit?
Some bullshit.
Bullshit.
Nah, I think it has some validity to it because it's something that black people are saying within our own. So, is it super serious? No, but complete and total bullshit? No, because black people are tired of niggas' behavior and the negative effects of it. You got
But
50 Cent
fantastic.
saying something right now. My bad. Go ahead.
I think it's a difference between us not liking the things that some black people do, but for us to be sick of them and want to get and just through with them. Like you can't be through with something that you are. How you gonna
No,
be
yes,
sick of
you
being
totally
black while
can.
being black?
You totally can. Again, you can make a separation. People do it
I
every
mean,
day.
you
Like I
hate
said,
yourself.
no one said
You
anything
don't think
about
that's a
hate.
reflection of you hating yourself? Like, because it's
Well,
always
no,
gonna be
no.
bad, but what about the good parts?
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? And then
okay, y'all
that's
wanna.
what I
I think I'm
understand.
missing. Either I got a
Go
delay
ahead,
or
my
you
fault.
do.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I think
It
we
might be me,
trying.
but go ahead.
Okay, cool. So no, so from what I heard you say, like, no, it's not. We got to stop doing that too. It's not about self hate, bro. It's about actually it's about self regulating, right? So, if my brother is a thief or a murderer or whatever, of course I love my brother, but I hate his behavior, and I can't hang with my brother if I'm on the right path and I'm doing the right thing, no matter, even though that's my brother. Black people have a hard issue just looking at niggas existing and the problem that niggas cause. You can have love for somebody at a distance. So what I'm saying is, of course, I'm a black man, right? I don't simply hate myself because I hate the black men that make it harder for me.
if I'm out here doing any and everything that I do correctly, right, and I'm being a just you know what I mean, an asset to society. That's black, white, just period. At the end of the day, bro, when you're a person that's of value, the system is going to use you, be you whatever. All right. This is why we have the Robert F. Smiths. This is why we have the fucking the Thomas Sowells. This is why we have the, you know, whoever it may be, right? The successful black people. This racism shit, bro, is going to always exist across the board because that's how people feel and how people think. You get too much caught up on that, and then you come back to the shit and be like, okay, well, let's put the racism shit because that's never going to stop. All right. Racism never going to go nowhere. And let's focus on the shit that we can fix. So what we have difficulty doing is getting to the point of what every other group of people do. Like I said, white people don't fuck with white trash. They call white trash white trash. They make a complete and total separation from it. They don't offend that shit.
Fuck with them. They do fuck with them.
How?
The thing about it,
I mean, they use them as tools.
Hold up, man. Let me get this in. They fuck with them because of the fact that although that they disenfranchise their own people, but they use them on a lower level to disenfranchise people of other races. So what they do, they empower poor white people, and this is what they did during slavery, like the police. What they did, because the Irish back in history, they looked at if you like the Gangs of New York is a good movie to show you that white people wasn't all on the same accord when they came to America, the immigrants. So what they did was, when they was fighting amongst themselves after slavery and this and that, they came up with the term white. Because what you got to understand, white and black is a fictitious term. They made that up to differentiate the races. But if you ask all white people, if you ask them what they are, they're gonna say, I'm Irish, I'm Italian, I'm a this. But they come under the guise of white because they separated white people from black people. So what I'm saying is they use poor white people to help subjugate poor black people while the rich white people make money. So what I'm saying is that what black people have to do, we have to realize is that, you know, like I super chatted DJ Hemp when I told Cheeky, black people are marginalized people. No matter where you go, you could separate yourself from so-called ghetto blacks. And I understand what you're saying about, you know, niggas, you know, now we come on, man. We all get tired of our own people. But you can't, we not in the position to separate because of the fact that other races of people still see you as a nigger. And I'm just using that for a lack of a better term. Other races of people still see you as a nigger. They don't see you as Mr. Fantastic, that you went to the army, that you did the right thing, and you did that. They still see you as the same nigga in the ghetto when they run across you. That's why they don't want you to marry their women. That's why they don't want you to do this, cover their family, and they have this and that. So this is what I'm saying. So I understand that. Hey, man, go ahead, bro.
Well, I wasn't saying that. Somebody else said something.
Yeah, let me get in.
Well, before you hop in there, hold on. Before you hop in there, bro, let me just reply to him real quick. And the thing about it, C-Rich, bro.
Don't do me like that, bro.
Huh?
Don't do me like that, man.
No, I was just trying to. I was just trying to get in before you got in, bro, because I don't want to interrupt you.
You good, bro? You almost didn't, like, you don't know me, bro. I was like, nigga, don't do that, bro.
No. This like nigga Taz. That's what I'm saying, because I refuse to whatever. But I ain't trying to start no shit.
No doubt, we good.
Respect.
Yeah. I was responding, Miss Fantastic.
No, we cool. It's cool. It's just back and forth. It's just he cool.
Yeah, it's all respect, bro.
No. So C-Rich is what I'm saying. C-Rich, 99% of the white people I come across, bro, they can't do shit to me. Okay, I don't give a fuck about their opinion, and more likely than not, me understanding what I have, what I do. Bro, I'm either at their level or above. You feel me? Because again, I understand the stats. I understand where I am as an American. I don't even looking at the black and white shit. You feel me? So me understanding who I am or whatever,
I don't have the white man this mindset, and no disrespect, like y'all do. I look at a white person as just another motherfucker I'm walking past. So whatever their opinion of me may be, especially if we're in the same areas and shit for the most part, either we not that far apart or by the stats, I'm probably doing better than you, right? So I don't look for white validation and all that shit and so on and so forth, right? What I'm saying though is that they and saying that we got to move it up, bro. Y'all keep going back. Slavery happened, right? But white people are no longer using the lower class whites to subjugate black people at all. They not fucking with them, bro. The lower class whites, them motherfuckers is damn near overdosing every day. All right. So the only thing they get used from that for, I guess, is, I don't even know out of the deal. All right. But no, they're that what they used to do in the past, to make the poorest white man feel like he's better than the black man. That shit's not going on in 2025, man. And that's all I'm saying. We got to update the way we
really
looking at
is.
this shit because it's not that no
At
more.
Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Look how they look at those two men. A white person will say up and down the wall that Donald Trump is way better than Barack Obama. We know on paper that he's not.
Yes.
So they doing it still in real time.
Well, actually, no. Donald Trump's a billionaire, and I mean, if we're talking money, and then furthermore, why do
We're
you
not
care?
talking
I don't
money. We're talking
care.
character, morality. They will still say, with characters and morality, they will still say that Donald Trump is a way better man than Barack Obama.
So what do we know
Ted
about
right there.
Obama
Ted right
morally?
there.
What makes Obama morally superior?
He's had one wife. He's never cheated on her. That right there will make
He
him
also
more.
wrote a
He's got
love letter about wanting to have sex with white
You don't
men.
know that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that shit, bro.
Yeah, what are we talking about, bro?
So he wrote a letter.
A
We're
love
talking about
letter,
his
brother,
action.
about
We're
his
talking about his
desire
action.
to have sex with white men.
Has he
He
ever
dropped
been
more
with a white
bombs than
man?
any president in history.
Yeah, he killed. Yeah, he
Are
drone
you
strike.
serious?
He killed American citizens during like what's the name, bro? So that's
You
why I
see,
say
he's
y'all.
doing
You
it right
see,
now. Like I just said, you
Can
went
you
right
confirm that?
to attacking Barack Obama.
I'm
You
not
went right
attacking
to
him.
it.
We're just stating facts. So
I
I'm not
didn't
attacking
agree
him.
with
We're stating
a lot
facts, brother.
Yeah, a lot of what
No,
he
I'm
stood
saying you went.
for goes against my beliefs personally.
You said what now?
But
They
Obama
said
has
read the
broken
super
a
cap.
lot.
I
Hey,
agree
read
with
Mo or Feel No More to read the super cap.
Okay, F&M, you want to?
From Kevin Studders, $2. Great show, Freezy.
For sure.
So he
Well,
had
no,
asked, he
it's
had
on. Yeah, it's
asked, was
on.
there
Go.
cause? So check it out. He had asked, was there a cause for concern, right? So I heard a lot of y'all say nah, so we kind of got past that and went into something else. But I did have a difference of opinion on that, and here's why. So I do think it's kind of serious. When it comes to a woman willing to attack a child, that's something that's a problem. The willingness to get behind it, I don't know that that's just internet jargon. You know what I'm saying? So when we see the next incident, maybe it won't be called white fatigue, but is that why it happened? If white people are so tired and we don't know what the next attack will be, and it's perfectly fine to start on children, I don't know how we cut it off as it's just cap. We don't know that. Yeah, that would be it.
Didn't Obama drop way more bombs than Trump?
He dropped more bombs than anybody that ever lived.
So what's worse, killing people or having multiple wives?
But Obama has things that are monumental historically.
Yeah, facts.
Well,
He
yeah,
has
man, Obama
he
is
has spread the
one of the
LGBT
worst
over an entire
fucking.
continent, and he did it by force.
Hold on. Are you saying Trump didn't bomb people either, Dusty?
Nah.
George
There were no
Bush.
wars going
Donald
on.
Trump did
No.
bomb
Right.
people. Donald Trump did bomb people.
Did have drone
Like
strikes,
he
though. Wait,
didn't
hold
do
on.
it. He didn't do it or whatever to the extent that Barack Obama did.
Did he
Barack was
do?
just
No, we
blowing
just
up all
talking about
type of
did he
shit.
do it?
Oh,
Y'all
okay,
comparing
my bad.
demons though. Like, it's like comparing one demon to the other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what are we
Man,
doing?
Obama wasn't shit, man.
They both suck, but
Yeah, that's all I was pointing out. You're acting like there was an objective measure, and there's definitely not an
Yeah,
objective
the
measure.
objective measure is that Flo used to sell drugs to kids and kill them.
That's you got kicked out of another channel, didn't you, bitch?
Yeah, but notice how the channel's about me. Notice how CT's about me. Notice how when my name, you know what, real power. Hey, crack state. Crack state. Notice how when
it's about how you're
crack state. Notice how when crack state.
We was having a good conversation, and here go
See, this is one of the white people that white people don't fuck with.
Let's have a conversation. Crack state. Crack state. Look, you have women. You have.
You compare the two, fam. It's obvious that Donald Trump isn't really. He doesn't have a politician's language versus Barack Obama probably being one of the best orators of this lifetime, right? So I think that's one of the bigger issues if we're talking about the two. The separation would come in on how you present yourself as president. The presentation of Barack Obama is presidential versus Donald Trump acting like he's somewhere on the blocks being president. There's a difference.
Well, he is more relatable to most people.
I disagree. I mean, Barack
I'm talking
Obama
about just the way that he actually acts. Like whenever you look at Obama, like it's almost like, you know what I'm saying? Like I cannot relate to this nigga like outside of his
you
skin
didn't fill
color.
out an NCAA bracket. You don't play basketball.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you can relate to him.
No, but what I'm saying is this though, right? Like whenever you hear Donald Trump talk, like he sound like not necessarily a nigga, but like he don't sound like presidential. Like he don't sound like a.
Sounds like Braxton Hartnebrig, dog. He don't sound like one. He sounds like Braxton Hartnebrig. Trump sounds like somebody you go to
So
the
white
bar
man
with.
can talk like a nigga.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
like
exactly. Like it's like you had put it perfectly.
crazy.
Donald Trump
With
sounds
black
like
people,
somebody
like
that you would go to the bar with. You know what I mean? Like that if you like pull up at a bar, like you might be sitting at the damn bar drinking type shit. You know what I mean?
But like Barack Obama actually
wanna hear
went to the
black
bar and
people
had it. But just 1 second, Barack Obama actually went to a bar and had a drink. Barack Obama actually had a drink with the scholar. So I'm just saying he's done those things publicly, not just a guy you can
Trump
feel
was
like
a very
that.
local boxer in Brooklyn, dog.
Yes,
He
I
got
mean
in
that's what I'm
trouble with
saying. I mean, but you say you made it
Well,
sound
well,
like
well, well,
Trump was that
Taz, well-
relatable, but Obama was the personification of it. He actually did that. The beard substitute.
I will picture a black Donald Trump man with Michelle Obama than the Obama that we have, right? I think that the personalities of Trump, he got this gangsterous personality though from a white perspective compared to Obama. Obama is like Taz. I don't know if you've seen in the inauguration thing, right? Now, before then, Obama was telling us niggas that we shouldn't, vote for Trump. We need to woo out the band, right? And he specifically called out niggas. And just to find out, this nigga left his wife, let the world scrutinize his wife because she stood on his business, right? Not to be all up in his white man's Donald Trump face smiling, right? The characteristics of Obama, I would see that Michelle Obama been with Donald Trump more than Obama characteristics. Only if Donald Trump was black, Michelle Obama would have been the perfect fit than the Obama that we have. They don't go. It seems like they don't match.
Bro, I don't even understand.
Donald Trump is a gangster.
Like you just made up a person, bro. I don't know how you can do that. That person doesn't exist, bro. But
yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is, look at the characteristics of Donald Trump compared to Obama.
I mean, he's a racist, bro. Like I don't like. How do we compare the characteristics of a racist to a mixed dude?
And Michelle despised his character, though. Like, why would she be with him? She didn't even go to his inauguration, so why would she be with him? That makes no sense, JP.
No, I'm only saying that. I'm using a hypothetical. Like when you compare the two, right? Because they were comparing the two characteristics of. I I would look at Donald Trump acting more closer to black folks than Obama do.
That's
Wait a minute. You
sad
mean he
because I
act
look
more
at
like
Obama
a
like
nigga,
a
or do he
fucking
act more like
scholar.
a black person?
Like
Wait, do he act more like a
again,
nigga, or do
the
he act
greatest
more like a
order
black
of the modern day. I mean, Barack Obama is the accurate representation of what you would want the black man's quote unquote image to be. It's sad that you think that that's bad to put forth an image of a 34-time felon who was impeached twice.
You see, you see what I'm saying? So
Obama's
most
kind of
times,
a feminist.
9 times out of 10, niggas has got what? Felonies, right?
No.
And they gonna do some stuff. I'm just come on now. We're gonna keep it all the way thorough.
Yeah, if we keep it all the way thorough, it would be 3 times out of 10.
Shout out to Doug Will for his $5 super cap. He said, "There's no such thing as a moral president of the United States of America." Shout out to
I agree.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I just think that when you talk about the characteristics, he might be a racist. But at one point, black folks used to celebrate Donald Trump, especially when it was Snoop back in the 90s.
For 40 years.
I think they celebrated his money.
It was.
I don't think Donald Trump
Everybody thought he had money.
racist, bro.
Yeah, it was about his success.
And it was
the
about how he
illusion.
conducted himself
Everybody
too. It's
thought
about how he
that
carried
they
himself.
used him as
Because it's a lot of white rich folks and black folks don't celebrate, but black folks don't celebrate every rich white folks. No, the reason why they do it with Donald Trump is because Donald Trump got this I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna be me regardless. And he got that type
Black
of personality. Like for example, Donald
Black
Trump
people like
speaks
Donald
his
Trump
mind.
as
He
well.
don't hide a thing, right? And he don't give a fuck. And so that's why I believe a lot of black folks rock with Donald Trump.
I mean, I would say I agree with him because like his Christian beliefs and his Christian policies. I'll agree with him about that. Like conservatives,
He
like
said he wasn't a
like
Christian.
for
What are you
real.
talking about? He said he wasn't a Christian. Donald Trump
No,
said
what
he
I'm
wasn't.
saying, what I'm saying is he has Christian values that he does with the things that he passed.
No, he does
Like
not.
with some of his laws.
His policies align with more Christian values.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. His policies
Yeah,
align with more Christian values. I'm not saying
focusing
he's a
on
Christian himself,
family,
but I'm
focusing
saying
on religion, stuff like that. Like he might
I'm
not be
not
a
saying
Christian, but that's what he do.
yeah, I'm not saying he's a Christian himself, but I'm saying it's his policies, up his Christian values, bro. I mean, that's facts, whether you like it or not.
He act like the
I have a
black man
theory
that I
on why
was
black
raised around. Donald Trump act like the niggas that I was raised around, how black niggas used to act.
Again, the niggas. Say it again, the niggas. But we want black men to be our representation, right?
No.
We
I'm just saying he uphold Christian
No.
values.
I don't
We
want.
want
Well,
niggas to
okay.
be our representation.
I don't want. I already have the niggas in the Uncle Toms, right? I don't want the Uncle Tom. And in fact,
Black men,
in real social, in real mainstream media, they always present us operating like a coon, like one of those type of dudes, right? I don't want us to be self-serving. Like that's what I'm saying about we kind of skewed on how black people are supposed to act because our original way has been erased from us. That's why I keep going. That's why I went way back because in order for us to see where we're going forward. The examples that we have and on how we should conduct ourselves as black people, we completely lost, right? We don't really understand what masculinity is. We don't understand how we really supposed to act. We going off survival mechanism of what we think. And a lot of our way of how we supposed to operate stems from other people telling us, civilizing us, and telling us, well, this is how you supposed to act. So we don't got our original way of how we do things from our perspective outside of the niggas, right? Outside of the niggas, even though that's bad, but it's our own original stuff. Now, we don't have how black people are supposed to act in a better form from black people, right? When you think about the nerds, they damn near act like a white Caucasian. Come on now.
Okay.
I mean, they told me. I mean, they told me I act white because I don't act
somebody
white.
to read the super chat, the super.
See
You
Rich,
wanna read it,
$5
Anthony?
for the show. All y'all should hit the chat. Y'all been up here talking shit. Put up some money for Freezy's hard work.
That's right, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm put some money up. I'm put some money up.
Come up here running off with the mouth.
I want to educate y'all on Donald Trump and why black people liked him back in the day, because I'm a little older and y'all might not know because the news has been lying around the clock for the last 10 years. So Donald Trump turned Atlantic City over on his head when the mob was down there doing their dirt, right? Gave half the projects jobs. And then he bent the IRS over and got out of there. Donald Trump is also trying to bring
How's
down.
Atlantic City doing now?
Say what?
He destroyed that shit, man. He destroyed Atlantic City.
Donald Trump did a lot of
businesses.
good things for black people way before he was even
Donald
president.
Trump did more for niggas than Manson.
He did a lot. He did a whole lot.
No.
Right? Yeah, he did a lot.
Wait,
No, he did a lot of good.
Let me finish, fam. So don't believe
How's
them
Atlantic
lies.
City doing right now? Where's Trump Casino at right now? Is it still in Atlantic
Let's
City?
let him finish, please. Can he finish?
I didn't cut him off, but since everybody else did, but do you think it's fair to start in the 80s and 90s when he's got history in the 70s?
Whatever, man. I'm doing my thing. You want to go to the 70s? You
Come
do
on, Reese. Don't do that. You got it, bro.
Because everybody's gonna bring up something that they researched with their fingers, and all of that is lies. And that's what's kind of weird about all this. I wonder why that's happening. There has to be a reason for that. Because the man literally let homeless niggas live in his hotels for free. And he literally tells his staff, when his staff is ready to kick them out, and again the situation gets tense and gets all the way up to management, they call Trump. He says, let them stay there and feed them until they find shelter elsewhere. Some of them people been living there for years for free. And he demands his staff in his kitchen feed those people, give them new sheets every day, and they bums, black bums. Ain't nobody alive ever did that. And not only that, wait a minute. In 2016, when he won the election, watch this. He declared war on child sex trafficking all over the planet Earth. No one ever in human history has ever even tried that. Not Jesus, the Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa, Elijah Muhammad, but none of them.
Where'd you learn that?
He declared war by doing what?
And he also had funded Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign. A lot of people don't know that either. He paid for all that shit.
Right, yeah.
That's the only reason he ran for president, to do that. That's the only reason he ran.
To what? In trafficking?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what the wall was for. 90% of the human trafficking in this world.
How do you know that?
And he funded HBCUs too. That Obama didn't do.
He was the first one to do it. He was the first one to do it.
Like, hey, hold on. One by one was
this way.
outrageous.
Let's just say I just made all that shit up, and y'all can just keep going.
I mean, you might as well have if you're not going to say where you got it from.
Absolutely.
Right. Sources, please.
Did you listen to his speech?
Which one?
Thank you.
2016, when he won. When Nancy Pelosi tore up the speech at the end.
Of course they did, man.
Child sex
The
trafficking
news.
and women. That's what it was about. But everybody heard everything else.
How do you know that? So his 2016 speech is where he said that he became president to fight trafficking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
He
have to
talked
go back
about
and
it.
listen to
And he talked about it during his
And
speech.
he talked about it all the time, but even before he became president or decided
Don't
to run,
all presidents address it at some point? It's kind of been a big deal for a minute.
and he's
I
trying
mean,
to bring down
Obama never addressed it. Obama never addressed it.
I bet you the news won't tell you that he's trying to bring down the Federal Reserve and the IRS and the FBI.
Okay, now how do you know that one? Because
Your attention, and you'll
That's
figure
why
out
he wanted to bring them down.
everything you hate. Everybody
Well,
hates
listen, look. These niggas just hate Donald Trump. Like, so no matter what you say to them, it still don't matter. Like, bro, like niggas don't care, bro.
Just because we don't agree with his policies doesn't mean that we hate him. We just don't agree with his policies, but we don't hate him. I don't know him to hate him.
Yeah, I'm saying, show me these global trafficking rings
Oh,
that
y'all
were
hate-
brought down. Like,
y'all hate anybody. Y'all hate anybody on the right. Y'all gonna call them racist. Y'all gonna call them despicable. That's what y'all do.
We think they're wrong, but we don't hate him. I don't know him to hate.
No, y'all hate.
Just like
Y'all
I don't
hate. I
love.
think. I
Like
think.
I didn't
I
love
think they
Obama.
hate.
Just like I didn't love Obama. I don't hate.
I
Hold on,
think
watch
they.
this, watch this,
I
y'all.
think y'all hate. Y'all hate people on the right. That's what y'all do. Y'all hate people on the right.
Listen. Do you think it's
Just asking
coincidence
for a
that
source means I hate
There,
it.
there is no right or left. What is you talking about, bro? There is no
Y'all
right
hate
or left.
Y'all hate
Hold up.
conservatives.
Let
Let's
me
be honest. Y'all
let
hate
me.
Some
conservatives.
black
Oh,
people
Well, he
hey,
said
let me
it,
say
that he
this here,
don't
bro.
know him to hate him.
Hey,
Like, so I just gotta trust that.
there is no right or left, bro. This is what y'all don't understand. I just told them about an hour ago. America is not a democracy. It's a republic. You do not vote your president in. The electoral college, the president is selected. They are not elected. You think
Oh
your
my
vote
God.
counts, but it does not.
Hold on
And
one
the proof,
second.
does.
Do
and
you
watch this.
even know how that whole process
Hold on.
works?
Wait,
Do you
Y'all
even know
gonna
how
start
the
talking
electoral
too.
college works?
Y'all niggas want to cut me off,
Stop,
No,
bro.
he
stop,
does
stop,
not.
Y'all
Hold
arguing
No,
on.
he does
points that
not.
y'all don't know what y'all
Wait,
talking about, bro.
hold on. We finna I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the back chat for whoever wanna join the next panel. We finna redirect this show to the next show. It's gonna take 1 second. Shout out to the sponsors of tonight's show, which was C Rich and Mr. Youngblood. I appreciate y'all. Let's celebrate y'all right quick. Appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Shout out to C Rich and shout out to Mr. Youngblood, man, for being the co-sponsors of today's show. We finna redirect. Hold on, before y'all go, I'm finna put the link in the chat for the people that's on the panel. Anybody that wanna grab a seat at the next live stream. I'm about to put it because we about to reach the 12-hour mark on this one right here, and I don't want YouTube to do us dirty. Let me see. Okay, where's it? Where's it at? Okay, here it is. Yeah, I'm gonna put the link in the back chat. Mic check, mic check. Okay.
Well, this is my first time on your platform, bro. I do want to say thank you. I appreciate the hospitality and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Good shit, bro. So
No, Taz, man, you always welcome, man. I appreciate you for coming up, bro. Shout out to you, man. Yeah. I used to always watch Jay Prince live, and I used to see you up there, and I found out your history, and you know what I'm saying, on YouTube. So it's an honor to have you, man. I appreciate you, man. You always welcome, bro.
no
Let
doubt, I
me see.
appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. I'm putting the link to the panel link in the back. And anybody, it's first come, first serve. Hit that link in the back. I'm about to post it right now. So y'all hit the link right now. Y'all go over there. I'm already over there. So y'all hit the link. It's first come, first serve. So, the link is in the back chat. And I'll bring y'all up.
Great show, Cap.
For sure. All right. And I'm about to start the live. So I'm about to start the live and I'm about to end this one. I'm going to start this one and I'm going to end it. I'm going to end the other one. Let me see. Let me start this one here. Boom. Okay, we live. We live on this one here. And I'm about to end this one. Listen, shout out to everybody that attended this live. I'll see y'all on the next live right now. Y'all head on over there right now. All right. Appreciate y'all. Let's get it.